This is the known Hunter x Hunter world. It contains a lot of very familiar looking continent things, because most of the Hunter x Hunter landmasses are just real world continents that have had a bit of a trip and a fall, which is very handy to give you a sense of scale. The Hunter x Hunter world is about as big as Earth, at least the human part, because the truth of Hunter x Hunter is that the entirety of the human realm exists within the center of a mind-bogglingly gigantic patch of water known as Lake Mobius. And beyond that lake is an inconceivably and unmeasurably large landmass that is collectively known as the Dark Continent. And whether it was planned or not, the Dark Continent is more or less the catalyst for every event that has ever happened in Hunter x Hunter, as reaching this location is the goal that Ging left Gon to accomplish. It's a destination full of treasures and discoveries that could elevate humanity to a new form of existence overnight, as well as calamities that could erase humanity's existence even more swiftly than overnight. Probably more like by lunchtime. But the truth of the Hunter x Hunter world is that everything humanity has done is woefully insignificant to the concept of greater life on this planet. Humans are a teeny tiny ant colony that has only been allowed to exist as long as it has had a locational advantage. And in fact, humans are even lower on the pecking order than ants, because we've already experienced the Dark Continent's equivalent of ants, which came startlingly close to easily causing an apocalyptic scale event. And as a bit of a terrifying statistic, if you add up every known voyage to the Dark Continent, there is a combined survival rate of 0.04%. With everything we know about the Dark Continent, there is a resounding conclusion that this is not a place that we should dare step foot, because even their lowest form of life threaten the existence of the human race. So what hope does anyone have once we start encountering the secondary and even apex predators of this planet? Well, surprisingly, there is a little. Several centuries ago, the most important book in the Hunter x Hunter world was published. It was called Journey to the New World, and it detailed the findings of a certain explorer who had traveled to the Dark Continent and apparently literally survived to tell the tale. And this book was met with very poor reception, terrible Amazon reviews. It was considered to be fiction, and not only that, but like real bad fiction. Journey to the New World was review bombed into obscurity, dismissed as the ramblings of a lunatic, and its invaluable information was lost to the world until a series of unexplainable events started to occur. Strange and horrific things started happening all across the human realm. Human remains found twisted into grotesque shapes, people withered and shrunk beyond all recognition, severed body parts regrowing themselves and clinging to life, decapitated bodies with unknown growths residing within them, as well as sightings of terrifying paranormal creatures that put the governments of all of the world's major nations on high alert. And all of this phenomena was detailed in Journey to the New World, which was then adopted as mandatory reading for those in high-level positions, now aware that the very fate of humanity lay within the writings of a lunatic. In reality, what the human realm was experiencing were the calamities of the Dark Continent. Creatures that had been unintentionally brought back from previous voyages, of which there have been many. But there are 5 calamities in particular that threaten to destroy humanity on a now daily basis. The first is the botanical weapon Brion, native to a labyrinth city located 400 kilometers north of Lake Mobius. It's a species that wiped out all but 2 members of an expedition led by the United States of Tserriednich, appearing as a human body with a botanical sphere attached to the head. What's horrifying about Brion is the unknown. We don't know if this visual is the entity, or if the entity has infected and fused with a human host. One clue we do have is what looks like a victim of Brion stored in the V5 facility. It looks as if the sphere was removed and the stomach ruptured to reveal an unknown substance within. All in all, it doesn't look to be too pleasant of a fate to endure. And ultimately, what we do know is that it was unstoppable and killed hundreds of elite explorers like that. The second calamity is the twin snake Hellbell, native to the swamplands directly south of Lake Mobius and encountered by the Federation of Ochima, much to their misfortune, as Hellbell is capable of infecting its prey with pure homicidal desire, which wiped out 99% of their expedition party, leaving only 11 survivors. Of the 5 calamities, Hellbell is the only one that we don't have direct evidence of yet in the human realm. Hellbell is there, lurking somewhere, and its effects could very well be masked, because it's ultimately the prey of Hellbell that does all the killing. So any mad murder sprees could be a result of Hellbell. That, or humans have just been lucky enough not to stumble upon Hellbell's new habitat yet. For a more enduring fate, the third calamity is named Pap, which was located in a mountain range slightly east of where Brion was encountered. And this is a calamity which human eyes have never actually seen, because the Pap remain lurking in the darkness. However, they administer pleasure to people and feed off their life force in exchange for that pleasure. So the Pap keeps you as food whilst making you think that this is a great deal for you. Not just food though, it is specifically mentioned that the Pap enjoy keeping humans as pets, which brings a whole new sinister layer to this arrangement, indicating that the Pap enjoy keeping their humans. However, they are eventually discarded, with previous victims of Pap having been found in the human world, indicating that the Pap are very active active and are an ever-present threat to humanity. And it was the misfortune of the Bergerossa Union who encountered Pap on the Dark Continent, and on that expedition they had a survival rate of 0.7%, the lowest rate of any calamity. Because whilst other calamities naturally strike fear and horror into the you, Pap has this thing where it circumvents the human survival instinct. It makes you feel like everything's going well. In fact, better than well. Things have never been this good. I love this. And so the Pap convince you to forfeit your life for them. Our fourth threat is also a codependent calamity, this one being named I. And you should be very familiar with this one because Narnika, the entity within Alakazoldik, is a confirmed I. They are referred to as the codependence of desire, a gaseous creature that inhabits a host and then grants desires at an equivalent, if not greater cost. And because we know about Narnika's power in such detail already, it's pretty easy to see how this threatens humanity as a whole, because big wishes cost big human lives. And in theory, if you were to make a big enough wish, that cost would eventually extend to every human in existence, which is what the Mimbo Republic endured when they discovered the ice species. At first, this would have been phenomenal use for them, mate, a species that gives them whatever they ask for. This dark continent is pretty alright. But by the time they realized the cost, all but 3 members of their expedition had been killed. And we have very much the opposite problem with our fifth and final great calamity, Zobai, which is not a creature but a disease, one which the expedition team of the Kukanyu Kingdom were infected with, killing all but one of their infected survivors, who now lives in a state of morbid immortality. Zobai is known as the immortality disease, because if it doesn't kill you immediately, then you're going to suffer an even worse fate. It will never allow you to die. What it does is deteriorate the mind of an infected host to a very primal state, who continuously lives by eating their own flesh, which rapidly regenerates, and this goes on and on and on until, look, I don't know if it can ever end. Even if you put someone infected with this in a position that they weren't able to eat themselves, I imagine the disease would probably find another even more grotesque way to survive. Now, one thing I should note is that the expedition team that found Zobai featured beyond Netero, the son of Chairman Isaac Netero, who returned apparently uninfected. Although this has led to a theory that Beyond Netero is the host of a Zobai disease, but has managed to retain his sanity and now lives as an immortal being among us. That's pure speculation at this stage though. However, the danger of these 5 threats cannot be understated. Other Dark Continent calamities have made their way to the human realm in the past, as it's speculated that all magical beasts take their origin from a Dark Continent creature, but as stated before, the Chimera ants were also from the Dark Continent, and they were classified with a threat level of B. Meanwhile, these 5 calamities are all a threat level of B plus to A, meaning that each and every one of them could end our species with even greater ease than the Ant King Meruem. And I'd like to put that into some even more terrifying perspective. Every calamity that we've encountered so far have been coastal calamities. Absolutely bottom of the pecking order stuff compared to what we see inland. Such as this enormous hand emerging ominously from the horizon line, or these 3 unbelievably colossal shadows, each one of them potentially twice the size of any given continent in the human realm. And then there's, whatever the crap this is, which looks like a huge floating head. And speaking of floating, one really cool thing identified on this map is the existence of sky islands that float within the Dark Continent in a manner best described as somehow, although I don't think the word island really does them justice, because each of these islands are the size of the entire human realm. So I guess they might be nice for a bit of safety, because at the very least, everything on the lower plane of the Dark Continent is capable of killing you in unimaginably horrific ways. So with that in mind, we should probably answer a very basic question, which is, why are we trying to get to the Dark Continent in the first place? It doesn't sound particularly pleasant, and every recorded human voyage has resulted in terrible things happening. To explain this, it's important to note that the Dark Continent itself is a reference to Africa. Dark Continent was a term used by Europeans, commonly believed that it was to reference how little they knew about Africa, this dark, mysterious, magical land. But magical in a dangerous way. Although in reality, Africa was one of history's greatest marketing endeavors, as the mysterious nature of the continent was mostly hyped up by merchants who were looking to sell their acquired African goods at a very high price. So merchants would sell the equivalent of tourist trinkets and claim that they had mystical African Dark Continental properties. But when it comes to the Dark Continent in Hunter x Hunter, all of that is actually true. The Dark Continent is capable of killing you, again in unimaginably horrific ways, but it's also capable of granting you equally good news, as each of the aforementioned 5 calamities were encountered on a mission to acquire a revolutionary substance, one of which was nitro rice, known as the ultimate secret to longevity, and in theory could keep you living as long as you desire, so long as you keep consuming it. Nitro rice is also speculated to be the reason speculation as to how Isaac Netero lived well beyond 100 years, and in fact he may have been several centuries old. Another highly desirable substance is the unmanned rock, a mineral ore that would forever solve energy problems, as even the teeny tiniest pebble can generate up to 20 megawatts of power per day. There's also a herb that can cure all illness, as well as substances known as the Trinity Elixir and Metallion. Their benefits are admittedly vague, but they are said to form a new foundation of their respective fields. The greater point is that if you set foot on the Dark Continent and all you do is, pick up a handful of dirt, if there's no ants in that dirt, then you'll probably find something that will make you a billionaire, which is one reason why people keep trying and failing to send teams in. However, it's important to note that not every voyage to the Dark Continent ended in catastrophic failure. Previously, I brought up Isaac Netero, and he's a curious existence because he's actually been to the Dark Continent twice, and he went on at least one occasion with Lene Orderv and Zig Zoldyck, with the reason being to find a strong opponent. In his words, he sought strength as an individual. He sought an opponent with either victory or death as an outcome. However, what Netero encountered could give him neither. There was no possible victory to be had on the Dark Continent, and no satisfying defeat to be had either. The only option available to him was to survive, and so he did twice, becoming one of the only known humans to have survived a Dark Continent voyage, as well as one of the lots that tried and failed to find what they were looking for. But something that's always struck me as odd is the question of why Netero made a second journey to the Dark Continent, given that he already knew that what he was looking for wasn't there. This journey is something that we know about, and my best guess is it was likely in an official capacity as a guide on behalf of another entity, and whether or not they succeeded is currently unknown. But what we do know is that eventually there were enough failed voyages that Isaac Netero lobbied to ban Dark Continent travel altogether, and also something to do with his son. We'll talk about that in a bit. But this was a ban that was successful and one that would not be lifted until after his death. An opportunity that has been readily seized upon by a total of 6 nations and the Hunter Association, who have pooled their resources for one big push to conquer the continent. And if I had to speculate, I'd say that it's probably not going to go very well. But this situation opens up the sheer logistical nightmare of a question that is, how do you even get to the Dark Continent in the first place? This journey is unimaginable to mankind because after passing through a barrier known as the Far Ocean Boundary, sea travel becomes impossible for human technology. Simply speaking, the waves are too big, the ocean predators are far too big, and the distance from the boundary to the actual content is so very far big it is too far to endure. And mankind has never successfully made a recorded trip to the Dark Continent on their own. If you look at series author Yoshihiro Togashi's map, you can see that there's a certain point where the waters become completely uncrossable, with waves and whirlpools the size of countries, but also a litany of sea beasts, including krakens, colossal whales, leviathans, umibozu, which are yokai from Japanese folklore, and most curiously, there's even a mermaid and or siren ready to lure sailors to a watery grave, much like everything else. To be clear, it's hard to know how much of this is literal. Sea monsters like this used to be marked on real-world maps as well, but it was less to say beware of the giant leviathan, and more to say that, look mate, you might want to hold off because these are uncharted waters. It was mainly to denote the unknown, and the Dark Continent has a whole lot of unknown. But what we do know about that unknown is that humans cannot physically sail there on their own. And so the way you actually get to the land is by negotiating with a clan of magical beasts known as the Gatekeeper. Gatekeeper singular, although it is a race. We don't call them the Gatekeepers for some reason. We have yet to see these beings appear, but they control the only known safe pathway to the Dark Continent. However, they don't exactly ferry people there through the goodness of their own magical beast hearts, and there is a great cost to using their services. In order to successfully navigate to the land, the Gatekeeper summons another entity known as the Guide, which I imagine is a Nen beast they create to accompany humans with a special set of restrictions and instructions. The Guide doesn't just ferry people to the Dark Continent, but I believe also remains with them through the duration of the journey. However, the biggest role the Guide actually plays is inevitably when the journey fails, because assumedly the Guide is the one responsible for returning the very few surviving humans, but it's also the responsibility of the Guide to then curse mankind with a Dark Continent calamity, a punishment thought up by the Gatekeeper to disincentivize Dark Continent travel, to serve as a warning for any other humans wishing to embark, or to simply rid the world of humanity for daring to cross this boundary one too many times. I mean, it is called the Gatekeeper. It could be their responsibility to keep the human realm in the center of Lake Mobius safe, some sort of ancient provision put into place, because that's something that often gets overlooked with the Dark Continent. It's highly likely that humanity originated from the Dark Continent, as there is at least one recorded built city, which is where Brion was found, a species that may very well have required a human host to survive. But furthermore, in the Kakin Empire announcement broadcast on iTube, Beyond Netero claims that the ancestors of humans originated on the Dark Continent. Although Beyond Netero is far from a reliable narrator, and his word should always be taken with great skepticism. However, the fact that the Dark Continent is a reference to Africa helps a lot with this point, because the ancestors of real-world humans first appeared in Africa and then spread across the globe. So the the idea would be that thousands, potentially even tens or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, in order to keep their species safe, humans could have purposely set up shop in the center of Lake Mobius. Although there is at least one human still on the Dark Continent traveling as we speak. And that would be the author of Journey to the New World, Don Freaks, a man who is at least 300 years old and likely sustaining his existence with nitro rice as he continues his mission to walk all around the shoreline of Lake Mobius and log his findings, because his book at this point is only half complete. What was found centuries ago was Journey to the New World East Edition, cataloging half of Don Freaks' journey, and that's all we currently have because it's speculated that he's still writing the other half as we speak. However, in the meantime, we need to turn our attention back to Beyond Netero, because while his father may have sacrificed himself to protect the existence of humanity, Beyond Netero is currently threatening to sacrifice humanity to further his own incredibly bold and frankly terrifying desires. Beyond Netero is the son of the late chairman Isaac Netero, and the individual who is, at the core, responsible for almost every single event that has happened during the Dark Continent and Succession War arcs. However, his story begins long before any of this. An unknown number of decades ago, because dude is really old, Isaac Netero traveled to the Dark Continent on 2 occasions, a location that went on to captivate his son Beyond, who 50 years ago, because Beyond is also old, followed in his father's footsteps and was hired to lead his own expedition by the Kukanyu Kingdom. However, Beyond Netero ignored all of the warnings his father had given him and insisted on taking an unexplored route. This led his expedition team to the calamity Zobai, the immortality disease, which claimed all but 7 lives. Beyond was fortunate enough to survive, however, this disaster did not deter him. If anything, it only made him more excited to go back. However, Isaac Netero predicted that the impact his son's recklessness would have on humanity was unacceptable and successfully lobbied the V5 nations to ban all travel to the Dark Continent, primarily in order to remove any avenue of access that Beyond Netero would have. This is known as the Inviolability Treaty, and it was designed so that each of the 5 powers wouldn't do something like go off on their own and put each of the others in jeopardy. And each and every single V5 nation ignored it, going on to conduct their own secret voyages because that's politics. All of those voyages failed, brought back new calamities to the human realm, and then and only then did the V5 actually begin taking this treaty seriously. But in addition to this framework, Isaac Netero personally forbade his son to go back to the Dark Continent until after he had died. An event that came to fruition during the Chimera Ant arc, where Chairman Netero gave his life to kill the Ant King Marayam, thus fulfilling Beyond's condition, who wasted no time in implementing a new voyage to the Dark Continent. As a side note, it's also heavily speculated that Beyond Netero was the one responsible for causing the Chimera Ant outbreak, that the ants were a calamity that he had brought back with him from his voyage, and released in the one part of the human realm that would allow them to rapidly grow into a force capable of killing his father, so that Beyond could finally conduct a new expedition to the Dark Continent, something that he'd already been planning for the past 5 decades at that point, which was all very necessary time. Remember, going to the Dark Continent is the goal that Ging Freaks has been working towards his whole life, and he's barely gotten anywhere trying to implement it. According to Ging Freaks, you need 4 things to access the Dark Continent: the qualifications, the means, permission, and a contract. Now, Beyond already comes equipped with qualifications because he's been to the Dark Continent before. He also has the knowledge of his father's previous journeys, although he will actively choose to ignore that, but still, that's 1 tick. However, attaining the means, aka the finances, the people, the transport, and the equipment, is something that no single hunter could achieve on their own. Hence why Beyond Netero has spent an exceptional amount of time ideologically seducing King Nasabi of the Kakin Empire, one of the wealthiest nations on the planet, and very conveniently, a nation that is not associated with the V5. Beyond told stories to King Nasabi about the vast territory, the resources, and the riches awaiting anyone willing to colonize the Dark Continent, which Nasabi was very eager to take advantage of and solidify his place as a historic hero of the Kakin Empire, essentially granting it a second explosion of life. What Beyond likely neglected to tell King Nasabi, however, was about the extreme dangers of even attempting to sail there, much less a certain death that awaited them simply setting foot on the mainland. However, ultimately that probably doesn't matter, because King Nasabi isn't a fool being taken for a ride here. His personal agenda very much aligns with that of Beyond Netero, and he has his own extremely sinister reasons for wanting to conduct a voyage to the Dark Continent, being the Succession Contest, a life or death Nen battle royale, which we'll go into detail about at a different time. But what I will say is that Nasabi, he has very few worries about the Dark Continent, because the results of this contest should theoretically ensure the Empire's safety. And with this, Beyond had succeeded in attaining the means for the voyage, which culminated in the construction of the Black Whale 1, a colonization vessel equipped to carry 200,000 passengers, almost all of whom were to be selected selected by lottery, with the exception of some very special people like the Kakin royal family who got to avoid that system. Although as it turns out, the lucky ones were the people who weren't selected. You really don't want to be aboard the ship, for so many reasons. But that's 2 ticks for Beyond, qualifications and the means. However, what he still needed was permission and a contract, the former of which was achieved almost laughably easily. Beyond Netero's personality has been noted by the Zodiacs as being practically identical to his father's, especially in the field of charisma. So much so that upon hearing Beyond Netero speak, each of the Zodiacs were left in stunned silence, because it was as if Isaac Netero had been reincarnated before their eyes, which I wouldn't blame anyone for actually thinking, because reincarnation was a big part of the Chimera Antark events. But this means that regardless of his Nen affinity, Beyond Netero is an extraordinarily skilled manipulator. So what he did was schedule a global live stream with King Nasabi to announce their intentions to travel to the Dark Continent. And during that stream, he gave the following speech. No matter how many obstacles stand in the path to our goal, I promise I will remove them. Age, gender, nationality, employment, race, none of it matters. Everyone deserves an equal opportunity. I will turn down no challenger. Anyone who wants to win this new land is my family. Each person will have a role to play. All you need is the courage to step forward. Come one, come all. Let us go to the new world. This speech was then uploaded to iTube and got over 100 million views in an hour. So Beyond Netero was pulling in numbers that would make even Mr. Beast jealous. And what this accomplished was lighting a fire across the world. Not only did Beyond reveal the existence of the Dark Continent to the vast majority of the planet who had no idea there was an outside world, but he also made it sound like a wildly appealing place to explore. Again, selectively omitting the key dangers. But this put the V5 nations in a very difficult position, as the Kakin Empire were going to set sail with or without their permission, which obviously puts all of humanity at risk, with the only way to really stop them being to declare war, which was a strongly considered option, as according to clauses 7 to 9 of the UN Basic Relations Treaty, military intervention is permitted in the case of any perceived threat involving contagious biological hazards and unknown menaces. Unknown menaces describing the Dark Continent calamities quite well. However, the V5 ended up selecting a much more peaceful yet much more greedy option. Remember, I previously said that each of these 5 countries have violated their own treaty to travel to the Dark Continent on at least one occasion, all of which were driven by greed. And now they've come together, unified by their greed, so here's the plan. The V5 invited the Kakin Empire into their organization and officially became the V6. Then together they would pool their resources to conduct the first official successful Dark Continent voyage and split the rewards between the 6 nations. That was the public position. The private position was that the V5 made a secret plan to dump the Kakin Empire on a landmass known as the New Continent and pretend it was the Dark Continent before moving on to explore the real Dark Continent themselves. And on this occasion, Togashi has perfectly depicted the hubris of humanity, because the V5 aren't trying to prevent Dark Continent access to save humans. They're just trying to make sure that they're the ones that end up with all the rewards. And all of this was foreseen and taken into account by Beyond Netero, because his speech triggered a lot of pressure from business leaders and assorted political donors to explore this option, thanks to all of the wild promises of the untold discoveries and therefore newfound profit. Speaking of, it's also worth noting that Beyond Netero also has a public and private position on this matter. What I quoted before, that wonderful speech about equity and opportunity, that was Beyond's public opinion. But now here's the speech that he gave to his personal expedition team in private. I want to go where no one has gone before. Meet people nobody has met. Acquire things nobody has touched. I want to explore without bounds in the great wide opening, leaving my mark on virgin territory. I won't turn down anyone who joins or chase after anyone who leaves, but I'll crush anyone who tries to interfere. And there you can see the stark contrast between the man who Beyond projects himself as versus the man that he actually is. In his public speech, it was all about we and us and how I, Beyond, will protect you, the we. But in private, it's all about I and me and how you will be crushed if you get in my way, which is pretty much the exact sentiment of Beyond's late father. Something very key about Isaac Netero is that he was an incredibly selfish individual whose selfish goals usually just happened to align with what was best for humanity, such as sacrificing himself to kill the Ant King Marayam. Netero didn't do that entirely out of the goodness of his heart. He did so for the opportunity to finally face a worthy opponent. And Netero's leadership is what molded the Hunter Association and specifically the Hunter exam Marayam into a trial designed to cultivate the strong and cull the weak, so that the strong could go on to grow and again eventually give Netero that challenge he was looking for, which you can see with the Zodiacs, who are handpicked for their unique abilities to challenge Netero in their respective fields. All of this is to say, imagine that selfishness but geared in the exact opposite direction. Isaac Netero's desires may have aligned with humanity's prosperity, however beyond Netero's desires threaten to destroy the entire human race. And I think the key difference between them can be quite starkly drawn with the Dark Continent. Isaac Netero saw no personal value there for himself, there was no single challenge that he could defeat, so he lobbied to ban Dark Continent travel, thus preserving the safety of the human world and the cultivation of his little changelings. However, Beyond sees great personal value in the Dark Continent, so he concocted a plan to breach that safety and put existence as we know it into risk. Although in the end, they're both as bad as each other, because Isaac Netero hasn't exactly helped our current situation. In fact, he's the reason why every top member of the Hunter Association is now involved in this expedition, because he left a very special DVD to be played in the event that someone just popped out of nowhere and claimed to be his son. And on that DVD, Isaac Netero explained Beyond's motives, as well as their history, and finally gave the Zodiacs a single request, which was to successfully explore the Dark Continent before Beyond Netero. And I'd like to point out that Isaac Netero refers to this as not an order, it's a selfish desire of mine, which I obviously agree with, because it would seem that Netero is only willing to put humanity at risk after he's been removed from it. After he dies, do whatever. In fact, you know what? Help me out here and allow me to defeat my son one last time from beyond the grave. It's even been suspected by Mizaistom that Isaac Netero made his death the condition in order to inspire Beyond to try and take his life, to cultivate his own son into that ultimate challenge that Isaac Netero had been seeking. That's just how the Netero family are, pretty relentlessly selfish. Now, most of the remaining Zodiacs were Netero loyalists, and they do want to complete this last will for him. However, the Hunter Association was in a pretty tough spot regardless, because the decision was very much out of their hands at this point. To bring economics into it, the V5 are the Hunter Association's biggest customers. So if the V5 make a decision to travel to the Dark Continent, then they'll be expecting the Hunter Association to comply. And so they did, with the Hunter Association now in charge of expedition transport and security. So in addition to gaining permission from the V5 nations, Beyond Netero also acquired significantly more means and qualifications for the journey. Although rather shockingly, Beyond Netero then turned himself into the Hunter Association and was promptly arrested, because after his announcement, the V5 nations requested that the Hunter Association hunt him because they needed him under their control in order to enact their Kakin plan, swiftly reaching an agreement where the Hunter Association and the V5 will supervise a Dark Continent expedition with Beyond under their strict control. So to clarify, the reason why we're taking Beyond at all, despite knowing how dangerous he is because one, even though he is going to 100% try to betray them, he is still the best guide we have. And two, because they need Beyond Netero's cooperation to fool the Kakin Empire. When they get to the new continent and drop them off, they essentially need Beyond to say, yep, this is the Dark Continent, this is the place I was talking about, enjoy. And as part of this deal, Beyond even signed a contract to remain in the custody of the Hunter Association, thus technically fulfilling all 4 Dark Continent travel requirements. However, on the side, Beyond Netero has already formed his own expedition team with his escape plan already in motion. And this team is primarily composed of temp hunters with specialized nen abilities necessary for survival. And these guys, some of them look kind of funny, but they are no joke. Do not underestimate them because they're temp hunters. Because Ging Freaks himself has ascertained that each and every one of them is a nen expert. In fact, this group is likely capable of power that would rival the entirety of the Zodiacs. And also, we should talk about that. Ging is here, in addition to some other familiar faces. For one, it was confirmed that Sayu of the Zodiacs is actually a traitor and working for Beyond Netero. However, Beyond himself doesn't know this, and that's because Sayu is working with former Zodiac Pariston Hill, who is something of a vice commander of this expedition team, and it was revealed that his whole time at the Hunter Association was spent purely setting up for this voyage, recruiting hunters with necessary abilities, gathering power, and eventually resigning from the chairman role to enact the plan. And then of course there's a third Zodiac in the mix as well, or in this case former Zodiac Ging Freaks, who also resigned. Sensing an opportunity to make his ambition come to reality, he then gate crashed Beyond's expedition team, causing a lot of tension with Pariston. Also, quite funnily, Beyond has no idea about anything that Jing's been doing, because he's currently in prison and will be theoretically for the duration of the voyage. As it is, Beyond is currently lying down quite comfortably in a cell guarded by 3 Zodiacs at all times, being ferried to the Dark Continent quite literally without him needing to lift even a single finger. However, Beyond does have an escape plan that will commence at some point, and also an unknown number of extra expedition members, because Beyond's agents have also infiltrated the security of the Kakin royalty, such as Bill, who is currently guarding 14th Prince Wobble with Kurapika, Kurapika. However, all of them have since become embroiled in the deadly succession contest, with the very concept of their survival now in extreme doubt before even setting foot on the Dark Continent. Isaac Netero, the world's greatest human Nen user, has a grandchild. Many grandchildren, actually, all of which have been smuggled into positions of prominence within the Kakin Empire to play key roles within the succession contest. And with that in mind, it is my belief that Bobby Miner is one of those grandchildren. Bobby Miner is a graduate of the Kakin Royal Military Academy who was subsequently recruited into First Prince Benjamin's private army. Bobby Miner appears to be significantly younger than most of the guards in Benjamin's service, which we can tell less because of aesthetics, but also that. However, it's more to do with how those around Bobby Miner treat him. On 2 occasions, he's been playfully tapped on the shoulder, once by Slacker and once by Furikov. And within a strict hierarchy like the Kakin Empire, one would not dare perform such an action unless they were much older than Bobby Miner, who despises the shoulder tap and went so far as to physically brush his shoulder off afterwards on both occasions. He's usually treated like the kid in the room when he's dealing with representatives of the first or second prince or the second queen or the first queen, those ones. And I take the time to linger on Bobby Miner's youth because it's going to be extremely relevant to his ultimate purpose in the story. But for now, his youth also means that his abilities must be absolutely extraordinary to earn himself a spot in the first prince's private army. These soldiers are the elite of the elite, and the 15 of them together would be capable of commandeering small nations overnight. Not simply due to their tactical expertise, but more so due to their Nen mastery, which rivals, if not outright surpasses, most Hunter Association members. Yoshihiro Togashi is being quite inconsistent, to say the least, with how the Hunter Association is portrayed, as it includes some of the most brilliant Nen users to have ever walked this earth, like Ging and Pariston. However, the Hunter Association in fictional reality is mostly filled with people like Gorenu, who are smart and powerful, but not at a competitive life or death level. However, these guards, including Bobby Miner, very including him, are on that level, which I take the time to linger on because it's easy to look at the glut of characters that Togashi has shoved into our submissive and breedable brain space and just sort of disregard them. But Benjamin's group of 15 men are to be treated like a less flamboyant version of the Phantom Troupe, all of which first appear in chapter 363. After the departure of the Black Whale 1 and the sudden appearance of each prince's guardian spirit beast, First Prince Benjamin used this quote unknown threat as the basis of assigning a series of his own personal guards to the room of each prince, with some exceptions like 4th Prince Tserriednich, who had the right to refuse Benjamin's authority because they are both sons of First Queen Unma. And just in case you, for whatever reason, have any doubt, Benjamin's goal here was not to protect his siblings. Nah. This was all just an excuse to plant his soldiers in their rooms so that they could be quietly assassinated and or permanently detained. And Benjamin ended his command to his soldiers with, "You are authorized to use lethal force to eliminate the enemy in the name of self-defense." And what that actually means is make sure you have a good excuse ready before you mercilessly slaughter your targets, as aptly demonstrated by Vincent, who was assigned to 14th Prince Woble's room and who claims that the maid Sandra ran at him with a knife, so he had to exercise his right to self-defense. Although apparently Vincent also has the right to self-offense, as he committed word I can't say on YouTube after having his aura drained by Kurapika to avoid being interrogated, and we are here. This is where Bobby Miner comes in. After Vincent killed Sandra and after Vincent killed Vincent, the world's quietest declaration of war was sounded between 1st Prince Benjamin and 14th Prince Woble. Just as a reminder, Woble is a baby, but blood had been drawn on both sides by the same man, but on both sides. And so Bobby Miner was then selected to go to the front in place of Vincent. And Bobby Miner's exact orders were as follows. Bobby Miner, you are Vincent's successor. There have been changes to the mission. What you are being given is a mission of the utmost importance, for which failure is not an option. Give it your life. And that is what I want us all to remember going forward. At all times, Bobby Miner's primary mission is to kill Kurapika, Bill, Queen Oito, and of course, 14th Prince Woble. In the words of the maid Shimano describing Benjamin's wrath, he will never change his mind through negotiation, even if we plead for our lives. Negotiations are broken down over the death of his subordinate. They only have one matter of concern. In order to show respect for enemies who remain loyal to their client, they will let them choose how to die. So at best, we get to choose how we get killed. Something to ponder as, what's this? Ding dong, Bobby Miner's at the door now, and we don't have the authority to refuse his entry because he's a representative of the 1st Prince and we are the lowly 14th. And this is so much worse than you may initially think. Because one question not a lot of people tend to ask is, why did Benjamin choose to send Bobby Miner? It's because of how quickly and efficiently that Vincent was dealt with. As a result of that, Benjamin has very accurately identified Kurapika as a major, or perhaps even the major threat to him in the succession contest. And Bobby Miner isn't just some disposable dude. He was one of the guards kept in reserve for precisely situations like this. Balsamilko Might has stated that Bobby Miner has a counteractive type Nen ability, which means that it only activates in response to a particular condition being met by an opponent, like say Phaeton's Rising Sun, where he transmutes his aura into scorching heat, the power of which is determined by the amount of physical damage inflicted on Phaeton by the opponent. So Bobby Miner is here to act as a trap. His job is to analyze the abilities of everyone in this room and to maneuver them into meeting the conditions of his ability. However, Bobby Miner also has a particular specialty amongst Benjamin's forces. Bobby Miner, very curiously, is a master of N, which is the advanced combination of Ten and Ren that allows an N user to project their aura to create something of an aura radar, where the user can feel the shape and movement of anything within range. N is very difficult to use, and it is extremely draining for almost all Nen users. The vast majority of them cannot keep it up for more than a minute at a time, which is why what people tend to do is blink it on and off when they want to quickly check something, but they can't sustain it because it drains far too much aura. However, Bobby Miner is able to maintain a quite sizable N for unknown quantities of time, which covers the entirety of 4th Prince Wurbel's quarters, which is a massive space. And so during his early appearances in the succession contest, Bobby Miner is quite a relentless presence monitoring Kurapika's group, which points to either Bobby Miner having shockingly large aura reserves enough to be able to dedicate to this endeavor, that would be bad, or he has a sheer level of mastery to use aura more efficiently than 99.9% of all Nen users. That's bad as well. Either way, it's not good, it's bad. But as flagged before, what makes Bobby Miner most dangerous is his intelligence. Furikov, one of Benjamin's best Nen analysts, even showed a great deal of respect for Bobby Miner's analytical capabilities as well, which says a lot because Furikov doesn't particularly respect Bobby Miner in any other area, and we'll get into that dynamic in a bit. But to demonstrate, after one day of being in 14th Prince Wurbel's quarters, Bobby Miner had figured out that Kurapika was either a conjurer or a manipulator, and that he had multiple hidden Nen abilities aside from the line detecting dowsing chain, which Benjamin's guards currently refer to as the quote forcing confession ability. And after Kurapika chose to reveal that he was a specialist in his Nen class, Bobby Miner was able to identify that Kurapika almost certainly has a unique Nen ability dedicated to each of his chained fingers. And I want to emphasize that Bobby Miner figured out all of this without seeing anything, or anything except for the specialist water divination Kurapika did. But all Bobby Miner needed was confirmation of Kurapika's affinity, and he now has a horrifyingly accurate hypothesis of Kurapika's abilities. Bobby Miner also figured out that this group possessed an ability that allows them to use captured animals as reconnaissance via an event I refer to as the cockroach deception, where Bill pretended to manipulate and control a cockroach, but it was actually Queen Oito using Saeed's ability through Kurapika's stealth dolphin. There's a lot of layers there. Obviously, Bobby Miner, he didn't know all of that. What happened with this cockroach deception was bizarrely complicated even for Hunter x Hunter. But even then, Bobby Miner knew enough to identify one of the hidden abilities that was being used in this deception. And he was also smart enough to know that what he was seeing was not Bill's Nen ability, as he reported Bill's capabilities as unknown to Furikov. His intelligence, it is relentless, and Bobby Miner had a tendency to question Kurapika at the most inconvenient moments. Sometimes it's as if Bobby Miner can read Kurapika's mind, and he knows when Kurapika is attempting to deceive him or put him in an unfavorable position. And thus far, Kurapika has managed to maintain a mental advantage, but only barely. However, that may not be a concern for too much longer, because Bobby Miner's crowning feature as a character is actually his surprising degree of empathy. When 8th Queen Oito was distraught over seeing Momoze murdered with Saeed's Nen ability, Bobby Miner offered to call and check Momoze's room because nobody else present had the authority to contact a higher ranking prince. Bobby Miner had no reason to do this. And this is where I think Kurapika began to understand that Bobby Miner has a heart. There's even this close-up of Kurapika surprised that one of Benjamin's guards would offer to use their power for the emotional well-being of such a low-ranking queen. And after 12th Prince Momoze's death was confirmed, Bobby Miner did something even more unusual, and he asked Queen Oito, "Your Majesty, there were no benefits to you by crying out. Why did you do it? So what Barbie Mine is asking here is why Oito tried to prevent Momoze's murder. Because Momoze's death directly benefits Oito and her daughter Wobble, because it increases their chances of winning the contest. And Oito answers that, for you people caught up in the survival game, it must seem so odd that I didn't simply allow my stepdaughter to be killed. I understand. I have nothing more to say to you. And it's after this point that Barbie Miner takes an action that completely changes his character going forward, which is that not only does he physically remove himself from Oito's presence after vehemently insisting that he needs to keep track of her at all times, but Barbie Miner also releases his N and stops monitoring for Nen use in Oito's quarters. This is a very big deal, because at this point Barbie Miner, he knows that something weird is happening, and he almost certainly suspects that Queen Oito can now use Nen. So releasing his N and allowing her freedom is very risky, because this allows Oito to continue her Nen training without having to worry about Barbie Miner's ever-present aura. Bill even went so far as to label this as, quote, considerate, although Bill, as he should be, was still rather suspicious of Barbie Miner's motivations, remembering that his mission here is to enact Benjamin's vengeance upon these people. He's either here to directly kill or assist in killing them. But from this moment on, Barbie Miner actively displays genuine empathy and concern for Oito. In particular, there's this lovely panel in chapter 369 where he's checking on her after Oito screams seeing Tserriednich's guardian spirit beast, and Barbie Miner is drawn with these distinctly soft eyes. And what this indicates to me is that Barbie Miner himself has a rather tragic backstory that we have yet to explore, as his heart was defrosted once Oito mentioned not being able to just stand by and allow her family to be murdered, even if it was to her benefit. Something about that struck Barbie Miner right in the feels. To Oito, human lives aren't just pawns and obstacles to be used and overcome, which is clearly a principle that Barbie Miner also shares. However, that is very much unlike the rest of Benjamin's soldiers. And from here, Barbie Miner significantly softens, such as when Sakata requested that he be informed about the Nen influence affecting 13th Prince Marayam's room. Barbie Miner simply smiled and gave Kurapika the okay to tell him. I can guarantee you that no other soldier of Benjamin would have done this. They would have prioritized controlling and monopolizing any and all information, especially regarding Nen, as much as possible. At the time, Kurapika even noted, Barbie Miner has stopped interfering. Is it a strategy, or is he waiting until the assassin is found? The assassin they're referring to Silent Majority, but the answer to this is probably neither, because there is something in our most recent batch of chapters that I think explains Barbie Miner's abrupt change in behavior. In chapter 401, whilst Longi is with Kurapika in Oito's room, there's a close-up of Barbie Miner waiting with a brand of curiosity that he had not expressed for any other student undertaking the Nen classes. There's also an inner monologue with Furikov thinking that Longi is the Silent Majority assassin, and he is expecting Kurapika to take action, but Barbie Miner, who should theoretically have come to the same conclusion, has a much more calm expression, as if he knows that Longi is not the user of Silent Majority, which she isn't. And after Longi emerges from the room with visual evidence that she'd been crying, we have this incredibly curious panel of Barbie Miner with no face and Furikov asking him if something is wrong. So this is far from confirmed, but these reactions are what lead me to believe that Barbie Miner is also a child of Beyond Netero. Chapter 401 was of course when Longi revealed that not only was she Beyond's daughter, but that Beyond has an unknown quantity of children, each of whom have had a Nen curse placed on them since birth. These curses do come with some positive aspects. It means that all of Beyond's children were initiated at birth, and so they've all been able to use Nen technically since birth, as apparently if you initiate a baby, they swiftly and subconsciously develop Ten and Zetsu in order to keep themselves alive. So it's a very handy cheat to learning Nen. But again, all of these children were cursed, and it is hypothesized that the curses will activate when Beyond's children are killed. Very similar to Second Prince Camilla's legion of curse users. And Beyond has planted his children close to each prince, with my belief that Barbie Miner is the curse plant in First Prince Benjamin's army. He's the odd one out in terms of age and loyalty, and it makes sense that he was chosen for this position due to his exceptional talent, which was given to him from birth via his Nen initiation by Beyond. Barbie Miner would have been far and away the best Nen user of any of his peers. But this also may explain why Barbie Miner is so sympathetic to Oito's concern for her family, because neither of Barbie Miner's families have that same concern. If he is one one of Beyond's children, then Bobby Minor was born to die. And even if he isn't, it is still his purpose to die as one of Benjamin's soldiers. Benjamin didn't just say stake your life as hyperbole. His intention is for his soldiers to die. And after they pass on, their nen abilities are then absorbed by Benjamin via the Benjamin Baton Hatsu. Something to just clarify in case anyone's wondering, this is not the ability of Benjamin's guardian spirit beast. Benjamin was a nen user prior to the commencement of the succession contest, and he intentionally crafted his personal ability expecting his soldiers to die. And this is a twisted form of family, which can be seen in chapter 373 when second Prince Camilla threatens Furykov's family with, quote, unimaginable suffering, and Furykov simply responds with, family, huh? Don't have any. Prince Benjamin is my family. But that's not necessarily true for Bobby Minor. He might not have any recorded family, but his reactions to Longi imply to me that this could be a situation where Bobby Minor knows that Longi is his half-sister, and that he has genuine concern for her, his family. And that what may end up happening is that Bobby Minor's great act in the succession contest is going to be to choose which family he aligns with. Does he join forces with his literal family who is now allied with Kurapika? Or does Bobby Minor see through his duty and die for the military family that is Prince Benjamin? Or is his destiny to die for the sake of Beyond? We do have Chekhov's Nen Curse in play, so we've got to expect that at least one of Beyond's children is going to be successfully sacrificed. But with everything we've been shown about Bobby Minor, I have to think that he'll be joining us. He is far too empathetic to everyone, I guess except Benjamin and his soldiers, and so I think he is primed to flip to our side, with his greatest obstacle being Furykov, another of Benjamin's soldiers who was sent to attend Kurapika's Nen classes. He is a much more typically bloodthirsty soldier, and despite both of them being employed by Benjamin, Furykov and Bobby Minor are far from friendly allies. They actually have a rather antagonistic relationship with one another. Furykov is constantly second-guessing Bobby Minor's judgment, and you know what? For good reason from Furykov's perspective, because Bobby Minor is acting a little bit odd, and not necessarily in the best interests of Benjamin, who Furykov calls his family. Furykov has also indirectly threatened Bobby Minor by reminding him that failure is not an option, and that Benjamin's command was to, quote, stake your life. And what we could be building towards is an eventual showdown between Furykov and Bobby Minor. Bobby Minor's counteractive Nen ability requires an opponent to take an action against him first, and he may end up constructing a situation where that opponent is Furykov. Furykov, in theory, knows what Bobby Minor's ability is, however, he is fatally overconfident in himself. Furykov always believes that he's the smartest man in the room, and sure, he is very intelligent, but so is everyone else. And Furykov has already been outsmarted by the user of Silent Majority, who even mocked how oblivious Furykov was to their presence. And when Bobby Minor said that it still wasn't time to make their move, Furykov replied with a very condescending, "This is so enlightening. A lesson in strategic patience." I suspect what's going to happen is this working relationship will break down. We'll reach a point where Furykov is impatient and he will be ready to carry out their mission, but Bobby Minor is feeling too many feels to go through with it, leading to a conflict between the two of them. And as much as I would hope that Bobby Minor emerged victorious, this is Hunter x Hunter, and Furykov winning and perhaps even killing Bobby Minor may be more likely, as if everything we've speculated is true, then that may even trigger the activation of Beyond's curse, should Bobby Minor be one of his children. And I get that this is a lot of speculation, lots of if this then that and perhaps the, but one thing I know for a fact is that Bobby Minor is being built up for a role of exceptional importance. No one except Togashi knows exactly what that is, but I would strongly encourage you to keep an eye on this man. The Succession Contest is the oldest known event in the Hunter x Hunter timeline. It is a once-in-a-generation instance commenced by the first king of what would become known as the Kakin Empire. In ancient times, Kakin was a micronation located smack bang in the middle of extremely contested territories, each ruled over by their own respective warlord. And in order to prevent Kakin from being swallowed up, the first king came up with a rather cunning plan. As it turns out, our king was a Nen user, a conjurer to be precise, and he conjured the Seed Urn into existence, a device device that was then used to have his children fight to the death until only one remained, with the sacrificial energy of each dead royal being absorbed by the seed urn and being used to make the ultimate survivor more powerful. This survivor also went on to inherit the position of king, and over many generations, Kakin would conquer and unite the warring territories in order to become one of the single largest and most wealthy nations today. But despite the prosperity of the empire, Kakin and its rulers only grew more and more hungry for delicious powers and dominances, and so the succession contest ritual never ceased, which is where we now find ourselves in Hunter x Hunter, trapped in the midst of a battle royale between 14 princes, which is escalating to the point where it's threatening the lives of every single person currently heading to the Dark Continent. And what we're facing right now isn't just the power of the modern Kakin Empire, because the succession contest is essentially a cumulative nen ability. It is the combined history and sacrifice of every member of Kakin royalty, as well as the deeply rooted cultural drive to make Kakin greater and greater. As soon as a royal prince is born, their mother is made aware of the succession contest, and it is the role of the queen to prepare her child, or even children plural, to be the sole survivor as explained by 8th Queen Oito. The wife's role is to raise the king's child with the unwavering belief that they will one day be king. That's what a king's child is. They think it a matter of course that there will be an opportunity to be king and that the throne will be theirs, and that such an opportunity should never be renounced. The king instilled in them that anyone raised to believe otherwise would not be his child. It's not hard to imagine the fate of deserters, implying that they would be killed, or even worse is surprisingly an option, which I find very interesting because the succession contest is technically an optional event. Princes can decline to participate. However, they also can't, because that would go against the culture in which they were raised, and they may very well be considered deserters, which is why each of King Nasabi's 14 legal children did in fact choose to participate, despite half of them wanting nothing to do with the contest. Although many of the higher order princes are practically salivating at the thought of being able to kill their siblings. So let's meet them. First, Prince Benjamin is the eldest son and the epitome of raw strength, so much so that he was introduced to us wrestling and killing a lion, which is almost certainly a reference to the first labor of Hercules, which was to kill a lion that was terrorizing some place. Benjamin is also the deputy military advisor of Kakin, and as a result, he has a small personal army of nen users at his disposal, putting him in by far the best position to win the contest at the outset. He's even already developed his own personal nen ability named Benjamin Baton, which allows him to inherit the nen abilities of his deceased loyal soldiers, in essence making him a multi-nen user, much like a certain Chrollo Lucifer. But Benjamin also has a very inflated view of his right to be king because he is of course the eldest. However, despite that, Benjamin is somehow one of the least selfish princes and is driven mainly by patriotism. In his words, "I, Benjamin, will personally prune the diseased branches," by which he's referring to the princes. "I swear here and now to protect the great tree of Kakin." After which point he ripped off his shirt because, why not? So apart from the shirt ripping, he is a very traditional prince. He is sworn to uphold the existing values of Kakin and defend against even the most minor notion of change. Then we have the firstborn daughter, second Prince Camilla, a much more selfish individual who always speaks in the third person. Cammy wants this, Cammy wants that. Cammy happens to be a bit of a twat. I added that last one simply because it is true. She has very little respect for the existing values of Kakin, and despite being the second oldest prince, often publicly disregards etiquette. Gasp. However, Camilla also already knows Nen and has a personal Hatsu called Cat's Name, which immediately kills anyone who kills Camilla and then funnels their life back into Camilla, thus resurrecting her. In terms of her extended forces, Camilla took the reverse approach to Benjamin, who quite rudely commandeered the entire royal army before anyone else got there, but instead Camilla essentially built an army out of poor people. This class is known as the Kakin Have-Nots, and Camilla gave the outcast citizens of the empire an opportunity to elevate their status somewhat in exchange for all of them becoming Nen curse wielders, ready to throw away their lives in exchange for killing a particular target. So Camilla currently has one of her have-nots assigned to every other prince, meaning that when the conditions of the have-nots are fulfilled, each and every other prince could die overnight. And in order to preserve their own lives, each prince will need to eliminate their respective curse bearer. However, none of the other princes are aware of this as of yet. At this point, I should note that prince is a gender-neutral term because gender has no relevance in Kakin society, which might sound a bit weird because King Nasabi has 8 wives with 14 legitimate children and lots more illegitimate ones. However, if the king was female, then this would just be reversed. And our new, more buxom king would likely have just as many husbands. And what we'd have is a bit of a One Piece Big Mom situation happening. Moving to third Prince Zhang Lei, he is a stoic and quiet figure, easily the best diplomat of his siblings, and he has been described as preferring to avoid bloodshed but would not hesitate to enact it. He is both kind and cruel, equally as capable of acting on both sides of the coin. Meanwhile, fourth 12th Prince Tserriednich is the man likely being set up as the primary antagonist of the arc, a sinister Nen genius who has mastered the basic principles in less than a week and unconsciously conjured both a personal Nen beast and a Nen ability. Tserriednich is also a bit of a snob, to say the least. If you don't have a high academic mastery of geography, politics, and art, then he doesn't consider you human. You're just a pig to him. With Tserriednich's core belief being not realizing one's own ignorance is the greatest sin of all. To 5th Prince Tebepa now, she is a dedicated scientist and holds a particular hatred for Princes 1 through 3. Tebepa sees them as repulsive, arrogant, greedy, and indulgent, coming to the conclusion that they should be purged for the good of the nation. And Tebepa's in a very interesting spot, having now formed an alliance with both Tserriednich and Kurapika, aka an alliance with our antagonist and our protagonist. Her oldest sister, 6th Prince Tyson, is a religious cult leader who has built herself a reverse harem of very handsome men and plans to prevail with the philosophy that love will always triumph. And this may be a result of Tyson's guardian spirit beast ability, but even Izunavi has recently become convinced that Tyson becoming king could be the best possible outcome. And there's also some existing confusion over Tyson's gender, because the official translation has referred to Tyson as him, which was before Tyson was introduced. And once Tyson was introduced, the Viz translation just never corrected it for whatever reason. But her older brother, 7th Prince Luzurus, has been repeatedly referred to as a prince with no ambition, although in my personal opinion, I think he's just the best actor amongst all of the princes, able to deceive each and every one of his siblings into overlooking his candidacy. I also think he's currently deceiving us as readers because he has yet to show us his true nature either. Although true nature is something that we get a lot of with 8th Prince Saleh, who is a glutton obsessed with food and intercourse. And this is a fantastic example of the bread for the king mindset, because it can be used as a great benefit for princes, because it molds some of them into ruthless, efficient leaders. However, it can also have the exact opposite effect as with Saleh, because ever since he was a baby, he's been instilled with that unwavering belief that he will become king one day. And with that information, Saleh has elected to do nothing with his life. He spends all day in his massive bed with an army of women just waiting for someone to rock up and crown him. Unlike 9th Prince Halkenburg, who desires to abolish the monarchy and up until recently was a strict pacifist. He's currently gone off that after experiencing just how efficient a bit of violence can be. And alongside Tserriednich, he's one of the 2 princes who in a ridiculously short amount of time has managed to develop his own personal Nen ability, which takes the form of an unblockable arrow that does some complicated body swapping stuff. It is not important right now. What is important are 10th Prince Kacho and 11th Prince Fugetsu, twins with implicit trust in one another, who plan to work together to be the last remaining survivors. Although it should be noted that Kacho is heavily disliked because she puts on an insufferable and villainous persona in order to protect her sister. Very sweet. Let's see if it pays off for them. Then there's 12th Prince Momoze, she's a child. Then we have 13th Prince Marayam, and he's an even smaller child. Then finally 14th Prince Wobble, who doesn't even qualify as child status yet, still very much occupying the realm of baby. Those are our contestants, so with that, let the contest begin. After agreeing to the official terms of the succession contest, to officially submit yourself as a candidate, a prince must offer a drop of blood into the seed urn. And from here, things they get a bit weird. Because what you do, right, is you stick your hand into the pot, and then a magic Nen fairy appears and feeds you an egg. Although the princes are unaware of this, even if they know Nen, they cannot see it. It appears to be a condition of the seed urn ability that anything conjured for the succession contest is invisible to those competing. But after being fed this egg, it will then manifest into a Nen beast known as a guardian spirit beast to assist their respective prince in the succession contest. And the venue for this event is the Black Whale 1, a ship built for the purpose of the Dark Continent expedition, and we'll talk about why this venue was chosen in a bit because there is a deeply disturbing answer to that question. However, for now, only tiers 1 and 2 of the Black Whale have been designated as quote hunting grounds. Tier 1 is where all of the princes are housed, as well as some of the V5 politicians and an assortment of other dignitaries, whilst tier 2 is for celebrities and other generally money-having people. And the contest officially began when the Black Whale departed and finished sounding its whale horn. And very importantly, as is consistent with Kakin values, if any attempt is made to leave the battlefield, the punishment is immediate death, meaning that each prince must remain within tiers 1 and 2 of the Black Whale, even in the worst case scenario where say the ship is sinking and they need to escape. But there's a lot more to this contest than just the princes, and I mean a lot more. One important stipulation is that the succession contest has to abide by the law. You can't just walk up to another prince and kill them because that is murder and you would be arrested and charged accordingly. And the same goes for more indirect measures, like saying ordering one of your people to assassinate a prince. That is also against the law. And if that person is caught, then you would be charged for giving them that order. So each each prince needs to meet their demise in a manner worthy of a mystery novel, where no suspect can be identified. All of which is designed to reflect the challenges that the eventual king will face in the day-to-day activities of ruling the nations and engaging in all sorts of foreign affairs. It's not good enough to simply be the strongest or the smartest or the most charming. The correct king needs to have the perfect mix. As King Nasabi says, beasts with only fangs and claws will go extinct before long. Which is why the bulk of this contest is actually conducted by royal staff and bodyguards. It's very much a war by proxy. And in this area, the succession contest is decidedly skewed in favor of the older princes. To explain the bodyguard structure, the lower ranking princes have a series of guards assigned by the royal household depending on their ranking. And the lower ranking a prince is, the more restricted they are in their ability to choose royal household guards for themselves. For example, as the lowest ranking prince, 14th Prince Wobble doesn't get to select any royal household guards at all, and had 7 agents assigned to her, all of which were chosen by the opposing 7 queens, essentially making all of Wobble's guards a series of spies and assassins, practically guaranteeing her death, which is why many of the lower ranking prisons posted job openings and hired hunters to be their bodyguards. Meanwhile, one step above Wobble is Marayam, and thanks to his ranking, he actually gets to choose a mighty 1 of the royal household guards for himself, with 6 guards being assigned. Then 12th Prince Momoze gets to choose 12 for herself, with 5 being assigned. Fugetsu chooses 3 for herself, with 4 being assigned, and so on and so forth. Essentially, only princes 6 and above get to choose their entire staff. And matters get even more complicated because certain princes have special powers, like first Prince Benjamin, who, as stated earlier, is the deputy military advisor of Kakin, and as such, he has the power to assign his own military royal guards, which he has done to many of the lower princes. Although certain princes have the power to refuse this, because the Kakin hierarchy is also heavily based on the queen ranking. So for example, 4th Prince Tserriednich is the brother of 1st Prince Benjamin, and they are both the sons of 1st Queen Unma, meaning that Tserriednich can refuse Benjamin's orders because they are equal in terms of their mother's queen status. Whereas Camilla and Zhang Lei, who hold higher prince rankings than Tserriednich, cannot refuse because their mothers hold lower queen rankings than him, which then results in some really stupid stuff, like Kurapika and 8th Queen Oito legally needing to allow Benjamin's soldier Vincent into their quarters despite the fact that they knew he was there to assassinate them. But if they didn't let Vincent in, then that is a crime. They would have been arrested and imprisoned on the spot. And not only that, but if they moved to strike Vincent first, who again they knew was there to kill them, then again they are the ones who get arrested. I'm not gonna lie, trying to keep track of both the prince and queen rankings as well as who each bodyguard is affiliated with and who they outrank, it is an absolute nightmare. It's one of the reasons that the Succession War arc is so dense, and it's the sort of thing that people have constructed complex charts to have on hand as quick references whenever confusion arises. But again, it is mostly the bodyguards who do the actual fighting in this contest. However, the overall win condition for the succession contest is not as simple as it may seem, and it's been left quite open-ended by King Nasabi. The official win condition is, quote, the sole survivor is the heir to the throne. And apparently that's not as simple as it seems. Both Princess Camilla and Zhang Lei have argued that the term survivor can be defined and interpreted in many different ways, with Camilla requesting that the contest be redefined as an event where only biological deaths are accepted as dropouts, implying that there are mechanisms to end one's participation in the contest without dying. And to this, King Nasabi cryptically replied, the sole survivor is the official heir to the throne. How you interpret that is part of the contest. So the way that higher order princes have interpreted that is a fight battle to the death. However, many of the lower order princes have a very different reading, and are actively supporting 9th Prince Halkenburg, as they believe his desire to overthrow the established system opens up a path for both his victory and their safety. But thus far, we are currently 10 days deep into the contest, and we've already suffered a lot of notable casualties. The first to be eliminated was 12th Prince Momoze, who unknowingly exerted her very limited aura through her guardian spirit beast, leaving her exhausted and in need of a nice long nap, at which point a bodyguard affiliated with another queen snuck in to strangle her to death. So more accurately, the bodyguard conjured and used an end double to strangle her, which meant that there was no evidence of him or anyone else entering the room. 8th Prince Saleh Saleh was next to meet his demise after Rihan's predator deep-throated his guardian spirit beast, leaving Saleh Saleh defenseless, and eventually he was poisoned by the nen ability of another member of Prince Benjamin's guards. And 10th Prince Kacho also left this world after attempting to escape from the Black Whale 1 with her twin sister Fugetsu. Fugetsu managed to make it back onto the ship, however Kacho was killed as punishment for breaking the succession contest rules. However, her situation is complicated because people think she's dead. However, her guardian spirit beast then activated and took on Kacho's form. The spirit beast then interacted with select people, and now certain people think that Kacho's alive because the beast is pretending to be her. And in a weird way, no one's correct. Kacho is both alive and dead, Schrodinger's Kacho, if you will. And as for who's going to die next, it's actually looking very possible that it could be 11th Prince Fugetsu, who, as of chapter 400, has been spotted with an escort of malicious Nen spirits and has become mentally unstable due to not having the aura experience to combat them. We don't know exactly what's happening here yet, but this could be the curse of Camilla's have-nots taking effect, slowly eating away at Fugetsu's aura and mind until a state of death is achieved. But it could also be a consequence of trying to leave the battlefield alongside Kacho, just with Fugetsu's punishment being a more drawn-out affair. But whatever's happening here, I fear for her survival. I don't think it's very likely, but I also fear for everyone else, because this contest is not what it seems. There's an extra sinister layer to the succession contest that is currently unknown to anyone except for Prince Nasubi, and this is the primary reason why he wished to embark on the Dark Continent voyage. Because think about this, the succession contest is designed to pick the next king, meaning that by the time they reach the theoretical Dark Continent, Nasubi himself will have either stepped down or will be dead, and I dare say his plan is for the latter. When the contest initially commenced, Nasubi had an internal monologue where he declared that the 200,000 lives aboard the Black Whale 1 were sacrifices for the winner to use as they see fit to carve out their own future. And as of right now, the only one who seems to have caught on to this is the crime hunter Mizaistom, who suspects that the rapidly escalating tension on every tier of the Black Whale is all part of a grander plan to sink and destroy the vessel along with its 200,000 passengers as a sacrifice to complete an occult Nen ritual. However, knowing about it and being able to stop it, those are two different things. And Mizaistom is desperately trying to turn back the doomsday clock as we speak. However, he's currently being hampered heavily by bureaucracy and Kakin etiquette, almost as if a lot of it was designed intentionally to block any sudden action against the ritual, with Mizaistom now commenting that the fuse to destruction is even shorter than we can imagine. And within the Black Whale 1, we've also seen a secret burial chamber housing 14 coffins, each of which are connected by a colossal use of what appears to be Nen inscription, which are patterns designed to boost and channel aura, which you may recognize from the starting room of Greed Island, which was also littered with inscription in order to facilitate the game. And in this room, King Nasubi has been observed saying that his fallen children will become the foundation for the Tree of Kakin and shine even brighter in death than in life. But the real curious part of this is the existence of 14 coffins, because that's one for each prince. But if there's supposed to be a sole survivor, then surely we only need 13 coffins, which has led to speculation that King Nasubi himself will be the one filling that final coffin, or that all of this is a clever ruse and Nasubi plans on killing all of his children to perform a ritual of untold proportions and catapulting his own personal power into the realm of the gods. It's all a bit up in the air right now, and a lot of the answer to this lies in the mystery of the guardian spirit beasts themselves. The succession contest is a battle between 14 princes to decide who will become king of the Kakin Empire. However, the true power in this contest are the 8 queens of the empire, each of them using their powers to back their candidate of choice. Now, the queens are first introduced in chapter 349 in silhouette form, each distinguished by a number rather than any personal features, almost as if they're briefcases in a very human game of deal or no deal, with King Nasubi as the contestant opening them all up and leaving a sticky deposit to result in a prince. Now, the queen silhouettes are not in any way to be taken seriously. None of them look like how they're depicted here. Not even 8th Queen Oito, who is introduced 3 pages later in that same chapter. And theoretically, despite these numbers that we see, there is no official ranking among the Kakin queens. At least not in the same way that there's an official ranking between the princes. As stated to us, all of the king's wives operate on equal footing politically, socially, and whatever else-ally. But the reason why I said theoretically is because all of that is complete BS. In the fictional reality that is Hunter x Hunter, the Kakin queens wield more power than any of the princes, and they wield that power in direct correlation to which number queen they are, and their children, the princes, are granted permissions based not so much on their prince birth order, but more based on which mother they just so happen to pop out of. And you can very much tell just how much importance Togashi has placed on the queens, because in the introduction of each and every Kakin prince, their respective mothers are listed in brackets, as if it's the most important piece of information we need to know about them. And as this video goes on, you'll know that that is very true. But look, 8 queens, mate, that's a lot of queens in an arc with 14 princes, a king, tons of mafia dudes, bodyguards for days, so it can be a bit difficult to remember them all. However, I have a handy cheat for that. All you need to do to effectively remember all 8 queens is to speak speak about 8 different languages, as the names of each Kakin queen contain their ranking in a number in a different language. For example, first queen Unma has un from Francais, second queen Dwazel contains dua, which is 2 in Indonesian. We'll get back to the third queen in a bit, she's a slight exception. But fourth queen Catrono contains quattro, which is 4 in Italish. Then fifth queen Swinko Swinko is actually spelled cinco in Japanese, which is 5 in Spanish. But we move on to sixth queen Seiko, which contains se, the number 6 in Italian again. And meanwhile, if you cannot spot the number 7 in seventh queen Savanti, then English probably isn't your first language. And eighth queen Oito has oito, and oito is eito in Portuguese. And I did end up skipping one queen. That would be third queen Tang Zhao, who to the best of my knowledge skips this trend entirely. That or her reference to the number 3 is so convoluted that I've been unable to figure it out. But look, I'm not a smart person, and perhaps someone smarter than me will figure it out in the comments of this video. But long story less long, as long as you speak English, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and Indonesian, then you will have no issue remembering which queen holds which rank. But to properly dive into the realm of queens, we begin with first queen Unma. And as the first queen, Unma is capable of acting as something of a shadow king. She is the unacknowledged second most powerful person in the Kakin Empire, at least until the next king is selected. As the first queen, Unma has access to essentially whatever or whoever she wants. And when it comes to whoever, she has the most raw manpower of any given queen. And due to being at the tippy top of the queenamid, Unma has been able to place at least one of her personal agents within the private guards of each prince without fear of retribution to her own children, as no queen of a lower rank has the ability to place their guards within the circle of a higher queen or prince, essentially meaning that first queen Unma has spies and assassins almost literally everywhere aboard the Black Whale 1. She has at the moment the absolute advantage of information within the succession contest, and even though she herself is obviously not a participant, her children are, and Unma can provide her prince of choice with this information or select sprinkles of information to ensure their victory. And also in extreme cases, it is possible for Unma to order her representatives to assassinate a prince. And Unma happens to be the mother of the primary antagonistic princes within the contest, being first Prince Benjamin and fourth Prince Tserriednich. And in regards to Benjamin, one thing that makes Unma extra terrifying is that she has full authority to control Benjamin's private army as she sees fit. Unma can also issue an order to the guard or subordinate of any prince, and they would have to carry that out because it is the first queen demanding it. Again, showing that the queens wield much more power than their respective princes. And given the personalities of Benjamin and Tserriednich, it should come as no surprise that Unma is the most ambitious of all of the 8 queens. And it should be noted that Unma right now is possibly caring for Benjamin's child, which would be Unma's grandchild. As in chapter 403, we see first queen Unma's quarters, and in the background you can see a maid next to what looks like a crib. And this is extremely relevant because at the moment it appears that first Prince Benjamin's plan is to make a sacrificial gambit to win the contest. Benjamin's plan is to briefly claim the throne and to pass it on to his child upon his inevitable and swift death. So this alleged babby in Unma's room is extremely important because this child serves as Unma's backup plan to stay in power should Benjamin's gambit succeed. And I say backup because the rather scandalous thing about first queen Unma is that she isn't actively supporting either Benjamin or Tserriednich, at least not to the best of our knowledge, and instead Unma is putting her power behind 9th Prince Halkenburg, who is her secret child. And because this is Hunter x Hunter, things are about to get a little bit complicated, but just bear with me. Halkenburg is publicly known as the child of second queen Dwazel, who we'll investigate in a bit, and Halkenburg's status and privileges reflect those of his public mother. However, it is currently hypothesized that Unma gave Halkenburg to Dwazel to raise out of fear that he would be assassinated for being associated with the first queen and the privileges of the first queen. It's speculated that the assassins would have been one of his brothers, Benjamin or Tserriednich. They both have a rather vicious rivalry with one another, and Halkenburg is quite a fair bit younger than them. So Halkenburg's presence would be very threatening to their status as they now need to share the first queen with yet another brother. And so a very young Halkenburg probably would have had a very nasty accident were he not given to a lower ranked queen to raise and taken off the threat radar of his 2 older brothers. However, as stated earlier, Unma appears to be throwing her power and influence behind Halkenburg, which may mean that Unma is a much kinder person than we've been led to believe, as Halkenburg is viewed as the hope of the Kakin Empire and someone who wants to end the corruption of the monarchy and switch the nation to a delicious democracy. Either that or Unma may be supporting supporting all three of her children equally, but to date, the only one that she has shown a preference for is Halkenburg. And Halkenburg himself is in a rather awkward position with his public family, as he is said to be the son of second Queen Dwazil, who also happens to be the mother of second Prince Camilla, fifth Prince Debeppa, and seventh Prince Luzurus. And in terms of personality, Dwazil is very much at the other end of the spectrum to Unma in every way, because despite her extremely high ranking, Dwazil seems to have no desire to exercise her influence at all. She's been painted as a very soft-hearted individual who has devoted every staff member under her command to supportive roles rather than active roles, like the assassins that most of the other queens employ. And interestingly, her adopted son, Benjamin, claimed past tense to have been a pacifist, and this could be as a result of his adoptive mother's influence, as Dwazil does appear to be a legitimate pacifist, or at least much more so than Benjamin turned out to be. And Dwazil has stated that her intent is not to get involved in the succession contest at all, and that it's up to her children to fight for and decide who gets to become the next king, much to the disgust of her eldest child, second Prince Camilla, who has a rather fascinating dynamic with her mother, as after hearing Dwazil's pacifist intent, Camilla ordered her mother to assist her in getting rid of Benjamin and then Halkenburg in that order. And that's very interesting because it goes against everything I've said about the queens to this point. In theory, second Queen Dwazil cannot be ordered by second Queen Camilla, because Dwazil is a queen and she has supreme authority over her spawn as well as the lower ranking queens and spawn. However, Dwazil's meek and pacifist personality is something that Camilla has been actively manipulating, with Camilla herself essentially usurping the authority of a Kakin queen, making her exceptionally dangerous. However, despite this dynamic, it's currently unknown as to whether or not Dwazil will actually follow Camilla's directive or remain committed to her pacifism, or take another option entirely. Dwazil, as presented to us, seems to be one of the more moral queens. We're going to be checking out some pretty messed up ones shortly, but Dwazil may end up landing on the decision that it would be best to maybe remove Camilla from the pool of candidates for the betterment of the empire. However, third queen Tang Zhao is by far the most mysterious of the Kakin queens, and in fact at the time of this recording she has yet to make a physical appearance in the series. All we have is this one image that Togashi drew of her face, but if she's anything like her only child, third Prince Zhang Lei, then she's probably quite an amiable and diplomatically geared persona, but with a definite dark side, just like Zhang Lei. As the one thing we do know about third Queen Tang Zhao is a pretty major twist, which is that she did not actually bear the child of King Nasabi. Third Prince Zhang Lei is allegedly the biological son of Onyo Longbao. I say allegedly, it's been alleged by Zhang Lei himself, so I find it quite credible, and Onyo Longbao is one of Nasabi's illegitimate half-brothers who serves as the head of the Zhiyu Mafia family. And scandalous as this may sound to us, it's possible that this is a well-known fact within the Kakin Empire, because their law specifically states that children born of the wives of the king are considered legitimate princes. There is no mention whatsoever of the children needing to possess the paternal lineage of the king. So even if this was some sort of secret and Zhang Lei's true father was revealed to the world, legally and practically, it means nothing. Also, Zhang Lei isn't the only prince who lacks this paternal lineage, as beyond Netero also has a secret child among the Kakin princes who we're currently unaware of, but we will discuss that at a later date. But for now, what it means for the sake of this discussion is that Tang Zhao has her own motives, and the Zhiyu family has become more of a literal family, with Zhang Lei being the benefactor of his father, lover of his mother. To fourth Queen Chrollo now, she's also not made a physical appearance in the series as of yet. However, we know a lot more about her than Tang Zhao, primarily in regards to how Chrollo feels about her only child, sixth Prince Tyson, for a wide range of reasons. Despite the fact that Tyson seems to be a genuinely kind person, she is neither conventionally attractive nor is she a conventional royal in terms of behavior, both factors of which have contributed to Chrollo having stated that she does not expect grandchildren. So it's implied that Chrollo has more or less given up on her chances with the succession contest, because Tyson is her only child and Chrollo has no expectations of her. And this disappointment is at a level where it's said that most other queens actively pity Chrollo, even the ones that rank lower than her. However, I find it very hard to believe that sixth Prince Tyson is considered an embarrassment for Chrollo, at least compared to fifth Queen Swinko's only child being eighth Prince Sale. Swinko is arguably, and I'm going to make that argument, the greatest failure in the role of the queen, as a queen's duty is to prepare their children for the succession contest. That is primarily what they exist for. And Sale was so unprepared that he couldn't even outlast his literal baby sibling. However, to Swinko's credit, she is actually directly responsible responsible for the death of 12th Prince Momoze, as it was one of her assassins named Tufty who carried out the murder, and Swinko herself is extremely capable. Too capable to the point where Saleh has never had to do a single thing for himself. And Saleh's guardian spirit beast was quite literally created as a manifestation of his reliance on his mother for everything. But because Swinko did fail in her primary duty, she now has the dishonor of being the only queen who has been completely eliminated from the succession contest. Every other queen has at least one child remaining who could become king, but not her. And several queens with multiple children do have preferences for who that one child should be, such as 6th Queen Seiko, mother of twins, 10th Prince Kacho, and 11th Prince Fugetsu. Seiko is a highly skeptical and quite paranoid queen, which is probably actually healthy behavior when you're part of this royal family, and especially when you're relatively low in the hierarchy of this family. And Seiko shows a clear preference for her daughter Fugetsu. In chapter 400, it's even revealed that Seiko despised Kacho's quote, know-it-all attitude, and that her plan was to have Kacho serve as a sacrificial shield for Fugetsu to win the contest, which is rather tragic considering that Kacho and Fugetsu viewed each other as two halves of a whole. But furthermore, Seiko also sees Fugetsu as a tool as well. Seiko knows that she can have Fugetsu carry out whatever she desires. However, Seiko fears that Fugetsu alone is not strong enough to survive the contest, which at the moment is proving to be potentially true. And it's very hard to tell if Seiko actually cares for either of her daughters, or if they're just necessary pieces of her own personal plans. What I will say is that Seiko did tear up when Kacho claimed that she would fight with dignity and pride for the sake of Kakin. However, Kacho, after leaving the room, went on to claim that those tears were an empty gesture to assuage the guilt of being willing to sacrifice her own child. But Seiko is hugely ambitious considering her status as 6th queen. She falls into a very awkward space where she's been part of this family long enough to not be naive about the future, but neither she nor her children have had the time to gather the knowledge, skills, and resources that they need to survive this event. Which only gets worse as we examine 7th Queen Savanti, mother of 12th Prince Momoze and 13th Prince Marayam. And Savanti, similar to Seiko, is a rather pragmatic queen with a very clear favorite child. From the very beginning of the contest, Savanti dedicated as many resources as possible to her son Marayam, even ordering guards that were assigned to her daughter Momoze to leave their post to join Marayam's team because it was more important that he was protected. However, unlike Seiko, Savanti actually seems to feel quite a bit of guilt when Momoze was murdered, almost certainly blaming herself for taking Momoze's guards away. However, it's hard to argue that the most empathetic and caring queen is not 8th Queen Oito, who currently employs Kurapika as a body to her daughter 14th Prince Werble. And Oito is the queen who we've spent by far the most time with, and her only desire is to ensure that her daughter survives this contest. Oito has no ambition beyond the well-being of Werble. She doesn't even want Werble to become king. And as a queen, Oito is all but dismissed by the royal family due to her lowly status as number 8. It doesn't get any lower than that. However, Oito also happens to be wildly intelligent, capable of deceiving even Kurapika, as well as being very quick to dissect Kurapika's true motivations in any given situation. Kurapika can hide very little from her, and as the contest goes on, Oito only continues to become more and more capable. And in fact, she is currently the only queen we know of capable of using Nen. So Oito may lack the political and social influence of the 7 superior queens, but I would personally not underestimate Oito and her sheer drive to ensure that Werble survives, whilst most other queens are willing to sacrifice their children a bit too readily, because that drive is what has the potential to turn Oito into an extremely dangerous opponent in this succession contest. The 14 princes of the Kakin Empire represent a broad spectrum of humanity. Every area of human interest and pursuit are present within these princes, from art, science, religion, business, as well as a more wide spectrum of evil and innocence, with rather complex dynamics forming between princes of opposing pursuits, which is most evident in 1st Prince Benjamin and 9th Prince Halkenburg. These two are on a particularly horrifying journey, starting at completely opposite ends of the spectrum. Not just one spectrum either, all of the spectrums. Spectri. with one prince being gradually redeemed and another prince being gradually corrupted, which is a very classic Yoshihiro Togashi idea of humanity not being as simple as black and white, finding the bad in the good and the good in the bad. But these two are set up to be completely contrasting characters initially. For a very basic example, let's take their introductions. The first panel of First Prince Benjamin in Hunter x Hunter showcases him wrestling a lion, very much emphasizing the pursuit of physical dominance, whereas our first panel of Halkenburg shows him immersed in intensive study surrounded by books, emphasizing the pursuit of strengthening the mind. Only one of them is in a literal gym, but both of them are training in their respective gyms, and they are striving to reach the highest level of their pursuits. Benjamin being a physical prodigy, surpassing the limits of human strength before we even talk about Nen, and Halkenburg is an academic prodigy who attended the most prestigious university in the Hunter x Hunter world at the mere age of 15. And along with this, we have the, I guess, stereotypical contrast of anger versus composure. In the early stages of the succession contest, Benjamin was portrayed as a perpetually angry man, like a pot of violence threatening to boil over on the rage stove at all times, and on multiple occasions he was depicted with a monstrous and truly terrifying aura. Whereas Halkenburg is generally drawn as a calm, collected, just sort of kind of dude guy. What's he doing here? Very relatable, and when he does show emotion, it's usually sympathy and empathy for his siblings as they die one by one throughout this contest. But in addition to that, there's also an exploration of legitimacy versus illegitimacy, as Benjamin and Halkenburg are actually both sons of first Queen Unma. However, Halkenburg was raised by second Queen Dwazel under the guise of being her son, which was done to protect Halkenburg from assassination due to the political structure of the queen hierarchy. I'm not going to lay it all out in this video because you talk about queens and things get very complicated all of a sudden, but the order of the princes within the Kakin Empire has much less impact on their political power than the order of queens. Which birth hole you came out of is much more important than which order you came out of them. So there is this question of legitimacy, with Benjamin being legally recognized as the son of the first queen, whilst Halkenburg is not, and therefore somewhat illegitimate, or at the very least much less legitimate. But then we have the two most profound differences, the first of which is their preferred visions of the Kakin Empire. Benjamin is the deputy military advisor of the Kakin army, and he sees a future of authoritarian rule when he should become king, remembering that that's not even a question in his mind. Benjamin believes in his right to rule as per the structure of the Kakin hierarchy. He thinks that it's foolish for anyone else to even challenge the position of the first prince, who is legally next in line to the throne. So he's a real rules purist, which is very convenient because the rules just happen to benefit him the most. And he's also a very proud nationalist. A big misconception about First Prince Benjamin is that he's quite a selfish prince, but not at all. What he is trying to do is to protect the integrity of the Kakin Empire and defend what has already been built. And you can see that with lines such as, "I, Benjamin, will personally prune the diseased branches. I swear here and now to protect the great tree of Kakin." And perhaps unsurprisingly, Benjamin sees his win condition of the contest as activating martial law aboard the Black Whale 1, and so placing everything under his sole command. Meanwhile, Halkenburg is someone striving to destroy everything that the Kakin Empire is. He wants to dismantle the monarchy and install a democratic system of government, although it's one that he doesn't even initially see himself being a part of. With one big critique of Halkenburg is that he wants change but doesn't want to take action. He wasn't willing to be the leader of this movement, but it's the supporters of his ideology that are kind of forcibly installing him as their leader. And Halkenburg is now very much struggling with how to effectively fill that role, with the other key major contention being their willingness to kill. First Prince Benjamin is not afraid to kill, not at all. In fact, one of the very first things he does is kill the lion that he was wrestling in the opening scene whilst he was on a phone call with brother Tserriednich, claiming that he was going to kill him with his own hands. And as we've touched on once already, this is also reflected visually. Often Benjamin is drawn almost like a monster than a human, like some sort of bloodthirsty, violent troll, whereas Halkenburg is initially a complete pacifist. He refuses to participate not only in the contest, but it's his goal not to actively hurt anyone, and so he's drawn as quite meek, very small man who you wouldn't even notice was in the manga, if not for Togashi for some reason continuing to cut to him and examine his thoughts. And something that I like is that the killing philosophy is reflected in the immediate entourage of each prince, which stems from a quote by 8th Queen Oito. "Pro bodyguards may specialize in protecting important people, but they haven't had any training at all in proactively killing people." So Oito here isn't specifically referring to, but is perfectly characterizing Halkenburg's bodyguards versus Benjamin's bodyguards, who are all from the Kakin military, where they were trained in proactively killing people. And Halkenburg is also said by Oito to be the hope of all all princes who are in the weakest position. Meanwhile, Benjamin is the primary face of complete and utter despair. The oldest prince with by far the most power and influence, who is dedicated to preserving the Kakin system of rule. There is no hope of change under Benjamin's reign, only the despair of knowing that everything will remain exactly as it is. So the 1st and 9th are set up to be completely opposite princes. However, they do have a couple of key similarities as well. The first is that Halkenburg does indeed have the skill of a warrior just as Benjamin does. Halkenburg is not at all incapable of combat, and this often goes unnoticed, but when we're first being introduced to Halkenburg, when all of his academic achievements are being listed, it's also noted that he was an archery enthusiast and even won a gold medal in the World Archery Contest. So he may not be trained in Nen or hand-to-hand combat or even have the desire to fight at all, but Halkenburg is a world-class warrior in his own right. He is someone to be feared with a bow and arrow. And in addition to that, Benjamin and Halkenburg both have Nen abilities based around testing and using the loyalty of those around them. Benjamin Baton allows him to inherit the Nen abilities of his most loyal soldiers who die in his service, whilst Halkenburg's Guardian Spirit Beast and Lei Dissonance abilities mark those who are truly loyal to him and then proceeds to use their aura to charge Halkenburg's attacks. So it is very interesting that both abilities are based around consolidating power within a singular figure. In Benjamin's case, I think that makes a lot of sense because that's his stated goal, but in Halkenburg's case, that has put him on a very dangerous path. And as time goes on, what's happening with these two princes is a role swap, with Halkenburg being corrupted into a pretty chilling antagonistic presence, whilst Benjamin is very slowly becoming a much more sympathetic and almost protagonistic figure. Almost. He's not quite there yet, and I don't know if he ever will be because this is Hunter x Hunter. But putting aside all writing and plot elements for a second, you can see this transformation in Togashi's art alone. Togashi now draws First Prince Benjamin significantly more human than he once did. In more recent events, Benjamin has much softer facial features, he's depicted as much less physically imposing when in the same space as other princes or bodyguards, and even in chapter 410 when he's marching to enact martial law and seize power, Togashi chooses to draw him in a very human manner. In fact, a lot of his close-up shots tend to look like how Togashi drew early Halkenburg. So there's a lot of warmth and doubt mixed into Benjamin's determination, where he was once drawn with relentless, cold, demonic confidence. And something else that's very much humanized him is the revelation that Prince Benjamin has a secret child. And currently, Benjamin isn't fighting for himself at all. We'll get into this in a bit, but Benjamin's death in this contest is now guaranteed. So everything he's doing right now is for the sake of making sure that his child inherits the Kakin throne. Part of this is because he obviously believes in the structure of the empire and the rules, specifically in his right to inherit the throne as the firstborn, and therefore his firstborn's right to inherit it. We're just speedrunning that process. But also because if Benjamin fails and another prince wins the contest, then his child is almost certainly going to be killed, and the Kakin Empire as he knows it will be destroyed. But focusing more on that first part, we're now able to identify with Benjamin a bit more as a basic human with a desire to protect someone precious to him. So we've gone from authoritative dictatorial monster to almost a tragic father figure. It's quite the transformation. And in regards to his dialogue, Benjamin no longer talks about killing as if he's relishing the act, and he's also shown significantly more empathy towards his siblings, which was previously Halkenburg's trait. Upon meeting with Fugetsu, Benjamin was shocked to see her being consumed by spirits and on the verge of death, and this wasn't something that he took pleasure in seeing, which many other princes would have. And when Halkenburg's body does die, Benjamin orders Balsamilko Might, whose body actually contains the soul of Halkenburg, to honor all of Halkenburg's last wishes. And Benjamin further emphasized that everything was to be handled solemnly, respectfully, and with dignity. So Benjamin isn't this killing machine monster we once thought he was. Although the only exception to Benjamin's empathy appears to be Tserriednich. On 2 occasions now, Benjamin has stated that he's going to kill Tserriednich with his bare hands. However, both of those occasions took place in the early part of the succession contest. And that's very important because I'm not convinced that Benjamin's, I guess we'll call it redemption, was planned at the time of his introduction. Instead, I think this evolution is a result of the extremely long process that it's taken to bring the succession contest arc to fruition. Because the first time that Hunter x Hunter readers met Prince Benjamin was in 2014, when he was portrayed as pretty unambiguously villainous, and if Hunter x Hunter had stayed on a weekly manga schedule, I do believe that's how he would have remained. But at the time of this recording, the last time that we saw Benjamin was in 2024. So this character has had 10 years of evolution happening within the mind of Yoshihiro Togashi. Most manga authors don't have that luxury, which is why a lot of weekly shonen villains do end up being a bit flat flat and boring, because their authors don't have the time in their brutal schedule to properly think and give that villain something to work with. But Togashi has had nothing but time with the Succession contest. Chapters have come out in batches of 10 with breaks of anywhere from 6 months to 3 years between batches, giving us 10 long years of Succession contest slow drip content, during which time First Prince Benjamin has changed from his inception, as has Halkenburg. But unlike Benjamin, I do think that Halkenburg's change was planned from the very beginning, because one of the first things we hear about Halkenburg is 8th Queen Oito's explanation of Halkenburg's desires, as well as the effect they've had on the Kakin Empire. He wanted to change the royal family's government from its roots, and it was that outward attitude that gathered supporters for him. Gradually, he began to attain power and authority, and also, consequently, there were constantly rumors of assassination abound even among his supporters. People used him, changing his image to try and create a dictatorship. So Halkenburg himself is aiming to morph this empire into a democracy, but that desire is being used by those around him to craft a dictatorship. So even though this isn't his intention at all, Halkenburg is being steered down the same path that Benjamin has elected to drive down. There is immense pressure put on Halkenburg by his followers to take and wield power, and they quite literally fuel him with aura for the sake of Halkenburg claiming that absolute authority, which a lot of them now see as the way forward, because Halkenburg, he's the hope of the future. If he wins the contest, if he becomes king, then he'll be fair and everything will change for the better. And that may have been true if pre-contest Halkenburg had been gifted power, but through this contest, Halkenburg is gradually abandoning all of his pre-contest principles. After the deaths of some of his siblings, Halkenburg was very quick to abandon his principle of pacifism and startlingly quickly performed a mental 180 into believing that killing is the only solution in this contest, which I should point out isn't necessarily the case. Early on, there's a discussion between King Nasubi and Second Prince Camilla, where she urges him to define a quote dropout as someone who is biologically dead, but Nasubi states that how each prince defines a dropout is part of the contest, implying that there could be a way to win without actually killing all of the other princes, which isn't an option that most princes have considered, although it is one that Halkenburg briefly thought of, as his first solution to ending the contest was to march into his father King Nasubi's room and murder him, but that was stopped by Nasubi's guardian spirit beast. However, Halkenburg's intent here was more than enough to show that he's already in a bit of a moral freefall. This self-proclaimed pacifist was about to murder his father, and then when that didn't work, Halkenburg was going to try removing himself, and when both of those options failed, he resolved to play the game and murder his siblings. And after this moment, just as Benjamin is now drawn like early Halkenburg, Halkenburg has now taken on a lot of the artistic traits of early Benjamin, portrayed as much more of a monstrous entity than a human being. Halkenburg's eyes are now cold and calculated, as if he's been stripped of all empathy, and his new views on the world may be very much at odds with the democratic desires of his supporters. Halkenburg is learning that the only way to enact change is to do it himself, just as his father Nasubi told him. Tell me you don't need a king after you become one. So Halkenburg's goals I don't think are now particularly different from Benjamin's, and it's becoming increasingly vague what Halkenburg plans to do with that power if and when he attains it. All I know is that I don't necessarily see him as the hope of this contest anymore, and to me it looks like the ideologies of the opposite spectrums of Benjamin and Halkenburg are going to meet tragically in the middle, because we do have one final similarity, which is that both Benjamin and Halkenburg are now on a clock. Each of their bodies have been infected with TSK-17, a biological weapon that kills its target within 12 hours. And as of chapter 410, that's all the time on this planet that Benjamin has remaining. Meanwhile, Halkenburg's body has already died due to the infection. However, his soul has been installed into the body of Balsamilko Might. And what's happening here is a lot more complicated than I'm about to give it credit for, but Halkenburg is now in a situation where he is fighting for control of this body against Might's soul. And the only way to keep control is to take a sedative, keeping Might's consciousness asleep. And Halkenburg has stated that he now has about 10 hours, about the same time that Benjamin has, until Balsamilko Might wakes up to ensure that he is the victor of the succession contest, and if Might does successfully regain control, then Halkenburg's mind will be forced into a potentially permanent sleep. TLDR, due to being infected by the same weapon, both Benjamin and Halkenburg have about 10 hours to enact their plans or they're done. And I can't see this being a particularly happy ending for either party. It feels a lot to me like Halkenburg and Benjamin, two people who entered this world through the same place, Place, aka First Queen Unma's birthing cave, are going to leave this world together through the TSK-17, and it's likely that neither will be able to complete their goals, resulting in a lovely message of futility from Togashi, that even those who hold polar opposite views to us are more similar than we thought, and that even with the best of intentions, we can still be corrupted, as well as endure great struggle just to leave this world with absolutely nothing. Second Prince Camilla has a plan to wipe out every remaining prince within the succession contest. All she needs to do is find the right time to pull the trigger, and the key to her victory is not her guardian spirit beast, nor is it her personal nen ability, or even any strategic or political machinations. Rather, the key to Camilla's victory is this group of societal outcasts known as the Kakin Have-Nots, a legion who, after generations of cruel, meaningless existence within the Empire, have developed a sinister communal nen ability, with each and every one of them ready to give their lives to see Second Prince Camilla take the throne. Now, why are all of these people dedicating their lives to Camilla? Camilla of all people. Camilla is introduced as a stunning beauty set against a background of flowers that only exist as contrast, because not even the most exquisite creations of nature can compare to Camilla's beauty. Something like that. That's not my personal opinion of Camilla. That is Camilla's opinion of Camilla, as she is without question one of the least likable princes in the entire succession contest. Or at least that's how I thought until I looked into the inspiration behind her nen ability, which is called the Cat Who Lived a Million Times Cat's Name. So we've gone over this ability many times on this channel, but each and every time I, man on the internet, have done you a disservice, because I've technically told you what it does, but I've never mentioned where Togashi took the names from. The ability itself conjures a fun nen cat that resurrects Camilla after she has been murdered, and using the life force of the person who murdered her, the cat then revives Camilla. And it's inspired by a Japanese fairy tale, also called The Cat Who Lived a Million Times by Yoko Sano. And this is quite a sad story about a cat who, as the title says, lives a million times, and a cat who has been cried over a million times when it passes away. However, the cat himself has never shed a tear for anyone across those lifetimes. The cat, much like Second Prince Camilla, only cares for himself, and you can copy and paste this cat's personality directly onto Camilla, as she is extremely vain and believes that by virtue of her existence, she is a superior being. Camilla would never cry over anyone. However, she would expect the entire world to cry over her. And this story goes through a series of lifetimes that the cat has had with various owners until the cat is born into the wild with no owner, and what he does, right, absolute boss maneuver, is he starts his own cat harem. All the girl cats wanted to marry him. Some brought him big fishes, some brought him the best mice to eat, some brought him precious gifts, and some were licking his hair. The cat just said, "I died a million times. Who can be my match?" He still liked himself the most. And again, Camilla is a direct copy of this attitude. She has an expectation of being showered with gifts and licks and licks. I guess so, whatever the human equivalent of licks is. Sexual favors. But most importantly, Camilla does not deem anyone worthy of her. In fact, here is a phenomenal Camilla quote. "Cammy wants everyone in the whole world to do what Cammy wants. First, Cammy wants all other princes to die. Ideally, to volunteer to die. They have to think, since Camilla is going to be king, I should word I can't say on YouTube myself." And notice how Camilla refers to herself as Cammy. This is a pet nickname that she has for herself. No one else uses it. As you can see, when she's impersonating someone else, she has that hypothetical person address her as Camilla. Basically, she is the only one allowed to give herself a pet name because she is the only one worthy of herself. Camilla's sheer degree of arrogance is also why she even orders around her mother, Second Queen Dwasel, despite Dwasel in theory having more authority than Camilla. No other prince would dare to command their mother, not even First Prince Benjamin. So it is such a wild breach of the Kakin hierarchy. But the end of this cat story tells us a fair bit about the direction in which Camilla is traveling for the succession contest. During its wild lifetime, the cat meets an elegant white catess who doesn't care that he's lived and died a million times, in the words of Shania Twain, that don't impress me much. And eventually, our arrogant cat falls in love with the white cat, and they go on to have kittens. And for the first time in his million lives, the cat loves someone more than himself. And one day, when the white cat tragically dies, our original cat cries and grieves for the first time. And when it finally came time for our million life cat to pass on again, he finally leaves this world and never reincarnates again. The story is a Buddhist allegory of death and rebirth. It explores the meaningless of a life lived without connection, and what happens is that our cat finally finds the meaning of life and he can move on from this meaningless cycle. And it's tragic because this reincarnation ability is what made both the cat and now Camilla ever so arrogant. They believe that this is a superpower that makes them superior to all other life, but in reality it is a curse because they are doomed to live an eternity devoid of meaning, whereas everyone who dies around them was at least able to find that meaning. And now if Camilla follows the trajectory of her cat-based inspiration, then at some stage during the contest she will discover someone she cares about, or it'll be revealed that she's always had someone that she cares about more than herself. And that will be rather tragic news because that will mean that Camilla can finally die without being revived by her ability. But we should also go into the second part of this ability's name, which is Cat's name, and that is taken directly from a, you guessed it, Keikizaka 46 song called Neko no Namai, which is a song that ponders the beginnings and endings of relationships with lyrics such as, if happiness has an end, then why did it begin? And also stuff like, if there is an end, then when is the beginning? And it's a very interesting song when it's coupled with the fairy tale, because it focuses on that one cycle where we do find meaning or that hope that we will find it, as opposed to the meaningless death and rebirth cycle. But Camilla is nowhere near the meaningful part of her journey, at least not that we have seen, and her arrogance is why she asked her father, King Nasabi, to rule that only biological deaths are to be accepted as a condition for dropping out of the succession contest. That's because Camilla knows that she is effectively immortal, and she would become the default winner under those rules. However, King Nasabi responds that the sole survivor is the official heir to the throne. How you interpret that is part of the contest, which is a line that gives us hope that this contest doesn't necessarily have to end with all but one of the princes dying, as depending on how we interpret the rules, multiple princes could survive. And Camilla's arrogance is on full display as she decided to march straight into the quarters of brother First Prince Benjamin and attempt to goad him into killing her, and thus having Cat's name manifest to take Benjamin's life to revive Camilla. Ha ha ha! Flawless planning. Except not really, because this may be the single dumbest decision that anyone has made in the succession contest thus far, and that is, it's a pretty high bar. Because what happened, right, is Benjamin, he just sat there calmly and did nothing. Because that is the counter to Camilla's ability to do nothing. It's implied by Balsamilko Mike that Benjamin's faction had already discovered what Camilla's personal Nen ability was, and so they knew exactly how to counter it, which was again to just do nothing. Now, if Camilla had done this against any other prince, her plan probably would have worked, but her downfall here is that she had the sheer audacity to go straight for First Prince Benjamin. And what makes it worse is that Camilla has no appreciation for her own guardian spirit beast, and I believe that also comes from her cat-based inspiration. Camilla believes so much in her own default perfection that she doesn't see a need for outside assistance, and so she is actively working against her own best interests by ignoring her guardian spirit beast. However, thankfully for Camilla, neither her abilities nor her guardian spirit beast represent the key threat of her faction, as the true terror of Second Prince Camilla isn't known to us as readers until chapter 389, with the introduction of the have-nots of the Kakin Empire, who are described as follows. Many ancient kingdoms had a custom of sacrificial burial. Ancient Kakin had a peculiar practice called afterlife companions. Afterlife companions were used to supervise the princes who were unable to become king in the land of the dead, to prevent them from turning into vengeful ghosts that cursed the king or the country. Though it was supposed to be an honor, they were compulsively selected from the have-nots, the lowest of the immutable caste system. The custom of afterlife companions fell into disuse, but the caste remained, and they were forbidden from holding public office or joining the military and holding rank. Right, so there's a lot there, but this might be a good time to remind ourselves that the succession contest has been taking place ever since the ancient days of the Kakin Empire. In fact, the Kakin Empire only exists due to the succession contest ability. So these have-nots, they're more or less leftovers of the original contest system. And when the narrator describes the idea as dead princes turning into vengeful ghosts, this is more than likely a public explanation for post-mortem Nen, and the idea that the contest involves killing a bunch of incredibly strong-willed princes, which could result in a highly destructive post-mortem Nen ability being left to curse the empire. And so these afterlife companions were seen as a solution to that problem. That or all of this was just an excuse to sacrifice more people and use that as a condition to make the Nen of the Empire that much stronger. That's very possible as well. In fact, both are possible. But at some stage, the have-nots were deemed unnecessary, potentially because as more time passed, the more powerful the empire became after an untold number of generations of princes added their sacrifice to the communal aura pool, and the have-nots lost whatever value they contributed originally. Whatever the case may be, the have-nots lingered in this awkward state of existence until Second Prince Camilla had a wonderful idea. Second Prince Camilla gave all the have-nots the opportunity to join her personal army, constructed a special ward on her private property, and gave them the same status and rights as the armed forces. With their overwhelming support of Second Prince Camilla, they spontaneously called for the reinstatement of afterlife companions. Combined with Nen abilities, they transformed into powerful curse assassins. So these have-nots were a solution to a pretty desperate problem that Camilla had, which was that despite being the second prince, she had no following. Benjamin, the firstborn, had used his first mover advantage to take command of the Kakin military. Meanwhile, other lower-ranking siblings like Zhang Lei, Tserriednich, and Luzurus were installed into mafia families as benefactors, and those mafias function more or less as personal armies. So all of these fairly high-ranking princes, they've all got their own armies with the exception of Camilla, who somehow found herself left out. But to her absolute credit, she came up with a brilliant idea to fix this. Camilla took the lowest of the low and she gave them housing, security, and a chance to live a life that fate had forbidden. Under the law of the Empire, the have-nots weren't even considered human prior to Camilla's intervention, but most importantly, what Camilla gave them was purpose. And out of sheer gratitude, the have-nots, with their new status, called for the re-establishment of afterlife companions, which I will remind you is a practice that involves sacrificing themselves. However, in this case, the have-nots, they had a little tweak to the afterlife companion system. In the words of Sarahel, "We'll use our lives for Second Prince Camilla, not dead princes." And so the have-nots have now naturally developed the only known communal Nen ability in Hunter x Hunter called Dust in the Wind Hellfruit. And just to get our definition straight here, there are Nen abilities in Hunter x Hunter that more than one person can be part of, such as Halkenburg's Guardian Spirit Beast ability, which uses his followers as aura generators to power his arrow attack. However, this is very different. Dust in the Wind Hellfruit is a personal ability that each and every have-not in the Kakin Empire can inherit and use for their own unique purposes. However, the English translation of this ability differs quite radically from the original Japanese name, the kanji portion of which is Sujitsuma Awase ni Amareta Bokura, which translates as "We who were born out of convenience," and it's taken from a song of the same name by Amazarashi, which is a very nihilistic song about how nothing in life is special, nothing at all. There's no deeper meaning to life and it all operates according to a very brutal sense of logic, and the song perfectly describes the life of the have-nots. They weren't born with any meaning, and for most of their existence, they died without any meaning. Meanwhile, the second part of the ability name is Yomotsui Hegui, and it refers to the Japanese mythology of Izanami, the creator of death, and her inability to leave the underworld due to having partaken in its food. So if you put these two names together, you have being born into meaningless, you're trapped in your own personal hell. However, the one thing that you can do is that you have the ability to create death, and that is exactly what this Hatsu does. It is a Nen curse whereby a Kakin have-not designates a target and must then carry a dagger along with an object connected to the target, which is usually a photo of them, but it can be anything that has some personal meaning. And from here, every day the have-not in question must think of their target and curse them, pouring all of their malice into this act. And they need to do this day after day for a process of years. So think of it as storing aura for future use. People only have a certain quantity of aura that they can access at any given time, and that aura recharges daily when you sleep and such. So you pour what little aura you have into this ability day after day until years down the line, you all of a sudden have enough aura to activate the curse, which is done by burning the object, drinking the ashes, and then committing a word I can't say on YouTube with the dagger, at which point the curse activates, first depriving the target of all aura before exposing them to the actual curse, which kills the target. Meaning that this ability, to the best of our knowledge, is impossible to defend against because it removes the target's power power to use Nen, and essentially places them in a state of enforced Zetsu. And from there, it's implied that it is possible for a Nen exorcist to quickly remove the curse. However, doing so would almost certainly cost the exorcist's life in the process. And so what the have-nots have done is designated one of their members to cursing each of Camilla's 13 siblings, and due to the age range of those siblings, some of our have-nots have been cursing their targets day after day for years at this point, which is a very interesting drawback of the ability, as weirdly enough, all of the older princes are significantly more vulnerable to this curse than the younger princes, because the younger princes simply have not existed long enough. And it has been stated by Sarahel that Fugetsu, Marayam, and Woble's curses haven't had enough time yet. So this might be the one area of the succession contest where younger princes have an advantage over older ones. But there is another pretty huge restriction surrounding these curses as well, which is the proximity of activation plays a huge role in the overall effect. Futataki, a wise old have-not granny, stated that sending a curse from this room would take 3 full months to complete. However, meanwhile, if a curse was sent from Camilla's personal room, much closer to the rest of the princes, then the curse would take effect in 10 days to 2 weeks, depending on which prince was targeted. And Futataki also adds if they tried to send a curse to a prince currently located below them on tier 2, then that would take a full 6 months. So it's not as simple as just charging and then implementing. These curse users need to get as close to their respective princes as possible, and that's currently a big problem. It's been made significantly more difficult with Benjamin's implementation of special martial law, which freezes the movements of anyone on tiers 1 and 2 without Benjamin's permission. And ideally, a have-not would be close enough to touch their target before igniting the curse. But it's not all about proximity so much as it is about determination. As Futataki states, the only thing we have-nots have to surpass the royals to have a chance at crossing swords with high-ranking guardian spirit beasts is our determination. Without the courage and sufficient preparation to perish close enough to touch the prince while looking into his eyes, how could our curse ever be successful? And that statement, it's quite scary. Futataki and the other have-nots may not realize it, but in the world of Nen, determination may as well be its own power source. Nen responds directly to drive and emotion, and the have-nots of the Kakin Empire have arguably the greatest levels of drive and emotion of any faction. It's literally all they have. And they also have a surprising degree of utility, as there is at least one have-not named Umanma whose life was dedicated to becoming a Nen exorcist, with her purpose being to give her life should Camilla herself be affected by an enemy curse. And the only thing that can really stop them are any Nen exorcists aboard with the Hunter Association, and this has led to a somewhat worrying plan being developed, as Sarahel, the woman who I mentioned before, is the have-not who was assigned to curse 14th Prince Woble, and she's planning to use herself as bait to lure out any Nen exorcist by activating her curse, and Sarahel has been handed the exact opportunity she needs to carry this out. Kurapika, as we know, is hosting Nen classes for any faction who wants to send students to learn, and this is an effort to create a Nen stalemate and stall the contest, and initially Camilla was one of the factions who refused to send any students, and in retrospect it makes a lot of sense as to why, because each and every one of them are already Nen users with fully formed abilities. There's no benefit to it. However, in chapter 404, we do learn that Camilla has now accepted Kurapika's invitation and will be sending Sarahel alone to the next class, which in terms of the Hunter x Hunter timeline has already happened, but we just haven't seen it yet. So we'll be going back in time to see how this plays out and whether or not Sarahel was successful. I personally think she's going to have quite a hard time pulling this one off. Firstly, because Kurapika is automatically suspicious that Camilla is only sending one guard instead of the allotted 2, meaning that she's definitely got another goal in mind. But also, old mate Barbie Minor isn't aware of the specifics, but he knows that the have-nots are able to use a unique Nen curse. So he might end up being our savior here, remembering that Barbie Minor, despite being a guard of 1st Prince Benjamin, has great sympathy for 8th Queen Oito, and I don't believe that he will let something happen to Prince Woble if he could prevent it. So there's going to be a lot of tension in this Nen class, with Sarahel trying to get as close to Prince Woble as possible, but also remember that Sarahel, she doesn't necessarily need to be touching Woble, not at all really. The curse can be activated from anywhere, and all that activation distance does tells us how long we've got on the clock before Woble does inevitably die. Futataki also warns Sarahel that proximity means enemy fangs will reach you. Overt malice must be avoided, with Sarahel replying, "Of course, quell hate with love, I'm good at it." So Sarahel is well trained in being able to hide her intent, which may end up being suspicious in and of itself. If she enters the Nen classroom and she's too pleasant, then Kurapika is going to go, I don't buy this. However, Sarahel's raw determination is quite concerning. I am a have-not. I have nothing to lose even if I fail. But to bring things back to love, the have-nots have discovered the same kind of love that the cat who lived a million lives did. Until meeting Second Prince Camilla, they were a people who lived a cruel and meaningless existence. But now that they've collectively found someone worth living for, they've also found someone worth dying for. And each remaining prince is eventually going to need to deal with the have-not that is cursing them, because at the moment, whether it be instant, in a week, in a month, or half a year, every prince with the exception of Camilla is currently guaranteed death. Third Prince Zhang Lei has one of the most fascinating and crazy powerful guardian spirit beasts in the entire succession contest, a power that, with the right planning, makes him nigh on unstoppable. However, this ability is reliant on time, and time is the one thing that Zhang Lei is rapidly running out of at the moment, as he is now being hunted by every controlling faction on every tier of the Black Whale 1. So before we properly jump into whatever it is we're talking about here, in the fan base there is some confusion with Zhang Lei's name, and you'll often hear people call him Chodai, and people do this for reasons. Chodai is the Japanese reading of the Chinese characters that make up the name Zhang Lei, which is directly taken from Chinese investor and philanthropist Zhang Lei, with our third prince being modeled directly after him, and this inspiration is an integral aspect of his character, which is why the decision was made in English to use the real-life name rather than the Japanese reading of the Chinese characters. Although I would note this is not consistent across translations. In French, for example, they stick with Chodai, and fair enough, as when the succession contest does eventually become an anime, you will be hearing characters call him Chodai instead of Zhang Lei. But Zhang Lei is a character based on the concept of currency and what we do with currency, with Zhang Lei himself, personality-wise, being like a living coin. There are always two sides to anything involving Zhang Lei, with Shimano describing him as follows. He is tolerant enough to talk on the phone, but he is too proud to stay on hold. He would prefer to avoid bloodshed, but he would not hesitate either. He is both kind and cruel. If we can humor him without offending him, he would not target us, at least not until the numbers have dwindled. And Zhang Lei very much agrees with this coin assessment and has described his ideal vision of a king as someone who makes full use of both the light and dark sides of society. That is Zhang Lei. He lives in the light and in the dark simultaneously. In public, he is the benevolent prince, and in private, he is the benefactor of a human trafficking mafia family. And so it should come as no surprise that his guardian spirit beast takes the form of a coin-shaped object, specifically a Dhammachakra, whose cryptic ability involves spitting out a single numbered coin per day. This guardian spirit beast, it produces currency. And as Kurapika points out, the purpose of currency is to be used. Used for what, you say? Well, that is Zhang Lei's problem. Zhang Lei happens to be in one of the worst possible positions in the succession contest. As the third prince, he is already automatically one of the biggest targets, but unlike the first and second prince, Zhang Lei had no idea that Nen even existed prior to the contest. So he is competing without the necessary knowledge to defend his own position. It's like walking into a biology exam only to realize it's a maths exam, but you didn't take maths. And also all of the questions, as well as the paper the questions are printed on, are invisible. So Zhang Lei, I think understandably, gets rather frustrated by Nen and refers to it as hocus pocus. And in chapter 403, there's this great scene where Zhang Lei and 7 of his finest guards are just standing there, staring at the 7 Nen coins that his guardian spirit beast has produced, and they're all just completely clueless as to what to do with any of this information. And to be clear, these are not dumb people, and Zhang Lei himself is wildly intelligent. He has surrounded himself with a certain high standard of intellect. But because the world of Nen is so new to all of them, they just don't have the mental tools to adapt quickly enough to survive this contest. And that is why Zhang Lei personally called Kurapika, which other princes would not have done. At the same time, Kurapika also received calls from the first and fifth princes. In the case of the first prince, it was actually Balsamoko Might calling, and in Tebeppa's case, it was Mayor calling. But the fact that Zhang Lei made this call himself speaks to his level of dignified desperation. He won't show it, but he's freaking out, man. And he's even said the following: information on Nen could affect the battle for the throne. My guardian spirit beast ability and its effects. I need Kurapika to get through this. And I don't know quite how I can make this clear enough to normal people like me and you. Normal, right? I just described us as normal. No one watching these videos is normal. But a high-ranking prince of the Kakin Empire using the word need to describe a lowly bodyguard, that is quite the scandalous admission, and something that infuriates Zhang Lei. In Kurapika's words, it speaks to his royal blood. He can't stand that someone else is in a superior position. But Zhang Lei is at least level-headed enough to understand the situation he's in. Although something I'm honestly not sure about is why Zhang Lei feels that he can only turn to Kurapika, because Zhang Lei happens to be the benefactor of the Zhiyu family, which contains at least 3 phenomenal Nen users in Hinrigh, Zakro, and Lynch. Or well, just 2 phenomenal Nen users now after Lynch was murdered. And this family have also had other Nen users among them in the past, like Misha, whose post-mortem Nen is still helping them out today, even though she's very dead. And I find it very difficult to believe that the boss of the Zhiyu family, Onio Longbao, is unaware of Nen, because it is quite common in the underworld, meaning that Onio may be withholding Nen information from Zhang Lei on purpose. To what end? I don't know. I just find it odd that Zhang Lei is effectively the head of the largest Nen-using mafia in the Empire, and yet he still seems to feel that he has no one else except for Kurapika to talk to about aura use. However, narratively, Kurapika and Zhang Lei are 2 sides of a coin. Zhang Lei has incredible political power, but no defense against Nen. Meanwhile, Kurapika has incredible Nen power, but no defense against political action, as he is guarding the 14th prince, the very bottom, who may as well not even have any rights or privileges, at least not compared to her 13 older siblings anyway. These 2 factions at the moment need one another to survive, and it's from this cooperation that we slowly unravel the mystery of Zhang Lei's guardian spirit beast, which produces a single coin every day, but after 10 days, the number on that coin, it compounds. A 1 becomes a 10, and so Zhang Lei's initial hypothesis is as follows. The beast drops a coin every day. I wager it's meaningless for me to hold on to them myself. I expect to see real results once I become king and distribute them to my people. Considering the rate of production, I can't imagine it fulfilling a role as ordinary currency, but perhaps as a medal or reward. But then it wouldn't need to be a Nen ability. It wouldn't be a Nen ability without some extraordinary power. There's nothing to do but sit and wait and see what happens. I have a feeling it could come to affect every single citizen, but it seems insignificant for now, and it doesn't seem remotely useful in this succession battle. It reflects my personality to a sickening degree. Now, why worry more about what happens after I take the throne long before I get there? I bet my spirit beast will exhibit maximum utility after I become king. But to put it another way, I could be an ironclad king as long as I survive. Fine then, I will win the throne on my own. That at the end there was a rather bold statement. It's currently not going very well. But this is where we do get a glimpse of Zhang Lei's frightening intelligence. He doesn't understand Nen at all, however he does have a firm understanding of himself. And he's not deluded enough to overlook his own personal flaws like a lot of princes. I mean, he won't mention them in public, of course, but Zhang Lei is still rather sensible and quite down to earth. But the truth of the ability is that it is based on the concept of investing. The core of Zhang Lei's guardian spirit beast ability is how to allocate capital, which I know financial asset management generally isn't what people come running to Shonen manga to read about. You're trapped watching this video and you're gonna learn some things whether you like it or not. When Zhang Lei allocates one of these coins, he is making an investment. He is selecting a long-term project to buy into, and as such, he gets punished for pulling out of a project too early, such as when Zhang Lei gives his 10 coin to Kurapika, and once Kurapika takes it, the coin resets its number and becomes a 1. Zhang Lei was being punished for pulling out of an investment too early, which means that to make best use of this ability, Zhang Lei needs to have an incredible long-term vision for the future, because this is not a quick response power. And Kurapika's more detailed hypothesis does make sense of Zhang Lei's initial feelings. Kurapika diagnoses Zhang Lei's guardian spirit beast as having a cumulative conjuration ability, and using the power of maths, Kurapika suggests that the coins that are given to Zhang Lei's subjects will continue to compound until they reach a number that activates the aura nodes of the holder. And once it keeps compounding and another number is reached, it even grants them a Nen ability. And the way that I would describe this is that it is a long but easy way of doing what the Haley family are currently up to. They have a system under Morena where the more people they murder, the higher their levels, and once they reach level 21, they instantly unlock a Nen ability. So that, but a coin holder needs to do nothing, literally nothing. They just have to sit there and continue to hold their coin, which quite accurately reflects the world of investing, because tried and true investing, it is boring. What you do, right, and this isn't financial advice, but you stick your money in an index fund, wait 3 3 to 4 decades, and bam, you've suddenly made some crazy money with almost no effort. It's not flashy, it's not sexy, it's not something you flex about, it's just commitment to the very effective long game. Zhang Lei's coins, they are slow, but they're reliable. Although I will say that in Zhang Lei's case, thankfully it's not going to take 3 to 4 decades for his investments to pay off. And Kurapika has quite accurately deciphered the timeline of maturation with these coins. Kurapika's hypothesis is that it will take 6 months for the coin holder's aura nodes to be opened, which is when the coin compounds to a quintillion. And for a Nen ability to manifest, the coin value needs to be 10 to the power of 64. Why that number? That's an amazing question. And as a reward for asking that question, I will give you the amazing answer. With numbers in the Western world and other parts of the world, we hit a point where 10 to the power of 100 is suddenly designated as a Google. But in Japanese, the equivalent of reaching that is 10 to the power of 64, which is known as a fukushigi, a word literally meaning unthinkable, unimaginable, and inconceivable, which is actually a word taken from Buddhism used to describe concepts that are beyond the comprehension of the pre-enlightened, which is of course connected to Zhang Lei's guardian spirit beast being shaped like the Buddhist Dhammachakrha, which is often pictured adorned with the flowers that appear on Zhang Lei's coins. But in order to reach this fukushigi number, a subject would need to hold on to a coin for 640 days, so just under 2 years, which seems like a long time. But consider that it takes the vast majority of Nen users so much longer than that to even master the basic principles of Nen. We're not talking about abilities, we're talking about, can you do a 10? Can you do a Ren? That stuff takes people years. Don't look at characters like Gon, Killua, and Kurapika and assume that they are normal. Think more of characters like Zushi. Even though Zushi was said to be a very special talent in the Nen world, it is still taking him years to reach a basic level of mastery. But also consider Wing's initial estimate for Gon's progress. He stated that Gon, a 1 in a million Nen talent, would take 5 years to be capable of defeating Guido in Heaven's Arena. So with that in mind, just 2 years without having to do any training whatsoever to achieve that level of mastery, I don't know, it sounds pretty good to me. And should Zhang Lei win the succession contest and start distributing these coins 1 per day, it is going to reach a point where 2 years down the line, he is going to have a new Nen master being created in his kingdom each and every day. And 3 years after that, Zhang Lei will have over 1,000 Nen users at his disposal. Of course, he needs to choose them carefully lest they use their powers against him, but as long as he can, after that time, Zhang Lei would now have almost twice as many Nen users as the entire Hunter Association. And over the coming decades, the Kakin Empire would easily become by far the single most dominant power on the planet. And the best part is that Zhang Lei, he would get there by doing absolutely nothing. Just having a solid plan and committing to the investment from day one. That sounds so ridiculously powerful. However, there is still more to this guardian spirit beast than just that. When Zhang Lei gives the coin to Kurapika, he is making an investment in him. However, Kurapika already knows Nen, which makes us ask the question of how this investment is going to pay off. And Kurapika, he is initially extremely hesitant to even touch the coin being offered by Zhang Lei. And the fact that Zhang Lei was able to logically trap Kurapika into a scenario where he did have to take it is more credit to Zhang Lei's intelligence once more. Kurapika even stated that Zhang Lei wasn't making things easy, and he thought to himself that he was afraid of the coins containing a semi-coercive manipulation ability, one that takes greater and greater command as time passes and as the coin compounds in value, which is a very similar idea to another guardian spirit beast we've already explored, which would be 8th Prince Saleh Saleh's beast. It exhaled smoke that would gradually sway the opinions of whoever breathed it in favor of Saleh Saleh, which is a representation of his toxic lifestyle, and that if you get too close to him, you're going to get swept up in that lifestyle and start to lose your grip on reality. But the logical conclusion here is that if Kurapika were to reach the same milestones that he's identified, then he will become more and more subject to manipulation via Zhang Lei's guardian spirit beast. To put it another way, the more stock that Zhang Lei owns in Kurapika Court, the more he becomes a controlling shareholder of the company. And even if Kurapika doesn't want to, he is now vulnerable to being coercively manipulated by his shareholders. This isn't information that Zhang Lei has given to Kurapika, and one reason why Kurapika didn't tell him about his manipulation concerns is because Kurapika doesn't want to damage his alliance, but he also wants to test his hypothesis through Kaventaba, First Prince Benjamin's bodyguard, who sneakily took the very first coin that popped out on day one without Zhang Lei noticing. And I believe that Zhang Lei still has yet to notice, but Kurapika has noticed. He's a good noticer, and Kurapika is using Kaventaba to assess the effects of a Nen user holding this coin. And from there, Kurapika will then make a decision about what to do with the coin. But for now, he's already kind of coercively being manipulated because Zhang Lei has, using sheer political status, forced Kurapika to take the coin and to hold onto it at all times. However, the coins also have power even if they aren't handed out. They still compound in Zhang Lei's possession, and that indicates one of two things, which is that either Zhang Lei can use these coins to awaken his own aura use, or that the point is to use their value as some sort of Nen currency with his guardian spirit beast, and that perhaps his guardian spirit beast acts as something of a shop, a Nen shop. But essentially, the longer that Zhang Lei reigns, the richer he becomes, and he has a choice. He can choose to share that wealth with his subjects, have the empire as a whole prosper, or Zhang Lei can hoard this wealth to himself and use his Nen store to buy his way out of any issues that arise. And as for the current status of the coins, Zhang Lei does still command the bulk of their supply. However, Kurapika, as we've explored, has been given 1 coin, while Zhang Lei's bodyguard, Temptori, has been given 2 coins. Gaventiba, as we also discussed, has stolen 1 coin, and Zhang Lei has also given a coin to Melody as a show of good faith because he is trying to court her abilities to his side as well. So the coins are pretty cool. One of the more fascinating Nen abilities in Hunter x Hunter, but I think you may have noticed just this is a small problem with them. The same problem that both Kurapika and Zhang Lei have identified, which is that these coins are highly unlikely to be of any real use in the succession contest itself, because there's just not going to be enough time for them to compound into a useful state, leaving Zhang Lei once again essentially defenseless against Nen, and very much relying on Kurapika to help him navigate this world. But that alliance is now at significant risk of being broken, not because of anything that Kurapika or Zhang Lei did, but due to that nasty first Prince Benjamin having successfully initiated special martial law. After discovering this, Zhang Lei immediately fled from his quarters on Tier 1, and he was last reported as being in the Justice Bureau on Tier 2. However, it's also suspected that he's fled even further down in order to seek the protection of the Jiyu family that he is the benefactor of. However, this is extremely dangerous because the Jiyu, they have domain over Tier 4, and that is a long way down. And what Zhang Lei is thinking is that the further he gets away from Benjamin, the safer he is, but he could not be more wrong, as Tiers 3, 4, and 5 are currently being used as the hunting grounds of the Haoli family with their Contagion game. And something that has yet to be relevant in regards to Contagion is that the killing of a Kakin prince is worth a colossal 50 levels. Killing a regular person is worth 1 level, killing a Nen user, that's worth 10 levels, but killing a prince, mate, that is 50 whole levels. You're halfway through to finishing the game just by doing that. And not only that, but Zhang Lei is a gift. He is a prince who can't even defend himself with Nen. So as soon as Zhang Lei left the protection of Tier 1 and the protection of the Justice Bureau on Tier 2, he will no doubt have become the prime target of the Haoli family, because Zhang Lei is now the Hunter x Hunter equivalent of a loot goblin, and I don't think that the Jiyu family are equipped to protect him. And with Tiers 1 and 2 in command of Benjamin, whilst Tiers 3, 4, and 5 are in the domain of the Haoli, there is no longer any safe place on this ship for Zhang Lei, meaning that his chances of winning or even surviving the succession contest are now looking rather grim. This is the most complicated Nen ability in all of Hunter x Hunter. So I asked all of you in a community post which abilities you had trouble understanding, and the most overwhelmingly requested was Parallele Future, belonging to 4th Prince Tserriednich, which, to put into some perspective, is a Nen ability so complicated that Togashi had to draw a full-on textbook flowchart diagram to even begin to convey it logically. But don't let all of those lines and numbers intimidate you, or even worse, bore you, because this is one of my absolute favorite abilities in the series. It's a beautiful gem of incredible power achieved with wildly high risk restrictions. But one thing that complicates things right off the bat is that Tserriednich is a specialist, meaning that most of the traditional rules of Nen do not apply to his abilities and very much operate within their own unique set of laws. Another factor that often initially confuses people is that due to Tserriednich being a Succession War contestant, he is granted a Guardian Spirit Beast as part of the rules. However, right now he actually has 2 Nen Beasts, and they tend to get a little bit confused with each other. This Nen Beast here, the horse thing with the woman face, is the actual Guardian Spirit Beast conjured from the Seed Urn. It has its own autonomy and its own separate but not entirely unrelated Nen ability. Regardless, forget about the horse for now. We will talk about and explain it, but for the purpose of Parallele Future, let's just pretend it doesn't exist for now. The beast we're more interested in is the second one, which I'm going to describe as having a head shaped like a giant sperm. This is not a Guardian Spirit Beast. This is a regular old Nen Beast, which was conjured by Tserriednich's raw aura and raw desire. It was conjured unconsciously as well. In fact, Tserriednich has no awareness of either of his nen beasts. But this second, jizzier one is almost certainly the one responsible for Parallele Future. But before we really get into that, we need to address some basics. Because Parallele Future is a 3-step ability, the first of which is that Tserriednich needs to enter a state of Zetsu. And this is one of the 4 basic principles of nen, specifically the suppression of aura, which is often used to conceal your own presence from other nen users. Because wandering around town with all of your aura leaking everywhere, it's kind of like wandering around with your pants unzipped. Everyone can see your exposed aura, my god, you indecent human nen user. But not only that, they can also see just how large your aura is, if you get what I mean. Very embarrassing if you have, say, a micro aura. So achieving Zetsu is the equivalent of zipping up those jeans and hiding your true power from the world. However, it comes at the cost of leaving the Zetsu user extremely vulnerable, because you are completely defenseless against any kind of nen attack, or in fact, just any kind of attack. In fact, it's even worse than that because it also leaves you vulnerable to accidental nen exposure. We saw this in action when Gon and Killua got to the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena and were frozen in fear after being exposed to Hisoka's hostile Ren. Or much more profoundly during the Chimera Ant arc when Nov was exposed to the potent N of a Royal Guard, which triggered a complete mental breakdown. Encountering that kind of aura whilst in a state of Zetsu was said to be the equivalent of walking around naked in a blizzard. And I go to the extremes to define Zetsu because you really need to know just how much of a risk Tserriednich is taking by engaging in this ability. The 4th prince is left completely exposed, physically and mentally defenseless. So that's a pretty extreme price to pay. And what ability could possibly be worth that cost? Well, that takes us to step 2, which is that Tserriednich needs to close his eyes. This is by far the most simple step, and enjoy it because it gets a lot more complicated from here. Step 3 is that whilst in this state, Tserriednich receives a vision of 10 seconds into the future, which Tserriednich refers to as the ephemeral 10 seconds. It's a very special 10 seconds, Tserriednich is quite fond of them, and it's important to note that while these 10 seconds are passing, no time is actually passing in reality. All of this just happens instantly to anyone who isn't Tserriednich. This isn't a new concept to Hunter x Hunter, and the most infamous figure capable of manipulating time perception was Neferpitou, who was said to infinitely compress their awareness and essentially stop the internal sensation of time when they were confronted with Isaac Netero. Tserriednich could be achieving something similar, stopping the internal sensation of time but adding his own vision on top. Although it could also be something completely different to do with all sorts of wibbly wobbly timey-wimey stuff. But this knowledge is exceptionally powerful because it gives Tserriednich the ability to change those future events. A basic example would be one time where he foresaw himself breaking Zetsu after hearing a big old crash. So instead, he decided to change that future by maintaining his Zetsu and anticipating the crash. However, the stakes immediately get much higher because Tserriednich also foresaw his own death via a bullet in the head administered by Theta, his bodyguard and nen teacher. And so Tserriednich broke out of the vision to dodge the bullet and prevent said death, which brings up an absolutely fascinating interaction, because the name of this ability is currently Parallele Future, implying that things are playing out in tandem, which is where the mind-boggling truly begins. Because when Tserriednich opens his eyes, this is when the true effect of the ability begins, creating 2 separate realities playing out side by side each other for 10 seconds. And after that 10 seconds, they then converge back into one. Which is where the mind-boggling truly begins. Because when Tserriednich opens his eyes, this is when the true effect of the ability begins, creating 2 separate realities playing out side by side with each other for 10 seconds. And after that 10 seconds, they then converge back into one. So reality 1 is what Tserriednich himself sees in the vision. Even if Tserriednich does change his future, those around him are still going to see the original future, which is presented to them in what may be some form of illusion. Meanwhile, reality 2 is the one exclusive to Tserriednich, where he can enact whatever changes he so desires. So to use the gunshot as an example, what Theta saw in reality 1 was herself shooting and killing Tserriednich. However, after that 10 seconds was up, Tserriednich seemingly magically appeared behind her. Because what happened in reality 2 is that Tserriednich dodged the bullet and maneuvered himself behind Theta. Then realities 1 and 2 converged, thus leaving Theta completely and utterly mentally screwed. It's actually kind of funny because when this happens in the manga, Theta experiences the dead Tserriednich illusion, but at the same time she also gets hit by Melody's illusion. So Theta's just like, I have no idea what the crap just happened there. And I wish I could say that this is the end of Parallele Future, but there's more. Because the 10-second future sight is not actually limited to 10 seconds. The ability doesn't automatically stop after that. It stops theoretically whenever Tserriednich himself wants it to stop. However, engaging for more than 10 seconds comes at a cost, as after Tserriednich is granted the ephemeral 10 seconds, he can keep looking into the future, however time then starts moving again in reality. So for example, if Tserriednich chose to view 11 seconds into the future, then 1 second would pass in reality. And if he chooses to view 12 seconds into the future, then that's 2 seconds, and so on and so forth. You know how to count. And theoretically, he can do this for as long as he wants, so long as he maintains Zetsu. So long as he leaves himself vulnerable. To put this into maybe easier terms, let's say that you're watching the same movie on 2 TVs, however one TV is 10 seconds ahead of the other at all times. Except that movie is your life, and you can turn the future TV off at any time to alter events as you see fit. But there is still one more complicating factor. Because you may have noticed this from the images, but the vision Tserriednich receives does not come from his own first-person perspective. And in a rather trippy twist, he views the parallel future from the third-person perspective. And this is where our big jizzy Nen beast comes back into things. It's currently theorized that parallel future is actually the ability of this Nen beast, since Tserriednich's vision perspective matches up with the actual placement of the Nen beast in question. But questions, yes, it brings up so many questions. Like, here's a big one. How can this Nen beast even exist if Tserriednich is using Zetsu? To clarify, Zetsu means that you are cutting off your aura and leaving it contained within your fleshy vessel. As a result of this, anything that you've been powering with your aura would deactivate, which is very much the case with Tserriednich's guardian spirit beast. The funky, horsey creature vanishes from existence when Tserriednich enters Zetsu because it no longer has a fuel source to live. Meanwhile, this second Nen beast appears to operate on an unprecedented level of aura usage. Although to be fair, the exact same problem applies to Tserriednich himself. How is he using a Nen ability without access to his aura? But outside of basic conjuration, to my knowledge, this is the only Nen ability that can be used in a state of Zetsu. So even if you do perfectly understand all of the time and reality mechanics, it still kind of makes no sense from the Nen perspective. Speaking of, though, it's relevant to note that Tserriednich, despite being a Nen genius, is still an amateur when it comes to actually using Zetsu. He currently can't activate it instantly, which is pretty wild, because it means that once he has mastered like the second or third basic thing that everyone learns about Nen, then he will be able to look almost instantaneously into the future anytime he wants. Now, there are some unknown factors with the ability. Tserriednich himself still doesn't quite know exactly how it works, and one great unknown is whether or not this vision allows Tserriednich to see aura. Thus far, it's only been applied to situations with real people and real constructs, and the true test of Parallele Future will be whether or not it allows Tserriednich to see how other people are going to use their Nen abilities against him, which is a tricky conversation because Tserriednich still has to master the basic principles like Zetsus. He hasn't even touched any of the intermediate ones like Gyo, meaning that he theoretically shouldn't be able to see any abilities that are concealed within, like say Kurapika's chains for example. However, there's also an argument to be made that vision is based on the restrictions of the beast itself rather than Tserriednich's own personal skills, which brings up a whole lot of other potential unknown factors. As promised though, to touch on the guardian spirit beast, this is a completely separate entity. Tserriednich is neither invoking control of nor sharing in its abilities. However, it does rather scarily take after him. This beast has an ability that triggers when a very specific type of person lies to the fourth prince, because to quote the man himself, "What I hate the most is a lying wench." So look, you have to meet the lying wench condition first, pretty standard Nen stuff. But what happens after that is a terrifying 3-strike system. The first time a lying wench lies to Tserriednich, they are scratched with the barbed tongue of the horsey beast, and at this point there's no greater damage or effect. It really is more of a precursor, indicating that the ability itself has begun. And in the series, Theta's first lie was when Tserriednich asked if he could trust her, to which Theta said, "Yes, of course, I Theta would never do anything to harm you." And the Nen beast said, detecting her lie immediately and scratching their face. And things escalate rather quickly and quite horrifically from here. The second lie was Theta claiming that the gun shot was part of Tserriednich's training, and not at all some sort of kill-murder attempt. But look, even Tserriednich knew that this was a lie, so the Nen beast picking up on it was to be expected. And this time the horsey beast brought Theta to her knees and sent her unconscious with the very ominous warning of, "If you answer the prince's next question with a lie, you will no longer be human." Theta then had a bit of a trippy dream where Tserriednich's head appeared on the Nen Beast asking if he could trust her, calling back to the first lie. And then when Theta woke up, a whole ton of her face was marked with either a scar or some sort of lying wench infection. Doesn't matter what it is, because what it is not good. And there was a lot of confusion as to why the Nen Beast was giving Theta so many chances, with it currently being hypothesized by the characters that a third and final lie will result in a fate worse than death, with Theta being engulfed into potentially an Nen Beast herself to become one of Tserriednich's pawns, which is very much in keeping with the personality of the fourth prince. He doesn't dispose of his wenches, instead he turns them into all sorts of grotesque art pieces. So of course the Beast would have a similar and equally as horrifying effect. And while this is separate from Parallele Future, they do work quite well as a set, with Parallele Future providing Tserriednich with the truth of the world around him, and so long as he applies the ability intelligently and safely, he cannot be fooled or taken by surprise, and it would be extraordinarily difficult to outplay him. Meanwhile, his guardian spirit beast provides him with the truth of people. You cannot hide your true intentions from him, and if you try to, it only goes on to make Tserriednich stronger. It's a very troublesome set of abilities, to say the least. Tserriednich is approaching, dare I say, an increasing threat of flat-out omniscience, and with one of, if not the most complicated Nen ability in the series, this is going to push even a character like Kurapika to his very limits. This man will surpass Isaac Netero. The doomsday clock that is Tserriednich has almost run out of time, and I thought we'd dive into exactly what's happening here a bit more, because I do feel like Prince Halkenburg is currently commandeering a lot of attention at the moment, and every now and then we're cutting back to Tserriednich on a treadmill and getting Salkov to spout times at him. But times for what? What is Tserriednich doing here? Well, what's happening here is that Tserriednich is training the time it takes for him to enter Zetsu from a state of 10, aka the amount of time required to completely close off his aura nodes and suppress all aura leakage, which does appear to be a fairly common exercise, and a fairly well-known barrier as well, the 10-second barrier, because Salkov recalls doing the same thing when he was learning Nen, although it took him 6 months to be able to reach a state of Zetsu in under 10 seconds. It's not an easy thing to do, especially when you note that as much as he passes himself off as an average dude, Salkov is very much above average when it comes to Nen, as he stated that he was able to use Zetsu from birth, very much implying that he is one of Beyond Netero's cursed children. It's just that compared to the fourth prince, Salkov looks painfully average, because on day 11 of Nen training, Tserriednich can now achieve a state of Zetsu in 9.67 seconds. And he did this all whilst running on a treadmill, which may hold some significance, because what we're talking about here is the 10-second Zetsu barrier. But the 10-second barrier is also a concept in real life. It's the physical and psychological barrier of being able to complete the 100-meter sprint in under 10 seconds, and around 200 people in recorded history have been able to achieve this. The psychological barrier is very important, and we even see that Tserriednich has broken that barrier when he shaves his time down dramatically in chapter 404. And I think that Togashi is definitely referencing the 10-second barrier idea by including him running, and really emphasizing just how superhuman Tserriednich's feats are, as well as his mind and the rest of his body. Because later that same day in our most recent chapter at the time of this recording, the time it takes for Tserriednich to reach a complete state of Zetsu has been brutally cut all the way down to 3.496 seconds. So it now takes Tserriednich about this long to enter a state of Zetsu. 3, 2, 1, boom. Which is pretty damn fast, but it is still nowhere near what the goal is. The quicker you can achieve a state of Zetsu, the sooner you can vanish from the Nen radar. And if you can activate Zetsu in less than a second, which is Tserriednich's personal goal with all of this, then it's like a light switch. You exist, and then later, you don't. You can conceal yourself instantly. So it's an incredibly valuable ability to have, but I think we all know that that's not the main point of what's going on here. Because in order to use his Parallele Future Hatsu, Tserriednich needs to be in a state of Zetsu, and that's currently quite problematic and would cost him a fight battle against pretty much any Nen user of any skill level at this stage. I think it's fairly obvious why, but if it takes you 10 seconds to activate your ability, and during that 10 seconds you are actively stripping all of your aura defenses, then it's gonna leave you pretty damn vulnerable. You can't just stand on the battlefield naked for 10 whole seconds and expect that to work out for you. And even if it did, it's just not a good trade-off. Spending 10 seconds to gain the insight of a future 10 seconds is unbelievably risky, but spending 3.5 seconds to gain 10 seconds of insight, well, that's a much more appealing deal. Still of questionable use in combat though. 3 seconds is still an awfully long time on the battlefield, especially if you're dealing with anything close quarters. So here's what we're trying to achieve here. We're trying to get to the point where Tserriednich can enter Zetsu in a fraction of a second. instant, to the point where he can basically blink, see 10 seconds into the future, unblink, and fight accordingly, with essentially no time left for your opponent to take advantage of. And if you're familiar with One Piece, and I know most of you watching this are, what he's trying to do is achieve future sight, because those with that ability in One Piece can, at any time, glimpse a handful of seconds into the future without any time cost in reality. And that should send a solid shiver down the spine, I assume you have, because Shanks is currently known as the world's best future sight user, and it's what makes him completely overpowered. He's known as a figure who basically cancels out the observation haki of everyone else, because whatever you can see with said haki, he has seen beyond that. Your vision is cancelled by his. And Tserriednich is given an ability that would absolutely break One Piece right from the get-go, which is 10 whole seconds of future sight. But it's even more powerful than that because of the parallel reality interactions, meaning that not only does Tserriednich see what his opponent plans on doing, but he can also disorient them because they experience the original future before Tserriednich goes on to change it. It is an extremely difficult ability to fight against, because if Tserriednich can achieve the power to do this in the blink of an eye, then you can never be quite sure what you're experiencing against him is real, because every 10 seconds something could just snap change and everything you thought was happening is now not happening. And what we effectively have with Tserriednich is a doomsday clock. As of this video, this clock has 3.5 seconds remaining until destruction, and if something doesn't happen to prevent Tserriednich reaching the end of this countdown, then I honestly don't know what's capable of beating him. I do, however, have a fairly good idea of what he's going to do once he finally does reach sub 1 second, and it's not good news for anyone around him, which we'll get to, but in total, Tserriednich has now been learning Nen for 11 whole days. That might sound like a long time when you compare it to Gon, who had a functional mastery of both Ten and Zetsu after only 18 hours of having been exposed to Nen. Seriously, if you go back on Heaven's Arena, what Gon and Killua Gon in particular did was absolutely insane. Hisoka stops them on the 200th floor with his fearsome Ren, and then later that same day, Gon and Killua are able to return and shield against it. So rapid Nen genius is not unheard of, but here's the key difference. Gon and Killua were initiated by Wang. Their aura nodes were forced open, and so Gon and Killua were given the quick and dirty fast track to Nen. Tserriednich was not given this. He did not do that. He learned Nen the natural way. The way that's usually described as slow and methodical, and requires potentially months of meditation before you can even sense the slightest inkling of aura. And from that point on, it's said that mastering each basic principle within 6 months each is an indicator of uncommon talent, whilst mastering all of the basics within a grand total of 6 months denotes an exceptionally gifted individual. So I don't even know where on this scale we put Tserriednich, because he's managed to reach that point in 11 days. Don't be fooled by his frustration at how slow things are going. They're not. Even for the most gifted of Nen users in this world, this is lightning speed, especially starting the proper way. Of course, we've seen Tserriednich's insane mastery of Ten and now Zetsu, but Theta did also acknowledge that Tserriednich can now use Ren at a high level as well, and the manifestation of a specialist Nen beast as well as an ability is a demonstrated extremely high level of Hatsu, whether Tserriednich realizes that or not. And with every chapter, I am becoming more and more convinced that Tserriednich is the grandson of Isaac Netero. Whether it's a red herring or not, Togashi has now drawn Tserriednich in a very familiar position that we see with Netero's focus on the cover of volume 27. And along with all of the other similarities we've already explored in other videos, it is my belief that Togashi is telling us that this is our man. The question is whether or not Togashi himself is being a reliable source on this matter, or if he is indeed trying to purposely misdirect us. But if he is trying to misdirect us, then I have no alternative explanation for Tserriednich. I don't know how he exists otherwise, because what I'm thinking right now is that maybe the collective of Beyond Curses also have a function to power him, and that's how he's so OP. If none of that exists, and but something I'd also like to note is that Tserriednich's aura, it is thick with so many C's on the end, because the amount he can project from his body has grown exponentially since the last time we saw him like this, and it's important to note the nature of this aura. It's quite jagged, like a series of spikes or knives desperately trying to find something to harm. Most aura in Hunter x Hunter does not look like this. It's usually much more even, much more steady, much more natural. And at very high levels, it can sometimes take on the quality of a flame. But what Tserriednich is doing is quite alien. And the only other time I recall seeing this sort of sprawling aura effect was with Neferpito. Pito had an incredibly unique aura which was able to sprawl and explore, and that was a big contributing factor to Pito's end being one of the greatest we've ever seen, second only to that of Marayam, of course. I don't think that Tserriednich will ever reach that level, but if he can use his aura to do even a fraction of what Pito could to sprawl and explore and conduct these precise operations, then it just makes him that much more dangerous. How many more things can we give to this man? And one thing that really hit me hard in chapter 404 was his determination. Seeing his mental calculations of how long it's going to take to reach that less than 1 second mark, and the frankly monstrous willpower fueling him to get there. We have been given a glimpse of this side of him before, when his childhood soldier friends were talking about how Tserriednich locked himself in his room and kept practicing the weapon stripping and reassembly drill until he beat the academy record. In both this and the gun drill case, Tserriednich was/is frustrated because there's something that he can mentally conceptualize, but his body can't keep up with it yet. And so he's in this state of extreme frustration where he needs his body to be able to catch up. And this is extremely similar to the frustration felt by Isaac Netero as well. In fact, his reasoning for going up to train in the mountains was stated as follows. Frustrated by the upper limits of physical and martial arts skills, he pondered and reflected, and came to the realization that he was grateful. Tserriednich currently is experiencing that same sort of frustration, although I don't think he's going to come to the same realization. But something else that's always stayed with me is that when Netero came down from the mountains, he demonstrated his skill and he made the dojo master break down into tears of joy, having seen Bodhisattva, which is a person on their way to Buddhahood. Although something really interesting is that when the dojo master falls to his knees, the narrator stated that this was the birth of a true monster, which is very close to how Salkov refers to Tserriednich after seeing his rapid progression. He also specifically uses the term monster, but Salkov is also having a very different reaction to what Theta did. Theta sees Tserriednich as an urgent threat that needs to be eliminated, whereas Salkov seems to be more in awe of him. After he's finished, Salkov might even fall to his knees and beg to be taught by Tserriednich, like how the dojo master watched Isaac Netero and broke down into those tears of joy. Because in terms of Nen, Salkov should, in theory, have the advantage of a lifetime of studying and performing it. However, what he's completely lacking, and what most people on the ship are completely lacking, is the mentality. Salkov doesn't need physical instruction, he needs spiritual instruction. And I suppose the vision of Tserriednich is subjective to each person, like how all of his childhood friends seem to like and believe in him despite knowing about his crimes, but the view of Isaac Netero was also subjective. Yes, there were many who viewed him as the hero of the world, but there are many who would, not inaccurately, see him as the villain of the world as well. The man who used the Hunter Association as a tool for his own personal goals of only propagating the strong at the cost of the weak. With Salkov, though, I see a very potentially bad ending incoming, because Tserriednich has said that when he reaches sub 1 second that he wants to spar. And I don't see him being the type of person to hold back, not if he truly wants to test his powers. He is going to need a victim to test these powers on. Someone who knows Nen and can fight back. And I should note that Tserriednich's gun drill training ended in him breaking the record and then shooting someone because of that sense of superiority he'd achieved. Once he realizes that Salkov and Theta have nothing left to offer him, once he feels that superiority, then what is even the point in having them around? Arguably, they're not even a challenge to him right now, and it's entirely possible that Tserriednich will be a little bit unsatisfied by the initial test, and that he'll need to go and seek out a more proficient Nen user, which may finally turn his full attention to Kurapika, the man who has decided to make himself the center of this contest and open up a Nen school where all reports say that this guy is the real deal. Without knowing about the Phantom Troupe and anything else happening on the lower tiers, Kurapika is arguably the best Nen user aboard the Black Whale 1. And when you've got someone who may have inherited Isaac Netero's determination, the label of being the best is a very terrifying target to carry around. Sixpence Tyson's goal is to save the world with love. And in order to do that, all you need is to join her cult, read her teachings, get a little eye friend, give your life force over to her guardian spirit beast, and to make sure that you do not perform the one taboo, or you will receive severe punishment. So Tyson is one of the lesser talked about princes within the succession contest, which is a mistake. We need to change this, because what's happening here is either genuinely quite tragic and heartbreaking, genuinely quite frightening, or genuinely all of the genuines above. And Sixpence Tyson's story is primarily viewed through the lens of two of her bodyguards, Izunavi and Giuliano. Izunavi being a very familiar hunter who taught Kurapika Nen during the secret stage of the hunter exam, and someone who Kurapika has subsequently hired to assist his goals on this voyage. Meanwhile, Giuliano is also a licensed hunter, and when I say licensed, I mean mate fully licensed, which I have to point out because the Black Whale 1 has a whole ton of these nasty provisional hunters on board, sword at the moment with their provisional licenses. But Giuliano, to his credit, is a fully fledged member of the Hunter Association, and alongside Izanagi, he is one of only 2 people within Tyson's entourage who can see and use Nen. And their general story, as time has gone on, is one of divergence, with Giuliano gradually being won over into the Cult of Tyson, and Izanagi observing this with great concern. As for the prince herself, I must say that Tyson has changed quite a bit over time. Her first appearance was in chapter 349, and Tyson initially comes off as extraordinarily vain on an almost Camilla-esque level, always taking the time to check herself out in a pocket mirror and always surrounded by a fleet of handsome guards. And in chapter 358, when the Black Whale One is departing and each prince is giving a one-line inner monologue about their own ambitions, Tyson is simply thinking, it's gotta be me. And with what we know about Tyson in the latest Succession Contest chapters, this feels quite inconsistent with her character that was set up. And I think this is another case where Togashi has evolved Tyson from his original idea over time. To put it in real-world years, Tyson's first appearance was in 2014. However, a lot of her more in-depth character work has only occurred in the more recent batches. So we are talking about Togashi having had over a decade to slowly mold and evolve this character, whereas a weekly author would be under such insane time pressure that they would just have to run with the first idea they came up with. As another example, I'm personally convinced that First Prince Benjamin was conceived as an entirely different character. He was introduced to us as an extremely violent man who was quick to default to violence as a solution to every problem, but over the last 10 years, in between long hiatuses, Benjamin has been significantly more humanized. He is a much softer character who is willing to engage in violence to achieve his goals, but he will not default to it, nor will he relish it as his original incarnation did. And again, I think that the same thing has happened with Tyson. Although funnily enough, Tyson being, how shall we say, reborn over time, does fit in quite thematically well with her character. Before we get into that though, there's a bit of an elephant in the room with Tyson, which is that she has a particular taste in bodyguards, and she tends to only hire the most handsome of men who are given a special additional duty when serving under her, which is that in the presence of Tyson, each of her bodyguards must play a character designated by her. And as a result, I have no idea if we even know any of her guards' real names, but we have beings such as Madwig, a hitman with amnesia. Then there's Himonse, which has to be a Beyonce reference, with Himonse being a global A-lister. We also have Anzel, Prince Tyson's secret little brother, which would rather awkwardly make him another Kakin prince if it was true. But we also have Hyuga, the legendary tutor, and my personal favorite guard, an alien prince who came to the Hunter x Hunter planet to seek a bride. This alien doesn't have a name, at least not one that's given to us. He's simply known as the Alien Prince. But Tyson describes these characters as people being reborn and being reincarnated. And when Giuliano points out that all of them are just acting, Tyson gets rather upset and calls Giuliano's action taboo. So that word, taboo, it is extremely important, and please do remember it for later on, because that is where the story turns a bit sinister. For now though, let's just focus on the idea of being reborn, because this is key to understanding Tyson. And I'm gonna warn you well in advance, what I'm about to say next, it's gonna get a bit weird. And a lot of what I'm about to say is not what you clicked on this video to hear. But I swear this is not my fault. I do not control what Togashi writes, I just diligently report it. But this was brought to my attention by Jimmy Space 1 on the Hunter x Hunter subreddit. In chapter 348, 4th Prince Tserriednich refers to Tyson with male pronouns. Now this is commonly seen as a translation error, which even I've said in the past. However, we have new information, which is that in chapter 372, Giuliano says, "Does that mean we found favor with the prince?" And then he adds a playful, "Spread the news?" ? And saying it aloud, it's very meaningless, it's very confusing, especially because Izanagi goes on to call him an idiot immediately after. And I guess the way you can interpret it in English is to spread the good news, you know, that sort of religious-y statement, which does make sense with the Cult of Tyson. However, the literal Japanese says kakucho shitokimasu, meaning shall we expand it, which is a Japanese term that is used to describe expanding one's anus to prepare it for penetration. So what Giuliano in fact says is, does that mean we've found favor with the prince? Should we expand it for later? Or in more straightforward English, the prince likes us, should we prepare our buttholes? And look, I don't know, unless 6th Prince Tyson is a notorious strap-on user, it does imply that she is a packin' or something down there, and that in world it is fairly obvious that Tyson is transsexual. And this is a reference that official Viz translator Lillian Olsen missed when she initially initially translated the chapter, hence why we have spread the news instead of spread the butthole. However, Lillian Olsen did go on to draw her own reaction when she realized that this was a sexual reference, which I have to admit is pretty funny. The shock and aghast on her drawn face is beautiful. And I should say that this is far from confirmed, but it does significantly recontextualize the context of being reborn and reincarnated, which is the prime theme of Tyson. Because if this is true and Tyson is trans, then she herself has been reborn. And that might be why she assigns these new identities to her gods, as Tyson herself may have experienced an awakening of sorts by changing identities. And in chapter 400, Tyson states, "Mummy was disappointed I turned out like this. She doesn't expect any grandchildren," which could be a reference to Tyson's looks, personality, or ideology, but it does also fit very well with the idea of Tyson being biologically male but choosing to live a female life. But speaking of a family, Tyson has been described by her siblings as having, quote, "no ambition," although this commentary is not necessarily to be trusted, because this is also how 7th Prince Luzurus has been described, and we know that he certainly does have ambition. He's just clever enough to be able to hide it. And the same could be true of Tyson, because there are certain sinister elements to her that make me quite uncomfortable with what's going on in this room. However, at the same time, Tyson has also been portrayed as quite a tragic figure. In the words of her father, King Nasubi, "each spirit takes after its vessel. A fragile, weak vessel cannot be king." And that is exactly how Tyson is viewed even by her own mother. 4th Queen Katrono is quite disappointed in her one and only child Tyson, and it said that all of the other queens pity her, even the lower ranking queens. And apparently Katrono has always wanted to retaliate in some way, shape, or form. However, Tyson always refused, claiming that, "Unfortunately, I only fight with the power of love." And what is this love power, you ask? Well, Tyson has published her own doctrine known as the Tython Canon, which is likely Togashi misspelling the name Tyson in English. He's not amazing with English spellings. Lest I remind you that the romanization of Chrollo Lucifer is Whatever the case may be, in the series it's more commonly referred to as the Book of Tyson, and Tyson claims that there will be true world peace when all of humanity becomes my disciples. Read it and understand it. Tee-hee. And it's always a bit of a red flag to me when someone states a desire to have all of humanity indoctrinated into your ideology. Generally not a good thing. But in a separate instance, Tyson also claimed that the book would, quote, "rock your world." And of course, the book exists in context to various sermons that Tyson performs, as she has a daily routine for her followers, giving not only rousing readings from the book, but also engaging in, quote, "love exercises," which to me sounds a lot like sex, but it's not. It's more of a rudimentary fitness class. And we do actually see one sermon, though, which was quite informative. Tyson performed a reading from her doctrine, which went as follows. "Don't worry, love will always triumph. All the cold, lonely nights and the times you wish you could take back will one day become beautiful memories. This is love, the power of love." From the Book of Tyson, 2nd chapter, verse 4, Kana Chronicles. And Giuliano then comments that the speech Tyson gave was the ripoff of the lyrics of a singer named Nishina Kana, who herself is Togashi's ripoff of a J-pop singer named Nishino Kana. And Giuliano also goes on to state his favorite Kana songs, which to me seems like Togashi finding an excuse to gush about his music in his manga. If you're interested, Togashi seems to particularly like the songs Darling and No Matter How. I've looked these up, I've listened to them, I've gone through the lyrics, but I'm not sure how much I should be reading into them. If they were the name of Tyson's guardian spirit beast ability, then yes, I think they'd be worth paying a lot more attention to. But essentially, we've got one fairly cheerful love song and one fairly not that. It's a breakup song. But Togashi chose to reference this specific artist for a very specific reason. So what I'm going to do, right, is I'm going to go ahead and list all of Nishino Kana's albums, and I want you to tell me if you notice the recurring theme. Let us begin. Love 1, to love, thank you love, love place, with love, just love, and love it. So there's a lot of love happening. And so the entire scripture of the Kana Chronicles is likely just stolen song lyrics, which is actually confirmed later by Giuliano, who says that the whole Book of Tyson is just song lyrics, and that the final chapter is titled What a Wonderful World, likely named directly after the Louis Armstrong song. So the fact that Tyson's preaching isn't even her own original writing is a bit concerning. The cynic within me would say that this reeks of a con artist who doesn't necessarily believe in what they're saying. However, the not cynic in me also has to say that it is undeniably a Yoshihiro Togashi sort of thing to do in a very genuine way. If you've gone through a lot of these Succession Contest videos by now, you will know that this man is more inspired by music than probably any other mangaka. And I can see Togashi creating a character who is actually trying to change the world through music that has touched her own heart, because that is sort of what Togashi's doing with Hunter x Hunter. He's using the music that inspired him, mostly Keikizakura Sakura 46 songs, to guide many major characters and plot points of the Succession Contest. So that does make me think that Tyson doesn't necessarily have a sinister plan going on in the background, and that this could be a real thing she's trying to do. However, love, it sounds good, but it's not inherently a good emotion. We put it on a very high pedestal, but it can become extremely toxic, controlling, unhealthy, and lead to rather tragic outcomes. So even if Tyson does have the best of intentions, this developing cult still has the potential to turn real bad real quick. But what we do know at the moment is that Tyson genuinely seems to believe in her teachings, to the point where she was only one of 2 princes who elected not to send any representatives to Kurapika's Nen classes. And that's because Tyson believes so much in her own path that she doesn't see the use in her guards learning Nen. They should be focusing more on love, not whatever this Nen is. And whether Tyson means well or not, it is undeniably very cult leader-like to keep her guards/followers isolated like this. As step 1 in thoroughly culting someone up is to cut off their communication with as many people other than you as possible. And this does also carry over into the function of Tyson's guardian spirit beast. Tyson cannot see her own guardian spirit beast, but she assumes that it looks like an angel. And to her credit, Tyson is somewhat correct. Her guardian spirit beast has manifested as a giant love heart with angelic wings. However, it also happens to contain a very concerning, crazy looking eye smack bang in the middle. It's very Big Brother-like, or maybe a softer Eye of Sauron, always observing you. And this eye excretes creatures known as Madama Jakushi, which are translated in English as eyewogs, with the narrator defining the ability of the guardian spirit beast as follows. Emitter, diffusive levy type. The eyewogs stick to those who receive a Book of Tyson. The eyewogs collect aura from their hosts in exchange for happiness. The degree of happiness depends on how thoroughly they've read the Book of Tyson. However, breaking the sole taboo in the book brings about severe punishment. So as sympathetic as I've tried to be to Tyson to this point, this is where I start to get real worried. Because first and foremost, the way that Tyson's guardian spirit beast functions is spookily similar to how the Dark Continent Calamity Pap functions. What Pap does is it takes humans as pets, and it feeds on their life force in exchange for making them feel immense pleasure. Getting sucked off in all of the wrong ways, you know? Although I suppose it should be noted that there is at least some form of consent involved with Tyson though. For someone to be affected by the eyewogs, they need to not only actively accept, but read the Book of Tyson. And so if someone has no interest whatsoever in her plagiarized writings, then they are theoretically completely immune from anything her guardian spirit beast can do. But that's where it goes back to being a bit sinister again. As if Tyson were to become king, then I can imagine a situation where Tyson mandates that her book be read in schools, at workplaces, in the military, and perhaps even as part of some mandatory public broadcast. Remembering that Tyson believes that the world will be changed by each and every person becoming her disciple. So each Kakin citizen would be given their own copy of the Book of Tyson that the citizens will obviously accept, because if you don't, then it's not a really good idea to go against what the king says. And so that would fulfill the first condition, and the mandatory readings would fulfill the second part. And from that point on, each and every person within the empire will start to feel this incredible sense of happiness in direct correlation with how much of the book they've read, and the Kakin Empire will, at least temporarily, begin to feel like some sort of utopia, a heaven on earth. However, during all of this, Tyson's guardian spirit beast will be building up a stockpile, an unimaginably large stockpile of aura. And remembering that aura is life force is very important, because it means that this happiness is not free. You need to pay for it with your life. And what we have yet to discover is whether or not the aura cost rises with the amount of happiness received. And could it possibly reach a point where a person becomes so invested that they literally trade their lives for happiness? And then of course there's also the concern of why the guardian spirit beast needs this much aura. Izunavi's observations have compared its hoarding of aura directly to a spirit bomb, or Genki Dama from Dragon Ball, where Goku draws energy from all of life within a designated area to build a colossal colossal ball of energy to destroy opponents that almost never works outside of non-canon movies. But a weapon like that seems very out of character for Tyson, so it must have another purpose, and it may even function as a literal love bomb. Tyson does have a habit of love bombing her handsome male guards, such as when Tyson personally baked Giuliano a birthday cake even though it wasn't his birthday. Tyson was just feeling sad that she knew that one day she'd be saying goodbye to Giuliano in another 2 months, and so she wanted Giuliano to know right here, right now, how glad she was to have met him. And of course, we need to talk about the direct threat from the narrator, being that you will be severely punished if you break Tyson's one taboo. I believe this is what we flagged earlier when Tyson told Giuliano that it was taboo to point out that her reborn followers were all actually pretending they were actors. And the reason why Giuliano didn't receive punishment in this case was, 1, he didn't know, and 2, he had yet to be given a character of his own to play. But once you have that role, and once you break character, I suspect this is what will trigger the severe punishment of the Guardian Spirit Beast. And this is a case of Chekhov's Guardian Spirit Beast taboo. Now that Togashi's mentioned it, surely we must see it happen. And if I had to bet, I would say that it's probably gonna happen to Giuliano. When given the Book of Tyson, Giuliano genuinely tries to read it. He says, "Every word resonated with me. Every line is so profound. I want to savor the experience. Just the chapter titles and the table of content are so gripping, I can't get past them." And Izunami initially believed that this was Giuliano just not admitting that he hadn't read it yet, which is how I took the statement at first as well. However, I now think that Giuliano was being honest, and that this was the start of him being affected. He was receiving happiness just by reading and rereading the table of contents. But eventually Giuliano does read through the book multiple times and comes to the conclusion that, "I was wrong about Sixth Prince Tyson. I'd love to have her be king, but you know what that means. It's in direct opposition to her principles. This book is starting to feel like her parting message." And so Giuliano is now convinced that some sort of tragedy is going to befall Tyson. And yes, she is involved in a life or death contest, but the way Giuliano speaks about it, it's almost as if he's glimpsed into the future and he knows that Tyson does not win. And I'm personally quite torn about what to believe here, because we know that Giuliano is now well and truly under the influence of Tyson's Guardian Spirit Beast. He's read the Book of Tyson multiple times, and so he is getting the absolute most of the artificial happiness on offer. His nen is being siphoned, and his sense of impending disaster may be artificial as well. I don't know if I can trust his personal judgment anymore. And that might be something designed to cultivate further loyalty to Tyson. The idea that Tyson must be protected at all costs against anything and everything because there is some destined grand tragedy in the future. But all of that could be an artificial feeling. And as for Izunami, he has yet to read the Book of Tyson due to observing its worrying effects on Giuliano. However, after getting to know Tyson better, Izunami's current plan is surprisingly to use the power of love to stop the succession contest. Izunami wants to try and get a copy of Tyson's book to King Nasubi himself, hoping that under the influence of love, Nasubi may just cancel the contest, which is not at all an easy ask. Tyson herself can't just rock up to the king. She needs to go through her mother Katrono, and we've already discussed what a tricky relationship that is. And I personally cannot see this plan working. Nasubi himself is likely immune to the effects of the Guardian Spirit Beast because he is being kept alive as a caretaker of the contest in order to see the winner inherit the throne, and I do think that deep down Tyson expects to die and has already made peace with that. And however tragic that may be, this could also bring her wish to life. Because consider this, if Tyson is leaving this book as some sort of last will, and the book is now connected to her Guardian Spirit Beast, then this could end up becoming an invocation of post-mortem Nen, a lingering and tangible message of love for all those who want to hear it. However, the outcome could also be much worse than that, because you never really know what's going to happen with post-mortem Nen. And really, Tyson's cult in its current form is almost an antithesis to Morena's cult. One is trying to save the world through love, and the other is trying to doom it through hate. But again, love can be an extremely dangerous force, and in the wise words of Izunami to Kurapika, don't mistake your goals for your methods. As such, Tyson's goals may be wonderful, laudable, and all of the other positive, praiseworthy words, but the way that Tyson is going about achieving them, her methodology, makes me very nervous to say the least. One of Kurapika's greatest allies in the succession contest is Basho, a man currently serving 7th Prince Luzurus, and someone who may be under the effects of pseudo-coercive manipulation, as well as someone who may shortly be clashing with Melody's faction as they seek to murder Luzurus to save the life of 11th Prince Kacho. However, Basho's dreams for the future are currently becoming more and more entwined with seeing Luzurus become the winner of the succession contest. To date, Kurapika's team of hunters have acted as a very solid cell, but this could be the first major fracture between them. We originally met Basho as one of the 6 applicants for the bodyguard positions within the Nostrad family during the York New City arc, alongside Kurapika and Melody, whose original design in the manga was this pretty wild crypt keeper look, but Basho is a licensed hunter with the Hunter Association, and although we've never been told exactly what kind of hunter he is, a blacklist hunter would be a reasonable assumption. But despite working in one of the darker fields of huntistry, Kurapika came to trust Basho rather quickly, and a big part of that is because Basho did not question Kurapika's willingness to throw his life away to pursue his goals. As such, Kurapika sees Basho as a reliable ally to go further and further down the rabbit hole of vengeance for his clan. Basho himself, however, has much more light-hearted ambitions for the future. During the York New City arc, Basho noted that it was his dream to ride a bike around the world, which is a particularly difficult dream to achieve now after discovering the existence of the Dark Continent. But it's due to the trust formed during York New City that Kurapika decided to recruit Basho for his mission to recover the Scarlet Eyes from 4th Prince Tserriednich, and Basho has now found himself coming full circle and becoming one of the 6 bodyguard applicants yet again, alongside Kurapika and Melody, with Basho eventually being hired by 7th Prince Luzurus, which actually puts Basho in arguably the most important position of all of Kurapika's team, because he is serving by far the highest ranking prince among them. The next highest ranking prince this team has access to is 11th Prince Fugetsu, who is currently being served by Melody, so having access to Luzurus is a pretty big in for Kurapika. And the reason why Basho was hired by such a high ranking prince is because of his aptitude as a hunter. In his introduction, Basho demonstrated that often he doesn't even need to invoke Nen to defend himself or his charge, and he is a proper beast when it comes to raw physicality, and his Nen provides, in theory, more versatility than any other hunter. Basho's Hatsu is called Great Haiku, the Wandering Haiku Poet, whereby Basho constructs a haiku on a piece of paper, and then whatever he writes will literally come to life. For example, Oresama ga naguta mono wa mina moeru, which translates as, my hand makes a punch and whatever I hit will burst in flames a bunch. Now this is one of those situations where you may say that the English translation completely botched the beautiful intent of the original Japanese, making it sound clunky and awkward, but this translation is actually perfect, and it is the original writing of the haiku that made it sound a bit jank. Great Haiku's output is only as powerful as Basho's poetry is good, and exactly what defines good poetry is extremely subjective, but it could be Basho's own impression. He is very hard on his own writing, and look, for good reason, and that could even be a subconscious restriction for being allowed to have such a ridiculous Nen ability in the first place. He can make literally anything happen, but all of that anything is always going to be a little bit shit. And of course, it's not amazing in actual Nen combat because you don't often have the time to just stand there and conjure a haiku mid-battle. But speaking of conjuration, Basho's Nen affinity has never been revealed in the manga, although the 2011 anime had Basho claim to be a conjurer, which I would buy. So far it seems to be pretty correct. I would be surprised if he wasn't. And of course, we should point out that Basho's character is based on Matsuo Basho, a poet that lived during the 1600s and is widely recognized as being history's greatest master of the haiku art form. So Basho is an inverted exploration of that. History's worst master of the haiku art form. And look, yes, Basho, he's a bad poet, man, but he's not a dumb guy, not at all. He is a lot sharper than many readers or watchers may realize, with one example being when he diagnosed that none of the princes who were posting bodyguard openings were likely to be the higher-ups because, quote, only amateurs use money as a reward. The younger wives with less experience Swinko Swinko through Oito. And even with his more lackluster creative writing skills in something like the Succession Contest, Great Haiku is potentially a game-winning ability because there's not a lot of call for sudden decision-making. It's more about careful planning and implementing. So Basho, in theory, would have a lot of time to come up with banger after banger that he could implement at just the right time, especially if he's given a certain topic to ponder over by someone else. And when I say someone else, I mean mean perhaps a certain 7th Prince Luzurus. So, Luzurus, he is one of the more difficult Kakin princes to talk about because he's this very nefarious character who deliberately stays hidden, not just in world but to us as readers as well. Luzurus is widely considered by his siblings to be a prince without ambition. This impression is not consistent throughout all of the princes, however, as there is a pretty stark divide within the princes ranking higher than Luzurus who view him as a complete non-entity. The princes who rank higher than him view him as a freebie in the contest. However, the princes who rank lower than Luzurus view him as quite a horrifying entity. And it's their comparative lack of influence that allows the lower ranking factions to get a glimpse of the truth of Luzurus, which the higher ranking princes are blinded to because so many of them are just cripplingly self-indulgent. And we'll get to why we should be very, very afraid of Luzurus in a second, but first, he is almost always shown either smoking, drinking, or both. He appears to be a fan of Jimi Hendrix, as he was watching one of his concerts on the TV in chapter 386, and in chapter 402, Luzurus received a letter whilst wearing a hoodie that says SKR46, which we should all know by now is a reference to Togashi's favorite idol group, Sakurazaka 46. Luzurus actually spends a pretty shocking amount of time watching TV, which is definitely what contributes to the impression that he's lazy and he has no ambition, but it could not be more opposite. Luzurus is highly analytical, exceptionally driven, and may be the single best manipulator among the princes, and that is all without using Nen. So the first big red flag that should go off for Hunt Hunter readers is learning that Luzurus is actually the benefactor of the Chara family, one of the 3 mafia factions that command the Kakin underworld, and it's also suspected that Luzurus is the biological son of Chara boss Broccoli. This is mostly due to the similarities in hair between them, which was genetic material provided to Luzurus by neither King Nasabi nor Luzurus's mother Dwazel, and it would fit the pattern established by Zhang Lei of mafia benefactors perhaps being strategically inserted into the Kakin monarchy to proliferate each underground family. The Chara family trade in commodities, so they gatekeep a lot of essentials and divvy them out at a premium, but a large part of their income is generated from drug sales, and that's going to be very important in a bit. However, we do need to ask the essential question of why Luzurus bothered to hire Basho in the first place. And Basho wasn't the only hunter acquired either. Luzurus also hired Skert and Ridge from the association, the latter of whom was originally white, and then later on Togashi decided to make him black. So Ridge has had quite the journey over these past 2 weeks, but to be clear, Luzurus claims not to have known anything about Nen prior to the contest. But he's in a very odd position as one of the higher ranking princes, because he wasn't born soon enough to have access to his own private army. So while Luzurus does have great influence in the underworld, he was left nigh on defenseless on tiers 1 and tier 2 of the Black Whale 1, where his mafia forces are unable to access. So instead, Luzurus hired as many hunters as applied to the position to make up for that lack of military might. However, without even knowing it, Luzurus's hold on the underworld is crumbling. At the moment, it appears that Luzurus has lost control of his own Chara faction, because we do know for a fact that underboss Kenny Wang is working with Morena Prudo and the Hale Lee family, and it's also very possible that Vice Boss Tazhao is working with her as well. So Luzurus isn't even safe with his own family on the lower tiers. Not that he could get there anyway, because it's outside of the boundaries of the succession contest. They are big problems currently. But for now, one of the key scenes of this plot thread was when Basho introduced Luzurus to a recreational and therapeutic drug that he's implied to have created called Clean Leaf. So as presented to us, this is something of a miracle substance that actually helps in the rehabilitation process of smokers or other assorted drug users. And Clean Leaf is at least somewhat regulated in parts of the Hunt Hunter world, because Basho apparently needs his own special license to cultivate it. And the reason why talking about Clean Leaf is oddly important is because this is what gives us our first real look into Luzurus's personality and his goals. Because after trying Clean Leaf, Luzurus becomes pretty heavily invested into it, and he speculates about whether or not it could be used in the Kakin Empire to treat drug addicts. So Luzurus actually wants to use Clean Leaf to help the Empire. But he does identify First Prince Benjamin as the main problem in this endeavor, because the Kakin military are the ones in charge of drug control, and a traditionalist like Benjamin would not accept the idea of a drug being the solution to a drug problem. Basho then suggested that, hey, Luzurus mate, perhaps then the quickest possible path to making this a reality would for you to become king. And this is where I started to get highly suspicious of Luzurus, because this whole discussion seems far too good to be true, and it fits unfortunately perfectly into the ability of Luzurus's guardian spirit beast, which we discover in chapter 375. His guardian spirit beast is described as a conjurer with a pseudo-coercive manipulation ability. It sets a trap by conjuring whatever the target desires as bait and activates once the target falls for it. And given that guardian spirit beasts are a direct manifestation of the inner nature of the princes themselves, what this means is that nothing 7th Prince Luzurus says or does can be accepted at face value, especially since Luzurus is a very rare succession contest character who we almost never see inner monologues from. So we never really get a glimpse into his true thoughts, with one exception, which is in chapter 402, where during an inner monologue, Luzurus refers to both 4th Prince Tserriednich and himself as snakes. So that's Luzurus labeling Luzurus as untrustworthy. So with that in mind, let's go back to the clean leaf discussion. One reason why this sets off alarm bells for me is because of what we flagged before, that Luzurus and the Chara family base a substantial portion of their business on drug sales. So the idea of clean leaf even existing is a massive threat to their business model, because even if Luzurus became the sole distributor of clean leaf, a drug that cures addiction probably isn't going to result in many repeat customers. So I suspect that this discussion was empty praise to win Basho to his side as more than just a bodyguard, but to turn him into a loyalist. Luzurus may have said this to make Basho think that Luzurus becoming king is the only way to accomplish this amazing degree of good that Basho genuinely wants to do. And then Luzurus also very intelligently sets up his brother, 1st Prince Benjamin, as the direct enemy to Basho's goals. Then Luzurus also very intelligently sets up his brother, 1st Prince Benjamin, as the direct enemy to Basho's goals. So despite having nothing to do with the Kakin Empire, Basho now has both a champion and he has an enemy. And looking back on this scene between Luzurus and Basho, there's even a very trippy possibility that none of this actually happened, and that the discussion we saw taking place between Basho and Luzurus was Luzurus's guardian spirit beast, showing Basho exactly what it is he wanted to see, an opportunity to get clean leaf out into the world, and Basho ran right into that trap as part of its Nen ability. Because again, it sounds too good to be true. An unparalleled opportunity. How did Basho get so lucky? And all Basho has to do to make this amazing thing happen is ensure that Luzurus wins the succession contest. And if so, this is really not good, because as soon as Basho falls for this, he will be trapped in a pseudo-coercive manipulation ability. So Basho is already in a very precarious situation. But that aside for now, on the 8th day of the voyage, a banquet was held where many of the princes were required to submit performances by their personnel, and Luzurus chose to have Basho and Ridge, a newly black Ridge, engage each other in a freestyle rap battle. And we only see one perspective of this battle, which shows Ridge really laying into Basho, to the point where Basho is just staring back at him like, wow mate, you really didn't need to go that hard. And even though we don't see the outcome, I don't have a great feeling about Basho's chances of having won this rap battle. Given that rap is basically poetry with a beat, I'm betting that Basho's improvised poems are very much in line with the standard haikuery displayed in his Nen ability. But it's on the 9th day of the voyage where things significantly intensify for Basho and 7th Prince Luzurus. We've spoken about this key event quite a bit in other videos, so I'm not going to relitigate the whole situation here. However, it's very important to note that Shikaku committed word I can't say on YouTube right in front of 7th Prince Luzurus's room on day 9 of the Black Whale 1 voyage. Now this was actually one of 9th Prince Halkenburg's men who had his soul inserted into Shikaku's body, and it has been treated as extraordinarily suspicious by the 7th Prince's faction, as it should be, and even Kanji Dol, the guard assigned to Luzurus by 1st Prince Benjamin, is extremely on edge, and he suspects that Halkenburg's faction accomplished something within the room whilst using Shikaku as a distraction, which is exactly what many Hunter x Hunter fans think as well. However, Kanji Dol has quite a different idea from us. Kanji Dol is assuming that one of the sleeping guards did something in the room during the distraction, naming Odessa, Gado, Makni, and Skert as the 4 possible suspects. And this is where we get another look at the intellectual beast that Basho is, because he accurately assessed Kanji Dol's judgment and tried to get him on side by suggesting that they put Machi and Sket under observation as the prime suspects. However, Basho actually believes that this is a charade being perpetrated by Benjamin's faction, and weirdly enough, he has stumbled onto the right answer to the wrong question. And so Basho does the Nen maths and proposes that Shikaku could have ended his own existence in order to activate a Nen curse, which is how Second Prince Camilla's faction operates. And this is very relevant because ruminating on this idea inspires an important haiku that Basho would shortly conjure. But to wrap up the Shikaku incident, fans currently suspect that Rice is the guard that we should be most wary of, and it's been hypothesized that Halkenburg used the distraction of Shikaku to shoot the soul of another of his men into Rice, who was the guard answering the phone when Shikaku rang the doorbell, meaning that neither Kanjidol nor Basho would be correct, and that's very bad because it means that one of Halkenburg's men could be in control of Rice's body right now, who then has completely free reign in Luzurus's room at the moment because no one has even come close to suspecting him. And what I would add to this is that Basho is going in pretty heavy on suspecting Benjamin's faction, which isn't a bad idea because they are one of the most dangerous. However, it is very much playing right into Luzurus's hands due to his comments during the Clean Leaf discussion about how Benjamin is the main factor that would inhibit the wider distribution of Clean Leaf. So it could be a coincidence, but Basho incorrectly tunneling in on the First Prince may be evidence that he's already being pseudo-coercively manipulated. And it's at this point that 7th Prince Luzurus's plotline intersects with that of 11th Prince Fugetsu, who becomes infected with a Nen curse, and Kaiser, Melody, and Kacho Beast came to the conclusion that Luzurus is the most likely culprit. To be precise, they believe it's Luzurus's guardian spirit beast. And so, in order to save Fugetsu's life, all three of them are now preparing to assassinate Luzurus to get his beast out of the contest. And I really want to emphasize just how little evidence the Fugetsu group has to be implementing such a drastic maneuver. Kacho Beast accused Luzurus's guardian spirit beast of placing the curse on Fugetsu, and that's kind of that. No one even questions it, which makes me question it. It's very unusual for Hunter x Hunter characters to be this logic light, and when you stop and think about it, something incredibly suspicious is happening here. Firstly, according to the rules of the succession contest, guardian spirit beasts cannot target princes, so it is actually theoretically impossible for what Kacho Beast is saying to be true. Secondly, even if it could happen, Luzurus's guardian spirit beast doesn't have that kind of ability. We've already gone through what it does, which is laying a trap and ensnaring targets in manipulation. So as far as we're aware, it cannot initiate Nen curses. And even if it did, according to the rules of the contest, those targets cannot be princes. So Kaiser, Melody, and Kacho Beast are about to go in and murder Luzurus based on logic that each and every one of them should know is incorrect. And it's a bit baffling that all three of them are acting this unintelligently. So here is my grand conspiracy theory, right? Luzurus's guardian spirit beast is responsible, and this whole situation is a trap that is being laid. It is making Kaiser, Melody, and even Kacho Beast think that Luzurus is responsible for Fugetsu's condition. It is giving them the answer to a question they crave to know, and they are desperately buying into it. And so the assassination plot is all three of them potentially walking into a Nen trap. There is an issue here, which is that Kacho Beast is also a guardian spirit beast, and guardian spirit beasts can't target other guardian spirit beasts. So for this to work, the Kacho Beast we're seeing would have to be something like an illusion created by Luzurus's guardian spirit beast as part of the trap, and Kacho is the one who suggested Luzurus, so it is possible, but it could be any number of convoluted things. All we know is that what we're seeing isn't actually what's happening. However, to bring Basho back into things, after a visit from Fugetsu, he gave her a charm to help slow down the effects of the Nen curse, which is something that he's been thinking about ever since the Shikaku incident. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out, because Melody and Basho, they are both part of Kurapika's team. But now Melody is trying to kill Luzurus, but Basho has already become actively invested in seeing Luzurus win the contest. However, both of those ideas may have been thrown into chaos, as Luzurus is currently one of the missing princes that Benjamin has yet to secure after initiating special martial law. However, Luzurus cannot flee far. His mafia family is located on tier 5 of the Black Whale 1, however Luzurus, in theory, is unable to leave tier 2 due to the succession contest boundaries. So death is rapidly encroaching upon Luzurus, but as always with the 7th Prince, nothing is what it seems. So as bad as things look for him right now, I would definitely not count this man out. Ninth Prince Halkenburg has put himself on a clock and he now has exactly 10 hours remaining to win the succession contest. Although his situation is looking rather bleak, and Halkenburg is also technically a little bit dead at the moment. So Halkenburg's guardian spirit beast is one of the more tricky things to explain about the entire succession contest, because it possesses a multi-part ability with a lot of very strict and very specific conditions. But first things first, our big feathery boy has the power to knock out anyone within a certain range and mark them with this here funky pinion. This right here is a mark of loyalty, and whilst unconscious, a person is essentially nen-scanned to determine how loyal they are, not necessarily to Ninth Prince Halkenburg, but to the ideals of Halkenburg. And those who pass the test, they keep the pinion and they have their aura nodes awakened. So they become instantaneous nen users without all of the trials and training. And for those who do not pass the test, their feather, it disappears, and they also have their memories erased, so they have no idea that they were even tested. Furthermore, Ninth Prince Halkenburg himself was also subject to this power and subsequently marked with the pinion, which is a funny thought. Every now and then I just like thinking about the idea of, well, what if Halkenburg wasn't loyal enough to himself? Would the mark then disappear? And that gets a lot less funny as time goes on, because that is a genuine question to be had. Again, this mark doesn't designate loyalty to Halkenburg, but loyalty to his ideals. And there is a very real discussion now about whether or not Halkenburg himself is still loyal to his ideals. But it was described by one of Halkenburg's men as follows: determination and solidarity. The prince keeps his resolve to himself, but when it comes to group decisions, his natural charisma influences the results. So this mark is proof of those who share the same aspirations. Halkenburg, he is aiming to become king of the Kakin Empire so that he can abolish the monarchy. He wants to institute a democracy, so with this ability, Halkenburg himself, he's not claiming a special position. Halkenburg is marked exactly the same as everyone else is, so he's one of the people. And thus what we have is a very fascinating kind of nen democracy having been born here. As the second part of the ability is to give those marked with the pinion increasingly higher aura output depending on how many of them are together at any given time with completely aligned objectives. And Halkenburg and his immediate loyalists have been described as, they're all united in action. A symbolic fellowship. When they're all on the same wavelength, they produce an enormous amount of aura. The greater the number of those with the mark of the feather who gather under the prince, the higher the potential. When the group unifies and activates its nen ability, it reaches the highest level among nen abilities. Those are very big words right there. This is literally one of the single most powerful nen abilities in the entire series. And the raw power is so off the charts that simply activating this ability, it sends rumbling all of the way through the Black Whale 1. The communal aura generated by Halkenburg's loyal guards is on par with that of a Chimera Ant Royal Guard. And for good thematic reasons as well, since in both cases that high power existed for the sake of loyalty. But Halkenburg's power has much more untapped potential, because the more and more loyal followers Halkenburg gathers, the more intense this power becomes. And because there's just such a colossal quantity of aura, again, every use of this ability, it sends a violent rumbling all the way through the Black Whale 1. Not just a single tier, not just tier 1, not just tier 2, all of the tiers. Which sounds very intimidating, and it is, but it does have one very key disadvantage, which is that Halkenburg can never use this ability stealthily. It's as if he needs to very loudly announce that I, Halkenburg, am using my ability over the ship-wide speaker system every time it's invoked. But it's designed to showcase the power of unity to the point where even two of Halkenburg's unified guards, who had no idea what nen even was, were exuding aura on the same level that 1 in a million talents like Gon and Killua were after they initially learned. And prior to discovering the circumstances, Kurapika thought that Halkenburg's guards Hinrigh and Schedule were clearly messing with him because their aura output was so absurdly advanced. But there's still a third part to this ability, and this is the most complicated, because Halkenburg and his loyal nen legion, they've essentially turned themselves into nen batteries. But just what are we using all of that power for? Well, all of that power is condensed into a single aura bow and arrow for Halkenburg to fire. And it takes the form of a bow and arrow because Halkenburg was a silver medalist at the World Archery Championships, and while as the 9th Prince he has very little political power and life experience to exercise, this is the one talent that he can showcase to perfection. It gives Halkenburg something that he can use with maximum confidence. And by maximum, I mean that Halkenburg quite literally bets his own life on each and every shot, with a devastating effect on impact. But before we examine all of that, this is an ability that is officially translated as the boy who shoots the arrow, Grimmel the Dissonance, with the second name being a misspelled reference to classical violinist David Grimmel, and an orchestra that he created named Les Dissonances. This is a conductorless ensemble that challenges the rigidity of classical music, with a focus on each and every member of the orchestra being in tune with the collective rather than playing via direction. You know, from some orchestral dictator, they call them conductors. Which is not only how the ability functions, but this is Halkenburg's vision for the future. He does not want a Kakin empire with a single king, a single dictator. He wants it to be a functional democracy, and that is why Halkenburg can never use this Nen ability alone. He needs his Nen orchestra. And even when he has his Nen orchestra, Halkenburg himself, he is not the conductor. Halkenburg is just one instrument that must be in tune with the rest of the collective. And also, I thought this was important. The orchestra Les Dissonances has been described as a metaphor for a different society in which complexity can be resolved through collective intelligence and individual empowerment under a less vertical direction, in a more equitable economic system, which you can just copy and paste to describe Halkenburg's ambition as well. But Les Dissonances is primarily known for an initiative called L'Autre Saison, which is a social project designed for collaborating with homeless people, as well as different artists from all sorts of fields to perform a charity awareness concert. And they do this once a month to help with emergency and social reintegration projects. And so this part of the name represents the more idealistic aims of Ninth Prince Halkenburg, and which stands out as an antithesis particularly to First Prince Benjamin's personal Nen ability, which consolidates all of the power of his loyal guards into himself for Benjamin's sole discretion, whereas Halkenburg's Nen ability is designed to place power directly into the hands of the people around him. And that's nice and lovely and all. However, as with most Nen abilities, there is a very troubling, I would say disturbing contrast with the inspiration behind the other part of the name. The boy who shoots the arrow, or Shonen wa Zankoku no Yumi wo Iru, is the Japanese name for the film We Need to Talk About Kevin, a psychological drama about a mother coming to terms with her son's murder spree, which was committed with a bow and arrow. And that is also the path that Halkenburg is currently emulating to a frankly troubling degree. So in the movie film, when Kevin is asked why he committed the murders, he replies that he used to think he knew, but is now no longer sure. And at one point, Kevin also tells his mother that he learned his coldness from her. And that really struck me, as Halkenburg is starting to lose his reason for doing all of this. He is gradually going against his own ideals, and Halkenburg is starting to embrace the violent nature that he learned from his father, King Nasubi. In fact, when Halkenburg marched into his father's quarters, determined to kill Nasubi in order to stop the contest, Halkenburg fired a single shot, which was halted, assumedly by Nasubi's guardian spirit beast, but also possibly Halkenburg's. And instead of being shocked, what Nasubi did was he praised Halkenburg's aim and gave him some advice. Always fire 3 shots when shooting to kill. And Kurapika has also noted that Halkenburg's aspirations are quite contradictory to his values, which we can also see in this encounter. But this contradiction can also be seen when Halkenburg attempts to take his own life in protest of the succession contest, and at that point, his guardian spirit beast stops the bullet. And remember that a guardian spirit beast is conjured from the aura of previous contest sacrifices. However, they take the form of the desires and personalities of the prince they are assigned to. And so it wasn't the guardian spirit beast that stopped Halkenburg taking his own life, it was the desires and values of Halkenburg himself, his own contradictory values. And it's here that Nasubi says one of my favorite lines in this entire arc, which is, "Tell me you don't need a king after you become one." Which is just, when it comes to Halkenburg, pretty tragic. Because for Halkenburg to build the ideal nation that he has in his head and his heart, he first needs to become everything that he's fighting against. And so the big question is now, will Halkenburg lose his way on that journey? And also, this wouldn't be a succession contest video if I did not mention that this ability was also highly tied to Keikizaka 46, as the pose that Halkenburg takes to initially fire the arrow is ripped directly from their choreography for a song titled Fukyo-wan, which literally means dissonance. And there's also a part in the music video where the group all draw their bows in unison, which makes me think that in the future future, it might become possible for Halkenburg's followers to also use the bow and arrow, provided that they have the exact same resolve, that is, the resolve to risk their lives with each and every shot. If they miss, they're gone. And there may be a big oh shit moment in the future where all of Halkenburg's followers all of a sudden conjure the bow and arrow at the same time. In addition to that, when Halkenburg finds his men knocked unconscious by his own guardian spirit beast, several of them are lying in the same position of the girl in the beginning of the music video. There's also a very difficult part to explain where Balsamilko Might, the head of First Prince Benjamin's guard, uses a direct lyric from the song to describe Halkenburg, and I'm not going to go into it because it's just a painfully long explanation, all to essentially say that once again Togashi is obsessed with and inspired by this idol group. But as for the details of how the arrow functions, we need to get into the rumblings. So far in Hunter x Hunter, there have been 5 rumblings caused by Halkenburg's faction. The first of which was when Halkenburg and his guards gathered together to mourn the death of 12th Prince Momoze, and due to their close proximity and strong emotional alignment, it produced the first burst of aura that sent a rumbling throughout the Black Whale 1. However, the ability itself would not actually be used until the second rumbling, which occurred after Halkenburg visited King Nasabi and resolved to take part in the succession contest. And the first target was one of Benjamin's guards, Shikaku. Recognizing the sheer danger of Halkenburg, Shikaku activated his own Nen ability called Yu-Gi-Oh! Coldcept, which is named after exactly what you think it is, and it theoretically allows Shikaku to manifest a giant trap card made from aura that captures the Nen ability of an opponent that is aimed at Shikaku. Shikaku's ability, when used correctly, is said to be a perfect defense, which made it all the more shocking when Halkenburg's Nen ability gave absolutely no shits about perfect defense. And so the narrator described it as follows. His followers' aura united becomes an unparalleled armor to protect the prince and an arrow to pierce his enemies. His own aura becomes a bow and guides the arrow true. The fired arrow pierces the enemy's every possible defense and robs the flesh of its will in exchange for the body of one of his followers. In other words, once the bow is drawn, an arrow that cannot be intercepted or defended against pierces the target. It's an ability that ensures individual victory in combat. And I've said this in other videos before, but 9th Prince Halkenburg is one of the extraordinarily rare characters who could feasibly defeat the Ant King Marayam. The reason why Komugi was always able to beat Marayam at Gungi, because she was willing to bet her life on each and every match. And Halkenburg is tapping into that same resolve along with all of his men. Not even Marayam could block this arrow. However, this arrow, it does not kill its target. Instead, it does something very tricksy. After hitting its target, Grimmel Le Dissonance selects a soul at random from Halkenburg's loyal followers and inserts that soul into the body of the target, with the soul of the target now being swapped into the vacant body from Halkenburg's group. And so in this case, Halkenburg's guard Sumidori, his soul was chosen to be put into Shikaku's body, and Shikaku's soul was then transferred to Sumidori's body. It's a very classic body swap, but it does come with more rules and complications, which is that both bodies and souls now operate on a priority system, which dictates that even though they're in 2 separate bodies, only one soul can be awake at any given time. So Shikaku in Sumidori's body was rendered unconscious and was to remain unconscious until Sumidori in Shikaku's body went to sleep or was otherwise rendered unconscious. And so after this first shot, the big question that Halkenburg had was what happens to the souls when one of these bodies dies? And that brings us to the third rumbling where this experiment would play out in full. The third rumbling was first noticed by Basho in 7th Prince Luzurus' room, and whilst the rumbling is occurring whilst Halkenburg and his followers are preparing the shot, Sumidori in Shikaku's body rang the doorbell of Luzurus' room, and once he was on camera, he yelled, "Long live His Highness First Prince Benjamin," before committing word I can't say on YouTube by shooting himself in the head. And again, the reason why Sumidori did this in Shikaku's body was to test what happens to the souls once one of the bodies becomes unusable. And that is the main takeaway that readers have from this section, but right after Sumidori shoots himself, the rumbling, it stops. And I want to make this very clear. If the only goal of this encounter was for Sumidori to flashily remove himself for the sake of science, then there would have been no need for a rumbling at all. Sumidori's actions, it has nothing to do with the rumbling. The rumbling only occurs if Halkenburg has activated his Nen ability again. And this mystery becomes a lot more clear when we look at the floor plan of Tier 1. because you will notice that 9th Prince Halkenburg's room is right next to 7th Prince Luzurus's room, with both rooms having the exact same layout. Now, what I'm about to go into is just a theory at the moment, but I think it is an incredibly strong one. Sumidori ringing the doorbell wasn't just to get attention. The idea here is that it was to place one of Luzurus's bodyguards in a guaranteed spot to answer the door, so that Halkenburg could fire Grimmauld Dissonance and possess one of Luzurus's men, which no one would notice due to Sumidori acting as a distraction outside. And look at the aftermath of this, because suddenly this guard, whose name is Rice, ends up on the floor. Rice is the one who answered the doorbell, and the excuse used here is that seeing Shikaku shoot himself in the head, oh no, it was such a shock that I fell on my back, I being Rice. However, the thing is that Rice, he is a trained royal bodyguard. He's not just some dude. And in theory, a man of his caliber should not be brought to the ground by a sight like this. Yes, it's horrifying, but this is what he's trained to do. Dude is a professional. In fact, he's trained to see much worse. And so the thought is that this was done as a cover for the possession, to give a relatively decent excuse for Rice's body to fall and stumble before whichever soul of Halkenburg's men was chosen to take full command of Rice's body. Again, I should point this out, this is all just a theory. It could just be as simple as what we've seen play out, but Halkenburg using his Nen ability again is the only thing that explains why a third rumbling even occurred, let alone happened at the exact same time as this. So Halkenburg must have used the Nen ability. The question is, where? And the answer is probably what I just said. And as for the other experiment, as for what happens to the souls, well, we would shortly find out when Halkenburg himself became subject to this ability. On day 10 at 11:30 a.m., a fourth rumbling occurred that we see from the perspective of Kurapika, who notes that there have been increasingly shorter intervals between rumblings, meaning that Halkenburg was getting more and more comfortable using his Nen ability. But we also see the fourth rumbling from the perspective of First Prince Benjamin and his captain of the guard Balsamilko Might. And we then hear a transmission from Benjamin's soldier Vict engaging Halkenburg and being defeated in the same way that Shikaku was, meaning that even though we don't see this, the soul of one of Halkenburg's men was inserted into the body of Vict, and vice versa. But this gave Benjamin and Balsamilko Might enough information to form an extremely terrifyingly accurate hypothesis of how Halkenburg's guardian spirit beast functions, which is an unstoppable weapon generated by group aura that risks Halkenburg's life with every shot. They really pretty much almost exactly got it right. And Balsamilko Might then did something very, very smart. He used his legal authority to arrest Halkenburg on suspicion of the murder of their guards, thus separating Halkenburg from his men. Now, Might obviously didn't have the evidence he needed to actually convict Halkenburg. However, the idea was to detain the 9th Prince long enough to assassinate him, which was quite a desperate measure, but Halkenburg's power, it was rapidly spiraling out of control. And even if it cost Balsamilko Might his freedom or even his life, First Prince Benjamin, he would get to live on. However, Might, as smart as this man is, made one extremely costly error that brings us to the 5th rumbling. Might's plan was to infect Halkenburg during the trial with a compound known as TSK-17, also known as the Silent Killer. Once infected, the subject will exhibit basic flu symptoms. However, this rapidly escalates into death via multi-organ failure in the time period of 12 hours. And so long as it's deployed within a meter or so of the target, it has a 100% death rate. However, before Might could act, he encountered two problems. Two problems that made it clear that he had fallen right into Halkenburg's trap. The first was the reappearance of Vict, who we just discussed was the victim of the 4th rumbling. However, this Vict, it looks like Vict, but it is not Vict. It is again the soul of one of Halkenburg's men controlling Vict's body. And Halkenburg then had Vict perform military sign language to distract Balsamilko Might, just long enough to hold Might in place as the 5th rumbling began. Now, Halkenburg didn't have any of his bodyguards with him. However, the 9th Prince had managed to gather a group of loyal disciples from the general public who received opinion mark and were now able to act as a battery for Halkenburg to shoot Balsamilko Might with Grimmauld Dissonance. And what happened from here is one of the most insane all-or-nothing gambles that I've ever seen. As mentioned previously, Halkenburg was also marked with the feather by his guardian spirit beast, meaning that he is not special within his own group. And what that means is that it's not just the souls of his supporters that can be chosen at random to be swapped, it is also Halkenburg's, and in this case, Halkenburg's soul was randomly selected to be transferred into the body of Balsamilko Might. And remember, due to how the Nen ability functions with the priority system, this left Might unconscious in Halkenburg's body, but we had Halkenburg conscious in Might's body. And we don't see this, but it appears appears that Halkenburg then used Might's TSK-17 on his own body whilst Might was in it. And this maneuver caught me by complete surprise, because Halkenburg is deliberately killing his own body, meaning that his soul had no home to return to. And so Halkenburg now plans on winning the contest without his own body. Halkenburg's body with Might's consciousness was then quickly transferred to a hospital, where Hunter Association Chairman Cheadle Yorkshire took personal command of his treatment, also featuring Leorio. Many people forget he's involved in this arc, but here he is. However, not even Cheadle's expertise could prevent the TSK-17 from ravaging Halkenburg's body, and 9th Prince Halkenburg was officially pronounced dead exactly 12 hours later. Now, after the experiment with Shikaku and Sumidori, what Halkenburg learned was that after the death of a body, the soul returns to the original body. And what it does is it enters a state of coexistence with the other occupying soul, but again on a priority system. In this case, Halkenburg and Balsamilko Might now both inhabit Might's body, and if Halkenburg falls asleep, Might will wake up, and if Might then falls asleep, Halkenburg will wake up, and vice versa. However, also, as soon as one soul returns to the body, that soul takes immediate priority. So in theory, Halkenburg killing his own body, and thus Might, means that Might will go back to his own body and take immediate priority. And so in order to prevent that, right before Halkenburg's body died, Halkenburg in Might's body took a sleeping pill to subdue the consciousness of Might returning to his original body. And Halkenburg has stated that this pill will last about 10 hours before Might's consciousness wakes up in his own body and takes priority over Halkenburg's soul, meaning that this 10 hours is all the time that Halkenburg now has left to implement his plan to win the succession contest. And we also didn't see this, but the next time we catch up with First Prince Benjamin is in chapter 410, where it becomes apparent that he has also been infected with TSK-17, meaning that Halkenburg in Might's body was able to get close enough to Prince Benjamin to administer it, although we have no idea where Halkenburg in Might's body is now. But Balsamilko Might's theory was that Halkenburg's guardian spirit beast would not allow him to target another prince, as guardian spirit beasts under the contest rules are not capable of directly attacking princes. And so with Halkenburg's body gone, his plan to win the contest is very difficult to see. It would be one thing if he could body swap with another prince and claim the throne in their name, but they are actually the only people he cannot target with Grimmauld Dissonance, and even if he could, the targeting would be random. So Halkenburg's plan to win the succession contest may not be the standard thing we're thinking of, and instead Halkenburg's plan may be to just go scorched earth on the monarchy itself, including himself. In fact, starting with himself. That his goal may be to engineer a situation where the Kakin Empire has no successor and by necessity must switch to a different system of government. And there is also the possibility that even in Halkenburg's absence, his Nen ability may live on, as its very nature was to hand power to the citizens. And so perhaps even without 9th Prince Halkenburg, it will just fall to someone else to pick up the bow and arrow, or maybe even multiple people, maybe even all of the people, so that they can keep acting on behalf of the people. This is Kaiser, and he is the #1 succession contest character that you are probably not paying anywhere near enough attention to. In fact, such little attention gets paid to this man that he sometimes gets mistaken for Kenny Wang, the underboss of the Cha family. And fair enough, because look, they're both short, dark-haired dudes in suits and glasses saying and doing very smart things. But for the record, they are two very different people. With Kaiser's first appearance being in chapter 372, however, he doesn't actually get named until chapter 400. So with Togashi's publishing schedule, that means that it took 4 years to get a name. Togashi spent more time thinking about this than most parents naming their babies, and potentially for good reason as well. Kaiser is the Ministry of Justice's deputy chief prosecutor and serves directly under Supreme Magistrate Cleopatra, with Kaiser's name almost certainly being chosen to pair with hers. Cleopatra obviously coming from Cleopatra, and Kaiser being the German form of the title Caesar, meaning ruler or emperor. Apparently after Julius Caesar conducted his Caesar-related activities, his name became synonymous with the concept of being an emperor, and so subsequent emperors decided to make his name a title to use for themselves. I bring that up because it is a core tenet of the Kaiser mastermind theory, the fact that Togashi has deliberately named him after either one of history's most renowned conquerors, or just flat out given him the title of emperor. It certainly is suspicious given his position, which is supposedly one of complete neutrality. Kaiser works for the Kakin Justice Bureau, an independent body separate from the the monarchy, responsible for investigating and solving legal disputes within the empire. An organization like this is necessary because it means that there is a power that even the princes need to answer to. I mean, realistically, it doesn't stop them from doing whatever they want, but it provides them with a legal framework that they need to operate within that stops the empire from just devolving into anarchy. And as an example of the authority of the Justice Bureau, Kaiser first appears in order to interrogate 6th Queen Seiko. And the reason why Kaiser's here is somewhat complicated to explain, but bear with me. It's because Seiko's maid Lo Berry was under suspicion of killing 13th Prince Mariam's guard Barragan during Kurapika's Nen classes with silent majority. But the TLDR here is that Supreme Magistrate Cleopatra, like many Hunter x Hunter fans, could not be bothered to deal with the silent majority mystery, and so she dispatched Kaiser as the investigator for this case. So initially, he doesn't seem particularly important. He comes off as some no-name background character performing a tedious bureaucratic function, which could not be further from the truth. However, this marks the beginning of Kaiser becoming thoroughly entangled into the Prince Fugetsu plotline, as Kaiser declares that he'll have to spend the next 72 hours supervising Queen Seiko, and by extension her daughters 10th Prince Kacho and 11th Prince Fugetsu. And it's from here that things get a bit wild for old mate Kaiser. On the 4th day of the voyage, Prince Fugetsu was detained after being caught on Tier 3, which she was able to reach with the help of her guardian spirit beast, with the potential of even being charged with conspiracy. And so Fugetsu was also put under supervision for 72 hours, overseen by Kaiser. So this entire cell of the family is looking incredibly circumstantially guilty of conspiracy. However, Kaiser's character would take a sharp and very unpredictable left turn after meeting the music hunter Melody. Melody is one of Kurapika's hunter team that was planted into the employment of 10th Prince Kacho. However, Melody later pledges her loyalty to 11th Prince Fugetsu following Kacho's death. But after hearing Melody play the flute, Kaiser appears to become infatuated with her. He even makes a pass at her in the hallway and has an internal monologue about making up an excuse to continue watching Melody, which really should not be his focus at the time. Kaiser's got a lot of people to watch at the moment, and Melody is at the bottom of that list. However, from this point on, Kaiser places her smack bang up the top, telling Melody, "I learned today that music can have a powerful effect on people. Change people, and you can change the world. I'd like to at least make an effort. Who knows? The king might change his mind. I just feel like I have to do something." And hearing Kaiser say these words is pretty nuts, because he is one of the least emotive characters ever created in all of media. And Melody herself notes how bizarre Kaiser's words are. An unusual heartbeat, a gentle, quiet tune unperturbed contrary to his words. The on-the-job heartbeat of people who suppress their emotions. This one is in a league of his own. I can't rule out the possibility that he's being manipulated. Remembering that as a result of listening to part of the Dark Sonata and subsequently becoming cursed herself, Melody has supernatural hearing and can use that to nigh on perfectly read people's intentions and feelings. And so it's very unheard of, which is a pun, that Melody cannot read someone. However, for now, all we really know is that Kaiser's words and actions don't necessarily match his true desires. And at this stage, Melody is also much less suspicious about the heartbeat and more taken off guard by the fact that Kaiser tried to start flirting with her, which escalates extremely rapidly in chapter 400, where Kaiser openly confesses his love for Melody. "Melody, I'm in love with you. I haven't been able to sleep at night. I keep thinking back to your performance and I enjoy that. I've never felt such throbbing of my heart. I don't know what to do about it myself. People assume I'm a workaholic, but I think my desire for love is more intense than anyone else." And I'd also just like to point out that we have a very cute reaction from the Guardian Spirit Beast pretending to be the deceased Prince Kacho, like she's watching a gripping soap opera play out right in front of her. However, this now raises the core Kaiser question, which is just how serious is this man about obtaining that Melodussi? Melody herself doesn't believe Kaiser's confession for a second, and it's because his heartbeat seems to lack the rhythm required to feel any emotion, let alone one as powerful as love. And from here, Melody suspects a bit of complexity happening, so she pegs Kaiser, not in that way, but he may like that. Melody pegs Kaiser as a manipulator pretending not to know Nen, and potentially even a layer deeper, Melody hypothesizes that Kaiser could be a manipulator manipulating himself, which is never off the table. We've seen that before, such as with Shinnok using his autopilot ability, and also Neferpito's Sakura. And thematically, I do think this would suit Kaiser's role quite well, remembering that he belongs to the organization of neutrality. The Justice Bureau isn't supposed to take positions within Kakin society. Their job is to investigate and judge accusations of law breaking with a completely objective approach, which is pretty difficult for any human to do. But perhaps Kaiser has found a unique way around that, and he's developed a Hatsu design to make him the perfect man for that perfect objectivity, which is why no one, not even Melody, can read his emotions one way or the other. And I should say that it's not just love in question either. Melody also notes that there is no change in Kaiser's heartbeat when he's about to risk his life to implement a plan to assassinate at least one Kakin prince. Kaiser here is talking about full-on kill murder, and his words aren't empty because his actions are backing this up. However, somehow his inner feelings are just completely empty, even when expressing the most extreme of emotional desires. Or at least they feel empty to Melody. With another, perhaps more simple theory being that Kaiser is being manipulated by someone else, which is why he says and does all of these things, but his inner feelings don't back up those words in action. However, it is also undeniable that Kaiser has been very legitimately helpful. After 10th Prince Kacho's death, Kaiser decides to hold Melody in the custody of the Justice Bureau, which isn't an act of suspicion, it is an act of protection. Due to the fact that Melody publicly performed her Nen ability, she is now the prime target of almost every remaining prince who either desires to use her power for themselves or to eliminate Melody so that her power cannot be used against them a second time. She's not in a good position, and Kaiser does appear to be protecting her rather than using her for some sort of master plan that he may or may not have. Furthermore, after Basho gives his great haiku-generated Nen charm to Fugetsu, Kaiser bows to Basho in gratitude, which is a much bigger deal than it may seem, as this guy is the deputy chief of the Justice Bureau. He is an extremely high-ranking official, and he is performing a deep bow to a mere bodyguard. And he's not doing it to perform to anyone. In fact, almost no one's looking at him, and Melody's not even there. And at this stage, it's not even just about Melody either. Kaiser seems to have developed a bond with Fugetsu as well, and he is ready to risk his life to ensure that she survives. And the possibility that Kaiser has real feelings happening here, even for Melody at this stage, cannot be ruled out. This all began when Kaiser was very surprised at Melody's, quote, hopeful interpretation of Heel's Requiem. That music appears to have changed him, and generally whenever Togashi explores love or even lust in Hunter x Hunter, it does come with a strange twist. Not always sinister, but usually strange. And there's actually an interesting idea that Togashi has put Melody in the position of a person without her powers, and effectively turned Melody into a regular old human being trying to navigate the complexities of attraction and dating and all that. But as readers, we also receive a lot of inner monologues from Kaiser. However, oddly enough, they don't usually offer a lot in terms of understanding his thoughts and feelings, and I think that Togashi mainly defaults to a Kaiser in a monologue whenever he has to explain a mildly complex mechanism of Kakin bureaucracy, and due to his authority and alleged neutrality, Kaiser tends to be the perfect vehicle for that mental exposition that the readers need. There are a couple of exceptions to this, and one very special one that I'm going to touch on soon, but in terms of Kaiser potentially being manipulated by another party, I would offer one candidate in 2nd Prince Camilla. We know that her guardian spirit beast is a manipulator that takes complete control of a target who has fulfilled certain undisclosed conditions. And even though I'm the one who offered that candidate, I don't think it's the strongest idea, because Kaiser does appear to be acting with free will. So the full-on manipulation described in this guardian spirit beast, it doesn't seem like what's happening to me. If it is manipulation, what's happening with Kaiser seems to be a lesser level of it. Something either coercive or pseudo-coercive, which happens to be the ability of 7th Prince Luzurus' guardian spirit beast. It's said to be a conjurer that makes use of pseudo-coercive manipulation. However, if Luzurus' beast was behind this, then I highly doubt that Kaiser would be trying to assassinate Luzurus right here and now. Where we are at the moment with Kaiser is that 11th Prince Fugetsu has been attacked by a Nen curse, and if nothing is done, it is simply going to kill her. So Kaiser, Melody, and Kacho Beast have Luzurus as their prime suspect, and they are now involved in a genuine conspiracy to murder him and save Fugetsu. Although prior to that, Kaiser even suggested killing all of the other princes at once with a slow-acting poison. So I personally find it difficult to see him working for another prince or being manipulated by the forces of another prince. But to look elsewhere, one rather popular idea is that Kaiser is secretly working for the Heoli family and facilitating Morena's desires. A lot of this has to do with the enigma that is this family, who Hinrigh of the GU identified as having boarded the Black Whale 1 under the guise of civilians, which, quote, bypassed the Justice Bureau. So Morena somehow snuck aboard the Black Whale 1 with 22 of her closest serial killer friends with fake identities. The reason why this is important is explained by this Haley woman, the only member of the family whose name we don't know yet actually, but it's because their official status as civilians means that the royal military would have to get involved if any of them were attacked by mafia factions, so to keep the peace and everything, whereas violence between mafia factions isn't governed by the military, they just let it play out. So the Haley family do have this protected status at the moment, but Morena would need someone friendly in a very high position of admin to have pulled this off. Furthermore, in chapter 400, Finks and Feitan come to the conclusion that the Haley base is on tier 2, but they're only partially correct, as Borksen would later discover during Morena's negotiation game that the Haley base existed in a hidden space between tiers 2 and 3, and the primary facility on tier 2 is the Justice Bureau itself. So the Haley family are operating about as literally as right under their noses as the metaphor can be taken. And it seems almost unthinkable that they could operate so casually on these tiers without someone or something facilitating them. However, what tends to incriminate Kaiser the most in this idea would be the hypothetical outcomes of all of his suggested actions. Kaiser has a tendency to jump straight to murder as a solution to many problems, and originally, as we also mentioned before, Kaiser suggested a plot to kill every prince with the exception of Fugetsu all at once. And this plan, whether successful or not, would have sent the ship into total anarchy, because it's very doubtful that Fugetsu would have had the charisma or strength to immediately rise to the position of king and bring the empire under control. Everything just would have collapsed from right under them. And that scenario happens to most favor the Haley family because they want that chaos, they want that collapse. They want all 200,000 people aboard this ship to kill one another. However, Kaiser, Melody, and Kacho Beast eventually settled on just killing 7th Prince Luzurus. However, even that has an added layer of complications, which is that Luzurus is the benefactor of the Chara family, one of the major Haley rivals. But not just that, in chapter 404, Kurapika has this lovely metaphor of a 3-pronged rope representing the 3 mafia families, as well as their 3 Kakin Prince benefactors, and Kurapika predicts that, should any one of those benefactor princes be assassinated, it would result in all-out war. A move which actually helps 2 factions. It would give first Prince Benjamin the excuse he needs to enact special martial law, but we already know that Kaiser isn't working for Benjamin because he's trying actively to stop Benjamin as we speak. So that leaves us again with providing assistance to the Haley family. All-out war is definitely what they want, and I was a big fan of the Kaiser Haley idea until at least chapter 410, the last chapter of the latest batch, which actually ends with an internal monologue from Kaiser, as after Benjamin has invoked special martial law, he says, "If we can somehow stave this off for one more day, we'll be able to see the light. I still have my final stronghold." So Kaiser has hope, and he has a trump card that he's conserving for use against Benjamin, which may or may not have to do with the special button that he gave Steiner in chapter 400 to press in case Benjamin's soldiers commandeered the Justice Bureau, which they have, and assumedly the button has now been pressed. Don't know what it does yet, looking forward to finding out. But I'm less concerned about that and more interested in Kaiser's feelings. This inner monologue is what makes me think that he isn't working for the Haley family, because he clearly believes in the idea of hope. And this is simply not what any Haley member believes in. Each and every one of them are consumed by darkness, disdain, despair, and all of the other bad D words, to the point where hope isn't a concept they can recognize. It's not a word in their lexicon. And that's why they're committed to just ending the world as we know it. And it could be that Kaiser is being manipulated by the Haley family in tandem with having this hope and genuinely wanting to help Melody and Fugetsu. And perhaps it was even Melody's music that had some effect on this existing manipulation that broke through to Kaiser to some degree. And really, you can argue that what this all boils down to is a man aligned with a completely allegedly neutral faction throwing every principle of balance out of the window in order to instigate an assassination to install a new king, and all of this is because he listened to a song one time and really liked it. Sounds ridiculous, but that is exactly why I see great potential for Kaiser being genuine. I'm sorry I have to bring them up again, but they are always relevant in this arc. Togashi's love of the idol group Sakurazaka 46 is once again integral to understanding what's going on here. as 10th Prince Kacho's guardian spirit beast is called Season of 2 Without You, with both of those names being taken from 2 Sakurazaka 46 songs. However, Togashi stated in an interview that it was the interpretation of the music by the group's choreographer that really hit him. It surprised him, much like how Melody's interpretation of Heel's Requiem hit Kaiser. And then there is this direct quote from Togashi regarding hearing these 2 songs back to back, Season of 2 and Without You. I was so moved and inspired by it that I finished the storyboards all at once. I like these 2 songs so much that when I see them side by side in a live concert setlist, my emotional balance collapses. Yes, I like the songs even more than the ability itself. What happened to Togashi feels like exactly what's happening with Kaiser. And with that in mind, it is very possible that Kaiser is a self-insert character. My hypothesis here being that Togashi invented Kaiser to be an avatar of his feelings towards this music, with the very embodiment of the concept of music in Hunter x Hunter being Melody. So Togashi writes this character falling in love with Melody, losing his emotional balance after hearing her music, as a way of expressing his love and his emotional instability hearing the music of Sakurazaka 46, and potentially expressing feelings for some of its members. Look, I'm not going to pretend that what's happening from Togashi here isn't a little bit weird, but I do think it needs to be mentioned as often as it is relevant, because his feelings with this idol group and their music are very powerful forces that at this stage are almost directing the plot of Hunter x Hunter. It's their music that gives Togashi such a great source of hope and inspiration, and it's Melody's music that did the same for Kaiser. So even though there is a lot to question regarding Kaiser's motivations and actions, right now I am willing to give Kaiser the benefit of the doubt. And if I'm right, then that would make him one of the greatest allies in this contest, but if I'm wrong, it would make him one of our greatest enemies. However, we shouldn't also forget that there is a scenario that exists where he is a crazy, complicated mix of both. I get the feeling the fuse to destruction is shorter than we can imagine. Those are the words of Mizaistom, the only character in the Succession Contest arc who has an understanding of every plot thread happening aboard the Black Whale 1. Kurapika, beyond Netero, the Zodiac traitor, Benjamin Special Martial Law, Forgetsu's plan, the Phantom Troupe, the Mafia Wars, etc. It is Mizaistom and Mizaistom alone who sees all of these pieces moving, and he has already predicted the outcome of this arc, which is the complete and total destruction of the Black Whale 1, along with the deaths of its 200,000 occupants. And armed with that information, it is Mizaistom who is desperately and potentially futilely attempting to prevent his own shockingly accurate prediction from coming to fruition. And apart from Kurapika, Mizaistom is the closest thing we have to a protagonist in the Succession Contest arc, as Mizaistom skillfully weaves through all of the major plot threads, and we see all of these different pieces from his direct perspective, which is intentional from Togashi, as Mizaistom is a double-star crime hunter. So whilst every other character is struggling with their own respective individual battles, Mizaistom is the character who has been given the task of ultimately solving the problem that is the Succession Contest. But to understand exactly where he is and what he's doing at the moment, we need to step back a bit. In addition to being a crime hunter, Mizaistom also manages his own private security company, and he is of course a member of the Zodiacs of the Hunter Association, which is incredibly handy for us because the Zodiacs all have personalities based on the qualities of their respective animal. With Mizaistom, he is the Ox Zodiac, representing hard work, diligence, honesty, reliability, and patience, but also possessing the negative traits of stubbornness, being opinionated, and presenting as overly serious. However, the way that I would choose to describe Mizaistom is a lawful good, which you don't see a lot of in Hunter x Hunter. But Mizaistom is widely known within the Hunter Association as the conscience of the Zodiacs. He's also one of the only people who commands near universal respect, because Mizaistom is an individual who has no ulterior motives, and very importantly, he has zero interest in obtaining positions of power, which is why he's more than happy to submit to Chairman Cheadle, as Mizaistom shares most of her views. He and Cheadle are both part of what's known as the moderate conservative faction of the Zodiacs, which also includes Ginter and Botabai, and together these 4 Zodiacs work to prevent balance within the Hunter Association and stop it from leaning too far in any given political direction, as well as to prevent the sheer anarchy of either Ging or Pariston's ideologies taking over. over. Mizaistom is also highly skeptical of the V5, now the V6, after the Kakin Empire joined, and he does not believe that this handful of nations should have the right to make decisions for the countless number of smaller countries in the world. And Mizaistom had particular objection to the V6's decision to undertake a voyage to the Dark Continent because these 6 countries are risking the fate of all humanity should the voyage fail and a new calamity be brought back to the human realm. Mizaistom also happens to be the one who investigated the increase in missing hunters and linked their disappearance to one Pariston Hill, the former rat zodiac. However, Mizaistom was unable to provide conclusive evidence. Let's put it this way, if Mizaistom is Sherlock, then Pariston is his Moriarty. We tend to focus a lot on Ging and Pariston as the main intellectual battle occurring in modern Hunter x Hunter. However, Mizaistom does act as this awkward third wheel in this dynamic, because Mizaistom is very capable of thinking at their level. However, what truly holds him back from getting involved in their game is his fierce morality. He can think on their level, but he will not act on their level. And so Mizaistom just cannot compete with the sheer lengths that both Ging and Pariston are willing to go to. And the Zodiacs are extremely lucky to have someone like Mizaistom, because this group were chosen due to the arbitrary criteria of former chairman Isaac Netero. So you have a wide range of, how shall we say, mental acuity, from the diligent genius of Mizaistom all the way to the other side of the spectrum to someone like Kanzai, who didn't even know how to spell the word election. Mizaistom is one of the only Hunter x Hunter characters whose words I feel like I can take at face value. And to give you a perfect example of Mizaistom's pure honesty, there's a point where he had to deceive a group of Kakin military representatives for the good of the kingdom and for the good of the Dark Continent voyage, but Mizaistom still said that it made him feel like he'd sold his soul to the devil. So even lying for the sake of objective good is something that Mizaistom has difficulty with. But he's also surprisingly knowledgeable about the Dark Continent and has studied ancient documents that reference it, making him well suited for the Dark Continent expedition, an endeavor which began for Mizaistom along with the remaining 9 members of the Zodiacs, originally being contracted by the V5 to hunt down Beyond Netero, son of Isaac Netero, a task which I think went very well for them, as Beyond immediately rocked up at the front door and voluntarily entered their delicious custody. But the goals of the V5 and the Hunter Association rapidly shifted, partially due to the last will of Isaac Netero, who requested, not commanded, but requested that the Zodiacs explore the Dark Continent and retrieve something of benefit to humanity, and also partially due to the political pressure of not wanting to risk the Kakin Empire going on a voyage alone and then making some big discovery and using it to take over the world. So the Hunter Association have agreed to supervise the trip. And on Leorio's recommendation, it was Mizaistom who then recruited Kurapika into the Zodiacs for the Dark Continent mission, with Mizaistom's supreme skills as a crime hunter leading him to discovering the owner of the remaining Scarlet Eyes that Kurapika was searching for, which I should say Mizaistom actually found by accident. He was doing other crime-related stuff and then accidentally solved a crime that Kurapika had been working on for a long time. But Mizaistom has complete faith in Kurapika, less because of Kurapika himself, but more because of how highly Leorio thinks of Kurapika, as Mizaistom has judged Leorio to be an honest actor, just like himself. And it was through a combination of their abilities that Mizaistom and Kurapika were able to discover that Sayu is the Zodiac traitor and working for Beyond Netero. So this information has now become one of the many triggers to doomsday that Mizaistom is now struggling to juggling, as what Mizaistom needs to do before reaching the new continent is produce proof that Sayu is the traitor. Currently, we only know this information because of Kurapika's dowsing chain, but that is legally useless, and Mizaistom is powerless to take action against Sayu without hard evidence, which is a mission that has become something of a side quest for Mizaistom due to a litany of more urgent concerns. For the voyage to the Dark Continent, the Zodiacs were all divided into specialist teams for the duration of the voyage, with Mizaistom assigned to the intelligence team along with Pion and Sacho, although the skills of the latter two are more heavily geared for the Dark Continent expedition itself, meaning that Mizaistom is doing the heavy lifting for the actual voyage itself. And from the moment of departure, Mizaistom's focus was commandeered entirely by tiers 3 and 4, as the crime rate of the occupants was significantly higher than expected. In Mizaistom's words, "We underestimated Kakin's sloppiness. The plans are meaningless. The medical teams are the worst. There are only 3 clinics on tier 2 and 2 on tiers 4 and 5. There's not even a dedicated doctor for tier 5. And what Mizaistom doesn't immediately see is that it's not just neglectful medical care. It's also food, water, sleeping quarters, sanitation, and every other basic human need. But what Mizaistom initially described as, quote, a sloppiness was actually quite meticulously thought out by King Nasabi, remembering that his intention is to use the 200,000 people aboard as sacrifices for the succession contest, and so he's engineered a precarious scenario where riots are all but guaranteed to break out. And this leads Mizaistom and Botabai to stepping in as consultants of the Kakin military to establish a private security force under Mizaistom's command. And the fact that we've made it this far into the voyage without a major incident is almost entirely to Mizaistom's credit. However, it doesn't change the fact that Mizaistom's effectively playing a game of Jenga where every piece now threatens to collapse the tower if it's even slightly touched. And it will eventually collapse. It is not if, it is when, and Mizaistom knows that. Which is why on day 4, when a mass murder of 20 people occurred on tier 3, Mizaistom sprang straight into investigative action, and he initially suspected that Nen must have been used to accomplish this. However, the truth turned out to be a lot more horrifying than that. These murders were actually perpetrated by Luini, a member of the Haoli family, and the reason why he killed exactly 20 people is because he was subject to the rules of Morena's contagion ability. And so killing 20 people gave Luini 20 levels and allowed him to reach level 21, which instantly manifested a Nen ability for himself, which is a pretty scary thought, because that means that Luini successfully murdered 20 people before he got his Nen ability. He was just a regular dude who went in there and got to work. With tier 3 being chosen as the site of the mass murder because it contains an abundance of single rooms with single people. So what Luini did right is he impersonated a Kakin military officer and just went room by room knocking on doors and slaughtering its inhabitants until he got himself 20 Soweto levels. And so this was Mizaistom's introduction to the Haoli plot thread. The sole witness of these murders who Mizaistom questioned was Kashu, who also happens to be a Haoli family member, who is initially thought to be assigned as a witness for the purpose of deliberately providing misinformation to the authorities. However, Kashu had different ideas and ended up providing a lot of real information about the levels and numbers without giving away exactly how Morena's Nen ability functions, which Mizaistom passed as truthful and seized on as a key clue. It's unclear whether or not Mizaistom fully believed Kashu, but in this case, I do think that Mizaistom's straightforward morality may have gotten the better of him, because he did end up releasing Kashu and saying, you're free to go. But Mizaistom did find it very suspicious that of the 21 people the murderer interacted with, Kashu was the only one left alive. Either way, Mizaistom's interaction with Kashu may not be a one-off, as she has expressed a desire to, quote, get to know the investigators better, which tells us why Kashu was left here as a witness. It's partially because Luini got very arrogant and he wanted to test the abilities of Mizaistom, but it's also because Kashu has her own preferred method of killing. She has her own goals, as do all of the Haoli members. And what Kashu wants to do is she wants to play some games with the investigators. And I suppose that means that Kashu is now actively targeting Mizaistom. As for Luini, he would never be apprehended. Instead, he got rather arrogant and directly challenged the Phantom Troupe pod of Fate and Finks and Nobunaga, with Nobunaga solving this problem by instantly removing Luini from the realm of the living. But from Mizaistom's perspective, there is still a mass murderer on the loose, and that's a very good intuition to have. And it's good that it's still active, because there is actually not one, but 19 Haoli mass murderers still aboard the Black Whale 1. Mass murdering as we speak. But it's on day 4 that Mizaistom begins to put everything together, and Mizaistom becomes the first and to date only person to accurately hypothesize the end goal of the succession contest and directly link it to the disorder and crime rate on tiers 3, 4, and 5. The question at hand is, why would they need to mass murder civilians? The answer lies in the occult elements of the Seedurn ceremony. This ceremony has allowed its leaders to prosper since the country opened its ports, and it's only natural to believe that they could gain supernatural power through ritual sacrifice. Consider its prevalence throughout human history. These crimes will only continue and multiply, and when it goes beyond a critical point, this ship will sink by 200,000 people jumping at shadows by the riots caused by fear. And Mizaistom's solution was to repurpose 800 Kakin soldiers dedicated to tiers 1 and 2 and redistribute them across tiers 3, 4, and 5. However, this would be a proposal that opened Mizaistom up to the Prince Benjamin plot thread, as it gets Mizaistom far deeper involved in the Kakin military, which is overseen by First Prince Benjamin, and this will eventually land Mizaistom face to face with the First Prince as Benjamin attempts to initiate special martial law. We'll get to that, but even if everything does go well there, Mizaistom rapidly encountered more problems. Following his request, Mizaistom is informed that Illumi and Carlito Zoldyck have been apprehended on Tier 3 and have somehow gotten their hands on a VVIP ID, which would have allowed them access to Tier 1 had they not been apprehended. This was a worrying discovery to Mizaistom for several reasons. The first is that he was aware that Carlito Zoldyck had joined the Phantom Troupe, but the addition of Illumi's membership was a disturbing surprise. As if you recall, Illumi Zoldyck had proven himself to be effectively unstoppable during the chairman election arc, and if Illumi turned out to be an enemy here, then he could potentially single-handedly doom the entire ship. And with that in mind, somehow the second discovery is even worse, as Illumi confirmed that the rest of the Phantom Troupe were also present, leading Mizaistom to believe that they could be here to take revenge on Kurapika, which they're not. They're here to take revenge on Hisoka, but Mizaistom does not know that. But regardless, Mizaistom now has to deal with this group of powerful and intelligent Nen users that potentially surpass the abilities of the Zodiacs themselves. The Phantom Troupe are an uncontrollable force. That's why the Mafia factions are so worried about them, and their very presence challenges the concept of balance, which Mizaistom agrees with. Bro loves his balance. However, he has no time to implement much thought, as following Illumi and Carlito, Mizaistom's security also report that they have discovered 11th Prince Fugetsu on Tier 3, which is an impossible event. Due to the nature of this vessel, it is impossible to travel from Tier 1 to Tier 3 without anyone knowing. Impossible unless it's via the use of Nen, which it is. Fugetsu used her guardian spirit beast to reach Tier 3. However, she refused to disclose this information to Mizaistom, but even without this information, Mizaistom puts the situation together and came to the conclusion that Fugetsu and Kacho were planning to escape the succession contest, which they were. And this is how Mizaistom became involved in the Prince Fugetsu plotline. Quite heavily involved, I should say, as Mizaistom instructs Melody to, quote, assist Kini, who was a hunter trusted by Mizaistom and an existing bodyguard of 10th Prince Kacho, with Mizaistom's message for Melody adding that she was to prevent any escape plans by Fugetsu and Kacho. However, this message, it was very special, right? Because Mizaistom left Melody a code to crack, which is extremely difficult to convey in English. The key to the code is the time stated at the beginning of the message, which refers to different parts of the Japanese sentences. So here's what the original message was. I hereby relay an important order from Mizaistom as of 1:44. Be extra vigilant because Prince Kacho and Fugetsu are speaking and acting strangely. It is highly possible that they are planning an escape through whatever means. In addition to your bodyguard duties, also do your best to prevent them from escaping. Provide support to Kini, the person in charge. However, after using the key to crack the code, this is what the message becomes. Give your full support for Prince Kacho and Fugetsu's escape. And this often goes completely over the heads of a lot of English readers, and I completely understand why. But it must be known that it was Mizaistom who directly facilitated the escape plan for Kacho and Fugetsu, which Mizaistom did out of sympathy, empathy, and wanting to do the right thing, which rather unfortunately concluded with the death of 10th Prince Kacho, who was killed immediately after leaving the boundaries of the contest. Mizaistom couldn't possibly have known that, but you can argue that he is unfortunately responsible for Kacho's death. And I'm sure that given the man Mizaistom is, he would be feeling quite a heavy weight of guilt as a result, but it's also not clear that he actually knows that Kacho is dead yet, primarily because Kacho's Nen beast is impersonating her at the moment. But following this, Mizaistom falls out of focus until chapter 410, which is when First Prince Benjamin marches into the Kakin Justice Bureau to declare special martial law, where he is met by Kaiser, Botabai, and of course, Mizaistom. And Mizaistom describes Prince Benjamin as follows. He's an impulsive dictator who prefers shortcuts, true to his profile. And Mizaistom further deduces that Benjamin's plan is to leverage the lives of the princes that he has under house arrest to secure the 3 branches of Kakin power, effectively becoming a dictator. And so this issue of special martial law has now jumped right to the top of Mizaistom's most urgent issues to solve, as he is now face to face with the new dictator of the Black Whale 1, but luckily he does have 2 strong allies by his side. The aforementioned Botabai of the Zodiacs, who identified that Benjamin looked rather sickly, as well as Kaiser, the curiously helpful ally of Melody and Fugetsu, who serves as the deputy chief prosecutor of the Kakin Justice Bureau. It is going to be up to the 3 of them to find a way to stop Benjamin. If it came down to straight up combat, Mizaistom and Botabai would almost certainly decimate Benjamin and his forces. However, that would result in irreparable political damage. So Mizaistom is gonna have to do this in the way that he quite frankly prefers to handle all all aspects of his life, which is by the book. He, along with Botabai and Kaiser, are going to have to find a way to use the rules of Kakin law to prevent First Prince Benjamin from having his way, which also includes finding a way to deal with Benjamin's guardian spirit beast, whose ability and nature is currently unknown. And so Mizaistom may be in the most unfortunate position of any perspective character at the moment, even worse than Kurapika, as Mizaistom is the only one who truly understands just how close we are to destruction from every angle, but while he has all of the information, he doesn't necessarily have the power to prevent the fate which he has ultimately predicted will come to pass. Hanzo is a character that a lot of Hunter x Hunter fans tend to forget is actually aboard the Black Whale 1, and we really should not, because individually he is one of the most powerful and most skilled Nen users within the entire Succession contest. Hanzo is an OG Hunter x Hunter character who was first introduced all the way back in Chapter 6, where we saw him refusing Tonpa's juice because a true shinobi never eats or drinks anything offered to them by others. And Hanzo's goal at the time was stated to be to find the Hermit Scroll, which may actually give us some insight into why he took up Kurapika's offer to be employed as a bodyguard on the Black Whale 1, as Hanzo stated that the scroll is rumored to be in a country that's barred to commoners, which could be referring to the Dark Continent itself. We know that there are a number of human-looking civilizations on the Dark Continent, and something like the Hermit Scroll could be a rumor that made its way all the way back to the human realm, perhaps even detailed in Don Freaks' Journey to the New World East Edition. But Hanzo is also a lot younger than he may appear to be. Currently, Hanzo is 20 years old and he has been training since the moment he was born, very similar to the Zoldyck family. And at one point, Hanzo even boasted that he had killed by the time he was Gon's aged, which Killua thought, it took you that long, But this is why Hanzo is one of the very rare human characters who pushed human capabilities to their very limits prior to unlocking his aura use, resulting in Hanzo becoming a beyond exceptional Nen user after the Hunter exam. In addition to that, Hanzo also had the honor of being the first person to break Gon's arm with a snap, and Hanzo went on to develop a life-changing respect for Gon during their match in the final stage of the Hunter exam. Any victim will look at his tormentor with a vengeful fire in his eyes. Even the most disciplined warrior can't hide his hatred and resentment, but in Gon's eyes, I saw none of that, even after I broke his arm. And so being won over by Gon all of the way back then, which is why Hanzo is working with Kurapika all of the way back now. Following the Hunter exam, Hanzo gave Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika his business card, and so when Kurapika was looking to build a team, old mate Hanzo was one of the first people that he contacted. And we don't know exactly why Hanzo accepted such a perilous mission. I personally think it's less about the Hermit Scroll and more because of Hanzo's respect for Gon and his friends. Because in a world packed full of dark ulterior motives, Hanzo at his core is just a good guy lurking in the shadows, and we are extremely fortunate to have him on tier 1. And Hanzo began to prove his worth almost immediately as he was able to deduce that 4th Prince Tserriednich was highly unlikely to have been one of the princes who posted a job opening. That's easily forgotten, and this gets easily forgotten, but the main mission of everyone that Kurapika hired is to find a way to access the 4th prince. But we're dealing with a very different Hanzo here. During the Hunter exam arc, he was a very wacky ninja character, but during the Succession contest arc, Hanzo is a man on the job. He is serious right from the get-go because he understands that this event is life or death. It's not a casual Hunter exam that he is overstudied for, and under Kurapika's directive, Hanzo applied for and accepted a position as bodyguard for 12th Prince Momoze, at least initially, as on day 1, Momoze's mother, 7th Queen Savanti, reassigned most of Momoze's guards to her other child, 13th Prince Marayam, and unfortunately for Momoze, that included Hanzo. Although this came as no surprise to Momoze herself, who's portrayed as rather disconnected from her immediate family, and despite being a young child herself, Momoze entered the Succession contest with an abundance of ambition. However, due to being a child, she was woefully inexperienced. Momoze herself, she doesn't speak much. She was quite an insular person. However, this one quote I think sums her up pretty well. Poor mother, poor Marayam. Those who aren't fit to be king are so overcome by fear. Momoze was actually pitying her family for the qualities that she herself desperately needed. Momoze didn't come into this contest with anywhere near the level of fear that she should have had, and that will become very apparent in a bit. Because without Hanzo to protect her, Momoze was essentially only left with her guardian spirit beast, which was one of the more trigger-happy ones. This guardian spirit beast actively visits other rooms to ask a target if they're free at the moment, and it will keep asking and asking and asking and asking and asking incessantly until the target eventually caves and says, "Mate, sure, I'm free. What do you want?" It is such an incredibly annoying guardian spirit beast, and constantly asking people if they're free perhaps reflects Momoze's lack of attention from her own mother. Momoze knows that she won't receive any help from her mother, so she deliberately seeks out those who are willing to give her that time. And in this case, that person would be Sayid, a bodyguard of 14th Prince Wobo, who would eventually relent and state that yes, he was free, at which point he is then manipulated into murdering 2 other guards. In a very brutal and very messy way as well, which says quite a bit about Momoze. The succession contest, yes, it is ultimately a death game, but you have to handle it with just a little bit more subtlety than this, because what happened here in the grand scheme of things was extremely ineffective. Momoze managed to kill a couple of bodyguards, but in doing so, she revealed the full extent of her nen ability, meaning that it was unlikely to ever work again. And to expand on that a bit more, once under manipulation, the guardian spirit beast places a supplementary beast spider in the ear of the target, which feeds on the target's aura. And as soon as the aura runs out, the spider runs out of food and must then leave the target, which liberates them. And in Sayid's case, he was a hunter, so it would have taken an extremely long time to drain him of all of his aura, and Momoze would have gotten a lot of value out of Sayid. So that sounds really good at first, but this brings me to the first of many factors that makes this guardian spirit beast quite possibly the worst in the entire contest. Which is funny because when this was being published weekly, the fanbase impression was very much the opposite, and there were even Reddit threads titled, "Momoze is probably the most dangerous prince." But due to the nature of guardian spirit beasts, only nen users can ever be targeted by them, as normal people can't see or hear nen constructs, and that is really bad, because the amount of people that Momoze's guardian spirit beast can influence are already severely limited now to nen users only, but it's worse than that because it is limited to people who should know better than to respond to the obvious conditions of a nen ability. This guardian spirit beast would be infinitely more useful if it could target anyone, which most other guardian spirit beasts can. But the second awful aspect is that guardian spirit beasts are powered by the aura of the princes themselves, and Momoze, as a child as well as an inexperienced nen user, has a beast with far too aggressive of an ability for the aura reserves that she commands. And so after every successful manipulation, Momoze was so drained of aura that she had to go to sleep to recover. I mean, I say every time, that's more of an assumption because unfortunately it only happened once, and it immediately proved why this is such a bad guardian spirit beast. Momoze herself fundamentally suffered from awkward placement as a Kakin prince. She was at the age where she was old enough to understand the very real dangers, the stakes, and the purpose of the succession contest. However, she was still far too immature to have understood the depth of complexity and strategy required to properly compete. What Momoze knew, right, is that it was a death game, and so she decided to enact death. She decided to kill, which is far too simple of an approach, and also far too costly when it comes to nen. If you want a nen ability that just outright kills people, that is going to cost you. But the knowledge of subtlety is something that her older siblings have a significant advantage in, and her younger siblings, or at least Marayam, have the advantage of not understanding enough to even try and compete on that level. And so Marayam's guardian spirit beast, for example, is geared towards exclusively protecting him. And I guess when you put it like that, Momoze's guardian spirit beast was 100% offensive, which is very bad because Momoze had no political or social capital to defend herself. Whereas Marayam, similarly, he has no political defense, but his guardian spirit beast is taking care of defense on his behalf. And it's here that I come back to Momoze's declaration. Poor mother, poor Marayam. Those who aren't fit to be king are so overcome by fear. Momoze's issue is again that she was not afraid enough. Any prince who does have a healthy element of fear comes equipped with a guardian spirit beast with some defensive programming at the very least. And Momoze did not even object when her mother Savanti reassigned a ton of her guards to Marayam. Momoze genuinely believed that she would not need her guards due to her own lack of fear. Momoze thought that she could easily take the crown with a show of bloodthirsty aggression with no regard for the level of caution required to compete at this level. And well, here's how that worked out for her. After Savanti's guard reassignment, Momoze did still have 6 guards remaining. However, these 6 guards were all serving other princes and queens. What Savanti did right is she took all of the loyal guards and assigned them to Marayam, and she left Momoze with all of the guards that were actively trying to kill her. Remembering that each queen has the power to assign their own staff to lower ranking princes, so Savanti, she had no control over these guards being present. However, she did control exactly the areas where they were, if that makes sense. And so Savanti, she wouldn't want want them anywhere near dear little Marayam, and so she left Momoze in a meat grinder. And I think that makes her actions as a mother pretty despicable, because she left Momoze surrounded by 6 people who were each charged with killing her, and at one point all 6 of Momoze's remaining guards were pondering over just how easy it would be to assassinate her at any given time, and that really this was a matter of first come first serve. And so on that very evening, Momoze was strangled to death. However, all 6 of her guards were subsequently arrested and held for investigation, but it was impossible to tell who had committed the murder, because the killer was capable of something that Momoze was not, which was subtlety. And it was Hanzo who was hit hardest by this, as his job was originally to guard Momoze. He felt like a failure. Hanzo stated that if he'd been there, he would have been able to stop it, and you know what? He's probably right, particularly since the killer used pretty much the exact same Nen ability that Hanzo himself has access to, which was to create a Nen body double, something that Hanzo recognized immediately. And due to this, Hanzo knew that even if the killer was among the 6 bodyguards and was detained, he could still be active through the Nen body double. He's not the only one who can use doubles. Being a ninja is my real job after all, but a controllable double and not an automation would require the user to set a lot of conditions. If he can send and materialize it inside the prince's bedroom away from himself, he must have been in a situation where he could focus on nothing else. Which is how Hanzo came to the conclusion that of Momoze's 6 remaining guards, the culprit must have been one of the 2 who were on break at the time. And so a furious Hanzo vowed to make the murderer pay, and on that night, Hanzo decided to use the exact MO of the killer, and he activated an ability called Hanzo Skill Number 4, Art of the Doppelganger, with the fact that this is skill number the 4th one, implying that Hanzo has at least 3 other Nen abilities, and potentially even more than 4, which is a pretty extraordinary amount for a single Nen user. And it continues to show Hanzo as being on that Kurapika level of talent to be capable of manifesting so many utility Nen abilities. But here's the plan, right? Hanzo was going to visit the cells of the 2 guards who were on break during Momoze's murder, and he was going to get one of them to admit to the murder. And so Hanzo first visited the cell of the guard named Tufty, and what he did, right, is he put on a little show. Hanzo, through his clone, stated that he was a representative of First Prince Benjamin, who wanted to recruit Tufty as thanks for killing Momoze. And at this point, it should be said that Tufty's actual role was to be a spy of 5th Queen Swinko, whose child was 8th Prince Sale. So getting a job offer from First Prince Benjamin, while 1 is bigger than 5, well, not in number terms, but the First Prince clearly outranks the 8th Prince, well, that would be a stratospheric upgrade that sounds almost too good to be true, because it was, and unfortunately Tufty realized this just a little bit too late, as Tufty gratefully accepted this offer and then gleefully admitted to his role in Momoze's murder, which, to clarify, his role was being the murderer. And just as Tufty started to get suspicious and ask how Hanzo knew that he was the murderer, Hanzo began to strangle Tufty with his own bedsheet, and he replied, "It was a 50% shot. I just wanted to test you first." So if Tufty had denied killing Momoze, then Hanzo would have moved on to the other off-duty guard. But the method of death that Hanzo chose here had 2 purposes. The first was to make it look like Tufty had committed word I can't say on YouTube in his cell. That way the Momoze investigation could be closed, with the assumption that the killer was admitting his guilt and leaving this world prior to punishment being enacted. But Hanzo is an incredibly skilled ninja. He could have staged this word I can't say on YouTube in many different ways. But Hanzo chose strangulation because that was the method that Tufty used to kill 12th Prince Momoze. And so Hanzo succeeded in his vengeance quest. Hanzo's double then tried to return to room 1013 in order to get back to his real body, only to discover that everyone in the room had completely disappeared. Hanzo, however, did find 13th Prince Marayam's guardian spirit beast, which assumed a very aggressive stance, forcing Hanzo clone to flee. However, being a bodyguard for 13th Prince Marayam meant that Hanzo could only flee to one place, which was the room of 14th Prince Wobo, which is rather lucky as that happened to be Kurapika's room, and here Hanzo informed Kurapika of everything that he had just discovered. The Tufty murder, as well as the fact that Hanzo had killed him, and also the vanishing of everyone in 13th Prince Marayam's room. And before leaving, the Hanzo clone asked Kurapika if there was anything he wanted him to check out whilst he had his doppelganger body, but Kurapika stated that he was good for now, and that Hanzo should prioritize information to assist in Marayam's safety, which is exactly what what Hanzo wanted to hear, because by saying this, Kurapika had confirmed to Hanzo that he had not been overcome by his own vengeance, his own original mission to get to 4th Prince Tserriednich. To briefly go back to the days of the Hunter exam, remember that Hanzo originally made friends with this group because of Gon's good nature and his lack of vengeful feelings, which is a statement that we can currently apply to Kurapika as well, because Kurapika is here to ultimately confront Tserriednich and to get those Scarlet Eyes back. But it is very important to Hanzo that Kurapika not risk the lives of the baby under his care, 14th Prince Worbel, or the child under Hanzo's care, 13th Prince Marayam, simply for the sake of revenge. And should Kurapika lose himself to that feeling again as he did during York New City, then I do suspect that Hanzo may also lose his loyalty to Kurapika. But that's a problem for later, because not being able to physically reach his own body, Hanzo had to wait until either the aura used to activate the ability had run out, or for an unspecified time limit restriction to be reached. What we do know is that Hanzo can't dispel the body double by choice unless he merges back with his body. They need to be in the same physical location, which makes this ability extremely risky for future use as it leaves Hanzo's actual body quite defenseless. But eventually the time limit was up, the clone was dispelled, and Hanzo's consciousness did return to his original body, which had been transported along with everyone else to a new room, to a copy of room 1013, which appears to exist in some sort of Nen-generated pocket dimension. But this separation was seen as a great opportunity by Hanzo as well as Bisky, who is stationed in this room with him, as both of them offered to use this opportunity to teach Nen to the remaining guards of 13th Prince Marayam. However, in that regard, Hanzo is in a very tricky position, because if he shows his Nen ability to the captain of the guards, Verge, then Verge will almost certainly assume that Hanzo is the assassin responsible for Momoze's death, which, to be fair to Verge, as I often try to be in these videos, I think that's a very reasonable assumption. He just has a way of phrasing things very unreasonably. But think about every time in Hunter x Hunter that characters had more or less the exact same Nen ability. It's not a lot of times. I can think of maybe one other occasion with Charnok's Black Voice being extremely similar to Bucky's joystick manipulation, but that's about it. So from Verge's perspective, if he sees Hanzo's clone ability, then the Occam's razor would be that Hanzo was Momoze's assassin, and that is going to be a very difficult thing to explain yourself out of. But crazily enough, we haven't actually seen Hanzo since chapter 375, which was published all the way back in 2018. So over the last 7 to 8 years, people have even begun to forget that Hanzo is even part of this arc altogether. But like a true ninja, he's been working in the background, and just knowing that he is on tier 1 does give me more hope for a good outcome than a lot of other plot threads in the succession contest do, particularly that of King Nasubi, because to wrap up this whole Momoze thread, after her death, her body was last seen in the Kakin Mausoleum, where King Nasubi stated that it's nothing to be sad about. Momoze will become the foundation for the tree of Kakin. She is shining even brighter than in life. She is alive even now. Biscuit Kruger, Nen Master of the Nen Master of Gon and Killua, is currently trapped within a succession contest puzzle, the not solving of which, unfortunately, means death. So will Bisky be able to solve the disappearing room mystery equipped with nothing but her quiet yet tyrannical bulge? I would say probably, because Bisky is extraordinarily smart in addition to having the bulge. But what's more important is how we even got here in the first place. In chapter 350, Biscuit Kruger makes an unexpected reappearance in Hunter x Hunter, having joined Kurapika's team of personal hunters alongside Melody, Basho, Izanagi, and Hanzo. And Bisky is a bit of an odd addition to this team for a couple of reasons. Firstly, she is far and away the most powerful Nen user among them. Bisky was a student of the Shingen Ryu School of Kung Fu and was trained by Mr. Isaac Netero. But reason number the second is that there theoretically isn't anything about this mission that should interest Bisky. Bisky is a double-star stone hunter, quite a strong-willed one as well, and there's only cash monies available for this mission, which hasn't traditionally interested Bisky. But thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, we know both Bisky and Kurapika very well, but those two have never actually met each other prior to this point. The way they ended up connected was Kurapika asking Killua for hunter recommendations for his team, and not only did Killua point Kurapika in Bisky's direction, but he also gave Kurapika the secret to dealing with Bisky, which was to treat this 59-year-old woman like an adorable little girl. And it also doesn't hurt that Bisky has something of a weakness for very pretty-some men, of which Kurapika is one of those. In any case, I can only imagine that Kurapika promised to pay her with the GDP of a small nation for this job, which was to apply for another job. Prior to the commencement of the succession contest, several anonymous Kakin princes posted job openings for hunters to join their private security teams, with Kurapika wanting to plant his own hunters into those positions in order to use them to gather information on 4th Prince Tserriednich. And in this effort, Bisky would be hired as a bodyguard of 13th Prince Marayam, the second youngest and the second most powerless prince in the contest, but also one of the absolute luckiest princes to end up with Bisky protecting him. It is very difficult to ask for a better Nen master in this situation. Marayam himself is an unknown number of years old, but I do know that I wouldn't even need a full 2 hands to count it, and he's quite the mysterious boy who is often shown acting completely neutral to whatever is happening around him. At whatever the age it is that Marayam is, he definitely carries himself with a caution beyond his years. And I imagine that this is because his mother, 7th Queen Savanti, has been extremely protective of him and installing these values. Savanti is in quite a tough position because as a queen of the Kakin Empire, it is her duty to prepare her children for the succession contest. However, the moment that Marayam was born, Savanti likely would have known that he wouldn't have the time to grow up and actually be prepared for what's coming. And the reason why Savanti would have known this is because Marayam was not her first child. Savanti also gave birth to 12th Prince Momoze, and it is only after her birth that Savanti would have been told the truth, meaning that Savanti chose to have Marayam even knowing what his fate would be. Savanti is extraordinarily protective of him and probably has been for Marayam's entire life, however short that may be to date. And this may explain why Marayam has yet to say a single line of dialogue during this entire series. And the only time that we really see anything change with Marayam is when he's playing, especially with Bisky. She has developed quite a strong bond with Marayam and she seems to bring him a lot of happiness. Right now, Bisky is acting as the fun mum, and that's not just a sweet little dynamic that Togashi has decided to sprinkle in. It's because as neutral and stoic as Marayam appears to be, we know from his guardian spirit beast that that is anything but the truth. Marayam's guardian spirit beast takes the form of a somewhat shape-shifting dragon kind of thing that grows and shrinks and changes in size depending on Marayam's feelings at any given time, because guardian spirit beasts are a reflection of the princes they serve, which is quite interesting. So what we have, right, the dragon, it starts small, but when it's threatened, it makes itself bigger, like a child feeling inadequate due to their size and just wanting to be bigger, wishing to be bigger. And Bisky diagnoses the guardian spirit beast as being particularly susceptible to anxiety, fear, stress, and trauma. Meanwhile, Hanzo has also described it as sinister and potentially being unable to discriminate between friend and foe. All of which paints a pretty tragic picture of 13th Prince Marayam, because we look at him and we see a child. But what he actually is unfortunately, he is a prince of the Kakin Empire. So of course he cannot distinguish friend from foe, because the majority of Marayam's family are either hoping for his death or in the process of actively trying to kill him as we speak. Plus, children do tend to feel emotions a lot more powerfully than adults do, and they generally lack that emotional regulation necessary to manage it. Hence why this guardian spirit beast seems to look different every time we see it. It could also be that Marayam is reacting to his mother's feelings, because Savanti is much more aware of the true direness of the situation than he is, and she's not doing a very good job of hiding it either. But also the fact that Marayam is now in an unfamiliar situation on a voyage to a place called the Dark Continent means that, look, even if there is no tragic history in Marayam's life so far, this situation would surely be enough to scare any kid, which is why Bisky's involvement here is so important. The guardian spirit beasts and Nen in general respond to the emotions of their user. So if Bisky can shift Marayam's emotions into a more positive space, then we may have a better chance of bringing our current situation under control. Because 13th Prince Marayam's faction have recently become subject to a very strange problem. Marayam's room 113, happens to be the only one that we get a cute little mini-map of, with Bisky standing right in the middle of the room next to Hanzo, and with Bellorente behind them, a key person of interest in the silent majority mystery. That whole thread is for not this video though, but we see this room for reasons. The reason being that we need to get a real good idea of what it looks like now, because it's about to not be there anymore. As on day 2 of the Dark Continent voyage, Marayam's quarters, room 113, mysteriously vanishes, along with everyone inside it, including Bisky. Room 113 has been translated to a location vaguely Finders somewhere, and it could be a pocket dimension similar to Nov's Nen ability, or it could be a physical space created by Nen like the Haley base. But nobody inside room 113 even noticed because they were transported into a perfect copy of the same room. Kurapika was informed of this by one of Hanzo's body clones, which was outside of the room at the time of transportation, and he currently suspects that this is the defensive ability of Marayam's guardian spirit beast. However, he also can't rule out the idea that the room is currently under the attack of an ability of someone else. He would tend to lean towards the former. Most spatial generation and pocket dimension powers in Hunter x Hunter are used for defense and utility, but not all of them. Take Chitu's ability, for example, or one of his many abilities, and really just saying it was designed at all that would be generous, but Chitu's intention with his pocket dimension was to trap a target in a space that cannot be escaped unless a certain condition is met. So the possibility that someone else is using this effect on room 113 cannot be discounted. However, I personally think that it is the guardian spirit beast. That is the Occam's razor here. And the what's happening here is playing on the childlike desire to just hide from danger, to just stick your head under the blanket and hope that everything goes away. Which, sure, it is a comforting short-term solution, and it may genuinely allow Marayam to survive a lot longer than he otherwise would have, but it's not a winning long-term plan. And we'll explain why that is in a second. But firstly, we need to introduce Verge, captain of 7th Queen Savanti's guards, who hadn't even realized that his own room had vanished when he called Kurapika, wanting information on the suspects in Momoze's murder case, which is extremely good timing, as Kurapika had just found out about the disappearance of Marayam's room. So what you would think, right, is that Kurapika and Verge, they could be civil and swap informations, but that's just not the kind of guy that Verge is. Despite being in the employ of the second lowest ranking of all the queens, Verge is desperately quick to exert what little authority he has over those in a lower position than him, which basically means anyone employed by 8th Queen Oito, which means Kurapika, Bill, and Shimano. That is a list of all of the people that Verge has a hierarchical advantage over. It's not many people, not many at all. And as a result, Verge has turned into one of Kurapika's greatest challenges to work with in the succession contest. Not because he's particularly smart or adept, but more so because Verge is just so uncooperative by nature. And Kurapika has made the following assessment of him. I feel like talking through Verge would make things complicated. It would be safest and quickest to talk to Biscuit. I doubt Verge knows anything about Nen, but from his manner of speech, he's not one to readily admit that. Kurapika then proceeded to warn Verge that 13th Prince Marayam's room was currently under the influence of a Nen ability, to which Verge replied, "If you keep ignoring me and making absurd claims, I shall consider it a declaration of war. Don't underestimate me. I don't need your advice, Kurapika." And this goes on for a bit, and just as it seems like Kurapika might be getting through to Verge, he states, "We'll have a look outside and report the findings." Is that what you hoped to hear? I told you not to underestimate me, Kurapika. And Verge has also gone so far as to suggest that it was the Hunter Association that started the succession contest in order to destroy the Kakin Empire. And to be completely fair to Verge, what he's saying isn't too out of the question, because he's reading from the right book but from the wrong chapter, as there actually is a conspiracy from the Hunter Association not to destroy the Kakin Empire, but to dump them on a piece of land and to pretend that it is the Dark Continent before they themselves move on to the real Dark Continent. And this is a pretty deep political conspiracy because it comes directly from the V5 nations, who do not want the Kakin Empire to continue to gain power and influence. So Verge does sound insane, but he isn't wrong to be suspicious of the Hunter Association. And furthermore, in Verge's defense, he has phenomenal reason to be suspicious of Kurapika as well, as right after the Black Whale 1 departed, almost every guard in 14th Prince Woble's room was murdered instantly, likely by silent majority, and this phone call between Kurapika and Verge took place after the first Nen class in Woble's room, which resulted in the death of one guard, a very important guard in this context, as his name was Barragan, and he was a representative of 13th Prince Marayam. He was one of Verge's men, so from Verge's perspective, they trusted Kurapika enough to send guards to his Nen class, and that trust cost them big time because one of those guards was murdered. So I want to emphasize that Verge is not just being a prick for the sake of being a prick, and from his perspective, there is something fatally suspicious about Kurapika and Woble's room, and that from his perspective, there is a chance that Woble's faction has already declared war on Marayam by killing Barragan. And so Verge absolutely refused to work with Kurapika, meaning that someone else within the room is going to need to talk some sense into him, which in itself is problematic because to even begin breaking through to Verge, we need to make him believe that Nen even exists in the first place. And that's a good reminder that while certain Nen abilities are obvious, most Nen use in this world is still completely invisible to those who can't see aura, and actually proving that you have this superpower can be surprisingly difficult. But luckily, we happen to have one Biscuit Kruger in this room whose Nen ability is extremely tangible. Bisky and Hanzo, accepting that no one else would be sent to Kurapika's class, suggested that they teach Nen to all of the staff within room 113, and in order to prove that Nen is real, Bisky reverted back to her natural form. And this accidentally and hilariously gave us the key to finally being able to work with Verge. I believe the term for Verge's taste in women would be muscle mummy, as he fell in love at first sight, also proving himself to be something of a poet with mental musings such as, "How can there be someone so beautiful? The beautiful yet sinister line from the trapezius muscle down to the deltoid, her hamstring, its quiet yet tyrannical bulge, such powerful harmony of digital flexors and extensors." It is all that Verge can do to not get a raging erection in this situation. And due to having stumbled upon his particular niche, Verge is now suddenly a very cooperative man. In fact, not only does he accept the existence of Nen, but he volunteers as tribute to be the one taught Nen directly by Bisky. And in addition to that, Verge also then allowed Bellarente to go back to Kurapika's Nen class, which is very important because he was key to ensuring that the classes continued at all. However, what that unfortunately involved is crossing the boundary that separates room 113 from the rest of the ship. And it is here that Bisky's Nen veteran experience immediately shone through. Bisky's experience is on a whole different level to Kurapika, and she was able to diagnose this spatial ability as being in one of three categories, those being impermeable, permeable, and one way. And Bisky went on to add that if there are no visible changes, then it's most likely number 3, meaning that once someone leaves the space, they cannot come back. And this is confirmed when they use Bellarente to test the space, as after he steps out, he was unable to get back in, and not only that, but he couldn't even see what was going on in the room that he had just left. Confirming that right now, it seems that there are 2 room 113s. The old one is still there in place, and you can even enter it. Anyone can enter it, and if you do enter it, it won't be completely empty either. It still has a lot of Marayam's toys and stuff in it, and it should also be noted that we have not seen Marayam's guardian spirit beast physically in the copy of room 113 that everyone else is currently in. However, we have seen it lingering in the original room, and that could be a scary thought because it's one of 2 things. The first is that, as suspected, this pocket dimension is the ability of Marayam's guardian spirit beast, which means that Marayam is supremely protected from pretty much any attack. However, the guardian spirit beast itself is completely on its own. It doesn't have Bisky or Hanzo handy to prevent an attack carried out against it, as they are both currently present in the copied room, and if this guardian spirit beast falls, then Marayam's room may very well return to the way it was, just without a guardian spirit beast to help defend him. But the other option is even worse, which is the idea that this separate space is an offensive attack, because in this case, what someone has managed to quite successfully do is separate Marayam from his guardian spirit beast, leaving both of them vulnerable. However, even in the best case scenario, splitting room 113 into 2 spaces has come with its own issues, particularly on day 8, where a banquet was being held featuring performers from many of the prince's entourage, including Marayam's group. Now, this is very obviously bad, because if Bisky, or I guess if Verge, decided to send the scheduled performers out, then those staff members would not be able to get back in. Granted, these are only servants, not bodyguards, but it is still an issue. Every person they allow to leave that room ain't getting back in, which is unfortunate because Verge pointed out that politically they have no choice but to send those servants, as any sudden backing out of the banquet would be interpreted as a threat, which would lead to the questioning of the queen and perhaps even the prince, meaning that Queen Savanti and 13th Prince Marayam would then need to leave the room, and even they may not be able to get back in, thus defeating the purpose of creating a second space altogether if it is indeed a defensive ability. So there's a lot to think about here, but Bisky did also suggest that it would be a good idea to keep the original room well stocked with personnel as well, so as not to arouse suspicion, to keep some activity going on in there. But this separation also comes with certain costs, as it forced Marayam's team to reject Fugetsu's letter, which contained very important information to key parties, one of which likely would have been Marayam's group, due to Melody knowing that both Bisky and Hanzo were in there and trustworthy. But they couldn't physically accept the letter even if they wanted to because there's no way of it getting in. Kaiser and Fugetsu were personally delivering individual letters to the remaining princes, all of which was part of a plot to gain access to their rooms, as Fugetsu's guardian spirit beast allows her to open a door to anywhere that she has previously traveled within the bounds of the contest, and as such she can now fast travel to most princes' rooms. However, this may or may not become relevant, but one of the few rooms that Fugetsu cannot access is Marayam's room. However, Marayam's room is still probably the one place I'd want to be right now after first Prince Benjamin has initiated special martial law. And according to Prince Benjamin, there are only 4 princes that he has been unable to secure, with 2 of them being 3rd Prince Zhang Lei and 7th Prince Luzurus, but I would suspect that he's also been unable to detain Marayam because we don't even know if it's possible for anyone to reach Marayam at the moment. And even if Benjamin did find a way into this ability, mate, good luck to him, because he would then have to deal with Bisky and Hanzo first. But we have the following problems to consider. The first is that we don't know how this space and Marayam's guardian spirit beast will respond to any volatility in Marayam's emotions. So what feels like an impenetrable fortress right now could open itself up to some pretty gaping emotional flaws. The second is that even if everything does go well, there is a time limit on how long we can be here. Eventually, this room will run out of food, and there is no way to bring more in. And thirdly, should something bad happen to the Black Whale 1 vessel itself, it could force them to leave because we don't know what the exact rules surrounding this ability are. However, because it is part of the succession contest, my assumption is that it does have to remain within the boundaries of the contest. So at best, this is a temporary moment of peace that is going to be swiftly shattered. Kurapika has become the eye of the storm that is the succession contest, a role that he never planned on taking but has reluctantly fallen into as potentially our only hope of ending this arc with a good outcome. But let's step back a bit. While Scott and Killua were playing Nen video games and doing something with ants, Kurapika had been a very busy boy, collecting the scarlet eyes of the Kurta clan from a wide variety of individuals, including a teacher, lawyer, musician, investor, priest, doctor, swindler, board member, tycoon, religious founder, politician, and an artist. Filthy, filthy artists. But this is very much Togashi's nihilism on full display here, selecting people across the widest possible range of society in order to say, yeah, most humans, they just kinda suck. They want your eyes, your pretty sparkly eyes. However, Kurapika at this moment is on the verge of completing his quest. There's just one large batch of Kurta eyes missing that he's been unable to track down. And one day he was approached by a man dressed as a cow offering him this information, all of which is due to the actions of a dog woman, because in order to sell the idea of the Hunter Association going to the Dark Continent, Chairman Cheadle Yorkshire invited old mate Leorio to join the Zodiacs. As following the chairman election, both Ging and Pariston resigned from their positions as Boar and Rat respectively. And because Leorio had, admittedly accidentally, made quite the name for himself during that election, he was, and is still currently, the most popular and respected hunter within the entire association. So for the sake of unity, Cheadle needed Leorio on board with this idea, and quite literally on board the Black Whale 1. But while Leorio's name is a big deal, he was offered a more minor role as part of Cheadle's medical team in order to give Leorio some serious doctoring experience. So Leorio accepted the position, and he then went on to say a thing that has changed the course of this entire story, which is that he made a recommendation for Kurapika to fill Pariston's former job as the Rat Zodiac. He also informed Cheadle of Kurapika's quest to find the Scarlet Eyes of the Kurta clan, and cow enthusiast Mizaistom Nana was sent to meet Kurapika with a proposition. The trade offer is as such: Kurapika joins the Hunter Association on their Dark Continent voyage, and in exchange, they tell Kurapika who the owner of the last batch of Scarlet Eyes is, which happens to be 4th Prince Tserriednich of the Kakin Empire, who will conveniently be aboard the vessel. So look, if something were to happen to him or the eyes along the way, then that certainly would be quite the tragedy now, wouldn't it? So Kurapika accepted the position. Although it should be said that after brutally killing Uvogin, Kurapika has very much avoided taking any more lives. He acquired all of the other eyes through buying, scamming, or threatening, but not by killing. And in regards to the 4th Prince, Kurapika says the following: "There were people who told me they would rather die than hand them over, but they changed their minds without dying. It will be the same with the prince. However, look, I'm not so sure about that, because we do actually catch a glimpse of Tserriednich's collection at one point, with him sitting on a throne of bones with the Scarlet Eyes prominently positioned behind him, but rather curiously, there's also the head of a young child, which looks disturbingly like Kurapika's childhood friend Pyro. And if Kurapika ever sees sees that head, then he is going to completely lose his. However, there was an ulterior motive for selecting Kurapika to fill the rat position. The Zodiacs didn't just bend over after Leora's throbbing recommendation, and one of the motives is immediately explored by Kurapika, as his first question was how many allies beyond Netero had within the Hunter Association, something which both Mizaistom and Cheadle had been considering for quite some time. And so it was revealed that Kurapika was chosen to become a Zodiac because of how disconnected he was to the association and how unlikely it would have been for him to be one of Beyond's spies, because there are any number of supremely qualified Hunter Association members that could have filled this role. The issue being that there's no way to know who's a filthy spy. Kurapika, Mizaistom, and Cheadle then deduced that there was a spy within the Zodiacs, partially because of how easily Pariston left the organization, indicating that his spy was already in place. Kurapika was then able to use a combination of Emperor Time and Dowsing Chain to enhance his perception to the point where he can become a human lie detector, which was used to shockingly easily discover that Sayu is the spy within the Zodiacs. And the current plan is to arrest Sayu right before reaching the new continent, aka the fake Dark Continent. However, Kurapika won't be a part of that team because he's caught up elsewhere. Kurapika was actually praised by Pariston Hill after he stopped Beyond's assassins passing the Hunter exam, which he did through the same lie detector ability that he used to find Sayu, but Pariston stated, "It seems the one who joined the Zodiacs in my place is quite competent," which I love because that's Pariston assuming that none of the existing Zodiacs could have possibly thwarted his rat plans because he considers the rest of them to be complete and utter dumbasses. Although this actually led to a pretty big problem that we're still dealing with. Because Kurapika was so effective in weeding out Beyond's agents in the Hunter exam, they all applied for jobs as bodyguards of the Kakin princes. So in addition to not knowing which bodyguards are loyal to which prince or queen, we have an extra layer of issues with bodyguards who are loyal to Beyond's Netero, and who may actively be adding to the chaos of the succession contest in order to mask their actions. So for us to keep them in check, members of the Hunter Association would then also need to apply for bodyguard positions, which was quite a convenient turn of events for our Kurapika, because his primary goal during this voyage is to retrieve the Scarlet Eyes from 4th Prince Tserriednich. So naturally, he offered to lead this effort, and he subsequently put together a personal team of hunters to infiltrate the princes. This elite team consists of Kurapika's closest ally, Melody, the music hunter, who's on a quest to find the Sonata of Darkness, a piece of music said to be composed by Satan himself, and is one of those many things that may or may not have a connection to the Dark Continent. Meanwhile, the second member of Kurapika's hit squad is Izunavi, who was actually Kurapika's Nen mentor, sort of, which is literally what it says in Izunavi's reintroduction box, sort of. But he is an incredibly knowledgeable or a veteran and a highly skilled martial artist, but probably not as skilled as our third member Hanzo, a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village seeking an elusive item known as the Hermit Scroll. Hanzo gave his ninja business card to Kurapika at the end of the Hunter exam, so it's very nice to see that little throwaway thread coming back. And it's also nice to see 4th squad member Basho, a troubled poet who aims to end smoking by developing a substance known as clean leaf, which, when smoked, actually makes people healthier than they were before. And while aboard the Black Whale 1, I'd also like it noted that Basho participated in a rap battle. Meanwhile, the final member of Kurapika's personal team is a very familiar biscuit-shaped face, who was recommended to Kurapika by Killua, as Kurapika had not previously met Bisky. Each of these 5 individuals were then tasked with applying for a bodyguard job, and their main mission, as given by Kurapika, is to find as much information as possible about the 4th prince. And Kurapika himself is not exempt from this, as he also applied with the intention of being hired by 9th Prince Halkenburg, who has the most amicable relationship to Tserriednich of all of the siblings. However, then something happened that took Kurapika and us by surprise. On the day of his job interview, he was greeted by Queen Oito and her baby, 14th Prince Wobble, who had very cleverly made Kurapika think that he was applying for a job with Halkenburg. The queen, that is, not the baby. And the whole application process is a bit of a political mess. Each prince who wanted to post them had to post anonymous applications. So there are all sorts of mind games at play here, with certain princes trying to represent themselves as other princes, in order to get the best protection they could and avoid as many assassins targeting them personally as possible. And this is where Kurapika was informed of the true nature of the Dark Continent voyage. Queen Oito divulged that the succession contest would take place during the journey, although as the lowest ranking of all of the queens, Oito was not privy to many of the key details. However, in a mixture of sympathy and ambition, Kurapika accepted the job, and he vowed to protect Prince Wobble. Oito then asked if Kurapika would like to hold baby Wobble, and Kurapika's expression softened for the first time during this arc. And one of Kurapika's ongoing struggles is now being torn between seeking peace for his slaughtered clan members and protecting the innocent life of the future. For the whole series, Kurapika, he's been a man stuck in the past, consumed by enacting retribution for his clan, his already dead clan. And regardless of whether or not Kurapika succeeds with that, the clan, they're still gone. We're not doing much about that. However, here for the first time, Kurapika has actually been forced to think about preserving life rather than avenging death. And with that in mind, we fairly abruptly cut to the commencement of the succession contest, and immediately after the Blackwell one departs, Kurapika discovered a dead bodyguard in the bathroom of Prince Woble's quarters, and then 4 more dead bodyguards in the storage area, and then everyone else died as well. Which also led to the very disturbing realization that the majority of his fellow bodyguards had no idea the succession contest was being conducted, and they were on the verge of being eliminated before even a single evening had passed. Part of the problem here is self-inflicted by Kurapika, because 3 of the bodyguards hired by Woble were part of Beyond Netero's team, who were only here because Kurapika blocked their ability to pass the Hunter exam. And because these agents were all placed here by Pariston, they had no information about the contest, and to be fair, it's unlikely that Pariston knew about it either, hence all of the desperate ignorance, which has now resulted in every one of Woble's bodyguards being killed, except for Kurapika and Bill, the latter of which is a member of Beyond Netero's team, and we should never forget that. There is one positive aspect to this, because at the very least, Kurapika and Bill now know that there aren't any spies left, at least not spies that are loyal to other princes anyway, so they're free to strategize fairly openly, which most princes are not. And on the verge of elimination, Kurapika has come up with some very risky plans. Kurapika has thus far conducted 2 deadly gambits during the succession contest, the first of which was publicly announcing the presence of Nen Beast and Nen itself. Remember, Nen is a very secretive topic in the Hunter world. You can't just reveal its existence to anyone. The Hunter Association has very few taboos, but that is a pretty big one. That's why they have a whole exam to determine who is and who is not allowed to learn about Nen, because if that power falls into some very undesirable hands, then there is no telling what kind of evil could be unleashed onto the world. Case in point, after hearing Kurapika's announcement, 4th Prince Tserriednich became obsessed with learning more about Nen, to the point where he has now become one of the most single gifted and talented Nen users we've ever seen, which is very not good, as noted by Theta, who has identified that Tserriednich is a man who should never ever acquire Nen, and it's a bit too late for that now. But Kurapika's plan is to essentially reveal as much information about Nen to every prince who doesn't already know about it, with the idea of stalling for time as all of the princes are working on their assorted Nen puzzles, and also to build the power of the princes ideally to force a stalemate, which has worked to some degree, with first Prince Benjamin's Nen-trained private army admitting that they had lost most of their key advantage. And what's happening right now is very much a Nen arms race, with Kurapika aiming to position himself as the vendor. And so what he's done is offer a 2-week Nen training course to any prince who wished to take him up on that offer, many of which did, and so they sent representatives to Kurapika's daily Nen school to begin their tuition. Now look, we all know that Nen cannot be learned in 2 weeks, at least not via the appropriate methods. Generally, even the most gifted needs 6 months to master the basic principles, whereas your average person could take like 6 years, which is why right now every hunter associated with the princes are lying through their teeth to keep Kurapika's story intact. They're providing cover to buy as much time as they can to reach the new continent. But Kurapika has also conducted a second gambit. Through a series of circumstances frankly beyond his control, Kurapika has been given an opportunity to form alliances with both 3rd Prince Zhang Lei and 5th Prince Tebepa. He's also arranged a ceasefire with 9th Prince Halkenburg and made a similar proposal to 13th Prince Marayam's team, with the ultimate goal of building a coalition of princes. However, it's a dangerous proposition because he's sharing a lot of information with 4 factions who, theoretically, are best served by the death of Prince Woble and Kurapika himself. And the more princes he adds to this coalition, the more points of potential failure there are in his plan. So our boy is on a bit of a knife's edge, and every new thing we learn about his situation puts Kurapika's survival in doubt. For example, one vital thing we've learned about Kurapika during this arc is a very drastic condition for him to activate Emperor Time, which is that it shortens his life by 1 hour for every second the ability remains active. And Kurapika has admitted that he was naive when creating these conditions for Emperor Time, and that it's a far more dangerous ability than he ever could have imagined, which at one stage cost him bigly, as after several hours of needing to keep Emperor Time active, Kurapika was struck with a piercing pain and fainted. Kurapika was then unconscious for 9 hours with Emperor Time still active, meaning that he had it activated for a total of 12 hours. So doing maths, this one event cost him nearly 5 years of his life, and he can't stop using this ability anytime soon. It is the only thing giving him the power to remain in this contest. And what's worse is that Kurapika, by setting up his Nen school, has invited a series of brand new threats right into Prince Woble's quarters, because many of Kurapika's quote students are already Nen users and thus likely simply there to serve as assassins. One of which we've already seen, which is the Nen ability Silent Majority, wielded by an as of yet unknown person. However, it is slowly killing off Kurapika's students and has commenced a death game within a death game, as the races now want to find and halt the user of Silent Majority before it kills everyone. So Kurapika's quest to forge a stalemate could very well be speeding up his own demise, especially because people are starting to suspect that he might be the one behind it, and using this opportunity to slowly deplete the other princes of guards. So TLDR, he's in a very bad situation, and the idea of Kurapika even surviving to reach the Dark Continent may very well be too much to ask. In addition to navigating the dangers of the succession contest, Mr. Kurapika is now embroiled in a more immediate murder mystery to figure out which student of his Nen classes is slowly murdering the other students one by one, using one of the most frightening Nen abilities in the series, Silent Majority. So this is one of the biggest and most intriguing lingering mysteries of Hunter x Hunter. This ability is where Togashi shows what a true master writer he is. And it's been an ongoing plot point for the better part of a decade now. There are 21 suspects in total. However, Togashi has already given us all of the information we require to significantly narrow it down to the point where we have almost certainly already found the culprit, which I must say is a lovely feeling. It's very rare that we, stupid readers, find the answer to a problem before very intelligent Kurapika does. Although, to be fair, we've had 7 years to think about this mystery, whereas he's only had a handful of days. But to get into it, the full name of this ability, and this is going to be important, is They Were 11 Silent Majority, with Silent Majority being a reference to the song of the same name by Keiichizaka 46, now known as Sakurazaka 46, and that's going to become quite relevant later on. However, the first part of this name is based on a manga series created in good old 1975 called They Were 11, which features 10 space cadets being deployed on a test mission. However, once they arrive at their destination, they realize that what's this? There's actually 11 cadets, and no one can remember who the original 10 were. So it's like Among Us, just 50 years before Among Us existed. But Silent Majority is an ability that requires 3 people to activate. It needs its user, it needs an anchor, and it needs a target. The first stage of the ability is to conjure the Silent Majority marionette, a Nen doll manipulated assumedly by the user. However, this marionette is invisible to anyone, even Nen users, with the exception of the Silent Majority user themselves and the anchor. I should say the actual terminology that the Silent Majority user uses is possessed person rather than anchor, but I personally find anchor much clearer when trying to explain their purpose. Essentially, the Silent Majority user has to choose a third party to, quote, possess, and this person is then given the ability to see the marionette. Why is that relevant in any way? Well, this is likely a convoluted restriction to enhance the power of the Silent Majority ability, as creating someone who can see the marionette heavily increases the chances that this ability can be stopped, because someone can go, hey, what's that over there, and then prevent it from doing all of the bad things it does. And this is a problem because should Silent Majority be stopped after activation, then its curse will automatically rebound back onto the user, killing them. So deliberately creating an anchor who can see the marionette and prevent it from activating is a pretty big a deal. The other reason why I use the term anchor is because once activated, Silent Majority has a maximum of 10 targets it can choose from, which are either the 10 closest people to the marionette or the 10 closest people to the anchor person. We're not quite sure. Most people seem to assume it's the marionette, but we don't actually know that for sure. And having to use people in proximity of the anchor would be another added restriction to boost the power of the ability, because you cannot control where that anchor goes. However, this is where the name inspiration comes into play. They were 11, which is either referring to the 10 available targets and the marionette suddenly appearing among them, or the 10 targets and the anchor. Either way, that's why Togashi chose the number 10. It's not arbitrary. It's inspired by the fact that there were 10 people involved and they were 11. The person you really do not want to be in this situation is the target, as once a target is selected, Silent Majority can conjure 4 snakes, which can be seen by anyone, even non-Nen users, with one snake capable of draining all of the blood from a target's body in 44 seconds, and if all 4 snakes are used, then they can drain a target to death in 11 seconds. And obviously the purpose of conjuring the snakes instead instead of using a more hidden nen ability is to increase the power of the ability itself. Because conjuring the snakes gives anyone, even non-nen users, the power to potentially stop them in time. But what Silent Majority boils down to is it is a nen ability that has the power to kill a person in under a minute. And all of the technicalities surrounding it are convoluted restrictions that need to be put in place in order to create an ability that is so insanely powerful. And something very important that we do know, which is quite relevant to point out in this arc, is that Silent Majority is not a guardian spirit beast. At this point, this has been confirmed by Kurapika, Barbie Minor, and also very importantly, confirmed by the user of Silent Majority themselves, who we have not seen but we have heard, as the user goes on a bit of a monologue in chapters 369 and 370, which is one of those things that I'm very interested to see how they would do in the anime. In the manga, we can see and read this dialogue, but we don't know who's saying it because we obviously can't hear the voice. But in theory, unless you distort the voice, the anime would give away the mystery instantly. But in any case, we do actually have some very important clues given to us very generously by the user of Silent Majority in order to help us find them, or should I say, to find him. This was pointed out by Voracious Drake, who has a blog analyzing the nuance of Hunter x Hunter in Japanese, but according to the speech pattern of the Silent Majority user, they are most likely male. This doesn't come across in English, but in Japanese, the speech pattern of the user is very indicative of a male, given that they use the pronoun ore, which is considered to be a more vulgar pronoun used by male youths. But also the user of Silent Majority has a habit of ending sentences with the particle ze, which is an emphasis particle. To equate it to something that is we do in English, it's like adding a little bit of extra, punch to a sentence. For example, if we were speaking and I said something like, that guy's a prick, but I wanted to say it with a bit more So if I was to say that sentence again with the equivalent of the ze particle, it would be more like, that guy's a prick, you know? Just adding that extra emphasis. And in Japanese, these particles can be gendered, with ze most often being used by men in a casual setting. Not that any of these speech quirks definitively prove that the Silent Majority user is male, it just makes it a lot more likely, unless it's a deliberate linguistic red herring from Togashi. For now, I'm not going to eliminate any of the female candidates, not that there's many of them to begin with, but I just don't think that this is quite conclusive enough. Especially for Yoshihiro Togashi, who all throughout Hunter x Hunter has been a big fan of playing with gender ambiguity, which is also happening with Silent Majority. It's an implied male voice using a female doll, which is a similar dynamic that Togashi has played out with characters like Kaluto and Neferpito in the past. With that said, Occam's razor says that this user is most likely to be male though, so we will keep that in mind as we examine our 21 nefarious suspects. One of these individuals is the user of Silent Majority. However, we should note that there are more than 21 people in the room, and we should address that first. Because we do have the members of Kurapika's group, including 8th Queen Oito, 14th Prince Wobble, Bill, and Kurapika himself, who we all know are not the users of this ability. But also pictured here is a maid named Sandra. You might be wondering, what's her deal? She doesn't have a deal. She was killed by Vincent, one of First Prince Benjamin's guards, so it's probably not going to be her. But that does leave us with the other maid and our first suspect, Shimano, who among the Hunter x Hunter fanbase is an incredibly popular prime suspect for so many reasons. For one, Shimano is so much more than just a maid. She is wildly intelligent. And you may recall that she's the one who patched Kurapika through to Third Prince Zhang Lei when Kurapika had asked to speak to First Prince Benjamin, a maneuver that Kurapika later recognized was the right decision to make. And Togashi has also, rather curiously, taken the time to flesh out Shimano's backstory about how her family has been serving the royal line for at least 3 generations, and that it was the wish of her parents for Shimano to serve the royals until her death. And look, mates, if this was any other manga, I would be pretty incredibly highly suspicious right now, because why would we spend that valuable space on fleshing out the maid? But also, standard disclaimer, this isn't any other manga, this is Hunter x Hunter, and sometimes Togashi just pumps out whatever tangent interests him at the time. He may have just been feeling, let's give Shimano a bit more because I've thought of some stuff. It doesn't mean it's necessarily going anywhere. TLDR, you can't make those kind of standard narrative judgments, not with this series. However, what appears to clear Shimano of suspicion is that after Silent Majority attacks the second time, Kurapika held her at gunpoint and interrogated her using his dowsing chain, which has the ability to detect if a person is actively lying to Kurapika. And Shimano seemed to pass the test, so Kurapika currently has no suspicion of her, at least not suspicion that we're aware of. However, the fan base still does. In fact, they're more suspicious than ever, because the way that Shimano and answered Kurapika's questions fall into that awkward space of technically being true, but also not being direct answers. For example, when Kurapika asks if Shimano killed Baragen, one of Silent Majority's victims, Shimano answers, no, it wasn't her, and this is technically true. As Bellarente nefariously pointed out that it was potentially Sakuta who technically killed Baragen by shooting at the Silent Majority snakes. Meanwhile, the other question Kurapika asks Shimano is, can you use Nen? And Shimano's answer to this, very interesting because she neither says yes nor no. What Shimano says is, that's crazy. I'd never even heard of it until yesterday. And mate, that is not the answer to the question I asked. I mean, I didn't ask it, Kurapika did. And look, maybe there is a scenario where Shimano could use aura but had no formal knowledge of Nen. It's definitely happened before in the Hunter x Hunter world quite a few times. And these figures are known as Nen geniuses, which is why an argument can be made that Shimano isn't lying, but she also doesn't actually answer either of Kurapika's questions. However, I think the piece of evidence that makes Shimano look by far the most guilty is that aside from Kurapika, Bill, Oito, and Wobble, Shimano is literally the only person we know of who has been in room 114 for all 3 Silent Majority attacks, which very importantly includes the day 1 attack where 5 guards were killed by having their blood drained, with suspiciously snake-sized holes in their bodies. And that is pretty damning evidence, albeit admittedly circumstantial evidence. But in addition to that, Silent Majority thus far has only killed victims that directly benefit the survival of 14th Prince Wobble. And that could be a coincidence. I mean, killing anyone of any faction benefits Wobble, but it's also very much in line with Shimano's mission to survive. However, given that Shimano is so desperate to live, that does also conflict with using Silent Majority, because every time that ability activates, it comes with a very real chance of death for the user. So with what we know of Shimano, and look, she might not be telling us the full truth, but with what we know of her, it seems very counterintuitive of her to be using Silent Majority as often as she has been. But another thing that stops me from instantly labeling Shimano as the prime suspect is when the Silent Majority user begins their monologue in chapter 370. It says, they're conducting the lecture with the master bedroom at their backs, out of consideration for the Queen and Prince's safety. So far, everything is as we expected. This is odd for a few reasons. Firstly, it implies that the ability user is working with someone or some group against Kurapika, which literally everyone else in this room is, except for Shimano, who as far as we know is depending on Kurapika to survive. Again, she could be lying and we just don't know where her true allegiances are. But the thing that I find hardest to make sense of is the idea that Shimano answered Kurapika genuinely. There was no lie when she said that she had not heard of Nen until yesterday. And I find it really difficult to label her the Silent Majority user because the Silent Majority user has such detailed and precise knowledge about their own ability. The sort of thing that only a Nen veteran would be considering. And look, natural Nen geniuses do exist like Komugi, but they have no idea what they're doing like Komugi. And because they don't know what they're doing, they can't do fancy tricks like hiding their aura. So if Shimano was a Nen user without actually knowing what Nen is, then there's at least 5 people in this room who would have been able to instantly identify her. In fact, Kurapika would have been able to identify her before anyone even came into the room. However, the biggest mental disconnect for me is that the Silent Majority user has named their ability in the formal Nen style. They were 11 Silent Majority. And people who don't know that they're using Nen do not name their abilities, much less name their ability in the academic Nen style. Like Komugi. Her Hatsu doesn't have a name because even though Komugi understood what she was doing, she had no idea what Nen was. I will admit that the circumstantial evidence makes Shimano an incredible, such a strong suspect. It's really hard to look past her, but her truthfully saying that she didn't know what Nen was until yesterday, to me it just doesn't fit with the highly advanced Nen theory and the competence that the Silent Majority user has. We'll get into him in a bit, but this is someone who has the mastery to hide themselves from Furikov, who is one of the best Nen analysts that I think we've ever seen in Hunter x Hunter. And again, I could be very wrong, and it would be very interesting for me to be very wrong, but for now, I'm going to trust Kurapika's judgment and mark Shimano off as a suspect, because I do think that there are stronger contenders. And I promise that it's not going to take anywhere near this long to get through most of the other candidates. And 2 characters we can immediately get rid of are the aforementioned Baragen and the not as mentioned as of yet Muhan. And the reason why we can mark them both off is because Silent Majority killed them. And we know that this wasn't a case of the curse rebounding onto the user, because Baragen was the first to die in Nen classes, so if he was the user, then then no more silent majority attacks would have happened, but they did. And the second to die, Mu-Han, was actually mentioned by the silent majority user. He was called a quote, idiot beyond expectations, so the sheer disgust that the silent majority user has for Mu-Han means that he is also not a rebound situation, and we can cross both of these dudes off. And the next pair we can eliminate are first Prince Benjamin's guards, Furikov and Babi Minor. Furikov because the silent majority user mentions him as well. The silent majority user in chapter 369 mocks Furikov, saying that he could tell how oblivious he was through Furikov's aura alone. And as for Babi Minor, we don't know his exact Nen ability, but Balsamilko might stated that it was a counteractive type, which, long story less long, is the Hunter x Hunter equivalent of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card, like second Prince Camilla's Hatsu that automatically summons a big old kitty cat when Camilla is killed. Silent majority is not a counteractive ability, it is very, very active. And so we can remove Furikov and Babi Minor from the candidate pool, although Mr. Furikov has some informations for us, because when Kurapika asked everyone who already knew Nen to stand up and reveal themselves, Furikov noted that there were four secret Nen users who weren't fessing up, which is very suspicious and very incriminating behavior. But here's the crazy part. 3 of those 4 secret Nen users didn't even know that they were Nen users at the time. 2 of these, quote, secret users turned out to be 9th Prince Halkenburg's men, Schedule and Hinrigh, who had only recently become Nen users due to the ability of Halkenburg's guardian spirit beast. And both of them turned out to be so inexperienced that Kurapika goes so far as to call them half-awakened, being able to use Nen in a limited fashion but being unable to control it. But most importantly, the ability of Halkenburg's guardian spirit beast, where it marks you with a pinion, it awakens your Nen, that only works if a person is truly loyal to the ideals of Halkenburg. If they're not, then the pinion mark goes away and you get nothing. I said good day, sir. And so if either of these guards were the kind of person who would wield silent majority, then they wouldn't have been awakened by the guardian spirit beast in the first place. Meanwhile, the third secret Nen user was actually Lowberry, who was chosen as the anchor of silent majority on the first day of Nen classes, which automatically removes her from suspicion, but it's also likely that her being chosen as the anchor awakened her aura nodes, and that Lowberry herself had, and I guess still has, no idea that she is now an aura user. So that's 3 more suspects clear, so surely the user of silent majority has to be Furikov's final identified secret Nen user? Well, not necessarily, because it turns out that Furikov, brilliant as he is, isn't as brilliant as he thinks he is. Our final secret Nen user turned out to be Longi, one of 5th Prince Tebeppa's guards, and Furikov noted that Longi is a Nen master, which we know to be true because she is a child of Beyond Netero. She was born with the ability to use Nen, and Furikov's hypothesis was that Longi was the user of silent majority. However, Longi has now shown us her Nen ability, and it's not silent majority, and furthermore, one of the conditions of Longi's Nen ability is to tell the absolute truth about said ability. So apart from all the dead characters, Longi is by far the most clearly innocent person in the room at the moment. So whoever the silent majority user is, Furikov was unable to detect them. And Longi isn't the only guard representing 5th Prince Tebeppa, as our next suspect is Mayor, another of the 5th Prince's forces. However, Mayor's aura nodes were awakened by Kurapika and Bill, and afterwards Mayor also has an inner monologue about how amazing the feeling is, overflowing with vitality and all that. You know the words that old men use when they feel the young feelings? So it's definitely not him because he obviously wasn't a Nen user prior to this, and the same argument can be made for Yuri and Ladiolus because we've seen Kurapika awaken both of them. However, I should say that Yuri is also subject to a more unique piece of suspicion. There is a theory that Togashi has given away who the user of silent majority is through names alone, and it points to our maid Yuri. This is because the design of the silent majority marionette is based on the appearance of Yurina Hirate from Keikizaka 46, and given Togashi's absolute obsession with this group, which is now named Sakurazaka 46, it is very possible that he named the silent majority assassin after the lead in the silent majority song, with Yuri representing Yurina. If you're not familiar with Togashi's idol group obsession, this probably sounds insane, but it's not something that I would readily dismiss. I have a whole video on this channel detailing how many major plot points of this arc are based on this one idol group, so it's not something that we can just go, But the problem is, again, we've literally seen Kurapika awakening Yuri's aura nodes. So unless that can be convincingly faked, it's not going to be her either. And look, if it can be faked, then honestly we're back to square one with half of these candidates. But for now, I would also eliminate the final maid, Eladia, because on day one we saw her in a monologue wondering why she was here alongside Ladiolus, which is not what the silent majority user was thinking at this time. And all of a sudden, we're now down from 21 candidates to a mere 8, and we can eliminate many more. So I'll say that it's also unlikely to be Danjin, one of 4th Prince Tserriednich's guards, and this is because Theta and Salkov have stated that they are the only 2 within Tserriednich's forces who can use Nen, which is why they have the unfortunate job of tutoring him and creating one of the greatest Nen monsters that this world has ever seen. Plus, as we've already explored, the user of Silent Majority was extremely annoyed and surprised by Muhan, who is another of 4th Prince Tserriednich's guards. The Silent Majority user was surprised and didn't expect him to be such a prick, but Danjin would be well and truly aware of what kind of person Muhan is. He works closely with him on a daily basis, and so it seems extremely unlikely that Danjin would have had that internal monologue, so I believe that he's clear as well. But next up, I want to talk about these 2 dude guys, Sakuta and Hashito. These are 2 guards that 3rd Prince Zhang Lei assigned to 14th Prince Woebul after their Day 1 massacre. And it should be noted that these 2 aren't technically part of the Nen class, but they are still in the room. However, we can dismiss Sakuta quite easily, because on multiple occasions now, he's had inner monologues admitting that he cannot see or feel aura, and that he has no choice but to trust whatever Kurapika and Bill are telling him is happening. And as for Hashito, eventually he has Kurapika awaken his aura nodes, because Sakuta and Temptori became nervous about the idea of every student knowing Nen except for them, remembering that they're all representatives of the 3rd Prince, very high up, and the way that Kurapika structured his classes was to awaken students in the order of lowest prince to highest prince. But if Hashito was the user of Silent Majority, then this wouldn't have been possible. You can't awaken the aura nodes of someone who's already awakened, and so it's not him either, which leaves us with our final 5. And with that, I'd like to start with the aforementioned Temptori. He is a loyal guard to 3rd Prince Zhang Lei, which strongly indicates that he was not an existing Nen user, or he would have revealed the art form to Zhang Lei, and he was also said to be the final student to have his aura nodes awakened by Kurapika. We didn't see it, but allegedly it's happened, and Temptori also goes on to inform Zhang Lei that all students in Kurapika's Nen class are now capable of using Nen. Again, this is because Temptori was the student serving the highest ranking prince, and so he was awakened last in order to maintain the balance. However, this fact not only clears Temptori, but also Satobi, who serves as part of 2nd Queen Dwazel's royal guard, and again, we've not seen this happen, but it has been confirmed that Kurapika has awakened his aura nodes, so we can cross off 2 more people. But man, on the internet, you say, why can't we just cross off everyone if Temptori has confirmed that they're all awakened? Well, here's the thing, it might look like he said that, but he did not. The terminology Temptori used was that everybody who took the class has awakened, and there are still 3 suspects in this room that did not take the class. The first is Mushaho, who is a representative of 5th Queen Swinko's guards, who is the mother of 8th Prince Sale, and that automatically makes Mushaho extremely suspicious, as Swinko is a very direct and very brutal operator. In fact, it was one of her men who was responsible for assassinating 12th Prince Momoze, and that man was a Nen user. Furthermore, Mushaho was a student, past tense, but he stopped attending Kurapika's classes after 8th Prince Sale's death, and it was only after that Kurapika started initiating the students. So Mushaho conveniently never had to be awakened by Kurapika, and so we don't know if he was already awakened. And what's extra suspicious is that ever since Mushaho left the classes, Silent Majority has yet to kill again. And when entering the classes initially, Mushaho revealed to the readers that he has an important mission that cannot be entrusted to others. So the circumstantial evidence makes Mushaho look incredibly guilty, and I have yet to see an argument against him that doesn't boil down to, well, that wouldn't be narratively satisfying, because he's a background character who's had pretty much no focus at all. But this is Hunter x Hunter, and sometimes Togashi's answers are realistically unsatisfying. So it could be him. However, we also have the extremely intriguing figure that is Belorente. He showed up for the class, but revealed himself to be an existing Nen user before the teaching commenced. So Belorente technically did not take the class, and so we cannot use a Nen awakening to clear him as he was already awakened. But Belorente is is a very interesting guy because he is the only student who is a hunter. Belorente was employed as one of 13th Prince Marayam's guards via the same sister that Kurapika found himself in the employ of 14th Prince Worbel. And it is my personal belief that Belorente is actually a hunter working for Beyond Netero and Pariston, just like Bill. Apparently Beyond's men have infiltrated pretty much the entire ship, and this would explain why Silent Majority has been killing more or less indiscriminately, because Belorente wouldn't be working for any particular prince. He has no agenda in the succession contest. It would be all about enacting Beyond's plan, which is to cause enough chaos to allow Beyond to escape his prison quarters and go off to the Dark Continent. Belorente has also been shown to have quite a sinister side when referring to Sakata firing at the snakes killing Baragon, and the heart at the end of his dialogue is particularly reminiscent of Hisoka and very much in keeping with the personality of the Silent Majority user. However, one bit of evidence against him, which was also pointed out by Voracious Drake, is that Belorente uses the pronoun atashi, not ore. However, this isn't anything solid, and it could instead be indicative of Belorente putting on a public front, using a softer, more feminine atashi to fool those around him, whilst his inner thoughts reveal his more rough and sadistic nature with an ore. And I do think that he is an extremely strong candidate, especially when we remember that Beyond Netero is the center of everything in this arc. There's a lot of distractions and tangents being thrown up to obscure it, but he is the ultimate mastermind behind everything that's happening right now, so why not the Silent Majority plot as well? Also, Belorente is a man who seems to be heavily invested in the Nen classes continuing. In chapter 376, he makes a speech convincing the other students to continue and emphasizes that, nah mates, we shouldn't get the Royal Army involved in any aspect of what's going on in here, except come and collect the bodies of the dead, of course. And if I was the user of Silent Majority, that's probably what I'd want as well. To continue the classes and to continue the killings with no one from the outside impeding me. However, our final man of great suspicion is Slacker. And this dude, mate, his role, it's quite confusing because he's introduced as a guard of 3rd Prince Zhang Lei. However, he's actually 2nd Queen Dwazel's spy, but to complicate things further, it was actually 1st Queen Unma who ordered Slacker to guard 14th Prince Worbel, not Dwazel and not Zhang Lei. And so he accompanied Sakata and Hashito after the first meeting with Zhang Lei. So Slacker's exact loyalties and motivations are extremely difficult to pin down. We have no idea who he's actually working for. The confusion here comes from Kakin Queen politics. 2nd Queen Dwazel is quite meek and doesn't like to take action. She prefers to act as support, and so 1st Queen Unma has taken advantage of that nature and practically commandeered Queen Dwazel's guards. So both Unma and Dwazel can issue orders to the 2nd Queen's guards, and they kind of act as a coalition, which makes it very difficult to pin down where Slacker fits in, because his true loyalties could be to either queen or neither queen. Although upon entering Worbel's room, Slacker immediately sought out Bobby Minor and suggested that they work together. So he could be a secret agent of the 1st Queen, which may explain why he's trying to stop the class with Silent Majority, because this endeavor is designed to balance out the battleground of the succession contest. And the prince who has by far the most to lose with that theoretical balance is Benjamin. And given that Slacker isn't a student, he also hasn't been tested by Kurapika's initiation ritual. So right now, it's impossible for us to know whether he is an existing Nen user or not. But look, one thing I will say against the Slacker idea is that it's implied that the Silent Majority user was sent in response to Kurapika's Nen class, when its user says that so far everything is as we expected. It definitely makes it sound like the user has a game plan with their faction going into the class. However, Slacker was assigned to this room before Kurapika decided to host the classes. So Slacker being here for this is more or less incidental. And even though Slacker is a complete mess of loyalty and he's a cocky dude bruh who matches the personality of the Silent Majority user, and he's fallen through the cracks in Kurapika's Nen initiation testing, even with all of that, I personally don't think he's the strongest candidate, because Silent Majority is in the room seemingly in response to Kurapika's Nen classes, and Slacker is there for another reason. And I guess another important thing to mention is that there is a theory that the assassin isn't even in the room at all, and that Silent Majority is being controlled by someone on the outside. And to be frank, if Shimano isn't the culprit, then this has to be at least partially true, because as far as we know, no other suspects were in the room when Silent Majority first struck on day one. However, I have to believe that the assassin is at least currently in the room, because otherwise, why bother setting up this intricate murder mystery with all of these identified suspects? It would just be the biggest anticlimax of all time if the silent majority user turned out to be someone who's not even there. However, as I keep saying, because Yoshihiro Togashi is Yoshihiro Togashi, that is an option that does require serious consideration. He has been known to pull off anticlimactic twists before, and narrative satisfaction isn't something I can bet on as strongly with Hunter x Hunter as much as, say, One Piece. But where does that leave us? Well, there are currently two suspects that fit all of the criteria perfectly, those being Mushoku and Belorente. I would not be surprised if it was either of them, but if it has to be one of them, I would rather it be Belorente, because I think that would make the story much more interesting. Shimano is also not off the table. With the exception of her amateur nen knowledge, she fits disturbingly well into the killer criteria, and if you want to believe in the idol group obsession theory, which is very valid, then Yuri is a strong contender as well. And even though I have reason to believe that it isn't him, I also wouldn't take Slacker fully off the table either. So we've still got quite a bit of story to play out here, but you let me know who you think the silent majority assassin is in the comments below. Chrollo vs Hisoka is no doubt the most exciting event to have happened following the conclusion of the 2011 Hunter x Hunter anime. It is a fast-paced yet incredibly content-rich encounter that I personally believe is one of the top 5 greatest fights in all of the manga. I don't just mean this manga, I mean all of the mangas. But it's also surprisingly integral to the current events of the Dark Continent and the Succession Contest. Ever since the conclusion of York New City, Hisoka's character arc has been, well, it's been more of a straight line, not really an arc at all. From Hisoka's perspective, he's been a man trapped in chastity who really needs to bust a battle nut, and the man holding the key is Chrollo. Unfortunately, Chrollo was rendered unable to use Nen by Kurapika's judgment chain, and so to release himself, Hisoka first needs to release Chrollo. And we see this moment on the cover of chapter 201, where Chrollo can be seen reading a copy of Weekly Shonen Jump, and in the background, Hisoka is delivering Abengane, who is the Nen exorcist we met on Greed Island. Abengane then used his ability to get rid of Chrollo's Nen curse, although we have no idea what happened to him after that point. If I'm honest, it's entirely possible that he's a bit dead, because Judgment Chain was a particularly nasty curse, and Abengane's Nen exorcism doesn't dispel the curse. It simply displaces it onto Abengane himself. The very best outcome is either he's being crushed by a big slug monster, whatever he summons, or that he's now subject to the Nen curse and can no longer use Nen. Either way, Chrollo and Hisoka then proceeded to not fight for a very long time. Chrollo actually spent over a year running away from Hisoka, during which time he was gathering/stealing a series of Nen abilities that, when combined, would give him a 100% sure chance of defeating Hisoka. Then, and only then, did Chrollo accept Hisoka's challenge. And as an apology to Hisoka, Chrollo chose the most romantic possible venue for their rendezvous, as the two of them agreed to fight in a public Heaven's Arena match, which to Hisoka is the equivalent of booking a 5-star hotel room to get down to clown. And not only that, but Chrollo proposed a battle to the death. And this was a massive event in the Hunter x Hunter world, because this wasn't just another two dudes hitting each other sort of match, as here it was revealed that not only had Hisoka successfully become a floor master of Heaven's Arena, but Chrollo also held the status of floor master, and so tickets sold out instantly. This match was tighter than a young man's luggage going on holiday through Jetstar, because they have frustratingly strict luggage rules, and all of this was an integral part of Chrollo's plan. And look, I'm not going to leave you in suspense about this. From the moment that Hisoka stepped into the arena, he was dead. But what you won't believe is just how far Chrollo went in order to ensure this. For this match, Chrollo sourced a total of 6 new Nen abilities to use against Hisoka. The first of which is Black Voice, Mobile Fate Director, which isn't a new ability, but it's new to Chrollo. He borrowed this one from Shalnok, and it's a basic manipulation Hatsu, allowing Chrollo to take control of anyone he manages to penetrate with one of 2 antennae. And this was very purposely used first against Hisoka, in order to mentally wear Hisoka down with the knowledge that at any time this match could be over in a single shot. But Chrollo ultimately had a much more brutal fate for Hisoka planned out, which began with Chrollo displaying his second new Nen ability, the Sun and Moon Paired Destruction, an ability that marks Chrollo's left hand with a sun symbol and his right hand with a moon symbol. And Chrollo is then able to imprint on objects or people a sun or a moon symbol respectively upon touching them with the designated hand. And if at any time a sun and a moon come into contact with each other, then it goes bang, big explosion. So it's very dangerous and quite frankly irresponsible to just leave all of these symbols haphazardly all around the arena. Very dangerous. But what you may or may not realize is that we've actually heard of this ability before, way back in York New City even, because it was formerly possessed by the Meteor City Elder. And it's believed that this is the mechanism by which Meteor City's defense system was implemented, which is suicide bombers. Because the only resource that Meteor City has in large quantities is people, roughly 80 million residents, almost all of whom are willing to be marked with a sun here, a moon here, and then go boom to die and protect what little this city has. Now, one curious thing to note about the Meteor City Elder is that he has passed away by the time that Chrollo showcases his ability, meaning that in theory it should have been removed from Chrollo's Skill Hunter book. However, it remains because the Elder's desire to protect the city was so strong that this is now an invocation of post-mortem Nen. And that's going to be extremely relevant in a bit. But for now, Chrollo's third new ability is a Chrollo original called Double Face Bookmark Theme, which is fairly simple. Chrollo conjures a Nen bookmark to mark a page of Skill Hunter, allowing Chrollo to use the ability on that page even if the book is closed, which has removed the main restriction of Skill Hunter, being that Chrollo has always needed to fight very awkwardly always holding his book open. And not only that, but by using this bookmark, Chrollo can now fight using 2 stolen abilities at once, marking one page whilst turning to another. So counting the bookmark, he can use 3 abilities at once, although if you want to be particularly pedantic, and we do, then we need to include the book itself, which means that Chrollo can now use 4 abilities at once. Although this didn't come free. Chrollo states that he needed to set himself a series of annoying restrictions in order to balance out the power of the bookmark, none of which we are currently privy to, although it's my personal theory that when using the bookmark, Chrollo can either only tell the truth when asked a question, or it's a requirement to explain every ability that he uses Double Face to mark, including Double Face itself, because he was very, very open and truthful to Hisoka during this match. Chrollo wouldn't shut up about his new powers. But with that, we are only halfway through Chrollo's master plan to kill Hisoka. Our 4th new power is Order Stamp, Proof of Humanity, a very niche ability that allows Chrollo to manipulate any puppet after having been stamped. And it's not, immediately apparent why this is so useful, because there are no puppets to be found anywhere in Heaven's Arena, at least not yet. Because our 5th ability takes care of that, and it's another familiar one named Gallery Fake, Divine Left Hand, Demonic Right Hand, which Chrollo borrowed from Kurapika, and it conjures an exact copy of any object which will vanish after 24 hours. So this is a very curious combination, and a pretty fantastic example of finding a Nen loophole, because early on in the match, Chrollo killed the Heaven's Arena referee and copied his corpse using Gallery Fake. And while the original corpse cannot be controlled with Order Stamp because it's not a puppet, the loophole here is that the copy of the corpse is considered a puppet and can therefore be controlled. We don't really know why this is. Chrollo says it's because the original user of Order Stamp thought of things that way. Weird guy. But in essence, it's temporarily manipulated resurrection with a ton of extra steps. Essentially, Chrollo can control anyone he kills so long as he makes a copy of them with Gallery Fake first. This is going to be relevant. All of this, I promise, is going to be very relevant shortly. But to finish things off here, Chrollo's final new ability is called Convert Hands, Transfer Student, which imprints 2 arrows on Chrollo's palms, indicating that if he touches someone with his right hand, then that person would take on Chrollo's appearance. So let's say Chrollo touches Hisoka. Hisoka, in addition to being very aroused, now looks like Chrollo. And if he touches a target with his left hand, then Chrollo takes on the appearance of said target. So again, let's say he touches Hisoka, which Hisoka enjoys, and this time it's with the left hand. Variety is the spice of life. But now Chrollo looks like Hisoka. And this is one of the many reasons why this fight can be very confusing to read. Firstly, because half of Chrollo's new abilities are all based in the foundation of right hand does one thing and the left hand does another thing. The Sun and Moon, Gallery Fake, Convert Hands, they're all right hand one effect, left hand other effect. And he switches between them so rapidly that it becomes a bit difficult to keep up with which hand Hatsu he's using at any given time, even with the markings. And secondly, thanks to Convert Hands, there comes a point in this fight where you just stop knowing where Chrollo is, ever. Because Chrollo can keep changing his appearance to take on the appearance of others. In fact, if you do see Chrollo, it's almost a hard guarantee that it's not him, because he's just gotten someone else to take his appearance. But look, mate, how is he getting all of these people to swap bodies with and copy bodies with and control bodies with? Well, that's why he chose Heaven's Arena. Chrollo's plan was to use the audience, initially by having Hisoka fight them via controlling 2 members of the crowd with Black Voice. Then, after Hisoka kills them, Chrollo copies their bodies with Gallery Fake, activates the copies with Order Stamp, and thus has 2 puppets ready and waiting to fight Hisoka. In the meantime, Chrollo can Black Voice 2 more people, Hisoka can kill those people, Chrollo can Gallery Fake, then Order Stamp those people, and now it's 4 puppets, and you can see how this snowballs scales rather rapidly. The more people Hisoka kills, the more puppets are available to Chrollo, and the more threats that Hisoka has to face at once. And that's before we even consider the idea that Chrollo was killing people himself in order to gallery fake them and then order stamp them. And in the meantime, it's impossible for Hisoka to even target Chrollo because he's using convert hands to hide amongst the now literally hundreds, perhaps even thousands of corpse puppets that were eventually assembled to overrun Hisoka. And it even goes a layer deeper than that, because Chrollo has some Chrollo decoys running around, people that he gave his appearance with convert hands, and that he's using Black Voice to manipulate to efficiently pretend to be Chrollo. But even with all of that accomplished, Chrollo still needed one more thing to win here, because the plan could have been to exhaust Hisoka with thousands of puppets, but every second Hisoka was alive puts Chrollo at risk. So we turn to the one ability that we haven't integrated here yet, being the Sun and Moon, because what Chrollo was also doing between making and controlling corpse puppets was marking each and every one of them with a Sun and Moon symbol. And here's the real kicker. Because the Sun and Moon is an invocation of Postmortem Nen, even if Chrollo switches out of it with Skill Hunter, the marks remain. Once a person or an object is marked with a Sun and Moon, they can never get rid of it. And during all of this chaos, Chrollo managed to get multiple hits in on Hisoka, marking him with an opposing symbol, and from here the plan was to rush Hisoka with every marked puppet at once, then make contact with Hisoka and cause an explosion big enough to destroy him. And it worked rather flawlessly. Hisoka's hand was blown off, then a leg was blown off, and then he got rushed by hundreds of corpse puppets. A big boom happened and he died. However, Hisoka's cause of death was actually suffocation, because many of the corpse puppets insulated him from most of the big bangs. However, the sheer quantity of puppets on top of him cut off Hisoka's oxygen supply. And with Hisoka dead once and for all, Chrollo made his way to the Black Whale 1 to perform a great heist on the Kakin Empire. Or at least that's how Chrollo would have liked this to end. And you know, we've talked about him a lot in this video and not a lot about Hisoka. From his perspective, Hisoka was quite flattered that Chrollo had prepared such a suite of abilities for little old him, and he was practically jizzing in his magic pants throughout the fight. Although when it became clear that he was going to die, Hisoka decided to try something that he'd always wanted to do, which was to make a Nen vow. As a dying plea, he commanded Bungee Gum to revive him by restarting his heart and lungs, which was a desire so strong that it became an act of post-mortem Nen. And Bungee Gum did as Bungee Gum was told by bringing Hisoka's body back to life, but with one major twist. Having invoked post-mortem Nen, Hisoka's Bungee Gum and Texture Surprise are now an order of magnitude more powerful than they once were, as Hisoka proceeded to use the gum in combination with Texture Surprise to regenerate his missing limbs, effectively instantly healing himself from fatal wounds. And you know, for most people after this sort of experience, death, they'd probably not be so willing to jump straight back into combat. But Hisoka, well, he's always been just a little bit different. Having edged himself to the brink of death and really well beyond, Hisoka's battle lust became insatiable, with Hisoka declaring that he wasn't going to stop until he'd killed each and every member of the Phantom Troupe, which started immediately by finding and ripping off Kortopi's head, followed by brutally murdering Shalnok, the two troupe members who were left defenseless as Chrollo had been borrowing their Nen abilities. Which is pretty big, as now that Shalnok and Kortopi are dead, it means that Chrollo won't be able to use Black Voice and Gallery Fake anymore. So Chrollo won't be able to use the same strategy against Hisoka next time, the one that he spent over a year preparing, meaning that our next fight won't be anywhere near as one-sided, or if it is, it'll be one-sided in Hisoka's favor, with our Bungee Man's final sinister declaration to the spiders being 2 down, 10 to go. Immediately following Chrollo's victory over Hisoka at Heaven's Arena, the Phantom Troupe were ordered to fully assemble for the first time in the series since the events of York New City. The location for assembly was the Black Whale 1, and the reason as to why the there was chosen was to carry out the Phantom Troupe's biggest heist to date by robbing the infamously wealthy Kakin Empire en route to the Dark Continent. The only issue is that 2 of the troupe members, Shalnok and Kortopi, would not be joining them after both suffered a death-related incident at the hands of Hisoka, who is now on the hunt to kill the remaining 10 members of the troupe and to set the stage for one of the most insanely chaotic battles in Hunter x Hunter. So the very first member to be spotted aboard the vessel was Chrollo himself, who had recently learned that Hisoka had killed both Shalnok and Kortopi. So he caught up with him in something of a precarious mental state, and a fellow passenger commented that Chrollo looks like he was about to kill someone, but now that he's aboard the Black Whale 1 and heading to the Dark Continent, mate, it's time to forget all about those ties to the world back there. To which Chrollo replied, "That would be hard. Ties Kaiser to be severed, not forgotten. And shortly after this incredibly deep quote, Chrollo reunited with Machi, although this was far from pleasant as well, with both of them vehemently stating their intention to kill Hisoka because of the thing he did. And with this, it was announced that on this occasion, typical Troupe rules were not going to apply, because generally any dispute within the Phantom Troupe is solved with a coin flip. However, in this case, each and every Troupe member wanted to kill Hisoka, and there is no coin to flip with enough sides to solve this problem. And so it was declared by Chrollo that Hisoka's life is to be taken on a first come, first served basis. But there was very little serving, or in fact coming, to be had in these first few initial days. And only after 4 days of trying and failing to find Hisoka did the Phantom Troupe meet up in the dining hall of Tier 5, aka the lowest tier of the ship where all of the poor lottery winners were stored. I say stored, not housed, because I find it to be a much more accurate descriptor. Remembering that King Nasubi's plan is to use all of these people as sacrifices, so comfort is not a huge issue to him. And comfort has never been an issue for the Phantom Troupe either, who currently consist of 10 members. The leader, Chrollo Lucifer, Benolanov Shizuku, Finks Nobunaga, Franklin, Machi, Fate, and Kalito Zoldyck, and introducing our brand new temporary 10th Troupe member, Illumi Zoldyck. Illumi has joined the Phantom Troupe at the request of Hisoka. In fact, Hisoka has quite literally commissioned Illumi to kill him. From Hisoka's perspective, I suppose the logic is to make sure that he can take as many toys as possible on such a long journey, although there has been some credible speculation that the Illumi we see is in fact Hisoka in disguise, using his newfound post-mortem Nen texture surpriseness to assume Illumi's form and to use this as an opportunity to pick off the Troupe one by one. I'm not going to go into this idea too deeply. I have a whole video detailing it elsewhere on the channel if it's a thing you're interested in, and it should be. But I want you to keep it in the back of your mind, because a lot of weird things are about to happen on this ship. Other than Illumi's introduction, though, this was a very brief meeting, which was dismissed with the following words from Chrollo. "We want to have a party, but there's no cake. We need a special order to place on the center of the table. When we get it, we'll get back together and dine on that table. Bring me Hisoka's head." And with that, the Phantom Troupe split up, potentially for the final time, because each and every one of their lives are now in serious jeopardy, and not just from Hisoka. And during this arc, we also received a long-awaited flashback of the Phantom Troupe as a whole, one that makes this revenge hunt hit that much harder. We got to experience their childhoods growing up in Meteor Cities, much simpler days when the only conflict they got involved in was fighting over who got to watch videotapes that we found in the dump. I guess the dump being Meteor City itself, and the whole city is one big dump. But a bright, young, and surprisingly optimistic child named Chrollo started using these videotapes to study and even learn new languages from the more boring tutorial tapes that no one else wanted. And it got to the point where he put his skills to use, translating and making fan dubs of the more exciting videos in foreign languages that were screened to great reception in the Meteor City Gathering Hall. This is actually the event that would first bring the Phantom Troupe together, because each young troopeling wanted to take part in Chrollo's fan dubs, including 2 previously unknown members of the early Phantom Troupe, 2 girls by the name of Sheila and Sarasa. Sheila being a particularly interesting one because she is not a new character. We've actually seen her before in the Kurapika's memory chapters, where she met with Kurapika and Pyro in the forest surrounding the Kurta tribe, and Sheila was also the one who was implied to have reported the genocide of the Kurta clan later. And with her prior connection to the Troupe members now known, it has led to great suspicion that Sheila played a key role in this Kurta genocide. Meanwhile, Sarasa is a much more innocent existence altogether, a splendid ball of goodness who was ever so excited to perform in more fan dubs that one day she decided to search for more videotapes on her own. That was a bad idea, because while Sarasa did this, she was captured and then killed on camera by the, how shall we say, production team that focused on producing these sorts of films for very wealthy clients. And then our young troopelings proceeded to find Sarasa's dismembered body left in the forest, and this event changed them forever, with Chrollo vowing to find the ones responsible and coming up with a sickening plan to turn Meteor City into a safe haven for these sorts of murderers to reside, and even provide the infrastructure to publicly screen their works. The idea was that they would one day hopefully find Sarasa's murder tape screened to everyone willing to watch, but as a result they would also find the person responsible. Chrollo further vowed to live the rest of his life as a villain for this purpose, and the founding child members of the Phantom Troupe unanimously elected him as their leader in this endeavor. So over the years, the Troupe have likely watched hundreds, if not thousands, of snuff films, the effect of which has made them the dark and disconnected beings they are today, able to conduct a profit-driven genocide with no moral questions and completely desensitized to the concept of killing, except for when it comes to their own members, of which Shalnak was an original Troupe member who they all knew as a child, so his loss hit Chrollo and everyone else particularly particularly hard. Which isn't to say that Kurapika wasn't a huge loss, but he also wasn't Chrollo's childhood friend, so he's not the same. And that's why this situation on board the Black Whale 1 is being taken extra seriously. It's much like York knew with Uvagin's death all over again, which resulted in a very big Troupe-related vengeance mess. And that's what we're going to do here as well as the gang split up. Now, the first of what I like to refer to as the Troupe groups consists of Chrollo, Shizuku, and Benolanov, the latter two wanting to form a team because neither possessed abilities that are suited to dealing with Hisoka's bungee gum. And Chrollo agreed, but on the condition that he was the one who gets to take Hisoka's life, which wasn't argued at all. However, Benolanov did reveal something of note. He stated that he had an as of yet undisclosed Nen ability known as Metamorphosin, which allows him to take, quote, many forms. That's all the information we currently have, so it could allow him to turn into people, animals, objects, all of the above, or none of the above. Maybe there's something else. The point is that Benolanov said that, you're not smart enough to come up with a decent plan to use this power, and so Chrollo came up with a plan for Benolanov. He said, Benolanov, mate, there's a thing I want you to do. So it's a plan that involves him taking a certain form, and we'll get back to that a bit later. But for one final reveal, Shizuku then asked Chrollo to read their fortunes again, like he did during York New City. However, Chrollo could not, as the ability had been removed from his Skill Hunter book, indicating that Neon Lestrade has almost certainly mysteriously died off screen. And the last we saw of this Troupe group is that they were transitioning from Tier 5 up to Tier 4 via the central passageway. But our second Troupe group comprises Nobunaga, Finks, and Feitan, as before they could start properly doing anything, both Nobunaga and Feitan needed to retrieve their weapons from the onboard warehouse that they were forced to check them in with, and Finks came with them in order to, quote, babysit them. And whilst Nobunaga wasn't thrilled with this, he's a bit of a loner, a greater point was made clear by Feitan, who insisted that they respect Hisoka's abilities, and to not give him even the slightest hope of victory. Because yes, from their perspective, the three of them seems like extraordinary overkill, but at this point, overkill is exactly what Hisoka deserves. Chrollo already tried to underkill him, and just look where that got us, not good places. But on the way to acquire their weapons, this trio was framed for the murder of several Chara family members by Luini, a member of an opposing mafia faction known as the Haley family. However, after a shockingly reasonable discussion with the Chara underboss Kenny Wang, they formed an alliance with the promise of passage to higher tiers to search for Hisoka. And as part of this alliance, Nobunaga declared that they would crush the Haley family themselves, due to their actions of trying to manipulate and frame the Phantom Troupe being considered an act of war. Nobunaga then found his way into the Haley base by a funky Nen teleportation ability, wasn't his, although he was promptly ejected by another ability, again not his. But not before a transmitter was placed, and the location of the base has now been determined as being on Tier 2, which is where this trio are currently headed. But currently on their level, Tier 3, we also have the Zoldyck siblings Illumi and Kalito, who have formed another Troupe group, and shockingly, they made their way up to Tier 3 of the Black Whale 1 in no time at all. The rest of the Phantom Troupe were really struggling with getting to these higher levels, but with these two, it was like they just disappeared and teleported with those Zoldyck assassin skills. However, due to their infamy as Zoldyck assassins and their uncharacteristically blatant conspicuousness, they were spotted immediately and intercepted by the Hunter Association, specifically the Zodiac members Botbai and Mizaistom, with Mizaistom probably quite literally crapping his cowpants at the sight of the two of them, as well as the knowledge that the entire Phantom Troupe were on board. At this stage, Mizaistom was dealing with enough as it is. This is not a good day for him, because just prior to this happening, he'd used his detective skills to deduce that the goal of this ship was to sink it, and adding the complication of the Phantom Troupe was almost like sealing the deal to this fate. But not only that, Mizaistom is now struggling with whether or not to tell Kurapika about their presence, because he fears that the Troupe are on board to take revenge on him for York New City. And at the same time, Mizaistom fears the reaction that Kurapika is going to have to this news. So he's holding on to what he perceives to be another live bomb that could go off at any moment. However, instead of being arrested, Illumi and Kalito were given a room on Tier 3, with Illumi requesting a shower, a request which was denied. And in my opinion, it's a very Hisoka-like request to make. Dude loves showering. Meanwhile, Illumi has always been very happy to sleep in dirt holes. I also find it odd that Illumi so willingly revealed all the information he had to Mizaistom. It's almost as if he wanted the Hunter Association to know that the entire Phantom Troupe were on board. But all of this is the speculation of a dude in a room. Meanwhile, Franklin has the simplest plan of all to find Hisoka. Essentially what he's going to do is he's going to sit in the Tier 5 dining hall and continuously eat hamburgers until Hisoka decides to attack him, which isn't a terrible plan. Hisoka was the one who declared war on the Troupe, so to kill all 10 of them, Hisoka needs to find them. Whereas everyone else is a bit blinded by emotion and taking the initiative, Franklin is being much more level-headed. However, it has left him in arguably the most vulnerable position all by himself and ready to be picked off. Although after finding the location of the Haley base, Nobunaga now wants to bring Franklin along for extra safety and extra finger guns. There is one other individual Troupe group on the hunt as well, and that would be Machi, who is in a very unique position at the moment because she had the closest relationship to Hisoka of anyone in the Phantom Troupe. If you remember, Hisoka used to quite relentlessly flirt with Machi, and while she never overtly reciprocated, she has shown Hisoka special favor even after he betrayed and left the troupe at the end of York New City. Hisoka also purposely left her alive after reviving at Heaven's Arena, although he then also declared that he'd kill her. And so I think there's an extra layer of betrayal here for Machi. Kind of like your brother being killed by your flamboyant clown boyfriend, and now she's determined to take Hisoka's life for herself. And you know, up until recently, the biggest question of all has been, where is this Hisoka? You're talking about him so much, we don't see him. Why? Up till this point, no one had actually seen him aboard the ship. However, in chapter 392, Hisoka was first spotted on tier 3 of the Black Whale 1 by members of the Kakin Mafia family who had been instructed to find him. It's a bit of a long story, but the Mafia are also hunting Hisoka for reasons that we'll go into when we talk about that. But it has been speculated that this isn't Hisoka, and it's actually either Chrollo or Benolanov in disguise using the metamorphosis ability that we talked about earlier in the video, which Chrollo can do because he still has the Convert Hands Nen ability that allows him to swap bodies. So in theory, if Benolanov took on Hisoka's appearance with Metamorphosin, then Chrollo could use Convert Hands to also become Hisoka. And the reason why any of this would be happening in the first place is to fool the Mafia factions, because Chrollo is the reason why they're looking for Hisoka. Chrollo identified him as their prime target, so the Mafia wants to reach him first to prevent, big bang chaos. But this Hisoka is also highly suspicious and has made some very Chrollo-esque statements, and recently has been offered a room on tier 1 of the Black Whale, which just so happens to be where all of the troupe are planning on pulling off their heist. Again, these are the ramblings of a madman, Hisoka, and he's always suspicious, so I could just be reading too much into this, because the simple answer is that this is Hisoka, and he's currently being bribed with luxury so that the Kakin Mafia factions can manipulate the Phantom Troupe into fighting their war against the Haoli family, a struggle which now threatens all 200,000 lives aboard the Black Whale, and it may very well have escalated to a scale that engulfs even the Phantom Troupe. Following Chrollo's victory over Hisoka in Heaven's Arena, and Hisoka's subsequent murder of both Shinnok and Kurapika, Chrollo Lucifer is currently a broken man. A broken man with a broken plan for sweet, sweet revenge, and one that is currently threatening everything that he's worked to build, to tear the spiders limb by limb, and a plan that could bring him face to face with the monarch of the Kakin Empire, King Nasubi himself. Chrollo's plot in the Succession Contest arc is actually unusually straightforward, to the point where we can predict quite a few of his next moves. Essentially, Chrollo's endgame is to fight and kill Hisoka for good. However, in order to do that, Chrollo is searching for a quote, rare and powerful ability to steal. Chrollo there being quite vague to us, but he seems to know that someone aboard this ship has a very special Nen ability, yes. So special that Chrollo's current incarnation of a skill hunter can't actually steal it even after fulfilling its conditions, which adds a layer of complications, delicious complications, that must be overcome, and Chrollo must now complete a task to upgrade Skill Hunter before he can focus on stealing this ability, before he can focus on fighting Hisoka. So think of it as Chrollo needing to upgrade his hardware in order to run new software. And the condition that Chrollo has set for this upgrade is to steal a national treasure, and so Chrollo has his eye on the Kakin Regalia. These are a series of 3 artifacts that power the Succession Contest as well as the prosperity of the Kakin Empire itself. There is the ritual vase used for Succession battle participants, the Seed Urn. There's also the Divine Mummy, overseer of the Succession battle, also known as the Lotus Anchoract, and the Sword of Accession given to the next king, the Sword of Good Omens. And currently Chrollo is on tier 3 of the Black Whale 1, but he seems to have a very good idea of where to find these artifacts. There must be a focal point, a funeral hall where the treasures are enshrined, which means it has to be in tier 1. And what Chrollo is referring to here, whether he realizes it or not, is the most mysterious and downright sinister room aboard the ship. This is the Kakin Prince Burial Chamber, which is designed to receive the bodies and life force of each departed prince. And you can see that all of their coffin-y things are all hooked up to an incredibly advanced system of Nen inscription, which almost certainly connects one or even all of the Kakin artifacts in order to keep the contest powered. So that is ultimately where Chrollo is heading, to the most sacred and highly secure spot on the entire ship. Tier 1, and we have no idea how how he's going to get there. And even though Chrollo has a whole book full of fun Nen abilities, this is not supposed to be an easy task. If it was, then it would not be the condition to upgrade Skill Hunter. So this won't be your standard Phantom Troupe heist, and it may in fact be the most difficult job that Chrollo has ever had to pull off. It's also unknown whether Chrollo has to steal just one or all three of the artifacts. All Chrollo says is that, quote, they would satisfy the conditions required to upgrade Skill Hunter. And my initial thinking is that just one would be fine, and hey, it might be, but also Nen, it's a very tricky thing, and it's quite often extremely subjectively defined. For example, when Chrollo used the stolen ability Order Stamp, he stated that to him, Chrollo, there is no difference between a corpse and a puppet, as they're both inanimate objects to Chrollo. However, to the previous owner of Order Stamp, there was a big difference. And so it did not allow Chrollo to make puppets out of corpses. However, it did allow him to make puppets out of the gallery fake copies of the dead bodies. I guess what I'm trying to say with that example is that it is entirely dependent on how Chrollo himself views these artifacts. If he views them as three independent objects, then stealing one, that should be fine. However, if Chrollo views the three of them as a set, then I imagine that he would need to steal the complete set in order to fulfill Skill Hunter's condition. And as an aside, the fact that Chrollo was able to deduce that they're being kept in some kind of funeral hall, it's actually quite morbid. He's almost certainly correct, but it shows us a lot about how Chrollo thinks. He's been submerged in the world of dark dank Nen for so long that he just innately knows how abilities like this are supposed to function. Chrollo knows that death must be intimately involved, and therefore where the artifacts must be located. And there's also something quite sad and a bit ominous about Chrollo marching straight into a burial chamber, because yes, there is an in-world logic to it, but from the meta perspective, this is also Togashi telling us that Chrollo is marching straight towards his own death, which we'll speak more on after something very, very important, which is that the key to all of this is an ability that's already been stolen by Chrollo, and we see a detailed description of this Hatsu when Chrollo opens up Skill Hunter, but unfortunately it is all written in Hunterese, which is the in-world language of Hunter x Hunter, a fairly simple substitution for basic Japanese characters, which is a shame for English or Japanese speakers who are just too lazy to translate it, because this text contains some very important contextual information that I would personally deem as essential. The name at the top of the page identifies this girl as Narumi Magai, and her ability name written on the side reads as Love Dial 6700 Disgusting Telephone, with the bulk of the text explaining the ability as the following. Disgusting Telephone allows you to search for your ideal partner using a conjured cell phone. After inputting the criteria, a 6 to 20 digit number will be displayed. When dialed, you will receive instructions. And currently Chrollo is using this ability to look for someone, although it's probably not a specific someone. The reason why Chrollo attended Halkenburg's funeral procession on tier 3 was to take advantage of the large crowd, and in this case Chrollo's quote ideal partner is likely either someone who has the authority to get him to tier 1 or who has a Nen ability that can assist him in getting to tier 1. Whatever it may be, this ability, it is so handy, and I imagine it'll also be how Chrollo finds Hisoka once he's ready to fight him. Or if Chrollo wanted to use it more strategically, he could use it to avoid Hisoka by detecting him in the area. But it does have one restriction that we know of, could have more, which is that it has a limited number of calls that a user can make per day. But we don't know what that number is yet. And more so than logistical importance, this ability has some striking thematic importance to what remains of Chrollo's life. Love Dial 6700 Disgusting Telephone is an ability that, as per usual, takes its name from a combination of things it is that Togashi likes, in this case, songs. The first is Love Dial 6700 by Finger 5, who as far as I can tell are kind of like a Japanese Jackson 5. In fact, I believe they even covered Jackson 5 songs, and they were active throughout most of the 70s. Love Dial itself, it's a fun song about a school student calling to tell their crush that they love them just before graduation. And in the case of our fictional Narumi Magate, the original user of the ability who Chrollo stole it from, she likely takes on the role of that student's perspective. She does look quite young and would have been using this ability to find her perfect partner. And hopefully she found that partner before Chrollo stole her equivalent of Nen Tinder. But there is a pretty wicked twist about this regarding Chrollo and Hisoka, but also with Narumi herself. Narumi is extraordinarily unlikely to have been a hunter or anyone else with some kind of formal Nen training, meaning that she is a Nen genius, someone who is able to manifest and control her aura through pure drive and emotion alone, which is quite scary, because it means that Narumi's obsession with finding her perfect partner was on a scale that most people would refer to as psychotic. Nen geniuses in Hunter x Hunter tend to be rather tortured souls, like the serial killer Benny Delon or Komugi, who developed her her ability because at an early age, she decided that she would end her own life if she ever lost a game of gungi. So there's already a slightly troubling nature of the ability in that first part, and made it does not get any better with the second. Disgusting Telephone is a song by P-Model, a synth pop group that enjoys experimental sound, often inserting quite harsh and deliberately off-putting sounds into their music, with the lead singer Susumu Hirasawa being described as an antagonistic vocalist, directly challenging the listeners in unpleasant ways, such as singing out of tune against the melody, or sometimes just electing to scream the lyrics. But when I say scream, I don't mean a proper metal kind of scream way. There's a very fine art to that. Whereas Hirasawa, particularly in the album that contains the song Disgusting Telephone, just wanted to create a vocal contrast that was antagonistic to the music itself. He wanted to make it sound not good on purpose. And it paints a pretty bleak picture of doomed love. With this ability, Narumi, she does find her ideal partner, but like making a deal with the devil, something goes very, very wrong. There is a clash, there is hostility, and either the partner, Narumi herself, or both turn out to be frighteningly incompatible. In the wise words of Zed, featuring Foxes, if our love is tragedy, then why are you my remedy? And I would be more inclined to go with Narumi herself being the core issue, just because this is the net ability that she manifested after all. But the reason why I go so far into the musical inspiration for this ability is because it tells us the story of what is happening inside Chrollo right now. Chrollo is ultimately searching for Hisoka. Hisoka is Chrollo's one and only reason to live right now. However, he also can't risk finding Hisoka yet because Chrollo does not have the ability required to kill him for good. However, in Chrollo's own words, it's getting harder to keep control over two conflicting emotions. I mustn't be impatient, but I can't wait forever. So the Disgusting Telephone song may as well be Chrollo's theme at the moment, as he is being pulled apart by these two conflicting and contrasting emotions, each wanting to lead him down a different path. And I also think it pretty perfectly represents the dynamic between Chrollo and Hisoka, especially from Hisoka's perspective, as he has spent most of Hunter x Hunter searching for his perfect partner, constantly dialing and confessing his battle love to Chrollo. And with Hisoka in mind, here are some lyrics from the Love Dial song. I like you so much I could die. I want you to accept my love. That's Hisoka right there. And there's also something rather poetic about Chrollo using the most Hisoka ability possible to prepare and meet Hisoka one last time before graduation. So it's not a random ability where Chrollo conjures a phone and locates stuff, as is often the case in Hunter x Hunter. The inspiration behind the abilities provides a wealth of context that we often miss. It's not just abilities though. Sometimes, mate, you've got to scour every last pixel of Hunter x Hunter to really get the full story, especially when it comes to Chrollo, such as his reintroduction in chapter 405. This is very important because it contains a surprising revelation that's extremely easy to miss. As we check in with Chrollo on what I assume is tier 3, there is a close-up of a TV screen reporting that it's been 10 years since the brutal murder of Mr. Riznorth, the chairman of Mom's Help, the charity foundation dedicated to helping children. That's lovely. Good on him. And the presenter then goes on to state that no suspects have ever been caught for the murder of Mr. Riznorth, as Chrollo walks away from the screen, artistically implying that Chrollo had something to do with this man's death, which is something that we don't need to speculate on at all, because you may not know it, but we have seen Mr. Riznorth before. He was in the Phantom Troupe flashback. In chapter 395, we see the bottom of his face with his trademark mole, meaning that Riznorth was the man abducting children from Meteor City and murdering them on camera to sell the resulting films on the black market. And also meaning that his charity dedicated to helping children was a charity dedicated to trafficking children and probably brutally murdering them. And more so than any other single Hunter x Hunter character, Mr. Riznorth is responsible for the creation of the Phantom Troupe, because it was Riznorth who then abducted and killed a Sarasa. And something I don't think I've mentioned on this channel before is that Sarasa's death was particularly gruesome. On the last page of chapter 396, we see Riznorth commenting that people are becoming a bit too vigilant around this here Meteor City, and that the era of, quote, hunting here may be coming to a close. Going on to state that if we find one last one, we'll make sure to have some fun. And Sarasa, very unfortunately, was that last one. So everything it is they could have done to her, they did to her, in order to make sure that they had one last spectacular movie film to sell to their buyers. A particular brand of brutality that changed Chrollo forever after discovering Sarasa's body, and which led to Chrollo developing his multi-year plan to turn Meteor City into a black market haven, to create something of a safe space where, how shall we say, alternative artists can screen their, how shall we say, alternative films, with the hope of one day seeing Sarasa's movie on the big screen and discovering who was credited with creating it, which they did. They saw the film, they saw their friend being brutally cut to pieces, and they found out who did it. And I cannot imagine the degree of suffering that the Phantom Troupe put Riznor through before they finally let him leave this world. For one thing, it's a very popular idea that Veitan, the torture specialist, had been studying torture solely for the day that they discovered Sarasa's killer. And also that Pakunoda developed her Nen ability in order to confirm who killed Sarasa by reading their thoughts. In fact, most of the original Phantom Troupe members have abilities that were designed to assist in the Sarasa quest. And it's quite a bleak triumph of teamwork. The spider came together with Chrollo as the head and perfectly implemented a plan to ensnare its prey. But then we've got to ask, why is Togashi telling us all of this now, and how does it relate to Hisoka? Well, I believe that this has been revealed as an element of contrast, as the Phantom Troupe are now functioning in completely the opposite way. They are fractured, they are not level-headed, they have no plan, and instead of meticulously setting a trap for Hisoka, they are more than likely walking straight into a trap. Trap might be the wrong word. Hisoka, he doesn't really function like that. He prefers to live in the moment, meaning that improvised combat and being forced to operate on natural battle instinct is well and truly the Battle Clown's domain. He may well be the greatest improviser and adapter in the entire series, which is particularly alarming because Hisoka's fighting style spits in the traditional wisdom of Nen combat, which is focused on gathering as much information as possible and preparing for an encounter. Hisoka, he doesn't care. He'll figure it out as he goes along. And I don't think that Chrollo stands a chance against Hisoka in that format. With Chrollo, you've got to use the standard Batman argument of prep time, as people often claim that with some prep time, Batman is unstoppable. Whether that's true or not, I'll leave to the more Western comically inclined, but I can say that it's true for Chrollo. Chrollo's prep time against Hisoka for the Heaven's Arena fight lasted an entire year. Chrollo spent a year fleeing Hisoka's advances, traveling around the world, and gathering a series of Nen abilities that functioned in concert to doom Hisoka the moment that his challenge was accepted. Chrollo versus Hisoka in Heaven's Arena may be one of the most one-sided fights in all of Hunter x Hunter, and it was an absolute masterclass of wisdom and sheer patience on display by Chrollo. But as we've already explored, in this case, Chrollo's patience is severely limited, and he is at risk of being overtaken by emotion. Chrollo wants to kill Hisoka so badly that he is forfeiting prep time. And yes, Chrollo does still have a plan. He's searching for the special ability to kill Hisoka for good. However, we're talking about a few days, a couple of weeks at most. In fact, I don't know, in the current events of the manga, we're talking about maybe 10 to 12 hours before this arc is over, and that is the time that Chrollo has to prepare for a fight against a post-mortem Nen Hisoka, more powerful than ever before, when originally Chrollo took a whole year to prepare to fight him in round 1. And he can't use the same strategy that he used in round 1 because Hisoka took away 2 of those Nen abilities by killing Shalnak and Kotopi. And to go back to the Riznorth situation, that wasn't just Chrollo. Taking Riznorth down was a combined troupe effort. They were working together brilliantly, facilitating and complementing one another. But aboard the Black Whale 1, the Phantom Troupe are not working together. They fractured into cells and are so furious at Hisoka that they are competing against each other for the right to be the one who finds and kills him first. And remember that we're talking about a group that describes itself as a spider, but in this case, the head has abandoned the legs, and each of the legs are now wobbling around trying to make their own way without the guidance of the head. And meanwhile, the head is trying to action a plan with no legs. In addition to that, some of the legs are even operating in a space of sheer confusion like Benolanov and Shizuku, whilst other legs have their own legsome agendas that may not necessarily coincide with what the head and other legs have in common. Because we have 2 Zoldyks who are now Phantom Troupe members, with Kaluto trying to accomplish something vague in regards to one of his brothers, we don't know who yet, and Illumi is always a complete wildcard. He stated that Hisoka hired him to kill him, but that could easily be a lie and cover for the true purpose that he has been hired to serve. And in terms of raw power, this may be the strongest incarnation of the troupe that we've ever had. Yes, we're missing an Uvogin, but Illumi does so much heavy lifting. But in terms of organization, the troupe has never been weaker, and they are dangerously close to concluding their time on this planet, with Chrollo being in the worst position of any of them. From his perspective, one of the reasons why he's verging on giving into irrational impatience is because this is a race. The rest of the troupe are also gunning for Hisoka, Camilla, so Chrollo can't take too long to slowly plan as per usual. But the true tragedy of that is stated by Benolanov in chapter 405 after he becomes the first troupe member to find Hisoka. I should just ask Chrollo, but I'd really like to get Finks' group to deal with Hisoka. We all know Chrollo is hurting over Shalnok and Kurapika, and he's trying to act like he's fine because he knows that we know. That's why everyone wants to kill Hisoka first, before Chrollo can get to him. Let's let Hisoka be the last and close the curtain on this performance. Benolanov's choice of language there, the closing of the curtain, feels particularly poignant, as the Phantom Troupe are all thematically modeled after traveling performers, in addition to movie monsters. And while Benolanov may be thinking that he wants this show to end, what Togashi could be foreshadowing through this line is that the company is going out of business, because they'll all be dead. And weirdly enough, if the rest of the troupe just backed off and let Chrollo do his thing, grieve his own way, then he may have a much better chance of surviving the next encounter with Hisoka. As it is, the rest of the troupe wanting to protect Chrollo is just accelerating Chrollo's spiral into self-destruction. Chrollo is being impatient and he wants to take to the stage before completing his rehearsals. And look, even if everything goes to plan, I think that Chrollo does understand that this quest will claim his life. Again, it doesn't get any more symbolically obvious than a character searching for a literal graveyard, and in his final appearance at the time of this recording, Chrollo thinks to himself, the spiders will go on. Even if I may die, that is worthy of all my design of the spiders, which is a fantastic display of feels and personal drive, but I'm not sure if it's true. I think that Chrollo may be severely overestimating the structure that he's created and underestimating the damage that his personal feelings and actions are causing it. And if anyone is ultimately responsible for the destruction of the spider, even if Hisoka kills each and every one of them with his bare hands, it will be Chrollo who gifted him that opportunity. Machi is on the hunt for Hisoka. She's all on her own, determined to take her revenge. However, Hisoka is also on the hunt for her. And to be perfectly honest with you, it's not entirely clear who is actually the hunter in this hunter x hunter position. I mean, I suppose it's literally Hisoka because he has a hunter license and Machi doesn't. But we do have some Machi content coming up, as Togashi has accidentally spoiled her presence in one of his many Twitter updates. So it's very important to understand where Machi is, both physically and mentally, and also what color her hair is. She's either got pink, blue, or purple hair, depending on which wonderful, wacky version of Hunter x Hunter you wish to consume at any given time. So it's blue in 1999, but purple in the 1999 OVA, but it's pink in 2011 and purple in the manga. And right now, Machi is falling apart as Hisoka's attack on the Phantom Troupe has reopened an old but very Sarasa-shaped wound. Because you see, Machi grew up as an orphan in Meteor City, where initially she was part of a two-person child gang, exerting domain over a particular trash pile, with the leader of her gang being Uvagin. The rest of the original Phantom Troupe members were part of rival groups, each in charge of their own trash, and they were quite afraid of Uvagin and Machi, mostly Uvagin to be fair. However, long before the troupe itself was actually founded, a young Chrollo Lucifer managed to unite the trash children into a singular friendship group through the mutual hobby of dubbing foreign videotapes that they found in the dump. I say mutual hobby, it became a hobby of everyone except for Machi. She was not enthusiastic about this, not enthusiastic at all, and when offered the role of a princess, Machi flat out refused to participate, saying that if she was to voice someone, she wanted to voice a bad guy, which is something that Machi would go on to embrace throughout her entire life. She is much more comfortable being in the role of antagonist. Although had things gone differently, I do think that Machi could have gone down a different path. Because whilst dubbing did not excite her, Machi did form a close friendship with a girl named Sarasa, a girl who would be abducted, murdered on camera, and her remains were left remaining hanging in a forest for her friends to find. And as we've explored before in other videos, Sarasa's murder was the inciting incident that created the Phantom Troupe we know today. But it was especially impactful for three characters: a Chrollo, a Pakunoda, and a Machi. In fact, Machi was the one who volunteered to carry Sarasa's remains, stating that she needs to come home and that she cannot be left like this. What Machi wanted to do at this stage was to find a way to fix this. By which I mean, Machi knew that she couldn't bring Sarasa back to life, but Machi wanted to at least restore Sarasa to how she was prior to this grotesque attack. And Machi did get her wish thanks to a mysterious resident of Meteor City named Renko. She is a Nen user with an unknown ability, but but we do know that she at the very least has the power to restore damage inflicted to human bodies, as Renko perfectly put Sarasa back together again, which inspired Machi to ask Renko to teach her about this technique, and it's in this moment where it's revealed that Machi was a Nen genius as a child, as she was able to see Renko's aura without any formal Nen training, a talent that Renko could not help but recognize, and so she agreed to teach Machi Nen. Not just Machi either. In the Volume 38 extras, it's also confirmed that Renko taught Nen to a young Pakunoda as well, and I believe it's more than likely that Renko taught the rest of the original troupe members. And Machi's main goal with learning Nen was to develop an ability that could have helped the Sarasa situation. Very morbidly, what that means is not developing a power that could have stopped it, but giving Machi the ability to lay someone to rest with dignity, and this is the origin of her Nen stitches, or at least that's what we call them in English. In Nihongo, Machi's ability is referred to as Nenshi Hyogo, meaning spiritual suture, which is a metaphorical term for a healing process that is supposed to bring wholeness to one's life, with a literal suture being a surgical thread used to close wounds. So thinking about it like that, Machi's ability is designed to close the wounds of the dead, to bring wholeness to lives that were cut tragically short. But one of the greater things I want to emphasize is that despite its offensive capacities like strangulation, cutting, and puppeteering, it is primarily designed to be a healing ability both physically and spiritually, with Machi herself generally not wanting to engage in combat, as that can be quite counterproductive to her desires, which is what makes her aggressive and desperate hunt for Hisoka in the modern day quite out of character and rather horrifying. Machi has classically shown quite a bit of empathy towards Hisoka, and when I say quite a bit, I mean quite a bit comparatively to everyone else who shows none, which is arguably what he deserves. But Hisoka is a very confusing existence to Machi. One of the reasons why that is because Hisoka has the exact opposite life purpose to her. Where Machi exists to heal, make whole, and preserve life, Hisoka goes out of his way to damage himself in the quest for an opponent who can grant him the ultimate bliss of dying in combat. And especially from Machi's perspective, this must be a pretty sickening fetish, because through Sarasa, Machi has already experienced Hisoka's ideal endgame, particularly because both acts were carried out for the sake of entertainment. Sarasa was killed for the amusement of others, and Hisoka is constantly out to harm himself for his own entertainment, but it's not just him either. Hisoka's victims often end up being killed in increasingly brutal and, dare I say, creative ways, and also it should be mentioned that Hisoka does, on occasion, fixate on children. So as long as Hisoka's alive, he's just gonna go ahead and create more and more Sarasas. But look, I suppose at the very least he's not the kind of guy to murder the defenseless, not because he has any moral objection to it, but more so that it doesn't excite him, it doesn't, get him swinging. And the fact that Machi's greatest trauma happens to be the thing that gets Hisoka off is a major factor that contributes to the bizarre uncomfortability of this dynamic. And that also leads to Machi's biggest problem in the current manga, which is that, as I said, Hisoka, he is not swinging at defenseless individuals. What he wants are the truly powerful who can give him a throbbingly hard challenge. And unfortunately for Machi, there's very few people left in the world that can clear that bar, with a great deal of them happening to be her close friends in the Phantom Troupe. In their quest to gain enough power to ensure that another Sarasa incident never occurs again, they have ended up attracting this demon who only becomes more and more fixated on them the more powerful they become. And in the past, I've argued that this is some form of divine punishment for the troupe, because the Phantom Troupe, they are certainly not innocent, and on their Sarasa revenge quest, they have committed grave atrocities against humanity itself. And so Hisoka is kind of like a karmic reckoning for their crimes. However, traditionally, Hisoka was more of a spectre fixated on Chrollo alone. But after Hisoka was temporarily killed by Chrollo in Heaven's Arena, Machi decided that she would do what her Nen ability was designed to and fix Hisoka's body. That she would make him whole and grant him that spiritual suture, as thanks for him helping to remove Kurapika's Nen curse on Chrollo. That's what Machi said. She also told Shalnak that she would only be doing it because Hisoka had paid her in advance, but I suspect that Machi would have done it anyway. And before realizing the true demon that she was dealing with, Machi did have a level of empathy for Hisoka, which I think speaks volumes about her character, because after everything I've said about how confronting he is, and how Hisoka's life seemed to be geared to be completely against Machi's goals to a sickening degree, it is still a rather sweet moment when Machi shows that empathy for him. In this moment, Machi saw Hisoka no differently than any other fallen friend. She saw him as a spirit in need of wholeness, which is what makes what happens next that much more devastating, as Hisoka does returned to life via the use of his own nen, proving himself to be a much more whole existence than he was before, as Hisoka could now use bungee gum and texture surprise to heal his own wounds, and after restraining Machi, Hisoka declared that he was going to kill the rest of the Phantom Troupe on sight, which includes Machi ? I've mentioned this before, but Togashi was originally going to have Hisoka kill Machi right then and there, and the way that Togashi described it was that Hisoka, the character, he wanted to kill Machi, but the author vetoed it. And if I had to give an in-world reason why Hisoka let Machi live for now, then it would be to punish her for what is, in his words, taking his love for granted. And Hisoka may be saving Machi for last and planning to kill each and every other troupe member in order to inflict the most amount of pain on Machi as possible. And that could be how things go, because this has now turned into a very horror-esque situation. Hisoka's always been quite a scary guy, but to the Phantom Troupe, he is now almost like an invincible horror movie stalker, a manifestation of their fear as children, because even though the troupe are now powerful adults, Hisoka is still committed to killing each and every one of them as if they're children. So I know that sounds odd, let me explain a thing. Following Heaven's Arena, both Sharnock and Kurapika were murdered by Hisoka, and what he did to them was take both of their bodies to the closest playground, and he positioned Sharnock's corpse on the swings, which says two things to us. Firstly, this is obviously Hisoka's nature. After reviving himself with post-mortem nen, he sees the whole world as his playground, and these fights to the death are fulfilling his inner childlike excitement. But the other thing it does, and Hisoka's not aware of this, but it is a direct attack on the emotional core of the troupe, making Sharnock look like a powerless child and leaving him out in the open for his friends to find is exactly what happened with Sarasa. The child was abducted, used for entertainment, and their remains were staged. This is why both Chrollo and Machi have mentally cracked now, because troupe members have died before. Uvagin was killed by Kurapika, which would have been a deep cut to Machi as he was her best friend, but Uvagin was killed in fair combat and he was even buried. And we also have Pakunoda, but she chose to sacrifice herself, and that choice ended up protecting the troupe. So at the very least, Chrollo and Machi could accept those deaths, but what happened with Sharnock, it was particularly cruel and it reopened that Sarasa wound, especially since it's arguably Chrollo's fault that Sharnock died. At the time, Chrollo had borrowed Sharnock's black voice nen ability, so Sharnock had no defense whatsoever against Hisoka. He was just as powerless as Sarasa was against her murderers. And I do also realize that I've been speaking of Sharnock alone for a fair bit. That's because Sharnock was one of the OG troupe members, he was one of the childhood friends, and Kurapika, who also died, he came along a lot later. We don't know exactly when he joined, but I should say that his death was not without impact either. Kurapika was decapitated, and his head was left with Sharnock's body in the playground, and of course that is what happened to Sarasa as well, as amongst many other things, she was decapitated. So Hisoka is almost like a Freddy Krueger style villain at the moment. He's not just attacking you physically, he is striking at the very emotional core of the troupe and using their worst fears against them. And the next time that we see Machi would be in chapter 371, as she and Chrollo crossed paths aboard the Black Whale 1 by chance, and they both look and act like completely different people. Actually, not completely different, we have seen them like this before, which was when they found Sarasa's body when they were children, which was the resolution that led to forming the Phantom Troupe and put them on the path of becoming some of the more monstrous figures that this world has ever known. And given that this incident was another formative moment for the troupe, I can only imagine that they're going one of two ways from here. They are either going to evolve into an even greater monster, or they are going to completely crumble. And when the whole troupe do finally meet up on tier 5 of the ship, the close-ups of Chrollo and Machi are drawn noticeably different from everyone else. I mean, don't get me wrong, no one here is happy about the situation and everyone is committed to killing that nasty battle clown, but it's only Chrollo and Machi who seem to be tapping into that deep darkness that I would say Gon got a little too close to during the Chimera Ant arc. And this meeting of course concludes with Chrollo's iconic commanding of them to bring him Hisoka's head, which results in this panel of the troupe parting ways, and it has been noted that Machi, whilst walking one way, actually appears to have her eye on Chrollo. Every other troupe member in this image is looking in the direction that they're walking, even Chrollo, and this could be for a couple of different reasons. One, and I don't know how likely this is, but Machi could be concerned for Chrollo. He's clearly not in his right mind, but I doubt that's the case because neither is Machi. And another could be that Machi sees Chrollo as her primary rival to killing Hisoka, because Machi, she's in a very mentally scary spot right now, as she has abandoned the principles of her nen ability, and she is not in any way looking to make Hisoka whole. Instead, what Machi is aiming going to do is to rip Hisoka into as many pieces as she possibly can, both physically and spiritually, and to ideally prevent Hisoka from ever being able to attain any sense of wholeness. And oddly enough, this may actually coincide quite nicely with Hisoka's desires. And even if Machi is successful, she may end up giving him exactly what he wants. But also, Machi knows that, and she could be working on a strategy to deny Hisoka that personal completeness. Either way, I don't think that Machi or Chrollo would be satisfied with anyone else successfully dealing with Hisoka. And while it's difficult to tell exactly how this will play out, we do have a spoiler from the upcoming Hunter x Hunter chapters, as Togashi on Twitter posted this image, which, with a slight contrastual adjustment, clearly shows Machi, which is very exciting because we haven't seen her at all since chapter 380. And that was published all the way back in 2018, not even this decade. But look, I don't want to get your hopes up too much though. We do know for a fact that more Machi is coming at some point, but it might not be in this very next batch. The next batch of Hunter x Hunter chapters is likely going to be chapter 411 to 420, and this image of Machi appeared when Togashi was posting updates about the manuscript of chapter 425. And to go along with this, Togashi also drew Machi saying that he has begun inking for chapter 426. So Machi is definitely on Togashi's mind, and she may not be the focus of the next batch, but in chapters 421 through 430, there is going to be some Machi content confirmed. The balance of the Kakin Empire is maintained by all facets of society. One half of this is the public, light side of the Kakin royal family. However, the other is the extensive underground society of the warring mafia factions. And both groups are currently involved in a struggle for supremacy, the succession contest for the light side, and something far more terrifying on our dark side. Because a war has broken out between the three primary mafia families that rule the Kakin underworld, each of them directly financed by one of the current royal princes. These families are the Cha-A, the Ji-Yu, and the Heoli. And as important functional members of Kakin society, these mafia families are also being carted to the Dark Continent. And en route to the Dark Continent, these three mafia families control all traffic between tiers 3 to 5. And this is because there simply are not enough Kakin royal soldiers or members of the Hunter Association to maintain the order of 200,000 people. So much of that has been, unofficially of course, entrusted to the mafia factions. At the very bottom on tier 5 we have the Cha-A family, who are helmed by boss Broccoli, a man who has very much embraced his name with his broccoli hairstyle, and he is seemingly obsessed with taxidermy for reasons. However, you might notice that he has two particularly nasty scars running across his face, and this is because Broccoli is actually the illegitimate half-brother of King Nasubi, and all illegitimate royal children are permanently scarred in this way at birth in order to signify that they have no claim to the throne, with the disfigurement also being the aesthetic encouragement for remaining in the shadows for their entire lives, as should they ever become a little bit too public, then they will be eliminated. This scarring system is considered an act of great charity, a kindness done to children who should otherwise be killed on the spot because of the threat they represent to the monarchy. Back to mafia families, each of them also possess their own second-in-command underboss. In the case of the Cha-A, this would be Kenny Wang, a man with a serial killer's cold enthusiasm for violence, and so is a big fan of Heaven's Arena matches. He's even quite familiar with Hisoka's fights and his status as a floor master. And Kenny also comes equipped with a bizarre phenomenon named Frosty Grin Smile Zero. And it's not confirmed if this is a Nen ability or not yet, but it does have the classic naming scheme of one, and it's said that anyone Kenny Wang smiles at ends up dead. The family overall have a very strong connection to laborers and their trade as commodities, which range from legal like food and I guess other things, but also to illegal like a wide assortment of drugs, which may very well be why their benefactor is 7th Prince Luzurus, because he's quite interested in all of the drugs. In total, the Cha-A family consists of 250 members, one of which is my personal favorite mafia member, Sudonke, a Cha-A supervisor and a huge Phantom Troupe fanboy who plans on asking for their autographs, but at a more convenient time, as he has to set a strong example for those working under him. That's the Cha-A family. They're the first major family we came across. However, the one we've spent the most time with are now the Ji-Yu family, led by a man named Onyo Longbao, whose head is somehow shaped like an onion, and he is a glutton, always seen eating or about to eat or thinking about eating. His doctor is apparently very worried about his diet, and that's not me making a joke, this is a plot point in the manga. And as you may have noticed, Oniya also possesses the signature double scar because he is also an illegitimate brother of King Nasubi. The Ji-Yu happen to be funded by 3rd Prince Zhang Lei, which may very well be why they're considered the most powerful mafia faction in terms of both numbers and finances, the latter of which I suppose are also numbers. But Zhang Lei is an incredibly high-ranking prince, and so he has more resources to devote to them, with with the GU repaying that investment through their business, which is mostly human trafficking. The GU's underboss is a man named Hinrigh Bigandufno, a conjurer who has a Nen ability named Biohazard, a very cool power where Hinrigh can turn any object into a living creature, which was initially displayed to us when he transformed guns into snakes, and then the gun snakes shot the soldiers who were holding them. It's pretty wild stuff. But my favorite use of the ability so far was Hinrigh turning handcuffs into pigeons, and then after dealing with one guy with his pigeon cuffs, Hinrigh delivered one of my favorite lines in Hunter x Hunter to the remaining forces, which was, "Come at me, I have plenty more pigeons." This is one of those abilities that would be absolutely awful in the hands of someone who did not wield it to perfection. Because what's going on here, it's not really impressive by any means. Hinrigh doesn't have this colossal quantity of aura to draw from, and ultimately his Hatsu is only capable of using subtle, arguably mundane everyday objects and creatures. So it takes a true Nen expert to turn this into a frightening yet engaging power. And directly under Hinrigh's command are two specialist agents named Zakuro Custard and Lynch Fulboko. Zakuro is a manipulator with an ability named Bloody Mary, which allows him to manipulate his own blood. And he can even change the properties of it to construct type blood restraints, although he can't use too much because bodies, they quite famously require blood to survive. So he's very limited in how much he can use at any given time. But what's really cool / creepy, I guess, depending on your perspective, is that Zakuro can use his blood as teeny tiny scouts, with each droplet even being given a pair of eyes. However, this effect runs out somewhere between 30 to 40 minutes, as the aura depletes because the blood has been separated from Zakuro's body for too long. Then alongside him we have Lynch Fulboko, an emitter who uses a Hatsu called Body and Soul, the basic effect of which is a truth punch. Lynch emits aura to a target via a punch, then asks them a question which the target has to give an honest answer to, and to ensure that an answer is in fact given, it is delivered to Lynch telepathically and involuntarily by said target. And we've also seen another really cool ability from a former GU member. This one is called Zombie Girl, and it's a remaining post-mortem Nen ability of a former GU member named Misha. After the GU family kills someone, Misha's murdered body manifests to dispose of the target, with Zombie Girl possessing that person and manipulating their corpse so that they can go and just be quietly gotten rid of. So all in all, the GU function as a horrifyingly competent and efficient family unit. The Chara, they've got more of that angry thug vibe going for them, whereas the GU are much more subtle and suave. And the GU family are currently in command of Tier 4 of the Black Whale, and have recently formed an alliance with the Chara for balance-related reasons. So balance, that's something very important we should talk about. The key role of the three Mafia factions is to preserve balance. Because while each family does serve as mortal enemies to the other two, there is an unspoken understanding and cooperation between them for the sake of maintaining peace and power, mainly the latter. Onio Longbao once said, "If a resource is limited, the more it needs to be divided, the less of a share you get. For the haves to keep having, the majority need to get the short end of the stick. That is balance." And even all-out war is conducted with this idea of balance. There's a proper etiquette for war which was cartoonishly depicted by Togashi, with a member needing to ask permission from their boss to murder a member of another opposing Mafia family. After which point the boss then negotiates the life of the desired target with the head of the targeted family, and they come to some sort of arrangement for money, other commodities, or even a life-for-life exchange. And for the sake of balance, both the Cha'ar and GU families have prioritized finding Hisoka, because they view the Phantom Troupe as a huge threat to balance, and so they want to control the situation as best they can. Underboss Kenny Wang described the Phantom Troupe as divorced from balance, unresolved with no allegiances. They move how they want and they have the power to execute on it. As I feared, they are a risk factor that must be eliminated. To reiterate though, these factions are only allowed to exist and funded in secret on the strict condition that they remain loyal to the monarchy, which recently one family has not been doing. Bad family, bad. As shortly before the events of this arc, the Haley family was subject to an internal coup. This was staged by a junior member named Morena Prudo, who convinced 23 other members to join her in slaughtering the rest of the Haley family, including its unnamed boss, who is now named because the new boss is Morena herself. Why did she do this? Well, for reasons. Morena has stated that she doesn't care about anything in this world, including herself. So Morena's goal is simple yet grand. She wishes to destroy the world. A world which Morena sees as inherently unfair, contradictory, and completely irredeemable, to the point where it simply needs to be erased from existence. And Morena doesn't just feel this way in relation to the actions of humans. She genuinely despises everything on the planet. The animal food chain, natural disasters, etc. If you can name a thing, then Morena hates it. And this philosophy was born from her very own existence. You'll definitely notice that Morena also carries the double razor blade scars because she is an illegitimate child of King Nasabi. And pondering her own existence, Morena came to question everything, literally everything. Starting with the idea that kings selfishly stick their bits in anything that moves, and then fear the progeny that they produce. Then they scar the children and forgive the child for existing, which was their fault in the first place. So while the other factions strive to maintain balance, Morena sees the world as inherently unbalanced. There's nothing to protect and everything to destroy. And Morena plans on achieving this grand ambition through her Nen ability Contagion, the effect of which is by transferring her saliva, Morena can infect up to 23 people, with the infected now becoming players in the Contagion game. And to make progress in this game, the players need to level up, and the way they do that is by killing. The life of a regular civilian is worth 1 level, the life of a Nen user is worth 10 levels, and killing a prince of the Kakin Empire grants a whopping 50 levels, with each level boosting the aura output of the player, and also granting them ready-to-use Nen abilities at certain milestones. And ultimately, after reaching level 100, the infected becomes a member 0, and is now able to infect 23 more people. And with this motivation, by 1 week into the Dark Continent voyage, the 23 Heoli players had killed over 300 people, murders which were all performed without any direct evidence leading back to them. In this regard, the Heoli have actually set up a disturbingly efficient murder farm, where one member lures victims into a room, then uses another member's ability to teleport them into another room, a room which was constructed entirely by Nen from a third member, and here they're slaughtered swiftly by any Heoli members waiting for easy levels. And in the case of any undesirables managing to get in, there's even one member who has an unbeatable ability to summon giant toy guards to eject people without violence. The main strength of the Heoli family is their rapidly snowballing and extremely wide set of abilities. Abilities that can be used in effective combination with one another. However, their main weakness is their inexperience with Nen and aura use. Individually, every member we've seen in action so far is pretty rubbish, but as a collective, they have the potential to overwhelm anyone, much like a swarm. And historically, the Heoli family's benefactor was 4th Prince Tserriednich, which makes sense because this family used to specialize in the trade of extremely rare black market goods for the hyper wealthy. However, Tserriednich, he became very wary of Morena after the sudden coup, and he's only become even more short on patience with her because Morena, she has this problem, right? The problem is that she's a woman. And Tserriednich's complex with women make him jump to violent thoughts whenever the topic of Morena comes up. Technically, Morena is also Tserriednich's half-sister, and he doesn't have an amazing relationship with his siblings either. But Morena doesn't care. Again, she doesn't care about anything, and her vision for the future no longer requires the backing of a Kakin prince. In fact, her ideal world very much excludes him. And currently, the Heoli are sort of in command of Tier 3. I say that because they're causing more chaos than providing order, with the goal of turning everyone into a player in their game or to be murder farmed for levels. And also, their Tier 3 presence is very much for show because their true base is located on Tier 2. Before we move on, I should also say that minor mafia factions do also exist. It's not just the big 3. In fact, the very first mafia group we encountered were the Buor family, a handful of dude bros who made their base in a passageway to the Tier 5 dining hall, demanding a toll from anyone who wanted to pass. And they were running quite a successful business for all of 5 minutes before the Phantom Troupe got hungry. The reason why these smaller factions are allowed to exist is because they essentially serve as micro money farms for the large families, who take 90% of their income in exchange for not brutally murdering them on the spot. But that aside, here's how the situation between the families is currently playing out. After 7 days of killing, the order was officially given by the Cha and Jiyu families that they were going to war with the Heoli and to kill Morena Prudo as swiftly as possible. So the current plan is to use the Phantom Troupe as best they can to kill as many Heoli members, and ideally even Morena herself. And if the Phantom Troupe fail, then that's also fine, because the Cha and the Jiyu ultimately plan on killing them as well, again for the sake of balance. So they want the Heoli and the Troupe to destroy each other. And to ensure that, Hisoka was found and offered a pass to Tier 1 by Hinrigh in order to keep him from acting as a wildcard until their balance issues were solved. The idea being that after the Heoli were dealt with, then Hisoka could be unleashed to finish off any surviving Troupe members. But with the help of Nobunaga, Hinrigh was able to plant a transmitter in the hidden Heoli base, determining that it was on Tier 2, which is actually a big deal because it means that their base is within the designated grounds of the succession contest, and that everything is about to converge on the upper levels. The princes, the mafia families, Kurapika, the Phantom Troupe, and Hisoka are all about to come together, and yes, I do mean that in exactly the way that Hisoka would like it to mean. There aren't many characters aboard the Black Whale 1 with the capabilities to kill a member of the Phantom Troupe, and there's significantly fewer characters who would even want to try it even if they did have that level of Nen mastery. However, one of those absolute mad lads happens to be Hinrigh Bigandufno, who has come into this series out of absolutely nowhere to become one of my favorite Hunter x Hunter characters. However, he presents a massive problem that we will need to solve going forward. Hinrigh is one of the primary players in the Mafia plotline on the lower tiers of the Black Whale 1, which all began when the Phantom Troupe made their presence known on Tier 5 with their mission to kill Hisoka. Now, in theory, the Phantom Troupe business should have nothing to do with any of the Mafia factions, and it very potentially wouldn't if Chrollo hadn't actively involved them in his plans. And I want you to keep in mind that most of what we're about to discuss is a series of domino effects not only caused but planned by Chrollo, which has now resulted in Hinrigh declaring war on the troupe and becoming one of their biggest obstacles for survival. We'll get to that in a bit. But Hinrigh's first appearance is in chapter 378, titled Balance, very appropriately, I might add, as the Mafia plot threads in the Succession Contest arc have all revolved around either the struggle to maintain balance or the determination to destroy it. But I do feel the need to define the term balance. You might think you know what that word means, you don't. Because the way the word is being used in this series is not the same that you or I may implement it. In the words of Jiu family boss Sonia Longbao, if a resource is limited, the more it needs to be divided, the less share you get. For the haves to keep having, the majority of the people need to get the short end of the stick. That is balance. And Onia goes on to stress the necessity of power and control to maintain that balance. And this is where the primary concern for the Phantom Troupe comes from. Despite the fact that there's only 10 of them aboard, the Mafia families know that they do not have anywhere near the power to control the troupe, nor would the troupe be susceptible to any form of diplomacy. They lack the etiquette of those with power. Freaks who couldn't even fit into Meteor City. It'll be difficult to control them. That was said by boss of the Chara family, Brocco Lee. And given that Chrollo flat out told the Mafia factions that his goal was to get to Tier 1, the troupe were flagged as a problem that needed to be immediately solved. And even in the best case scenario where troupe activities were restricted to only fighting Hisoka, there would still be uncontrollable collateral damage threatening our precious balance. Remembering that the Phantom Troupe have people like Benolanov, whose fighting style is to conjure the planet Jupiter, and Phaeton, whose Hatsu takes the form of a sun to viciously burn everything within a certain distance. The Phantom Troupe are not subtle operators, and everywhere they go just so happens to turn into a massacre. And as a sub-concern, due to the Mafia factions being in the same industry as the Phantom Troupe, there's also a worry of Mafia members having their minds clouded by celebrity, such as Sudonke, whose entire character arc in the Succession Contest is about getting autographs from the troupe members. So even when they're not fighting, their very presence is causing a disturbance. And so the conclusion that both the Jiu and Sha'a families arrive at is that they need to find Hisoka before the Phantom Troupe to at least get that situation under control. An assignment which is given to the underboss of each family, one of whom is our Hinrigh Bigandufno. An assignment which is given to the underboss of each family, one of whom is our Hinrigh Bigandufno. And Hinrigh, more so than his counterpart Kenny Wang, is our human representation of balance in this arc. Hinrigh is a highly calculating individual who is simultaneously cold-blooded and bloodthirsty, but a man who is able to strategically and surgically implement those qualities to maintain and enforce balance. As far as we're aware, Hinrigh has no sense of fear but a large sense of responsibility, and he's almost Terminator-esque in pursuit of his targets. On top of that, Hinrigh is a phenomenal master Nen user with an ability called Biohazard, Sun in the palm of your hand. Although the Viz translation of the second part of that name is translated as all creatures great and small. However, I use the former translation because this name is taken directly from the title of a children's song, where the lyrics focus on the happiness of small creatures in this world like crickets, froggos, dragonflies, etc. It's a lovely song about appreciating the smaller things, and that is a core principle of Hinrigh's Nen philosophy. It's not about over-the-top power, it's about the unexpected utility of life's underappreciated elements. Biohazard allows Hinrigh to turn any weapon or machine into a living creature, which very importantly retain the functions of the objects that they were conjured from, such as our first demonstration of the ability, which features Hinrigh transforming the guns of two guards into snakes that proceed to fire bullets out of their snake gun mouths. Now Hinrigh himself, he's a conjurer, but it's implied that he also splashes into manipulation because he can control the creatures. But this is a Hatsu that requires the sharpest of minds to make use of, because Hinrigh is only capable of conjuring relatively mundane creatures from similarly mundane objects, and he has comparatively low aura reserves to most of the big players on the Black Whale 1, meaning that these transformations drain Hinrigh rather quickly. So Hinrigh's not a character who has the luxury of screwing around like Gon, who has essentially infinite aura. Hinrigh, he has a very limited supply, and so he needs to use each and every drop of aura to its maximum efficiency. And that is how you get situations where Hinrigh walks into battle combat against 3 Nen-using Haoli members, with Hinrigh only equipped with 7 pigeons created from handcuffs, resulting in the death of one guy and forcing the other 2 to retreat, as well as one of the greatest lines in all of Hunter x Hunter. "It would make it easier if you all came at me. If you called for help, it would be even better. I have plenty more pigeons." At one point, Hinrigh also took a digital camera, transformed it into a cat, and set the cat to record mode in order to monitor a suspicious passageway, as well as transformed a tracking device into an oyster so that he could swallow it and plant it in the Haoli base. And if you're a fan of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you might be thinking to yourself, that ability sounds a little bit familiar. That would be because Togashi's inspiration for Biohazard comes from Giorno Giovanna's Stand Gold experience from Part 5, which was also capable of imbuing inanimate objects with life to create small living organisms. Hinrigh's ability has significantly tighter restrictions though, and I certainly don't expect to see Biohazard Requiem anytime soon. But this is not the first time that Togashi has borrowed from JoJo. In fact, there are too many JoJo references to count in Hunter x Hunter. For one, the entire concept of Guardian Spirit Beasts in the Succession contest are an homage to Stands, and Tserriednich's Nen ability, Parallele Future, is based on Diavolo's King Crimson, which is also from Part 5. And with that in mind, there is a fun theory that Hinrigh may eventually confront Tserriednich to recreate the clash between Giorno and Diavolo. There's absolutely nothing else that supports that theory, and right now these two characters, they're about as far away from one another as they possibly could be, both in terms of distance and in terms of narrative relevance to one another, but hey, maybe there's a chance. However, Hinrigh's duty becomes a lot more complex once he discovers the massacres committed by the Haoli family, and the prime target of maintaining balance is shifted to killing their boss, Morena Prudo. This is quite the twist because it leads to Hinrigh forming an alliance with 3 of the Phantom Troupe members, Finks, Feitan, and Nobunaga. Although it should be noted that these 3 had already made an agreement with the Chara family at this point, which are a rival family of Hinrigh's Jiyu family, but also the Jiyu and the Chara, they're pretty friendly and working together at the moment, so Hinrigh making this temporary alliance with the troupe was a natural move, and together the 4 of them discovered a room aboard the Black Whale 1 that teleported anyone who entered it into a designated slaughter zone in the Haoli base. At this point, the location of the Haoli base was unknown, and the plan of the troupe, in the words of Feitan, was, "Is a race one of you okay? Meaning, can we sacrifice one person to hopefully gain the location of the base?" And Hinrigh was all on board with this idea, and rather surprisingly volunteered himself as tribute, turning a transmitter into an oyster and swallowing it so that in the event he was immediately murdered, the troupe would still be able to follow that transmitter and find the base. And this is why Hinrigh is an utterly terrifying man to be up against, because he has no fear of death, but he's also not stupidly reckless. And if Hinrigh does have to die or stake his life for the sake of balance, he's going to make sure that he extracts the most value possible out of the price it is that he needs to pay, which left the troupe members very impressed. In fact, Nobunaga said, "He made his point and then bam! I like him." And in fact, Hinrigh made such a good impression that Nobunaga decided to follow Hinrigh into the Haoli trap in order to increase the chances of Hinrigh surviving. Here, Nobunaga was treating Hinrigh as if he was a member of the troupe himself. That is the level of respect that Hinrigh very quickly earned from him. And there's even a very funny moment where Nobunaga says, "Oh, could you tell me your name again? I had zero interest in remembering it when you said it." But Nobunaga has a lot of interest in the name now because Nobunaga, he made a friend. That's wonderful. Although what happens from here is a little bit strange. Hinrigh and Nobunaga discover several members of the Haoli family having a wonderful sit down in the break room and talking about their experiences seeing live performances of idol groups, which if you've watched any number of recent NewWorldReview videos, you will know that this is one of Togashi's favorite topics. And everything, it's quite eerie because the family, they see Hinrigh and Nobunaga, but they're just ignoring them. They have no concern for them whatsoever. And that's because Hinrigh and Nobunaga are swiftly ejected by the Nen ability of Yoko Tani, who creates these wonderful invincible robots to chuck him out, but not before Hinrigh is able to plant the Oyster transmitter in a hidden space and complete their mission. Nobunaga and Hinrigh then congratulate each other on a job well done, and they go their separate ways to carry out their separate assigned missions. It's quite a nice character moment between the two of them, and it was such an unexpected bromance that very suddenly formed here. However, this is where the happy part of the story comes to a rather abrupt end. As going back in time a bit, after Morena was prioritized as a target, Hinrigh went off to do all of the things that as I just said, but he sent his trusted officers Zakuro Custard and Lynch Fulboko to continue the search for Hisoka. So search they did, and a Hisoka they found. Well, sort of. This is where things get a bit tricky to track, but this does form the very core of Hinrigh's worrying future in this arc. While Hinrigh was having fun killing people with pigeons, his subordinate Zakuro and Lynch were able to find again a Hisoka, or so they thought, because this was actually Benolanov of the Phantom Troupe tricksily using his metamorphosis ability to take on Hisoka's appearance. Now Lynch, she has a very handy ability that can truth punch, and she was just about to discover the deception of Hisokalanov, but he swiftly knocked her out, and then proceeded to knock out Zakuro. Then Hisokalanov murdered Lynch, disposed of her body, and then used metamorphosis to take on Lynch's appearance to fool Zakuro when he woke up. Lynchalanov then told Zakuro that Hisoka was on his way to see a movie, which he said in order to lure Hinrigh to the movie theater. Now from here, Benolanov eventually found an excuse to leave Zakuro, then turned back into Hisoka, and went to the movie theater to wait for Hinrigh, who promptly shows up as soon as Zakuro reports his whereabouts. And so for this entire conversation, Hinrigh genuinely believes that he is speaking to the real Hisoka, as did most people who were reading Hunter x Hunter at the time, because this deception is actually revealed much later down the track. But it's here that Hinrigh, brilliant as he is, fell right into the trap of the Phantom Troupe. What Hinrigh thought he was doing was offering Hisoka a room on Tier 1 in order to keep him from fighting the troupe for the time being, so that Hinrigh could continue to use their help to eradicate the Haoli family. However, in fictional reality, what Hinrigh is doing is giving Benolanov access to Tier 1, and by extension, the rest of the Phantom Troupe, which was their goal all along. In order to kill Hisoka for good, Chrollo needs to steal a currently unknown Nen ability. However, one of the preconditions to obtain this particular ability is that Chrollo must first steal a national treasure, which is why he has his eyes on the 3 Kakin regalia, the Seed Urn, the Lotus Anchorite, and the Sword of Good Omens, which together initiate, sustain, and conclude the succession contest. All of which are more than likely being kept on Tier 1, given that's the most highly secure location, and Hinrigh has just given the Phantom Troupe the access they need to successfully hunt down these artifacts, the disturbance of which may have untold effects on the ongoing succession contest, meaning that Hinrigh's understandable actions in this movie theater may turn out to be one of the single greatest mistakes of this arc. However, this also came with consequences for the Phantom Troupe. This was far from a flawless victory for them, as the real Lynch's dead body was quickly found, a situation that ideally never would have happened. Benolanov was a little bit sloppy with his corpse disposal, but this discovery led Hinrigh to re-examine the events that he'd just been a part of, and he, horrifyingly quickly, came to the conclusion that neither Zakuro nor he had actually met the real Hisoka. And in fact, all throughout this time, Hisoka himself has been on Tier 1 messing around in the casino and very artfully thinking about masturbation. So he's having a good time, I guess. But with Hisoka ruled out as a candidate, both Hinrigh and Zakuro know that there is only one possibility remaining. The facts are that you two found Hisoka and then someone killed Lynch. If it was the Phantom Troupe, we'll have to go to war with the Chara too. It's not a fight we should start based on speculations, but we'll avenge her death, right? To which Hinrigh replies, of course. This is what Hinrigh and Zakuro said to one another, putting on their determined faces and knowing that even if it meant disturbing and breaking the balance, that they were going to war with one of the most powerful and notorious group of criminals to have ever lived. A group that Hinrigh earlier on admitted that they didn't stand a chance against. He said that straight to Benolanov, wearing Hisoka's face. And I get that you might look at the Phantom Troupe and then you look at Hinrigh and you think, meh, this dude's funeral. But I don't think so. Hinrigh's greatest mistake may have been giving the Phantom Troupe access to Tier 1, but their greatest mistake was making an enemy of Hinrigh. He may not have the raw firepower that they do, but he has the intelligence and creativity to be an absolute pain in the ass at the very least, and I could even see him killing a troop member at the very worst. And there's a very tragic cyclical nature to this, as the Phantom Troupe have once again created their own worst enemy. The last time that this happened was with Kurapika, who ended up killing both Uvagi Higin and Pakunoda, and now they've turned Hinrigh into a vengeance-fueled existence, which is funnily enough exactly why the Phantom Troupe are aboard the Black Whale 1 in the first place. They are trying to kill Hisoka to take revenge on him for killing Shalnok and Kurapika, their comrades. And in fact, this is the reason why the troupe exists in the first place. They were founded to bring justice to Sarasa's death. Now, in that quest for multiple justices, Justi, they have killed Lynch, and now Hinrigh has taken on the troupe philosophy in order to kill them, which is very unfortunate for the troupe because they have quite a few enemies circling them as is, including the entire Haley family who they've declared war on, as well as Kenny Wang of the Chara family. There's Hisoka, obviously, but now we are adding Hinrigh into the mix, and this pile of enemies is starting to look very difficult, if not impossible to overcome. And we could also be looking at a rather tragic future where Hinrigh has to fight his new best friend Nobunaga, and honestly, as much as you would bet everything on any troupe member versus just about anyone, I myself am not certain as to how this would turn out, but we are going to find out. Kenny Wang is a character that many people are just waiting to see in action without realizing that he's already been in action and has been manipulating events right in front of our eyes ever since his introduction. Kenny Wang is of course the underboss of the Chara family, who is secretly working for the Haley family, and he possesses a Nen ability that can allegedly kill people with a simple smile. Kenny Wang is a horrifying man who may also be in a position to take out at least one member of the Phantom Troupe, and he was introduced in chapter 378 alongside his Jiu counterpart, the underboss Hinrigh Bigandufno, in a chapter titled Balance, with the presence of the Phantom Troupe threatening that balance, and so Kenny Wang is charged with handling this situation, dealing with both the troupe and Hisoka. So we've explored this from the Jiu perspective already with Hinrigh, but the Chara family has a slightly more complicated structure than what we saw of the Jiu. In addition to the big boss, Brocco Lee, there is also a vice boss named Tajal, who I believe ranks above the underboss, and Tajal, by the way, either doesn't or is pretending not to know about Nen, which is suspicious because Kenny Wang is almost certainly a Nen user. It is 100% confirmed, but we'll get to that. And we also have Itoku, the consigliere, a trusted counselor and advisor to the boss. In certain cases, a consigliere can even become the de facto boss, and a particularly smart and sinister consigliere could manipulate events to become a shadow boss. In any case, Kenny Wang, he must respect the wisdom of Itoku. That's going to be very important. But in general, Kenny Wang answers to not only the boss, but also the vice boss and the consigliere, which does seem to conflict with his personal plans. As look, this is supposed to be a big revelation, but it's important to state this right from the get-go. Kenny Wang is working with or for Morena Prudo of the Haley family, which becomes apparent to us in chapter 405 as the Phantom Troupe are leaving to confront Morena, and in response to this, Kenny thinks to himself, what to do? Morena, we've got a problem. These guys might find you far sooner than expected. It accelerates the schedule a lot, but we might have to use our Joker. Although it has been noted that the language used here is frustratingly vague. Japanese is it's a wild language, where sentences can be constructed without any subject. And so this could also be translated as, well, what will you do? Morena, you better watch out. Seems like these guys are gonna reach you faster than expected. You might end up having to play the Joker earlier than planned. So Kenny Wang could be speaking either as if he's in partnership with Morena or in the case that he is serving Morena. Either way, it's not great, and you should be aware that each and every time Kenny Wang appears on page, he is actively working against us, the filthy traitor, which contextualizes a lot of what he's been doing up until now, or more importantly, not doing up until now. Before we get to that, the idea of a Joker is an interesting choice of word because we do go on to see a Joker as part of Morena's negotiation game, and this could be referring to the specialist Nen ability that Morena needs Borksen to develop, as immediately after Kenny says that either she or they may need to use her or their Joker, we cut to a shot of Morena speaking with Dogman, who has reached level 62, scarily high, and Dogman's purpose so far has been to scour the ship for unawakened Nen specialists to add into the Haley family. So it could be that, or the Joker could be referring to an ability within the family that we just don't know about yet. What's more important is that Kenny Wang is working for Morena, however, he seemingly has no motivation to be doing so. Kenny Wang, to his credit, does seem to genuinely value the holy concept of mafia balance, which is what the Haley family are aiming aiming to destroy. So he's working towards that, and yet his thoughts about the Phantom Troupe are as follows. Divorced from balance, unreserved with no allegiances. They move how they want, and they have the power to execute on it, as I feared. They are a risk factor that must be eliminated. And on that note, I do have one idea regarding his motivation, but it needs to wait until after we've explained Kenny Wang's fascinating relationship with Nen. Initially, Kenny Wang's role is to find Hisoka before the Phantom Troupe do, and he displayed quite a difference to his Jiyu counterpart Hinrigh. Hinrigh assembled a small squad of specialized Jiyu family members to carry out the search themselves, but Kenny Wang told his men, gather all group leaders and offer 10 million to anyone with useful information. 10 million to anyone who finds Hisoka, and another 10 million to the leader of that area. Use your connections among the laborers. So keep that part about the other connections to the laborers in mind. But as opposed to Hinrigh, Kenny Wang, he has a very hands-off approach. He prefers to become a nexus of information rather than head straight to the front lines himself. And I can imagine that's on purpose so that Kenny can control the flow of information. When it comes to Hisoka, yes, Kenny wants this information as quickly as possible, but when it comes to, say, I don't know, Haley activities, it may be more beneficial for Kenny Wang to have reports made to him that somehow don't find their way to the boss or the underboss. And interestingly, Kenny Wang quite confidently stated that he would deal with Hisoka once he was found, and there may indeed be some substance to back up these words. Kenny Wang doesn't think particularly highly of Hisoka, and after having watched clips of his fights in Heaven's Arena, he came to the conclusion that Hisoka prefers to create unfavorable circumstances for himself on purpose, which means that Hisoka cannot be relied on as a force to destroy the Phantom Troupe for him. And if anything, Hisoka may make the troupe an even bigger problem for Kenny to deal with in order to have more fun with the fight. And later on, Kenny Wang does openly state that he planned on negotiating with Hisoka. However, it's also clarified by Kenny Wang's mind thoughts that he was actually planning on finding and killing Hisoka himself, which is, that is ambitious. Even after having seen what Hisoka is capable of, Kenny still seems to have faith that he can deal with him, and that may have something to do with his implied Nen ability. In chapter 393, Kenny Wang for the first time smiles, and the soldier that he smiles at, his name is Corporal Maizan, and mate, is he highly alarmed by this, and he identifies this act in the Viz translation as Kenny Wang's Frosty Grin Smile Zero, which is the linguistic formatting of a Nen ability. In English, it goes first name colon second name, although this is not universally agreed upon, with some fan translations just having Maizam stating a grin as cold as ice. But I have to imagine that that translation was done by someone who wasn't hugely familiar with Hunter x Hunter, as if we look at the Japanese, it is very obviously written as a Nen ability, as it has both a name in kanji and in furigana, and usually furigana, which are the smaller characters here on the right, these tend to be a guide for how to pronounce kanji. However, Togashi uses furigana in a very different way. He does it to give Nen abilities a second name under the guise of how to pronounce the first one. And I would bet the vast majority of my earthly possessions that this is indeed a Nen ability, one that is activated by the smile in question. And rumor has it that anyone Kenny Wang smiles at will die. That is the alleged power of Smile Zero, which Kenny Wang claims is, quote, not a nice rumor, but he also doesn't make an effort to deny it, adding that everyone dies eventually, which is him admitting that it is at least somewhat true. But as always, it is the inspiration behind the name itself that tells us quite a bit about the ability and in fact about Kenny Wang himself. The kanji portion is pronounced Kori no Bisho, literally meaning smile of ice, and this is the Japanese name for the film Basic Instinct, referring to the character of Catherine Trammell, a crime author who writes about murders before they happen. And look, when people use the word femme fatale, Catherine is the definitive femme fatale. If she takes a liking to you, you're probably going to end up dead, and in a novel, but at least you get to read about yourself before it happens to yourself. And that is what is happening with Kenny Wang right here. Anyone who he chooses to grace with a smile actually becomes cursed, and so he could be preordaining their deaths before they happen, much like how Catherine wrote and published detailed explanations of her future murders as crime novels. I will say that Kenny does lack some of the seductive charm of Sharon Stone, but it seems to work for him regardless. As for the furigana, it literally says Sumairu Zero, and this appears to be a reference to McDonald's, as McDonald's in Japan had a Smile Zero policy where you could literally order a smile off the menu at the cost of 0 yen, which on the menu appeared as Smile Zero. Now, as you can imagine, this is a very abusable concept and things got quite dystopic. It led to a lot of trolling. People would rock up just to order smiles or to order 100 smiles in a row, stuff like that, and generally finding more and more creative ways to make the staff suffer with this policy. And And this got so bad that McDonald's actually had a labor crisis with no one applying to work for them anymore due to the Smile Zero menu item. And McDonald's have since gone in the exact opposite direction, teaming up with J-pop star Ano to create a song about employee empowerment with lyrics such as, "I won't ever give you a smile so easily. I want to be my own self. I'll fry the world a juicy one and sprinkle some of my saltiness." I can't play the actual music in this video or I will get flagged, but it is a shockingly catchy song and it worked. Japan McDonald's then saw a 115% in Gen Z applications. And all of that is a detour to say that Kenny Wang's ability is based on that original policy. And it points to something quite tragic about Kenny Wang himself, making it very clear that his smile is fake and that using his smile may exact quite a heavy price from him in the same way that these forced smiles mentally destroyed an entire workforce. It's classic Nen, great power comes at great cost. And this, again, allegedly pretty ridiculously great power. The idea that you can smile at someone and that causes their death, that's gonna come at a pretty great cost. Or at the very least, like 5 million conditions to make it happen. Because obviously when it comes to the world of Nen, smiling would need to be one of many, many conditions met before a state of death can be achieved. Because just think of an ability like Silent Majority. In theory, it has the same goal as Smile Zero to kill a target, but the user of Silent Majority first needs to conjure an Nen doll. It needs to give that doll a range restriction, a time limit to kill, bake in a way to stop that killing, and to have the curse rebound onto killing the user themselves if it is stopped. All of that and more is required to achieve the power to kill someone. So there's a lot more going on here that needs exploration. But we do know that Kenny has begun this process by smiling at Corporal Mizan. And the reason why Kenny chose Corporal Mizan is because this soldier was the one offering information to Hinrigh, which is the information that led Hinrigh to finding the Haley slaughter trap. And this guy apparently knows the man who was in charge of the wiring for the Black Whale 1, meaning there's no telling what other frustratingly useful information that he would be able to pass on as it became relevant. So to protect Morena and all of her misdoings, this guy's got to go. So we smack him with a beautiful frosty grin, and something tells me that this guy is going to turn up dead pretty soon. Or not turn up, just be dead. This guy's going to dead pretty soon. And this aspect of Kenny Wang may also give us some insight into why he's working with Morena. The Haley family are primarily made up of people who have slipped through the cracks of society and have no real hope in excelling in life under the current Kakin system. And Kenny Wang's tragedy could be very similar, and he cannot find a reason to smile. His life has just been that bad. And so he uses this smile, this thing that he can't genuinely feel, as a masked weapon. A mask that is hiding a deep and dark pain consuming this man, which is why he is more than happy to help Morena with the destruction of all of the everything. But it could also be any number of other things as well. I don't know, maybe he just wants lots and lots of money. He is a very money-focused man. But to speak more on his involvement thus far, Finks, Feitan, and Nobunaga originally approached the Char base on tier 5 in order to retrieve their weapons, Nobunaga's sword and Feitan's umbrella, which was fine. They'd made a deal with the Char family representatives previously. They knew they were coming. Neither side was antagonistic. However, there was a however. As once Haley member Luini got his Nen ability that allows him to somewhat teleport, he went straight into Chara territory and began his quote collaboration with the spiders that would swiftly result in his death. So a couple of questions to ask about this. Number one, how did Luini know that the Phantom Troupe were in the tier 5 warehouse? Because he came from tier 3 after he'd done his massacre. The answer to this is that Kenny Wang probably fed him that information. And my second question is, how did Luini even get there? As one restriction of Luini's Nen ability is that he is limited to only places that he has physically been before. So standard game waypoint rules implemented by Togashi there. But Luini being able to teleport into Char territory tells us that he has been there prior. And the answer to this is, remember when I asked you to hold on to that information about the connection to laborers. It is currently Nobunaga's suspicion that the Haley family have been impersonating contractors to get access to the backpath passageways between tiers, something that is overseen by the Char family, and I suspect facilitated by Kenny Wang. And Nobunaga's group also came up with a couple of theories as to why Luini, who to them Marayam was an unknown assassin, did this. The first was that Luini was deliberately trying to spark a conflict between the Phantom Troupe and the Chara family. Luini even used the blood of his victim to leave a trail for the troupe leading directly straight to the head office of the family, which Nobunaga was very impressed with, and he said that it sounded like the kind of plan that the Phantom Troupe themselves would come up with. And that is a surprisingly important line, as it is the first of many direct comparisons between the Phantom Troupe and the Haley family. These two factions, they think alike, and that's for reasons. But here's the thing though. Luini, mate, it's hard to describe him as anything but a proper ass clown. The Succession contest, it is packed full of hyper-intelligent characters, and he is not one of them. So I just don't think that he is smart enough to come up with a plan on the level of the world's most renowned criminals. And I think that the actual mastermind goes on to reveal himself quite quickly after this. Right after this Luini incident, in comes, what's this, Kenny Wang? Right at the perfect time to have caught the Phantom Troupe murdering these innocent Chara men. And had things gone even slightly differently, we would have been looking at a very bloody outcome here. However, at the same time, Itoku, the Chara consigliere, had sought out Franklin of the Phantom Troupe in the cafeteria on Tier 5, and Itoku was making a genuine effort to investigate whether or not the troupe killed their men, with Itoku being sent because he was deemed to have the wisdom necessary to pass the situation and prevent a war from breaking out, which he did. He assessed that Franklin was telling the truth and that the troupe would not attack unless they were attacked first. In Franklin's words, if there's no gauntlet, we won't pick up. Itoku then called Kenny Wang, and thus the situation was diffused entirely, remembering that Kenny Wang has to default to the wisdom and the position of the consigliere. Although a lot of credit for diffusing the scenario also goes to Nobunaga's group, who refused to take Luini's bait and who did not act in any way aggressively when confronted by Kenny Wang. Part of this is probably down to sheer confidence, because seeing 5 dudes with guns isn't really enough to threaten a Phantom Troupe member, but it's also their wisdom in not escalating unnecessary fights. Kenny Wang himself even praised them by saying, "I'm glad you are calm, reasonable people." And if Hunter x Hunter had an Arrested Development style narrator, then this is the point where the narrator would say, Kenny Wang was not, in fact, glad. And my suspicion is that Kenny Wang engineered this incident for 2 reasons. Firstly, to prevent the Phantom Troupe from getting in the way of the Haley family by fabricating this declaration of war against the Chara family, which would also go on to possibly spiral into greater chaos on Tier 5 and contribute significantly to Mizaistom's doomsday scenario. And secondly, to prevent Nobunaga and Feitan from retrieving their weapons, thus making them much less of a threat and somewhat easier to kill. But after this initial outing fails, it's actually Kenny Wang who suggests that the Chara family and the troupe work together. However, he told the vice boss that the spiders want to work with us. A fun example of how he manipulates information. But Kenny, he wants to keep these spiders close and do what he can to keep them as far away from Morena as possible, as he knows that in their current state, the Haley family do not have the power to take on 3 troupe members working together. A deal is then brokered that the Chara will give the Phantom Troupe passage to the upper tiers in exchange for them killing the assassin that murdered their men. And this is where things get a bit politicky, but due to a complex arrangement of Kakin Mafia etiquette, this would also lead to the Phantom Troupe openly declaring war on the Haley family, which you would think that killing one of their men would do anyway, but they have a whole system to maintain their precious balance, one that dictates that so long as the boss of the victim is away from their turf when the killing happens, then it's not a declaration of war. And that is the problem here. Morena, she is currently on Tier 3, which is Mafia territory. If she was on Tier 1, where she's supposed to be, then this would be no issue. But all of this quickly escalates into Nobunaga just saying F it and offering to kill Morena as well, given that they're going to declare war regardless. And since the Haley family did try to frame them for murder, which is such a rapid escalation that it leads to Kenny Wang and Zhao having this little moment together where they give each other a knowing look. The two of them, without saying a single word, then agree that the Phantom Troupe are far too dangerous. And we don't see this next part, but the implication is that something needs to be done about them, and it needs to be done quickly. Kenny Wang and Zhao also share a knowing look together in chapter 405, implying to me that Zhao may also be working with Morena, because these guys, they seem to be able to read each other's minds and act accordingly for their mutual goals. And notably, Zhao is currently the person leading Finks and Feitan to Tier 2, so he could be leading them straight smack bang into a trap. But another small thing I'd like to note is that in offering to kill Morena, Nobunaga also believes that it may generate some goodwill with the previous benefactor of the Haley family being Mr. 4th Prince Tserriednich, which would set up a potential scenario where the troupe meet the 4th Prince, but it is very difficult to see that happening, as it is hard to see them actually killing Morena at this stage. In fact, I now greatly fear for all three of their lives, especially Nobunaga. He is quite vulnerable right now. Kenny Wang himself, he's in a tough spot as well, because Itoku advised him to split the troupe up and kill them one by one, but due to Finks, Nobunaga, and Feitan sticking together, this has been an impossible task, so much that Kenny Wang briefly switched his focus to taking out Hisoka first, because at least he was working alone. However, Nobunaga may be about to give Kenny Wang a rather precious gift, as after coming to the conclusion that someone within the Chara family was likely secretly facilitating Heili members through the garbage system, Nobunaga has decided to let Finks and Feitan march onwards to the Heili base, whilst he goes back to check on something. Exactly what he plans on doing is very vague, but this is potentially the opportunity that Kenny Wang has been waiting for. Not only is Nobunaga alone, but he also doesn't even have his sword on him, because the real one got confiscated by the Heili family, and his temporary conjured one got taken away, so as not to arouse suspicion with the military on tier 2. And look, I doubt that Kenny Wang will ever have a better opportunity than this, and so soon enough, we could very well see our next Phantom Troupe death. The Heili family are a collective of Nen users led by a singular parental entity who consume humans in order to gain power and spread their species across the world until a state of planetary domination has been achieved. It's a very cool idea, I like it a lot, although I can't help but think that we've seen it somewhere before, because that does happen to be the exact same kind of threat that the Chimera Ants pose to humanity. However, this isn't just a case of a lazy writing by Togashi. He isn't just reusing a structure that's worked well in the past, and in fact the Heili family are an infinitely more horrifying exploration and final evolution of this concept. One that takes all of the strengths of the Chimera Ants with none of the flaws and puts this power in the hands of the worst person imaginable. The more we see of the Heili family, the more I genuinely want the Chimera Ants back, because I think that humanity had a much brighter path under their plans than it does with the endgame of the Heili. Functionally, the two groups are very similar. The Chimera Ants had a system of phagogenesis, allowing them to consume and convert humans. However, they also sought out Nen users and referred to them as rares, the consumption of which allowed Meruem to grow faster. Meanwhile, the Heili family takes this concept and gives it a more strictly defined mechanic under the contagion system, where the goal is to reach level 100, and killing regular humans is worth 1 level, whilst killing Nen users is worth 10 levels. So the concept of rares is carried over into the Heili structure. Nen users to them are kind of like loot goblins. But the more horrifying difference here is that with the Chimera Ants, only Meruem was able to continue to grow by consuming human lives. Whereas with the Heili family, every member is capable of growing to the point of becoming a Meruem. Mechanics which are very evocative of the origins of both groups, as each begin with the love of a singular mother figure, the Chimera Ant Queen and Morena Prudo, both of whom made it their primary goal to gather and propagate a family unit. Morena gave everyone in her family a rebirth via contagion, and the Ant Queen quite literally rebirthed all of the creatures assimilated that she ate and plopped out as Chimera Ants. But this is where our first key difference comes into play. The Ant Queen's focus was on a singular entity, the Ant King Meruem. Everyone else was created to serve and protect Meruem. So the Ant Queen was definitely a mother with a favorite child, whereas Morena is a mother who loves all of her children equally. They don't exist to serve any individual purpose. Instead, they are all linked by a common thread. However, Morena is also actively encouraging the individual dreams and goals of their children, however horrific they may be, and mate, they're pretty bad. And this is where, however similarly the Ants and the Heili family were functionally, it becomes clear that they exist to explore completely opposing ideas. One of the more interesting things about the Heili family is that yes, they do serve as a continuation of the idea of collectivism versus individualism that Togashi introduced with the Ants. The Chimera Ants by nature needed to work together as a colony, and the key factor that opened up a road to their defeat was the individualism injected by assimilating parts of humanity. Whenever one of the ants went off and did their own thing, it usually resulted in either flat-out death or compromising the colony as a whole. And then there were even some ants that tried to strike a balance of both, like Zazan being individual enough to break from Meruem's colony, but collectivist enough to start her own colony in Meteor City. However, what she created was the worst of both worlds, now betting her survival on a tiny portion of the original colony somehow being able to deliver the same strength and protection as the original. And at face value, the Haley family are the same. A group of misfits who cannot survive on their own and can only function as a collective. At least that's the impression that I had of them for quite some time, but I was very wrong. The Haley family is a collective that encourages individualism. Their family isn't designed to stay together. In fact, the key mechanics of contagion are designed to grow the individual members and eventually fracture the family, which makes them, in my opinion, significantly more dangerous than the ants. They are like what the ants would have become if they'd accepted their differences and decided to throw their full support behind every individual ambition rather than submit only to the will of the king. And so it's going to be infinitely harder to crack the Haley cookie because they don't have a single nexus point that you can even aim for. Sure, it's natural to think go for the leader, go for the head, but if you kill Morena, then it doesn't even matter because each and every family member is designed to become another Morena. But something else I also want to linger on is the status of the family members. For example, before joining, Billy was an arcade employee, Damon was a construction worker, Montever was a college student, Oraga was a waste disposal contractor, Quarel was a repairman, and almost a third of the family had low-level positions in gangs and mafia organizations. The common thread here is that these are the working-class soldier ants of humanity. In the case of newest member Borksen, she's quite literally a soldier, but by and large, the family comes from backgrounds of providing small contributions to the functionality of a human colony. Although there are a couple of unique exceptions like Dogman being a professional wrestler and Gelato being a pro gamer, the latter of which provides no contributions to humanity. But by and large, they are humanity's equivalent of your basic soldier and or I guess worker ants. And this is reinforced by the fact that almost every member of this family is given a mundane character design. One of the reasons why a lot of Hunter x Hunter readers have overlooked the Haley as a threat is because a lot of their character designs are quite deliberately muted. They don't scream protagonist, antagonist, or even side character. In fact, they don't even scream pay attention to me. A lot of them have the designs of background filler characters because that's the role that they played in society, filling the gaps of the colony. And that is a stark contrast to the Chimera ants, who even at their lowest levels in the hierarchy, all had completely unique and unforgettable designs. There were no mundane ants. They were all completely, at least aesthetically, individual, which definitely should have been a clue for the direction that they were going. Because despite that individuality, the Chimera ants were a top-down threat. It was the orders of the king, the royal guard, the queen, and the squadron leaders that assembled the ants to provide a collective threat. Meanwhile, the Haley family is a bottom-up threat. The hierarchy of humanity is decaying from the bottom, which is going to bring down and sink the rest of the hierarchy until there's nothing left. With the ants, it's conceptually simple to beat them. You kill the king and the colony ceases to function because it was a top-down society. But with the Haley family, it is nowhere near as simple. Currently, Morena serves in, I suppose, the king position. However, again, if Morena was to die, then the Haley family don't become any less of a threat because each member has the potential and is actively designed to become the next Morena, and ideally, each of them are going to fracture at around the same time, and we will have 20 Morenas instead of one to deal with. I mean, just imagine if every Chimera ant had the potential to become Meruem. And not only that, but they were encouraged to do so. That's what we're dealing with here. But both factions exist for a similar purpose in Hunter x Hunter, which is to directly concept the challenge of humanity, with both of them being geared against the more objectively negative aspects, such as one of the ants' first experiences of humanity being the dictatorship of East Gorto under Mingjol-Ik's body double, featuring other fun faces like Secretary Bzef, who had a hobby of buying women and keeping them in a dystopic underground society designed purely to serve him. Other than food, this was Meruem's first experience of humanity, and he found it to be utterly ridiculous. He saw no value in what they were doing, which is an idea that Togashi has amped up with the Haley family. They currently serve as a direct challenge to the Kakin royal family, with each of the 14 princes designed to be a cross-section of humanity as a whole. Every broad ideology, societal system, and human pursuit can be found within these princes. For example, First Prince Benjamin's blind nationalism and authoritarianism versus Ninth Prince Halkenburg representing a more ideal democratic system. But neither of these are simple examinations. At the beginning of the succession contest, Halkenburg is portrayed as the light, the hope for the future, the clear path forward. But we are slowly seeing him and his ideology being corrupted, whilst Benjamin, the guy who initially appeared as the obvious villain, is on the opposite path. He's becoming more and more humanized, and so someone who appeared to be a vicious tyrant in the beginning of the arc is now much more nuanced, principled, and shockingly empathetic to those around him. That is one small, tiny example of the dynamics going on within the princes. There are so many more, but that's not the point of this video. The point of this video is to make it very clear that the Haley family, in their immediate quest to destroy the Kakin Empire, have positioned themselves as an enemy of humanity as a whole, because that is what the Kakin royal family represents, just as the Chimera ants presented themselves as an enemy of humanity as well. However, many of the ants did eventually come to appreciate that wide spectrum of what humanity has to offer, like UP developing respect for Knuckle, or Marayam rewarding his experiences with Komugi and Netero, with the plan of reassessing how many and what type of humans were to be used as food, whilst allowing a section of them to live in a permanent human preservation. I know that saying it like that doesn't make it sound hugely generous, but it is a colossal step forward from where the ants began. And it's also a step that the Haley family will never take. Because unlike the ants, they already understand humanity. They were born into it and they have soundly rejected it. And more importantly, they possess a power that the ants never could have dreamed of, which was described by Isaac Netero as the bottomless malice within the human heart. Marayam was physically limitless, but not even he could overcome the depths that humanity was willing to sink to. However, this time it's a more even matchup. Human versus human, limitless versus limitless, bottomless malice versus bottomless malice. He didn't know this at the time, but Morena Prudo is the perfect example of what Netero was referring to, because Morena is almost malice personified. She was born from the darkest possible pit of human potential through the Kakin Carnival, and from childhood she was designated not as a child, not even as a human, but as meat, and she was subject to every terrible thing a human could undergo that I can't say on YouTube, but whatever it is you're thinking, it happened to Morena. She was born in such a dark place that we don't even know her real name. Morena Prudo is an identity that she stole from someone else as one of her many steps towards acquiring power. And so Morena herself is almost an entity that transcends the basic aspects of humanity, such as identity. She was born at the very bottom of society, the person with objectively the least amount of power who we come dangerously close to not even recognizing as human, but who through sheer malice alone has now risen to become one of the greatest threats to the entire human race, as have the rest of her family. Each of the Haley members were born somewhere at the bottom of human society and are rising together through their mutual hatred. It's the fact that one of the greatest threats in Hunter x Hunter isn't a singular Morena, nor is it a corrupt hunter or the Phantom Troupe, not even the Ant King or a Dark Continent Calamity. The greatest threat in this series right now is an assortment of minimum wage workers who spawned into a terrible zone with abysmal stats to the point where almost no one even registers the fact that they even exist. And it's the combination of all of those negative circumstances that have come together to forge this limitless potential. And in regards to contagion, the ability is limited only by the potential of humanity itself. It can replicate itself as much as required until humanity ceases to exist. Every time that humans find a way to evolve and propagate, contagion will follow. And this is what the Chimera ants were missing, although it is something that they may have eventually developed over time. Remember that Marayam was only 40 days old, and at their oldest, the rest of the ants were only about 90 days old. They were an infant, innocent species, completely unprepared to deal with and tap into their assimilated humanity. And sure, the Haley members wouldn't have been capable of tapping into this malice in their infancy either. However, they have now had decades upon decades of experience relentlessly suffering and charging that power of malice. This is a power that the ants never could have dreamed of, nor would they probably have wanted to. But both factions also have some oddly specific parallels, one great example being Ramot and Luini, two very brash characters easily intoxicated by a drop of Nen, both being responsible for growing the strength of their groups, Ramot through punching people, and Luini through facilitated murder via his Nen ability, with both meeting the exact same fate of being decapitated, Ramot by Killua and Luini by Nobunaga. So the Haley family are playing a different song using the same beat. And so it does make me wonder about the future, because I have heard this song before, and there are certain key beats that we haven't reached yet. For example, one that comes to mind would be a kite moment. But I think this is only a matter of time away. I imagine something like this is going to come when one of the Haley members reaches level 100 and shows us the full potential of what the family are working towards, much like the birth of Neferpito as the first royal guard. And another key beat would be a Komugi, who we actually may have already met. In the same way that Marayam played a mundane game with Komugi, we also had Morena play a mundane game with Borksen, the newest Haley recruit, and Borksen could end up being a reverse Komugi. Komugi was able to break through to Marayam and change him, even though that wasn't her intention. But in our flipped examination, perhaps Morena will be able able to break through to Borksen and change her, or that Borksen will try and Komugi her way into Morena, but she'll fail, because Komugi was a philosophical challenge to the system, something that made Meruem very cognizant of different types of strength and value that exists within humans. However, I can't see Morena or the Haoli family ever being convinced of that brand of optimism. However, what I can see is Borksen gradually coming to embrace their perspective. She's already well aware of the corruption within the Kakin Empire, and even serves within Tserriednich's branch of the royal military. If there was anyone in a position to be seduced by Morena's ideology, it's Borksen. But as for how this ends, if we're looking at an inverted Chimera Ant arc, then following that to its natural conclusion would mean the success of the Haoli family. And in a series like Hunter x Hunter, I definitely would not rule that out. For Togashi to end his story as well as his thesis of humanity with the bottomless malice of the human heart on full display. This is Private First Class Borksen, a member of 4th Prince Tserriednich's private army, and she is the latest specialist Nen user in Hunter x Hunter, as well as the final piece that Yoshihiro Togashi required to set up the spectacle that is the succession contest. In the last batch of Hunter x Hunter chapters, Borksen has become unimaginably important, and Morena Prudo has essentially given Borksen the choice to either save or destroy the Kakin Empire as we know it. Although before we get into that, as a dog owner, I find Borksen to be one of the most adorable names I've ever heard, and I often have great difficulty taking her seriously, which is a problem because she has, as I've said before, become one of the most important characters in the entire contest. And I know I say that a lot, but that's because there's a lot of important characters. However, Borksen's name does have an explanation, and it's going to be a very familiar explanation for anyone who's watched a lot of these videos now, as her name is taken from a Keiyakuzaku 46 song called Bokutachi no Senso, which literally means our war, from the album Futari Seizon. And Borksen's name is derived by taking the homophones of the first kana of each word. So she becomes Bokusen or Borksen, because in the 2020s Togashi cannot do any writing without first consulting his musical muses. Borksen was originally assigned to 4th Prince Tserriednich's personal guard on tier 1, and in order to obtain this position, Borksen had to take the 289th Hunter exam, and after passing she was awarded a provisional license, although Borksen's license is set to expire upon reaching the new continent. As with most Succession War characters, Borksen appears to be written with a very specific idea of humanity in mind, and Borksen initially appears to represent the idea of apathy. Borksen does feel sympathy for those suffering around her, but she has no desire to get involved and affect change. Borksen is quite committed to living a quiet life. In fact, in her own words, "All I wanted was to have a modest, ordinary life in my own little corner." This is despite being well aware of the evils of the Kakin Empire, which includes not only the well-established moral, political, and societal corruptions leading to the suffering of its people, but Borksen also specifically mentions environmental issues such as Kakin producing by far the highest manufacture of man-made particles lingering in the stratosphere. Borksen knows this, she knows all of this, and she is an uncomfortable reflection of first world living, because there is so much going on around us, so many bad things happening at any given time that we purposely ignore or even passively contribute to. And Borksen is an exploration of what happens when a person is forced to abandon apathy and participate in the world. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that as a result of Morena's recruitment into the Haoli family, it may ultimately be up to Borksen to decide whether to save or to destroy the Kakin Empire, which is a big decision to make for someone who just wanted to live her own little quiet life. However, Borksen has theoretically been with us in this arc for quite some time now as one of Tserriednich's guards ever since the Black Whale one departed, but I would say don't bother looking for her though, because she doesn't make an actual appearance until chapter 394. However, Borksen's theoretical presence in Tserriednich's room is integral, as during her time on tier 1, Borksen has been in constant contact with the Tserriednich friendship group, which I refer to as the Seri Squad. And that's because they refer to Tserriednich as Seri. It's very cute. And including Borksen, they're all around the same age, if not exactly the same age as Tserriednich, because they were all his classmates in military academy. And of all of the characters to have a robust and supportive friendship group, it has to be the most depraved and outright demonic of all the princes. And all of Tserriednich's friends now serve within his private military, putting their lives on the line for his sake. With this group including Otosin and Momoli, whose names were also constructed using Keiyakuzaku 46 songs, Otona wa Shinjite and Momori e Kairoka respectively. Meanwhile, the rest of the Seri Squad are currently unnamed, but my best guess would be that they will also follow this trend. And rather horrifyingly, Borksen and the friendship group are at least somewhat aware of Tserriednich's true nature. Momoli even used the scent sentence, he's found a new toy, to describe Tserriednich's current distracted mindset, and each and every one of them have also witnessed Tserriednich shooting a man in cold blood. In fact, it's been implied that it's been multiple people actually, and it's something that they all look back on with a worrying amount of neutrality, with one unnamed friend excusing his behavior as follows: "It can't be helped. He was born into it. Being a prince and his nature, we can't do a thing." So they show concern about his behavior, but no intention whatsoever to try and fix it. And as part of this friendship group, Borksen very frequently leaks classified information to them. For example, the entire Tserriednich squad now know that the succession contest is taking place on Tier 1, which is information that almost no one knows on Tier 2 and below. Even we, personal guards, didn't know that the mission was a package deal with a super shady ritual until after boarding. And Borksen herself is also quite good friends with Theta, who is currently Tserriednich's Nen tutor, although not good enough friends for Theta to reveal anything about Nen to Borksen. That is our setup though. Borksen's story and everyone around her are very Fourth Prince centric, including later on Morena Prudo and the Haley family, who the Fourth Prince is a benefactor of. But on day 10 of the voyage to the Dark Continent, Borksen is switched from her duties on Tier 1 and replaced with Gipper. And apparently, despite looking like a ravaged middle-aged man, Gipper was also in Borksen's year at Military Academy, although he was not part of their friendship group. But the request to switch Borksen out was a test proposed by the Tserriednich squad, who want to start regularly rotating all of them in and out of Tier 1. And this was done because they now have a working theory that something of a purge is being planned as part of the succession contest, and that they will know when the plan begins once their requests to switch start to be denied. And they also wanted Borksen on Tier 3 to fully relay everything she'd experienced so far, including knowledge of Nen. Because at this stage, the Tserriednich squad, correctly I should say, suspected that the Haley family had Nen users among them, and mate, do they ever, so they wanted Borksen's information to help formulate a plan to stop them. However, removing Borksen from Tier 1 will either go down as the salvation of the Black Whale 1, or the decision that completely doomed it, as placing Borksen on Tier 3 was like dropping a delightsome gift basket at the suburban doorstep of Morena Prudo, as someone of Borksen's natural ability was the final piece Morena needed to begin the countdown to destruction. But to briefly speak more on Gipper, he is a corporal in 4th Prince Tserriednich's private army, and he and his men were investigating the Haley murders on Tier 3. They are part of the Kakin Royal Military, but they don't work with the General Army. They answer solely to the 4th Prince. Nor are they working with Mizaistom's personal security team, which was mostly sourced from the Kakin military, which I point out because it does get a bit confusing to keep track of all these guys, because there are now 3 different military factions in addition to the police investigating the Haley murders, and they all wear the same damn uniforms. But Corporal Gipper noticed a problem that was previously flagged by Hinrigh Bigandufno of the GU family, which is the official status of Haley members as civilians. The problem is, if a supposed civilian is killed, we can't tell whether the cops will treat it as part of the conflict. If a clueless bureaucrat declares it a mafia hit on a civilian, all bets are off, which is Gipper adding to the foreshadowing of anarchy, that a Haley member is going to be killed, mistaken as a civilian, and then bad things. And this is backed up by one of the more intelligent members of the Tserriednich squad. Like the corporal said, if the head of police demonstrates a lapse in judgment, well, we might be hearing the 7 trumpets of the apocalypse real soon. And this dialogue is accompanied by Togashi's extremely detailed image of angels with trumpets, which I'm lingering on because Togashi's physical condition, yes, it has gotten better, but to take the time to draw something with this level of detail in Hunter x Hunter is quite a rarity for him, and it shows us the readers that Togashi really wants to emphasize what is being said here, which is all well and good for the Haley plot, but how does any of this relate to Borksen, you ask? Well, it's related to her rather intimately at the moment. The last time that we as readers saw a conversation between Borksen and the Tserriednich squad was at the end of chapter 394, when Momoze said, "What if one of us gets caught by Morena?" And Borksen replies, "Right, we should plan for that too," with a dramatic close-up on Borksen, almost as if Togashi was emphasizing that this will indeed come to fruition. And it did, as 2 days later, Borksen suddenly went missing. During the funeral of 9th Prince Halkenburg, who isn't actually dead, but his body is, complicated situation in another video to explain, Borksen was sniffed out by a dogman named Dogman, who actually possessed a Hatsu that allowed him to smell the Nen affinity of those within a certain range. And Borksen's stank just so happened to be that of a specialist. To be clear, Borksen was not a Nen user at the time, but Dogman's ability can smell the affinity of unawakened individuals as well. Borksen Borksen was then abducted by the combined abilities of the Haoli family and brought to their hideout because in order for Morena's master plan to succeed, she requires the assistance of a specialist, which is an affinity that no other Haoli member possesses with the exception of Morena herself, but she needs a different ability. And after waking up in the Haoli hideout, Morena invited Borksen to join their crime gang. However, Borksen's answer was to be decided by an ability known as the negotiation game. The negotiation game is actually a preliminary Nen ability that a target must clear the conditions of before Morena can properly infect them with her contagion Hanzo. So the negotiation game is technically part of contagion, which means that every member of the Haoli family has played this game. And how it works is one person takes on the role of the player and the other one takes on the role of the dealer. In this case, Borksen is the player and Morena is the dealer. Morena is always the dealer. And at the very beginning of the game, the dealer asks the player a question, with Morena's question to Borksen being, will you join the Haoli family? Then taking turns, the player selects a card from the dealer's deck, which allows the player to ask the dealer a question designated by that card. For example, the dealer's deck contains the power card, and the selection of that would force Morena to explain her Nen ability to Borksen. And following Morena's answer, that card gets discarded, so it goes to the graveyard, and Morena then chooses to discard a random card on the player's side of the board, all of which are face down. These randomized face down cards are a series of answers, and after 4 rounds of the negotiation game, a player will only theoretically have a single answer card remaining, which becomes their binding answer to the dealer's opening question. If it still sounds confusing, don't worry, we are about to make it a lot less confusing. But TLDR, throughout this game, it is Morena's goal to convince or force Borksen to join the Haoli family. And meanwhile, it is Borksen's goal to find out as much information about Morena and the Haoli family as possible in order to stop them. That is the trade-off for Morena's Nen ability to work here, or at least one of them. Morena can't just make an ability that flat out manipulates a person, it has to come at a cost. And that cost is revealing information about herself, as well as the fact that there is a chance for Borksen to escape the game without joining the family. But to get into a bit more detail, other than the power card, Morena has 6 other question cards that Borksen can choose from. There's Aim, which will have Morena explain her motivation behind the request in as much detail as Borksen desires. Then there's Question A, which allows Borksen to ask as many questions as she wants, so long as those questions don't pertain to Morena's motivation or Nen ability, and Morena can also only answer each question with a yes or a no. That's relevant because there's also a Question B card, which allows Borksen to ask Morena for a more detailed answer on the very last question asked as part of the Question A card. Morena also has her very own yes and no cards. The selection of either of these will explain what will happen should Borksen end up with either the yes or no card as her final answer. And finally, we have the Deal card, which allows Borksen to return a card of her choice from the graveyard, provided she completes a quote, small request for Morena first. Again, lots to take in. I promise this is going to make so much sense soon, but we should also go over the answer cards first. Borksen begins the game with 5 cards on her side of the board, and that fact in and of itself is also a reference to Keikizaka 46. In case you're not indoctrinated into this world, these massive idol supergroups often fracture off into smaller groups for other projects, like the individual members of the Avengers getting their own solo movies. And TLDR, the subgroup of Keikizaka 46 that sings Bokutachi no Senso, which inspired Borksen's name, is called 5 cards in big capital English letters. And that is why Borksen starts the negotiation game with 5 cards. Those 5 cards consist of yes or no. Those seem fairly self-explanatory. If Borksen ends up with either of those as her final card, she has no choice but to give that answer to Morena's question. There's also a joker, which allows Borksen to choose either yes or no as a response. Then we have the return card, which allows Borksen to select a card from the discard pile as her answer. And finally, the X card. And if Borksen ends the game with this as her final card, it means that the game ends without her needing to make a decision at all. Something very important to note about this game is that yes, no, and joker are all terrible cards. If the game ends with a yes, then Borksen is forced to join the Haoli family. But if the game ends with a no, then Borksen is officially refusing this request, and the Haoli family will have to kill her. And if the game ends with joker, then Borksen gets to choose between those 2 bad choices. However, the X card essentially voids all of that. It forces the Haoli family to act as if the game never happened. So Borksen doesn't join, but because we're forced to just invalidate this event, they are not able to kill her. They just have to drop Borksen right off where they found her and pretend this never happened. But Borksen needs to play this game very carefully, because she obviously starts with less cards than Morena, meaning that she will not be able to select all of the questions, so Borksen has to choose her question cards very wisely. previously. And on top of that, just to add more pressure to this game, Borksen needs to complete the negotiation game as quickly as possible, as while the game is being played, Dogman was still out there searching for another Nen specialist, and if he were to find one, then Borksen is no longer needed, and Morena can easily dispose of her and negotiate with the new specialist candidate instead. With all of that out of the way, let's get into the game. And in round 1, Borksen immediately selected the aim card, which had Morena explain her goal to collapse the Kakin Empire, and Morena also went into detail about her horrific origins as a carnival orphan to explain why it is that she wants to destroy the Empire. And after that answer was given, it was Morena's turn, and she selected Borksen's Joker card at random to be thrown into the graveyard. That is fine, Joker is a bad card and we want to get rid of it. In round 2, Borksen selected the Power card, causing Morena to comically blush and say, "Wow, you're asking about me twice in a row? I'm flattered." And with this card, Morena didn't just explain her own Nen ability, but she also gave Borksen a very basic overview of Nen as a whole, including aura affinities, etc. All very useful information. And as a side note, Morena also offered to tell Borksen what her specialist Nen ability would be if she joined the family. And to find out, what Borksen needed to do was select Morena's Yes card, which she never did, so unfortunately, we don't know what Borksen's ability is yet. But after Borksen's turn, Morena then selected another answer card at random, which was the Yes card, which is really bad for Morena. As with both the Yes and the Joker card gone, the only chance to recruit Borksen into the family was for Borksen to use Morena's Deal card to get one of them back. And there is no reason why Borksen would do such a thing, at least not willingly. But for round 3, Borksen selected Morena's No card, and Morena told Borksen that ending the name with No as her answer would lead the Haoli to kill her. After which point, Morena then randomly selected Borksen's X card to be discarded, which is not good at all, because that is the only card that allows Borksen to leave this space without either joining or being killed. And so for the next round, Borksen chose the Deal card in order to retrieve her X card from the graveyard, which unfortunately didn't go very well, because the X card was then randomly selected to go back to the graveyard. However, something very important did happen, which is that Borksen had to fulfill a small request of Morena to use the Deal card. That small request was for Borksen to kiss Morena, which is also a condition of activating Contagion. You may remember that when we first met Morena, she was kissing this girl whose name is Mont Blanc Toto, and I imagine that during her negotiation game, Mont Blanc Toto clearly did not pick the Deal card, as this kiss was administered post-game. So Borksen is now left with 2 answer cards. She has No and she has Return. She wants to end the game on Return. There's a 50-50 chance that she will, but there's also a 50-50 chance that she's going to select No and die. And so in the final round, Borksen selected question A and asked Morena a barrage of yes or no questions designed to size up the Haoli family in the event of her survival. And then finally, it was time for Borksen to randomly discard her final card and be left with an answer to Morena's question. The card that was randomly discarded was the No card, leaving Borksen with Return, allowing her to regain the X card and to leave the Haoli hideout unscathed. In theory, except that's not what she did. Borksen did end with the Return card, however she then, rather puzzlingly, selected the Yes card from the graveyard, and under the rules of the negotiation game, Borksen officially accepted Morena's invitation to join the Haoli family. Why would Borksen do this, you ask? Well, she didn't. The problem here is that our Borksen actually cheated during the negotiation game by marking the Return card, and afterwards Morena explains that by cheating the game was void, and Borksen was forced by Nen to select either the Yes or the No card. So the game gave her the choice to either live or die, and our manipulated Borksen chose to live, even though what she really wanted to do was pick the X card. And so Borksen is now a member of the Haoli family, with her Nen awakened as a level 0 player in the Contagion game. Morena has also given Borksen full freedom to return to her friends. However, Morena also gave a stern and rather demonic warning that Borksen would be killed should she become of no use to them. And so Borksen is now stuck in a very awkward position. She's acknowledged that she needs power to stand up to her new family members, but gathering that power involves killing people to level up. However, if Borksen doesn't reach level 21, then her Nen ability will not manifest, and if she takes too long to level, then the Haoli family will kill her, as she's not being particularly useful to them. And it may very well be Borksen's plan to level up by killing some Haoli members themselves. Morena specifically stated that infighting is not against the rules, and Nen users, they're worth a whopping 10 levels, with everyone in this family being a Nen user. So Borksen could either kill 20 to 21 civilians and level up and get her Nen ability, or she could choose to kill 2 Haoli members others, and bam, Borksen has her specialist ability. And on that note, Borksen has currently decided to stay within the Haley hideout in order to find out as much as she can about her new comrades. But Borksen's future in the succession contest cannot be understated. Morena has even gone so far as to say that Borksen and her future ability is the most important part of her plan, so Borksen can no longer get away with her life of apathy. Whether she chooses to follow Morena's plan and destroy the Kakin Empire, or to rebel against Morena and save the Empire, is now a decision that belongs to Borksen to make. Following the conclusion of the 13th Hunter Chairman election, both Ging Freaks and Pariston Hill separately submitted requests to resign from the Zodiacs. And given that nobody liked Pariston and almost nobody liked Ging, Chairman Cheadle accepted both of them. And there's two reasons as to why they resigned. The first was the death of Isaac Netero, who originally formed the Zodiacs, and the lack of Netero gave Pariston and Ging very little reason to hang around. But the second is that an opportunity arose to make both of their desires come true. In Pariston's case, he'd been secretly working for beyond Netero this entire time. His tenure at the Hunter Association was all in preparation for this Dark Continent expedition, and as for Ging, well, he wanted in on the action. Because going to the Dark Continent is what he'd been working towards as well. This was Jing's ultimate desire, to travel and discover the world with maximum freedom. Which sounds very familiar. Almost like the exact same desire Beyond has. And so Beyond's words to his expedition team were, "I won't turn down anyone who joins." And so in chapter 342, Ging simply appeared in the secret base of Beyond Netero's expedition team and simply said, "Hey guys, let me in on this." But this immediately raises the question of why Ging left the Zodiacs, because the Hunter Association were also mounting an effort to go to the Dark Continent at this point as well. And the reason why is because Ging actually identifies quite strongly with Beyond Netero's desires and is very willing to give him that freedom of exploration. However, at the same time, Ging is extremely wary of Pariston, citing his goal as destruction disguised by perverted love. So Jing's purpose here is twofold. He wants to help Beyond and hinder Pariston. Because Beyond might be reckless, but Ging appreciates that, so is he. However, Pariston can be given no benefit of the doubt. His goal is undoubtedly sinister. And one thing we need to keep in mind is that even though he resigned, Pariston was the one who recovered the 5,000 Chimera Ant hybrid cocoons from East Gorteau. And as a result, he currently has a standing army of 5,000 Nen-using Chimera Ant soldiers at his direct disposal. And it's implied that if the Hunter Association didn't respond to Beyond in the correct way, then the plan was to send in those 5,000 ants and take over the Hunter Association by force. Remembering that there's only about 600 licensed hunters in the entire world, so they would be obliterated by a 5,000 Chimera Ant force. And in order to prevent all of that from happening, Ging has given Pariston a much more interesting game to play. One which Pariston has been craving for quite some time, as he even says, "So you're finally going to pay attention to me." But Ging and Pariston are very difficult opponents for one another. They're so similar yet so opposite, and so they tend to cancel each other out. And one of the key differences can be seen in the reason why Ging is a ruins hunter in the first place. It's because he remembers the elation and the friendship he felt when discovering his first ruin with his team. What he remembered most wasn't the ruins themselves, he remembered the team's smiles and the team's joy and the overall vibe. And Ging wants to continue to experience that feeling. Meanwhile, here's how Pariston feels about people in general. People normally feel happiness when they love and are loved in return. I feel happiness when people hate me, and I feel compelled to hurt the things that are dear to me. And Pariston isn't someone who can be beaten by sheer punch-fighty force, as noted by Ging. If you were only brute force, I'd pummel you and that would be it. That's not the case, which is the trouble. You'd be laughing inside even as I made you cough up blood and stepped on your head. I'd have to break your spirit instead. And so in his first effort to chip away at Pariston's spirit, Ging immediately usurped his role as second in command of the expedition. And he did this by offering to pay all of Beyond's team members double what Beyond was offering them, including Pariston, by the way. But as it turns out, Pariston wasn't getting paid. He was conducting this expedition for personal reasons, and double zero usually still ends up being zero. I should stipulate that Ging was offering to pay double on top of Beyond's fee, so effectively tripling everyone's income. And now what followed here can be quite confusing, because Jing's terms were that he would become the second in command, but without the command aspect. He even says that everyone can keep following Pariston's command, which can make this whole endeavor feel quite pointless. To some, it comes off as quite childish, like Ging was going to so much effort just to snipe Pariston's title, and that might be part of it, but this act accomplished something very important, which was earning the trust of Beyond's team. team, because Ging was ready to honor this deal even if they decided not to listen to him and carry on working under Pariston. So this very rapidly established that Ging was a trustworthy person. Anything he says should be taken seriously, and any promise he makes will be fulfilled. And as a result of this, that one unnamed expedition team member, who I refer to as the Sanji we have at home, was then able to spend that money to pay off the debt of a hospital taking care of his sister, which was the sole reason for accepting this job in the first place. So not only did Ging build trust, but he also generated gratitude. His gambit paid off with a legitimate emotional bond being formed, which you can see when not Sanji declares, "You're my number two, I'll go wherever you go." So Ging didn't just make an ally here. What he has now is a lifetime vassal, someone who will follow Ging to the ends of the earth, which is literally where we're going. So that's good. And that's something that seriously undermines Pariston's authority, because he's not a man capable of forming those connections. In fact, as we've explored, it gives him personal pleasure to do the exact reverse and deliberately cultivate hatred towards him. So while what Ging did here does seem absolutely ridiculous, it was the first step in winning over the hearts of the expedition team. And just a quick note on that, the second in command position isn't just a title, it's a very important idea to Yoshihiro Togashi. There's even a discussion in his previous manga, Yu Yu Hakusho, where Yomi is speaking to Kurama and stating, "The second in command is the key to any organization." That's what you always said. So here Togashi is positioning this as a struggle to become that key, one which Ging has very aggressively progressed towards. But Jing's generosity didn't end there. He then shared something even more valuable than money. To anyone who wanted to listen, Ging then drew a map of the Dark Continent and gave the team members all of the knowledge he'd gathered over the years, including the 5 calamities, the miracle substances, notable landmarks, details on how the V5 had been covering all of this up, as well as stories about Isaac Netero's previous voyages, and most importantly, the identity of the author of Journey to the New World, Don Freaks, who is Ging Freaks' assumed ancestor. And the key thing about this is that Ging actually gave the team knowledge that Beyond Netero had sort of strategically withheld. Because Beyond, he's a very optimistic man, he's a true explorer, he doesn't linger on all of the deathly dangers. So Ging taking the time to thoroughly explain each and every detail made him out to be a significantly more honest leader than Beyond and Pariston. And from that point, over the course of the next month, Ging progressively chipped more and more into the team. One example being bonding with Curly over their shared interest in archaeology, and they even started having these adorable ancient language contests together. Or Ging demonstrating his world-class pit play to Masha and gaining his utmost respect as a Nen user. All of which started to make Pariston crack, just a little bit. But it's the first time that we've seen Pariston even mildly bothered by anything. This is annoying. We do think alike. Is that why I don't like him? So annoying. I might grow to hate someone for the first time in my life. I'm looking forward to this. I want to see what I want to do to someone I hate, which adds another layer to this battle, because it looks like Ging is winning, overwhelmingly, I might say. At this stage, he has equal, if not more, loyalty from Beyond's team than Pariston does. But this is still playing into Pariston's desires. He's annoyed, he's very annoyed, but excited, very excited, because Pariston is a hate virgin who is extremely keen to explore his emotionality for the very first time. But it's not all mind games, because we also have some pretty amazing Nen use from Ging as well. Upon his intrusion, one of Beyond's expedition team members named Usamen made a hostile move towards Ging, and Ging apparently responded very brutally by beating the ever-loving crap out of him. However, this did not actually happen, because we then cut back to Ging not having punched Usamen at all. And there is definitely some sort of Nen shenaniganry happening here. It's almost like a more tangible projection of Ren. Ren being the basic principle of projecting hostile aura, which results in an unprepared opponent feeling an intense sense of dread and danger. But in this case, it's as if Ging is able to project that aura so precisely that he's able to express exactly how he plans on destroying this man if he doesn't back off. Another explanation could be that he has an emissive ability to put a vision of the future into people's minds. Or he actually did it. He actually beat the crap out of this guy and then reversed time back to the point of not having done it. Or it might not be Jing's ability at all. The future sight could belong to Usamen, but I don't know, I doubt it, just because Jing's actions here seem so intentional. Furthermore, Ging also made a very interesting call when he was assessing Beyond Netero's team, and he made the immediate assumption that Marayam was second in command because she was the one who he was sensing the most powerful aura emanating from. And you know, it's not entirely clear what Marayam is. Obviously, her name is an allusion to a marionette puppet, and everything about her personality, or lack thereof, indicates that she is a puppet being manipulated, but the fact that she's capable of demonstrating independent use of Nen would indicate that she might just be a girl who chooses to act and dress like a puppet, a very powersome puppet. Whatever it may be, she has the Ging tick of approval, so she's probably insanely powerful. But later on, after failing the Hunter exam, several more of Beyond's team returned to the hideout, led by the mercenary Muhe, who did not take kindly to Jing's presence, not kindly at all, and moved to eliminate him, which gave Ging the opportunity to perform another ability, which was a more extreme version of Leoria's remote punch, which was used on him during the chairman election. And after seeing this, Pariston asked Ging, "Mate, is your ability to copy the ability of others? Because if so, cool." But in Jing's words, he can generally imitate any punching ability that he's been hit with. He is just that much of a nen genius, and Ging says, "Bruh, it's just talent. You can't do that, skill issue." And I do believe him, because this event turned out to be a clever ruse on the part of Pariston, who gave Muhe the order to put Ging in this situation where he was forced to reveal a nen ability. So instead, Ging served Pariston a plate of leftovers from the previous arc, and said that if Pariston wants to see his power so badly, then he'll need to attack him himself next time. To add to this flawless victory, Ging then proceeds to win all of the mercenaries over to his side, although it's actually a bit awkward because they're actively put off by the idea of being offered money, as the most valuable currency in their line of work is trust. So even the notion of switching sides for money is a massive red flag. So instead, Ging offered to make a deposit in the Norwell Fund, a foundation that provides relief and support to former soldiers through a 3-generational account system, a parent, child, and grandchild account. And look, Togashi goes into some pretty insane detail regarding all 3 of these accounts. It's one of those situations where he gets hyperfixated, like when he was briefly obsessed with the intricacies of how auctions work during York New City. But the important thing to know is that Ging had to open a child account to make his charitable deposit. However, owning a child account makes you subject to orders of a parent account, meaning that on the battlefield, Ging is now strictly under the command of Muhe, and has effectively now become a professional mercenary in addition to a pro hunter. And again, this shows just how far Ging is willing to go to win the trust of the team and take that second in command position away from Pariston, because the only way that Muhe's trust could be won was by Ging submitting to him. Yes sir, soldier man. And now, after winning over practically the entire team, Pariston has also relinquished control to Ging, now refusing to lead even though everyone's still following his orders. But Pariston's desire is to, quote, see what Ging can do. And so a month and a half and the GDP of a small nation later, Ging is now more or less in charge of his own Dark Continent expedition team, at least until Beyond's Netero escapes Hunter Association custody and meets up with them. But that won't be for a while. And currently our biggest mystery is where the expedition team actually are, because we haven't seen any of them aboard the Black Whale 1. Not these guys anyway. However, we have met Bill, who was hired by Beyond and has said to Kurapika that there are several ways to get off the Black Whale, one of which requires the help of Pariston, implying that Pariston could be aboard the vessel. However, it's also very possible that the expedition team have their own method of stealthy transport in order to avoid the chaos and destruction of the succession contest. But far away from all of this, the biggest question of this arc, and indeed the series, remains unanswered, which is what's going on with Gon? Where has Gon gone? That's probably one of the most common questions I get asked about Hunter x Hunter. Where is Gon, and why isn't he with us hunting ex-hunters and such? And the answer, it's oddly complicated, because Gon isn't involved in this current arc. However, author Yoshihiro Togashi has set up a conflict between Gon and the most evil character to have ever existed in the series. And on top of that, Togashi has also revealed a potential ending for Hunter x Hunter, where we discover Gon's fate once and for all. And we'll get into all of that. But as for right now, after making a Nen vow to give up use of Nen in order to attain the strength to kill Neferpito, and having been brought back from the brink of a fate worse than death by Killua and Nanaka, Gon simply went home. Dude packed up and went back to Whale Island, but that is not the end of Gon in Hunter x Hunter. In chapter 344, we see Gon trying to use Nen, and he comes to the realization that he can't make any aura, which then prompts Gon to call Daddy Ging to figure this whole situation out. And Ging clarifies that Gon still has aura and that he saw it when the two of them met up at the top of the world tree. It's just that Gon can no longer see his or anyone else's aura. Ging says it just means that Gon went back to normal. And he then asks his son, bruh, isn't that enough for you? After what Gon did, Ging said that he would be ungrateful to ask for anything more. And then Ging also adds, this will be a good opportunity for you to figure out what you can do as you are now. So Gon's currently on a bit of a break. He needs a palate cleanser after his experiences and after completing his goal. The whole point of the series was for Gon to find Ging, and Gon's thoughts on this matter are, I don't know how to put it. I guess it wasn't that I wanted to see him. I realized that after I saw him, my goal had been to find him. It was fun talking to him, I was glad to meet him, and it made me happy. But he's more like an awesome uncle I'd always heard about, not a dad. And Gon is then bombarded with all of the schoolwork he's missed while he was a hunter, and for all intents and purposes, we could cut to credits right here and say that he lived happily ever after. That is the end of Hunter x Hunter. And Togashi did genuinely consider ending the series here. And he felt an intense passion that no, I, Togashi, have more story to tell. And so Kurapika has all but inherited the mantle of series protagonist, as everything has become centered on him in the latest arc, but that doesn't mean that Gon is gone. Togashi still has more planned for Gon, stuff that he's already planted within the story. And as I said recently, Togashi has revealed an ending, one of the 4 planned endings for Hunter x Hunter, and it centers very Gonly. That doesn't make sense. But am I going to re-record it? Am I going to go to that much effort? No. But within the existing story, Gon has unfinished business with a character named Gyro, who was introduced in chapter 203, and he is without question the single most evil character in the entire Hunter x Hunter universe. Although funnily enough, in the chapter that Gyro was introduced, Togashi opens it with a spread of Leori and Kurapika asking when it's gonna be their turn. Because at that point, they'd been on hiatus for I don't know how long, lots of years. And now, ever so many years later, this situation has been flipped, as shown in the color page for chapter 381, with Gon saying, oh no, I can't use Nen, alongside Killua, who wanted to know where he was right now. How times change. But anime watchers, I wouldn't blame you if you're feeling a little bit confused at this point. Internet man, who is this Gyro of who you speak? And why do you insist that he has some sort of connection to our Gon? And this confusion stems because Gyro's connection to Gon was cut from the 2011 anime. In his human life, Gyro was the leader of NGL. He is actually mentioned in the anime, and we do see him, and in fact, we see the flashback of his incredibly tragic childhood filled with nothing but pain and misery and suffering, all of which culminated in Gyro coming to the conclusion that he wasn't a person. He wasn't anybody. He disconnected from humanity because his father and everyone else around him never treated him like a person. And this belief would only be further enhanced by the Chimera Ants. Because Gyro was among the initial wave of victims, however, after being reborn as a Chimera Ant, Gyro felt no allegiance to the Ant Queen, and he still retained all of his previous memories. It took most ants a long time to really crack into those memories and form a sense of humanity, but in Gyro's case, not considering himself a human allowed him to bypass all of that, because Gyro didn't consider himself human or an ant either. He was something else entirely that trumped that identity or lack thereof. And Gyro's goal is stated to be disseminating evil throughout the world, and while in his human form, he was doing so through the development of the D-squared drug, a next-level addictive substance designed to be phase 1 of Gyro's plan to spread and plunge humanity into anarchy and destruction. Those plans got halted when he became an ant, but Gyro is a patient man ant thing. Whatever he considers himself, he's very patient, and he's content with starting over from zero. But look, the reason why any of this is important in the slightest is because Gyro is directly linked to Gon's future. Because Togashi gave Gyro 2 chapters focused on him, and at that point he happened to be passing through Dole City, which is where Gon and Killua were training with Knuckle at the time. And in Gyro's final panel, the narrator states, Gyro left town and disappeared without encountering Gon. Whether this proved to be fortunate for either party will not be known until they ultimately meet. Meaning that Togashi was using this opportunity to set up a future plotline where Gon encounters Gyro. And before we go any further, there's always someone out there who needs to hear this. Gyro is not Meliaron. A lot of people seem to think that he is because they kind of wear the same sort of clothing, but also not really. And whenever I bring up Gyro, I always get someone commenting, it looks like you've forgotten about Meliaron. But Meliaron even tells us his human name. He was a man named Jail, and he was adopted by the human who became Peggy, the penguin ant. While we're here, there's also a lot of confusion from anime watchers who do remember Gyro believing that Gyro was actually reborn as the Ant King Marayam. Because Gyro was the king of NGL, so yeah, it kind of makes sense. But it only makes sense again because the 2011 anime cut Gyro's present day appearance out entirely, which happened before Marayam was born. born, thus confirming that they are not the same existence. And as a result, the 2011 anime again cut Gyro's connection to Gon. So whilst Gon may have achieved his series goal to find Dad, his story is still incomplete. There is a very sinister destination still waiting for Gon further down the line. And while the Hunter Association, the Phantom Troupe, a bunch of Zoldycks, and everyone else are focused on the Dark Continent, they are leaving the human realm completely vulnerable to this native calamity whose goal is to destroy everything. And who's left to stop him? Well, it pretty much boils down to Gon and maybe Killua, because everyone else is effed off to the Dark Continent and realistically may not return. This does get a bit meta though, because we do need to keep in mind that Togashi set up this Gyro plotline in 2003, which is 21 years ago at the time of this recording. And a lot can change in that amount of time, especially with Togashi, who writes according to whatever he's most passionate about at any given time. So it's entirely possible that Togashi has dropped the Gyro idea, and that might be why the 2011 anime didn't include him. Although I'd argue it's because by the time they got to Gyro, they knew they weren't going past the election arc and saw it as unnecessary effort. And you know, even if it is still the plan, I honestly have very little hope that we'll ever get there. Because to tackle Gyro, we first need to conclude the succession contest and then not only start but finish the Dark Continent. Gyro comes after all of that. But what it shows is that Togashi was planning to use Gon beyond the Chimera Ant arc. And it's not the only piece of evidence we have for this either. Earlier this year, Togashi dropped a very unexpected bombshell out of nowhere, which was that he has 4 separate endings planned for Hunter x Hunter. They are categorized as ending A, B, C, and D, very nice and orderly. And these endings have each been prepared in accordance with how Togashi believes that the audience will take them. For example, the ending Togashi most wants to implement is ending C. However, he predicts that this ending will be heavily disliked at a ratio of 90 to 10%. Meanwhile, he views ending A as the most satisfactory to the readers, with an 80% approval and 20% disapproval, whilst ending B would be roughly 50-50. So ending A, which is considered the safe ending, is still on the table. Ending C is the one where Togashi probably kills everyone and leaves the audience in a very bleak state, which he has previously stated that he may do with both Kurapika and the Phantom Troupe at the very least. And so I think that ending B is the one that we'll most likely end up with if we get there. The 50-50 split between what Togashi actually wants to do and what the audience would feel satisfied with. But what I haven't mentioned so far is ending D, which has been taken out of contention, but Togashi shared this ending with us, alongside the message to consider this to be the true ending of Hunter x Hunter, should he unfortunately pass away before the series is completed. So what I'm about to tell you may very well end up being the canon ending of Hunter x Hunter, and it is very Gon-centric. This ending begins the same way the manga began, with a child holding a fishing rod and attempting to capture the Lord of the Lake. This child's name is Ging, and she is Gon's granddaughter, with her grandmother being Noko, the little girl who lived on Whale Island and was ever so sad to see Gon commence his journey to become a hunter. However, in stark contrast to Gon, after capturing the Lord of the Lake, Ging exclaims, "I caught the Lord as promised, so now you'll never tell me to become a hunter ever again, right?" So we have a complete reversal of Gon, where his granddaughter is being actively encouraged to become a hunter, but what she really wants to do is stay on Whale Island and live out a fairly peaceful life. And so she caught the Lord of the Lake for the right to make that decision. And one reason for this is because Ging says that whenever Grandpa Gon talks fondly about his adventures as a hunter, it makes Grandma Noko feel bad, and she always excuses herself from the conversation. Ging believes that Grandma Noko is suffering from loneliness, and that is all Grandpa Gon's fault. And you know what? She's probably correct, because Gon isn't even on Whale Island during this ending, implying that at some stage he does regain the use of Nen and has continued being a hunter, having endless adventures, becoming God only knows how powerful, but very much following in the footsteps of Ging's great-grandfather Ging. And then another important reason for Ging's decision is revealed, as an unnamed boy just wanders into the kitchen and the two cook up the Lord of the Lake. Ging thinks to herself that she refuses to wait for someone's return and that she will never make anyone wait for her, and that anyone in question is her boyfriend, who is the dude that just wandered in. And the final shot of ending D is a bird flying through the sky and seeing the view of a mysterious yet familiar figure off on another adventure somewhere in the world that is heavily implied to be Grandpa Gon. And there's also talk of seeing the children of, quote, this person and that person, probably referring to the kids of Leorio, Killua, and maybe Kurapika if Togashi decided not to kill him off. But I think you can see why this ending has been taken out of contention, because it's a bit standard. And Hunter x Hunter has always been Togashi's fight against shonen manga tropes and demands, and every time he finds himself about to fall into one, which he often does, he very quickly course corrects into something unexpected and antithetical. But you can also see here with the subversion of Gon's granddaughter wanting nothing to do with the hunter lifestyle, whereas the typical shonen thing to do would be to keep the cycle going, to really Boruto this up, and show us that Jean was now going to go off on a great adventure of her own. Now, with all of that said, at the rate that Hunter x Hunter is being published, and with Togashi now being in his late 50s, I do think reality dictates that it's more than likely that this will become the canon ending of Hunter x Hunter. And my reasoning for this is very morbid statistics. Late 50s doesn't sound, too old perhaps, especially for a Japanese person with an average lifespan of 83 and a bit years. But the lifespan of an average manga author in Japan is only 62.5 years. The manga industry is pretty brutal, and I can only hope that Togashi's health problems have weirdly insulated him from this by making him take forced breaks from manga. But that is the morbid reality of the situation. And that's not the most hopeful way to end a video like this, but consider that if Togashi does get everything he wants, then Hunter x Hunter probably won't be ending in a particularly hopeful way either. However, what we will always have from this point on is the image of Grandpa Gon living exactly the life he wanted and adventuring endlessly all around the world.